Suddenly, a colossal screen materialized in the Ultraverse, beginning to showcase a video titled The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultraman. In the 10th position, Max. Modestly, he declared, "I am merely a civil servant, albeit a tad larger in stature, with numerous doppelgangers and a rather elongated sword. Is that not reasonable?" In the 8th position, Ace. The merciful super beast possesses no sense of pain. As a member of the Ultraman Brethren, is it not permissible for me to authorize an Ultraman guillotine? In the 5th position, Dyna, a miraculous cosmic entity. Creating a black hole with a flick of my wrist and conjuring an Ultraman aligns perfectly with my miraculous identity. Chapter 1. The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultraman. 10th position, Max. In a land of light, at the plaza beneath the Plasma Spark Tower, all Ultra Warriors gathered. On the podium, suspended above, 7 Ultra Warriors draped in crimson capes stood proudly. The towering Ultraman King, with his immense horns, delivered a fervent speech. Indeed, today marked the decennial assembly of the Land of Light. Suddenly, the azure sky rippled, and a gigantic screen emerged in everyone's view. The video, The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultraman, is about to begin. Ultraman King hastily muted his microphone, and all Ultraman turned their attention to the screen. "Captain, this..." Zoffy hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Although he was uncertain about the sudden appearance of the screen, the word sinister conjured associations of darkness and treachery, starkly contradicting the noble ideals of the Ultra Warriors. Such an occurrence was intolerable at this significant assembly. Ultraman King waved his hand, interrupting Zoffy's words. Contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly, "I do not know which alien is behind this plot to tarnish our Ultraman lineage. Yet we Ultra Warriors have always acted with integrity, reputable among all races. Let the storms rage, I shall remain steadfast. We shall forge our own path and let them speak. Let us observe what tricks they have up their sleeves. For in due time, we shall present the truth, and the rumors shall crumble. Let it serve as a testament for all to see that we have nothing to be ashamed of." Seeing the captain's unwavering confidence, Zoffy nodded in agreement. After all, the Ultra Warriors stood tall and unafraid of shadows. They would simply respond to whatever challenge arose. On planet K-76, Leo once again bested Zero using the combat techniques imparted by Seven. Though lacking a jeep, he felt he could transform into a dump truck. Rise. There is no shortcut to gaining power. Zero struggled to push himself off the ground, but was determined not to concede easily. Suddenly, the immense screen unfolded like a canvas in the sky. The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultraman. Leo felt a twinge of confusion, followed by a laugh. How could Ultraman be associated with such a term? Wait, but he suddenly recalled the time he was beaten by the Kane alien. Although that experience propelled his growth and strength, the sinister nature of the Kane alien remained vivid in his memory. Perhaps his illustrious deeds would be featured. Leo's suggestion resonated with Zero, who had also noticed the changes in the sky. At present, he saw nothing amiss. Who decreed that Ultraman must always act in the light? What are the means employed to grow stronger? What of touching the core energy of the Plasma Spark Tower? For a moment, he was filled with curiosity about the screen, eager to learn about its sinister implications. In agreeing, he also sought a prime viewing spot for his girlfriend, Big Mom. In the depths of a dark cosmic prison, the malevolent Belial was securely sealed away. He had languished in this confinement for millennia, perpetually yearning for escape, longing to eliminate the Ultra Warriors led by Ultraman King. The video, The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultraman, is about to begin. Belial's crimson eyes fixated on the suddenly appearing screen, bursting into manic applause and laughter. Indeed, the screen was correct. Belial deemed the Ultraman of the Land of Light to be a cadre of shadowy, devious individuals. Though I know not who orchestrated this masterpiece, I shall reward you handsomely upon my escape. Ken, you foolish being, it seems many in the universe share my disdain for you. But you must await my return. I shall personally eliminate you. Ha ha ha. In the lightless prison, Belial's raucous laughter reverberated. Waves of dark energy surged and erupted, assaulting the indomitable cosmic prison. On Kingstar. Oh, this screen? Ultraman King gazed with keen interest at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. T is rank. The words appearing on the screen did not pique his interest much, whether good or bad. He merely sought amusement. However, this sudden screen evoked an undeniable sense of foreboding, compelling his attention. How great will that transcends rules? Ultraman King murmured to himself. It seems I must remain vigilant to the screen's transformations. In the Heisei 3 Warriors universe, due to well-known reasons, there were 4 of them instead of 3. At this moment, the quartet gathered, scrutinizing the text on the screen while sharing their thoughts. Most sinister? There are even 10 of them? Egil appeared somewhat astonished. Yet it seems unrelated to us, he mused, considering his penchant for theatrics to be quite normal. That I concur. I am the light of earth, my elder brother the light of hope, and the second brother the light of miracles. None of us seemed to fit the description of sinister in any capacity. Gaia's analysis appeared sound, prompting Dyna and Egil to nod in agreement. There may be other Ultraman unbeknownst to us. It is shocking to think that among our radiant and noble warriors, there could exist a traitor. Dyna's tone turned somber as he recalled the malevolent memories of evil Dyna. Nearby, Dyna, Gaia, and Egil shared a collective sentiment, each having faced similar experiences. Simultaneously, across various universes, Ultra Warriors, aliens, monsters, and any sentient beings beheld the phenomenon in the sky. Countless powerful entities utilized their unique abilities to uncover the origins of the screen. However, whether from the land of light or the forces of darkness, none could glean its secrets and could only endure in anticipation. Yet, they did not have to wait long, for swiftly, the title was replaced by a new line. The top 10 most sinister Ultraman, 10th position, Ultraman Max. The screen displayed the iconic red figure of Ultraman Max, and shortly thereafter, his voice resounded. I am a planetary civilization observer, merely a civil servant, that I observe whether the planet's advancements align with cosmic development. I do not interfere with planetary operations. Well, what a revelation. Is there something amiss with what Max has said? As a simple civil servant, what calamity could he possibly conjure? Could he truly embody any form of darkness? The inhabitants of various universes cast skeptical glances towards the celestial screen, questioning the authenticity of its display. Yet, they may have overlooked that the last individual to merely identify as a civil servant was none other than a certain stellar observer. Chapter 2. The Progenitor. Can one ascend merely by defeating small crayfish? If so, I could do it too. In the land of light, the Ultramen gazed in surprise as the first subject of the presentation was none other than Max Ultraman. Confusion spread among the crowd. Wasn't this merely a standard introduction for Max? What connection could it possibly have with the term shadow? Could there be something they were unaware of? On the podium, Father of Ultra wore a look of satisfaction. While he couldn't claim to know every Ultraman from the land of light intimately, he held a firm belief in Max Ultraman's character. Known for his humility and politeness in daily life, he approached the task of observing planets with diligence and treated Earth's inhabitants with kindness and enthusiasm. Embodying a rare, rational brilliance, upon his return from Earth, he had even received personal commendation. How could such a fine young man possibly be associated with a term like shadow? It appeared that the celestial screen was being rather playful, perhaps feeling shy about directly celebrating the illustrious deeds of the Ultramen, hence resorting to the term shadow as a pretext for comparison. How courteous! Father of Ultra felt a touch of embarrassment himself. With a heart full of pride, he waved towards Max, inviting him to the podium. Since this was a moment of positive promotion, it was essential for him to embody an exemplary model for the numerous young Ultramen present. Father of Ultra even contemplated bestowing a cloak upon Max as a token of their recognition. Under the focused gaze of the crowd, Max scratched his head in bewilderment. Reflecting on his past, he indeed recalled some regrettable moments dancing in public squares, yet that hardly seemed relevant to the term shadow. Could the celestial screen be reliable? Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to his good friend, Gino Ultraman, seeking assurance that he had not committed any embarrassing blunders on Earth that he was unaware of. However, Gino merely shook his head and offered him an encouraging glance, conveying a clear message. In times of prosperity, do not forget your companions. Though perplexed, Max felt compelled to obey the command of his captain, propelling himself towards the podium. Meanwhile, the video on the celestial screen continued its playback. In a bustling city on Earth, one side lay tranquil while the other was filled with floating cars and pedestrians defying gravity, separated by a transparent barrier. Amidst this anomaly, a young man clad in red battle attire boldly advanced towards the strange zone, undeterred by the discomfort of weightlessness. With unwavering determination, he retrieved the Max spar from his pocket, raising it high as brilliant light illuminated the air. A colossal red giant descended majestically to the ground. Max Ultraman had arrived. Opposing him was an alien resembling a cross between a cicada and a crayfish, brandishing its pincers. "You finally arrived, Max Ultraman." It was none other than the fiercely loyal Baltan alien. Father of Ultra nodded approvingly, reflecting on how considerate the celestial screen had been in selecting a relatively weak adversary. A decisive and overwhelming victory would undoubtedly showcase the might of the Land of Light. Behind him, the progenitor and Jack exchanged glances, both finding it hard to contain their disbelief. Defeating a weak crayfish could earn one a spot on the leaderboard. They had always dispatched foes in an instant, especially the progenitor, who had once obliterated 2 billion enemies, an expert in this regard. If Max could ascend, so could he. But what would that entail? Would he merely be a stepping stone or a target? As the video continued, Max Ultraman launched his assault against the dark Baltan alien. Yet his movements felt as if he were mired in quicksand, each step and swing of his arm a monumental effort. Seizing the opportunity, the Baltan alien unleashed a red freezing ray, immobilizing both the cars and Max in an instant. The Baltan alien reveled in his success, emitting a sinister laugh. However, Max would not be easily subdued. He radiated a brilliant red glow and broke free from his frozen state. Yet he remained ensnared by the Baltan alien's gravitational control, each motion fraught with difficulty. This is the Baltan alien's gravitational attack. It can amplify or diminish gravity within a certain area. Max has grown somewhat complacent. The progenitor, an expert, observed, gesturing towards the floating vehicles and pedestrians, that Max's struggles stem from the increased gravity imposed upon him. Thus, we Ultramen must be adept at adapting to various environments and mastering our physical capabilities. Jack's remarks were sound, yet his tone was nonchalant, clearly dismissing the Baltan alien's threat. Beside them, Max felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "It's easy for you two to speak so lightly. But, Max, the scientific prowess of your Ultrastar can never hope to rival our Baltan technology." The voice from the video echoed on. The dark Baltan alien unleashed an orange, destructive beam, sending Max reeling in retreat, sparks flying. IT stood defiantly in the city center, brazenly utilizing telekinesis, causing a series of explosions that filled the air with smoke and chaos. Father of Ultra's spirits plummeted. Wasn't this supposed to be a resounding victory? If a small crayfish alien could dominate the scene, it would indeed be a grim spectacle. Was the celestial screen's reference to shadow meant in its literal sense? He felt a twinge of panic. Yet, outwardly, he maintained his composure, declaring, "The Baltan alien is spouting nonsense. The technology of our Land of Light far surpasses theirs." Not a word was mentioned of Max's struggles, yet the implication was unmistakable. Defeated, Max found himself devoid of the strength to continue. Yet, the peaceful mini-Baltan aliens transformed into adorable young maidens, employing their advanced technology to conjure crystal spheres from tap water. With the collaboration of 7 Earth youths, they infused Max with energy, restoring him to an unprecedented state of vitality. Max leaped into action, landing in the path of the dark Baltan alien. With his left fist raised in caution and his right hand poised at the ready, he prepared to unleash a strike against the arrogant Baltan alien. Unfazed by Max's vigilance, the dark Baltan alien continued to boast about their superior science. Then, as if to validate its claims, the dark Baltan alien, originally around 50 meters tall, began to swell in size, towering at approximately 350 meters, dwarfing Max's own imposing form. "Max, for one who relies on light energy, it seems you can no longer grow to combat size. What will you do now? What will happen if you force yourself to expand to my size? Your energy might not even last a minute. The sword you wield strikes me as nothing more than the sting of a mosquito. What will you do about it?" The dark Baltan's presence looms like a mountain pressing down upon us. This is not merely a mockery directed at Max. It is an affront to the entire kingdom of light. The words of the Dark Baltan stirred a tempest of emotions. Now, Max fights not solely to protect the Earth, but also to uphold the honor of the Kingdom of Light. Chapter 3. A mere civil servant, yet magnified to an extraordinary size and capable of countless manifestations. Does this not seem sinister? The words of the Dark Baltan stirred the crowd into a fervor. Max, give it your all. I believe in you. Elder brother, go and take down that little lobster. Jack, you too, lend a hand. In this moment, they united in their shared animosity, completely oblivious to the fact that this event had already transpired in the celestial expanse. However, the two elderly figures who had been singled out retreated, smirking, to the back of the crowd, shedding their earlier bravado. The greater the bravado they displayed moments ago, the more painful their expressions became now. They, with their frail bodies, had no desire to face the onslaught. These young Ultramen truly lacked respect for their elders and the young. It seemed that they would have to be put through rigorous training shortly. Meanwhile, Father of Ultra regarded Max with a mysterious smile. Although the anticipated promotional effect had not materialized, it unexpectedly fostered greater unity among the warriors of the Land of Light. In light of this, a few additional blows to Max would not matter. After all, he stood beside me in good health, indicating that the final outcome remained favorable. Max, how rude, old man. The Father of Ultra's words seemed almost enlightened. In the scene, the enormous Dark Baltan lunges at Max. Although Max swiftly leaps and performs a somersault to evade the crushing blow, he scarcely steadies himself on the ground before the Dark Baltan's colossal foot descends upon him. Despite his valiant efforts to resist, the weight of the Dark Baltan, several 100,000 tons, bore down upon him like a mountain. In an instant, he was pinned beneath its foot. The Dark Baltan repeatedly lifted and slammed its foot down, and under this relentless barrage, Max was forcefully driven into a pit dozens of meters deep. The Dark Baltan's mocking laughter echoed as it reveled in the thrill of toying with the Ultra Warrior. Since Max's arrival, he had been thoroughly dominated by the Dark Baltan, and the situation seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. The Ultramen from the Land of Light could hardly bear to watch. The Ultraman brothers on the podium cast sympathetic glances at Max, feeling a sense of shared embarrassment. Particularly, Zoffy, seemingly lost in thought, approached Max, patting him on the shoulder with earnestness. It's all right. To become a qualified Ultra Warrior, you will grow accustomed to this. Max. He mentally questioned the absurdity of it all. Come on, guys. The video hasn't even finished playing yet. Why the rush? A brilliant red light erupted across the celestial screen. The arrogant Dark Baltan had thoroughly enraged Ultraman Max. He began to unleash his energy without reservation. Previously subdued beneath the Dark Baltan's foot, Max suddenly raised his hands to block the descending foot once more. His fiery red form swiftly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he grew to a staggering height of 300 meters. He immediately sent the Dark Baltan staggering back. The screen froze at this moment, displaying an eye-catching subtitle. A mere civil servant, a planetary observer, can magnify to 300 meters. Does this not seem sinister? Why is it that after releasing all my energy at once, my body remains unchanged? I've tried this before. Not even the captain could manage it. You see, Max is engaged in battle and suddenly grows to 300 meters, catching the enemy off guard. So, a civil servant achieving such a feat does seem rather cunning. Max, I too wish to be as cunning as you. The Father of Ultra listened to the chatter of the younger Ultraman, sighing softly, feeling a sense of reluctant agreement. To be honest, he too aspired for such abilities. Sometimes, the prodigious talents of children could be quite troubling. Especially considering that Max's abilities were unprecedented in the Land of Light. He found himself at a loss for words. Just as the Ultramen were immersed in heated discussion, the sky once again began to display the footage. In a familiar city, Max's figure reappeared before the crowd. Upon seeing Max, the Dark Baltan charged at him with long strides. The massive claw of his right hand sliced through the air as he swung down, prompting Max to hastily retreat 2 steps to avoid the strike. The Dark Baltan's left claw thrust forward, but Max calmly sidestepped it. The right claw swung again, and once more, Max expertly dodged by crouching. Seizing the opportunity as the Dark Baltan left himself open, Max delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With each successive attack, Max's formidable combat skills left the Dark Baltan utterly defenseless. After being sent flying yet again, the enraged Dark Baltan unleashed an orange destructive beam from his pincers. But Max had already predicted the Dark Baltan's next move. Calmly, he spread his arms wide, and a massive ultra barrier rose before him, absorbing the Dark Baltan's lethal beam. Then, taking half a step back, Max's left hand ignited with colorful sparks, and with a punch, he struck the barrier. In an instant, both the Dark Bolton's beam and Max's barrier transformed into a colossal orange tornado. Max Typhoon. Subsequently, amidst the Dark Bolton's terrified gaze, it surged toward him, engulfing him and tearing him to shreds. Bravo! A splendid battle. Ultraman 7, a former instructor of the Cosmic Patrol, could not help but voice his admiration. Max, to defeat such a formidable foe, you are indeed a commendable and admirable Ultra Warrior. The father of Ultra nodded in agreement. If Max's only achievement was this magnification, he felt there was ample room for maneuver. Just as he began to organize his thoughts to speak, the voice from the celestial screen interrupted him once more. It is truly regrettable. According to our Dark Bolton science, cloning and manifestation are merely fundamental skills. A trivial endeavor. The Dark Bolton, now reduced to a lobster head, continued to boast arrogantly. His body, torn to shreds by Max Typhoon, soared into the air and began to reconstitute. In an instant, he returned to his original form. Accompanied by a thunderous energy surge, the Dark Bolton divided into countless replicas, darkening the sky entirely. Max, having overcome his initial panic, regained his resolute gaze. First, he harnessed the energy from his Max Spark, then began to rotate rapidly in place. Countless tangible manifestations sprang forth, filling another part of the sky, equally obscuring the heavens. Countless replicas clashed with countless Dark Boltons. Maxium Cannon, Maxium Arrow, and Maxium Galaxy Cannon unleashed in a continuous barrage. The entire area descended into chaos. Once more, the screen paused, and familiar, mocking subtitles appeared, claiming to be a mere civil servant, yet capable of manifesting countless identical replicas. Does this not seem sinister? Chapter 4. Leo. Max, you are far too cunning. Are you attempting to steal my disciple? The land of light immediately fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into a cacophony moments later. Although the video had abruptly cut off, they were now too engrossed in the unfolding battle to care about the outcome. What honor of the land of light mattered now? In an instant, the entire plaza was filled with Ultramen spinning in circles. I am utterly dizzy from the incessant twists and turns. Why is it still not working? Oh, I, too, am a member of the Red Clan and a civil servant. The reason is simple. You lack the cunning of Master Max. Countless doppelgangers, all wielding lethal abilities. Does Master Max carry a plasma spark tower, possessing such abundant energy? In comparison to him, I feel like a mere novice. Such cunning, indeed. I am ashamed. Master Max truly deserves his reputation for being shrewd. I yearn to learn. I desire to emulate Master Max's guile. The brothers draped in red cloaks on the podium now fixate on Max, their eyes ablaze with envy. While they may have been slightly intrigued by the recent colossal transformation, witnessing the multitude of doppelgangers has ignited pure jealousy and admiration. Brothers, are you playing mind games with me? Had it not been for the exposure by the celestial dome, were you planning to keep this hidden forever? To emerge spectacularly, surpassing this group of veterans to claim the position of captain of the Cosmic Patrol? Max, who appears so honest and straightforward, is surprisingly duplicitous behind the scenes. The father of Ultra gazes intently at Max, whose hands seem restless. To claim indifference would be a lie. This young man returned from Earth with such astonishing revelations. One can only imagine the wonders he would unveil if given a few more years. In the cosmic prison, Max? A civil servant? It appears I am now overshadowed by this rising star since my confinement. Belial, disinterested, had anticipated encountering familiar faces, only to find himself unable to ridicule or confront them directly. Oh, a colossal transformation? Intriguing. If I could master this ability during my confrontation with that scoundrel Ken, I could unexpectedly grow in size and trample him beneath my feet. Though the damage may be minimal, the humiliation would be profound. Just envisioning it brings me such delight. Upon witnessing Max's myriad doppelgangers, Belial sat upright, shedding his previous lethargy. Max is truly cunning. I admire that, even if I were unprepared. Facing such a tactic would undoubtedly be daunting. However, if I were to master this skill, would I not be capable of single-handedly obliterating the land of light in the future? Max is indeed a remarkable talent. Such cunning. To not descend into darkness alongside me would be an utter waste. Belial erupted into laughter, unable to contain his applause. This celestial dome grows increasingly fascinating. It seems tailor-made for him, assisting in the search for allies. His anticipation for what is to come only intensifies. On Planet 76, Leo stood in astonishment, taken aback by Max's unexpected cunning. His brother, with his thick brows and large eyes, possessed such hidden depths. From a combat perspective, this unexpected approach yields remarkable results. Zero. Did you see Max's battle with the ball and aliens? His fighting techniques. Leo rambled on, but Zero absorbed none of it. His mind consumed by visions of the colossal transformation and countless doppelgangers. With such a bounty before him, who would concern themselves with mere combat skills? Leo, I want to learn that. Zero exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Tell me more. Leo felt a sense of accomplishment. It appeared his teachings had inspired Zero, proving his decision to share this experience was indeed wise. The ability to grow enormous while summoning countless doppelgangers. Should he acquire such formidable skills, the plasma spark tower might not even be necessary. Youngster, it seems you are challenging the combat king, Leo. Noticing Leo's silence, Zero cast a surprised glance. Sensing his mentor's hesitation, it seemed the old man was at a loss. What shall we train on, then? I might as well return to the land of light and have Master Max teach me his cunning ways. That appears far more meaningful than your instruction, Zero declared. Preparing to take flight, Leo felt overwhelmed. Was Max truly stealing away his promising disciple? Was he about to lose a worthy apprentice? This was utterly deceitful. Upon his return to the land of light, he must summon Max to the arena, so he may understand the wrath of the combat king. Moreover, if Zero were to return without proper guidance, it would reflect poorly on Leo's teaching, causing him to face the captain and the brethren with shame. He grew increasingly agitated. What folly was this celestial dome? It was meant to educate Zero, that scoundrel. You shall not leave. Leo kicked into action. In the cosmos, a myriad of monsters trembled in fear. Imagine, they were engaged in battle with an Ultraman of similar stature, only for him to suddenly grow to a height of 300 meters and then press them beneath his might. Then, to conjure thousands of doppelgangers capable of unleashing lethal attacks, subjecting them to a merciless onslaught. The mere thought filled them with dread. This Max claims to be a mere civil servant, yet he is more cunning than any monster. Who indeed says that Ultramen are noble warriors? They may be foolish, but they are not Navi. They resolved to etch Max's cunning visage into their memories, vowing to flee upon their next encounter. Yet, one must wonder, is fleeing truly effective against Max? In the next moment, the celestial dome began to reveal its answer. Max's familiar figure descended upon an open space. Behind him loomed a colossal silver mechanical beast at the heart of the city. Max gently set down the woman he had cradled in his hands and then flew unhesitatingly toward the beast. The celestial dome aptly provided an explanation. Million Basaku, height 990 meters, weight 99,000,000 tons. Created by the Delos civilization, designed to ensure a 100 probability of defeating Ultraman Max. A final mechanical beast resembling a fortress. Standing beneath Million Basaku, Max appeared as an ant gazing up at an elephant, the disparity evident. This was truly the largest foe in history. Faced with such a formidable adversary, although Max's flash timer had begun to sound its alarm, he charged forward without hesitation. Million Basaku immediately retaliated, its 4 blue eyes unleashing a barrage of purple destruction orbs. Each orb was comparable in size to Max himself and radiated a terrifying heat akin to the sun. Yet, being so massive is both an advantage and a disadvantage. A larger target is easier to evade. True to form, Max skillfully dodged every orb. He then soared into the air, evading Million Basaku's mechanical arms while swiftly retrieving his head spear to launch an attack, simultaneously wielding his psychic energy in the blink of an eye. The head spear multiplied into countless doppelgangers, encircling Million Basaku to strike. Maxium Sword's doppelganger barrage, however, such a formidable assault had no effect on the mechanical body of Million Basaku. Instead, Max found himself ensnared by the purple currents emitted from its head, forcefully drawn toward it as thick chains tightly bound his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. Summoning his final reserves of strength, Max chose to separate his human form. As the beeping of his flash timer grew fainter, it abruptly ceased flashing. His brilliant eyes lost their luster, and in an instant, he transformed into a bronze-colored statue. Ultraman Max was defeated. Chapter 5. Father of Ultra, the Celestial Dome is extolling Max's virtues. In the Land of Light, the Ultramen were initially engrossed in fervent discussions about Max's myriad transformations. In the blink of an eye, I found myself watching Max's next video. 990 meters? Such a colossal beast. Even the formidable Max cannot surpass this size. Given Max's cunning nature, why hasn't he opted to further multiply his manifestations? Even if there were 50,000 pigs, it would take 3 days and nights to catch them all. How much more so in this case? I envision Max bound like a crucifix, transformed into a bronze statue, a fitting embodiment of the term cunning. I have made my decision. I, too, shall become a crucifix statue to pay homage to Max. Upon hearing the words crucifix and statue, the Ultra brothers on the podium shivered involuntarily, tightening their red capes as if seeking a modicum of warmth. The familiar scenes projected above stirred long-buried memories, causing them to tremble. Ultra Father gazed at Max with profound affection, reflecting on the challenges he had faced on Earth during these years. Even when confronted with peril, he never forgot to ensure the safety of humanity. Such a warrior, embodying the spirit of Ultra, is indeed a champion of our land of light. Yet, the very screen that labeled him cunning seemed to possess a semblance of truth earlier. Now, however, it appears to be a nonsensical accusation. And I realize that I have wronged him. These young Ultras, however, are quite the jesters, each eager to mimic the notion of becoming a crucifix or statue. Do they wish to drive their captain to despair? Fear not, my child, it is all in the past. I have faith that you are not a cunning Ultra. Ultra Father reassured, patting Max on the shoulder to encourage him. However, he found it curious that Max's gaze seemed to evade his own. Ultra Father attributed this to Max's shyness, dismissing any deeper thoughts. As for the impending battle against the million Basaku, he believed that either Genos would intervene or humanity would merge with Max in hope. This was the traditional skill of the Ultras. He could not fathom Max conjuring anything extraordinary on his own. How much more cunning could one be? However, Ultra Father perhaps overlooked a crucial point. If matters were to remain superficial, the screen would have no need to reveal such information. The video continued to play. Max's human form, the young man he had previously saved, was now aboard a fighter jet, charging toward the relentless, destructive rays of the million Basaku from 10,000 meters up. Suddenly, he opened the cockpit and shouted, "I am also Max." Ignoring the pleas of his comrades, he leapt from the plane, free-falling from several thousand meters high. His singular aim was to reach the now statue-like Max. With a resounding and vibrant cry, he transformed into a radiant phoenix, merging with Max's spark. Rejuvenated with energy and courage, Max finally revived. Instantly breaking free from the chains of the million Basaku, he landed once more on solid ground. Then, amidst a dazzling display of crimson light, Max unleashed energy once again, growing to a staggering size of 999 meters, surpassing his previous form against the dark Baltan. This was a height greater than the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. This time, the rays from the million Basaku were repelled effortlessly by Max, who utilized the Max Galaxy to block them. As the million Basaka charged, Max leapt into the air, his right hand wielding the light sword, slicing effortlessly through its body. The million Basaku sustained severe damage, crackling with electricity. Max's sword clone unleashed a barrage, and this time, the impact was far more significant than before. Sharp projectiles from all directions mercilessly assaulted the million Basaku, leaving its massive form riddled with wounds. The fortress emanated an abnormal red glow, teetering on the brink of collapse. Max, of course, seized this perfect opportunity. He swung his Max Galaxy Light Sword, extending it from Earth straight into the cosmos. With one stroke, he cleaved through the nebula. Max's sweeping arm wielded a colossal light sword that sliced the million Basaku in two. The remains of the million Basaku disintegrated into fragments, carried away by the wind. The video concluded, replaced by a line of captions. A mere bureaucrat, growing to 999 meters? A light sword traversing the galaxy? Is this not cunning? Max's humble cunning. Max now longed to escape the venue, wishing to bury his head like an ostrich. The screen was utterly merciless, revealing all his secrets. Under its scrutiny, he even began to perceive himself as cunning. Observing the fervent discussions among the Ultras regarding the screen's evaluation, Ultra Father felt a whirlwind of emotions. He finally understood why Max had evaded his gaze earlier. The notion of growing to 999 meters, even he had never heard of, let alone witnessed. Not to mention the colossal sword capable of annihilating a planet with a single blow. This was far beyond the capabilities of the Land of Light. Originally, it seemed they were on the verge of being overwhelmed, but then, without pretense, they unleashed their trump card, swiftly dispatching such a formidable foe. Even he could not help but commend the splendid execution. How foolish he had been to believe Max was wronged by the screen. Now it was firmly established. Nevertheless, Ultra Father was diligently contemplating a countermeasure. He hoped to alter the trend within the land of light toward cunningness and to reshape the universe's perception of ultras, which had been distorted by the screen. In the universe, monsters of all kinds were genuinely terrified. They had previously thought that since they could not defeat the silver coin Max, they would simply avoid him. If they encountered him, they would take a detour. But now, they realized, what if they encountered a light sword spanning tens of thousands of light years? Max, I will allow you to run for 2.5 minutes. They felt as though they could cry. Max was simply too cunning. They could neither match his 999-meter gigantic form, nor evade his endless light swords. There was no escape for them. In the land of light, faced with the enthusiastic ultras eager to learn the essence of Max's cunning, even the entire assembly of Ultra Brothers was ineffective in calming the crowd. Ultra Father, overwhelmed, finally spoke. Everyone, please be silent. The authority amassed over years by their captain still held sway, and the restless crowd quickly quieted. All eyes turned toward Ultra Father. I understand your impatience, he began, clearing his throat. However, in truth, you have all misunderstood. The screen was not criticizing Max's actions as being cunning. The true message of the screen was to commend Max for his virtues. Chapter 6. Inverting Black and White. Can Ultra Father really justify this? As soon as Ultra Father uttered these words, the square fell into a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Not only were the Ultras present in the square dumbfounded, but even the Ultra Brothers, led by Zoffy, wore expressions of disbelief. Even Max, the subject of scrutiny, gazed at Ultra Father with incredulity. Within their hearts, questions swirled. How could their captain say such things? And with such composure? Was this not blatant falsehood? The Ultra Brothers, led by Zoffy, thought to themselves, our captain is as sharp as ever. In extraordinary times, one must speak with extraordinary wisdom and employ extraordinary methods. Max, is it really me that the captain is referring to? How could I not recognize any virtues within myself? The first commendable virtue worth emulating is humility. Despite Max's astonishing abilities, he remains remarkably modest, never flaunting his talents, a clear testament to his humble nature. The corner of Father of Ultra's mouth twitched slightly, acknowledging that his explanation might have been a bit forced. Nevertheless, the Ultramen in the square nodded in agreement, recalling Max's usual demeanor. However, with support comes opposition. Gino could not restrain himself. Captain, could you perhaps share something we are unaware of? What virtue have you disowned from the heavens? As Max's closest ally, Gino was equally perplexed. Father of Ultra, a seasoned veteran with centuries of experience, maintained an air of calm. He had anticipated such inquiries and was prepared with a comprehensive response. With a gentle downward motion of his hands, he continued at a measured pace. The second virtue worth learning is to conceal one's capabilities and act at the opportune moment. As Ultra Warriors, we confront a myriad of adversaries. Thus, revealing all our strengths from the outset would be unwise. Such exposure could allow our enemies to scrutinize us thoroughly, placing us in peril. This point can be substantiated by Mebius and the first generation. Instead, we should strive to conceal our weaknesses, striking unexpectedly for a decisive blow. See, Max excels in this regard. His ability to transform into a colossal form and create countless duplicates delivered a stunning blow to Dark Baltan. His colossal transformation and the intergalactic sword successfully vanquished opponents like the million-strong Basaku. Mebius and the Ultra Brothers exchanged glances, recalling their past encounters with the Cosmic Alliance. They had been thoroughly analyzed by the extraterrestrials of the Alliance, ultimately falling one by one. Had it not been for the trust and hope of humanity, alongside timely interventions from Zoffy and Taro, the consequences would have been dire. While they found Father of Ultra's explanations somewhat tenuous, they nodded in acknowledgement out of respect. The Ultramen in the square, seeing their instructors nod in unison, began to engage in discussions. Truly, the captain is thorough in his considerations. The essence of striking unexpectedly lies in adopting a more cunning approach in battle, employing ambush tactics. Yes, when dealing with monsters, one must not shy away from underhanded methods. Captain, please have Max mentor us in the future. Taro and the others are too principled, lacking the necessary cunning. Indeed, Captain, we are eager to improve. And as you said, cunning tactics would benefit our combat. Listening to the Ultraman's enthusiastic voices, Father of Ultra felt a wave of frustration. While I intended to encourage a more cunning approach, they should not voice it so openly. How will the myriad races of the universe perceive our land of light? We are not a nation of shadows, nor a gang of darkness. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he swiftly shifted topics. The third virtue worthy of our admiration is the relentless pursuit of self-improvement. one must learn throughout life. Indeed, as soon as Father of Ultra uttered these words, he captured the attention of the Ultramen, eager to see how the captain would justify this. We must look beyond the surface and not limit our focus to Max's abilities. Such a narrow perspective risks overlooking the profound, underlying issues. Father of Ultra spoke eloquently, feigning profundity. Why has Max been able to surpass himself in battle, vanquishing formidable foes and safeguarding Earth's peace? Have you ever pondered this question? It is undoubtedly because he has never ceased his quest for knowledge since leaving the land of light, constantly striving to enhance himself. Father of Ultra's voice resonated with sincerity. Regardless of whether the Ultramen believed him, he had convinced himself. Knowledge knows no bounds, children. It is through our unwavering dedication to learning that we, the Ultra Clan, can confront various crises. This is our unassailable strategy for standing tall in the cosmos. Once again, Father of Ultra elevated the conversation to the level of the land of light. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He seemed to recall the myriad challenges faced by the land of light since the sun extinguished. The rustling of his cape added an air of grandeur to his presence. The applause was sparse and rather tepid. Clearly, the only one supporting Father of Ultra was Max himself. Feeling enlightened by Father of Ultra's guidance, Max was brimming with clarity and enthusiasm. He wished to record the captain's profound wisdom and play it on repeat in the land of light for 3 days and nights. Who could dare claim he lacked cunning? He is Max, the humble, cautious, and self-improving warrior. Meanwhile, the Ultramen in the square wore expressions of skepticism. Had we not seen the footage from the heavens, I might have believed it. The captain spoke for so long, yet did not clarify where Max's cunning abilities originated. Does our land of light possess such skills? I await a response with great urgency. I echo that sentiment. After listening for so long, all I heard was about learning. So, what is wrong with us learning the cunning of Max? No flaws, my friend. If it leads to the extermination of monsters, why not learn from anyone? Upon hearing the Ultraman's candid remarks, Father of Ultra's expression soured. His authoritative demeanor faltered. Yet, just as one issue subsided, another arose. Cheers erupted from the crowd of Ultramen. Father of Ultra turned towards the commotion, his vision momentarily clouded. Unbeknownst to him, Max had stealthily made his way to the center of the square. Then, with unrestrained vigor, he unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into a colossal figure towering at 999 meters. But that was not the end. He rapidly multiplied, creating thousands of gigantic versions of himself. Each one brandished a colossal sword that spanned the galaxy. It was as if he were proclaiming, "Am I not the epitome of humility, caution, and self-improvement?" At that moment, Max resembled a man who had long suppressed his true self, finally receiving validation from his elders, and was now eager to unleash his potential. The square erupted into chaos, as figures mimicking him filled the space, igniting a riot in the land of light. Chapter 7. Tiga. I truly have no recollection. Galactic Prison. Belial, initially astonished by Max's galactic sword, was envisioning the scenario of facing him in a duel after obtaining his ultimate weapon. Suddenly, the silent heavens began to play again. Belial chuckled. Could it be that this Max fellow possesses even more cunning experiences? Or perhaps the heavens were to recount the tales of other cunning Ultramen. I sincerely hope it's someone I know. Then I could relish the opportunity to ridicule him. However, Belial's laughter was abruptly cut short. His expression twisted in discomfort akin to tasting something foul. The figure appearing in the heavens was indeed a familiar one, an acquaintance etched in his memory, now transformed into an adversary. Father of Ultra, Kane Ultraman, the very person he referred to as the Strong. The true essence of the heavens was to extol Max's virtues. There, on the celestial screen, was the image of Father of Ultra praising Max's virtues with grand eloquence. Truly, Father of Ultra has a knack for exaggeration. The Rebrando alien within Belial could not help but curse. Simple insults, yet a profound enjoyment. Belial, this was your former comrade. It is no wonder you remain so fixated on him. After reproaching Father of Ultra, Lebrando couldn't resist mocking Belial once more. Shut up, Belial roared in fury. A light chuckle escaped Librando's lips, and he fell silent. It had been tens of thousands of years since they last met, and this fellow had become increasingly hypocritical. The sanctimonious creature was now adept at distorting the truth, brazenly lying with his eyes wide open. I could hardly contain my desire to shred his grotesque horns to pieces with my claws. Belial was so enraged by Father of Ultra's relentless rhetoric that he could barely contain his laughter. He longed to obliterate the figure in the sky. When he witnessed the young Ultras clamoring to learn from Ian while Father of Ultra wore a troubled expression, he broke into a wild laugh. Yes, this is perfect. Let's drive Ken, that despicable scoundrel, to the brink of madness. Learn away. Once I emerge and unify the land of light anew, you shall be my most devoted followers, and the likes of Max, with his foolishness and cunning, will prove to be a valuable asset. I relish the thought of a dark future for the land of light. Perhaps it should be renamed the land of darkness. Ha ha ha. Planet 76. The farce unfolding within the land of light was well observed by Leo and Zero. The master and disciple duo were thoroughly entertained. Zero, brushing his hand against the nearby big monster, absorbed Father of Ultra's words only to let them pass through one ear and out the other. Yet, he watched Max's display of strength frame by frame, terrified of missing even a second. With Leo's stringent guidance, there was no way for him to return to the land of light. This was the perfect opportunity for him to glean knowledge. He even pondered how impressive it would be to surprise an opponent with a sudden cunning move during battle. Meanwhile, Leo rubbed his eyes, feeling as though he was meeting Father of Ultra for the first time, discovering the grandeur of this man. A sense of frustration welled within him. It was all due to Max and Zero, those disappointing fellows. Look at how much the captain has worried over you, how many insincere words he has uttered. The more Leo thought, the angrier he became. Zero, let's go again. Prepare yourself. Again? No way, old man. I still feel the ache from that last flying kick you delivered to my chest. Zero exclaimed urgently. He wanted to practice Max's moves further. On Kingstar, the King of Ultras watched in amusement as Father of Ultra desperately attempted to explain. He had not undergone formal training. Yet he could see through the events unfolding in the land of light, making him find the situation even more comical. It was also a bit of a predicament for him. Strange, I feel that the more he explains, the worse it gets, inciting a rebellious spirit among the young Ultras. And with Max stirring the pot, Kane seems to have created a bit of a mess for himself. He'll have headaches from this in the future, huh, Your Majesty? Should we not assist in clarifying matters? Astra inquired, puzzled. It appeared that the sky was only displaying the situation from the land of light, without showing their side of things. Since the sky chose to act this way, it must have its reasons. Let us observe the developments for now. The King of Ultras appeared to be a mere spectator, enjoying the spectacle without concern. However, he would not intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. Across the universe, various extraterrestrial races and monsters, initially troubled by Max's exhibited abilities, wondered why a mere Ultra seemed more cunning than they were. But once the sky displayed the scene of Father of Ultra twisting Ian into Ultra virtue, they could no longer contain their laughter. So that's why Max seems so devious. It turns out the upper beam is crooked, leading to the lower beam being askew. If the land of light were to fall, it would surely be due to the hard words of Father of Ultra. Damn, Max is too cunning. Has he grown so large and changed so much to intimidate us? Perhaps we should unite to eliminate this Max fellow. You go ahead. I fear his massive sword of 400,000 meters. Who would have thought the young Ultras of the land of light were so eager to learn? I believe I could impart a little knowledge on cunning to them. This way, they would be able to recognize treacherous foes while enjoying the antics of the captain of the land of light. Although the origin of the sky and its other capabilities remained unknown, they would undoubtedly appreciate the benefits it provided. In the Heisei era, the trio of underdogs, Dyna, Deka, and Gaia could not contain their surprise either. They lamented how crafty Max was, managing to face such opponents with just one form, evoking feelings of inadequacy in them. Upon hearing Father of Ultra insist that it was all for the sake of Ultra virtue, they exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of place was the land of light? It appeared to be the homeland of Ultras. They longed to see it for themselves. Dyna, filled with curiosity, couldn't resist flying up to touch the sky. Is it truly all right for us to merely spectate? Dyna and Gaia exchanged glances. They felt embarrassed for Father of Ultra, practically digging their feet into the ground. Egel, standing nearby, shot them a glance, thinking, you were just laughing the loudest a moment ago. Just then, the sky resumed its display. Top 10 Most Cunning Ultras, 9th place, Tiga Ultraman. The image of Tiga, intertwined in silver, red, and purple hues, appeared. Egel looked at the sky, then at his older brother Dyna, and the more he examined, the more he felt they resembled each other. Dyna and Gaia also shared uncertain looks, scrutinizing Dyna closely. Brother, could it be that Tiga is actually your long-lost brother? Or even your son? Dyna poked Dyna, unable to restrain his curiosity. Meanwhile, Dyna stared blankly at the video, his mind racing with memories of his past. Could it be that this was the body I inadvertently left in some world long ago? But why do I have no recollection of it? Chapter 8. The Most Cunning Ultraman. 9th place. Tiga Ultraman. The video in the sky continued to play. The morning sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the bustling city, creating a scene of tranquility. Suddenly, the once peaceful sky above the city's center opened a golden portal. Following this, a colossal mechanical beast crashed to the ground, sending debris soaring high into the air. The mechanical monster, Diaborigu, roar. The harsh, cacophonous roar of machinery echoed continuously. As the Diaborigu, already given the command for destruction, unleashed its fiery wrath. Upon its appearance, the massive weapon mounted on its arm and the jet nozzles on its back spewed forth red and blue flames. Laser cannons, wherever it went. Buildings crumbled like they were made of paper, and pedestrians fled in panic. The victory squad, alerted by the emergency signal, immediately sprang into action. Saejima Kenta, Seiju, and Shinjo Kango worked on evacuating civilians while launching counterattacks against Diaborigu. With its destructive intent, Diaborigu unleashed a torrent of fire, shattering one building after another, leaving ruins in its wake. Saejima Kenta and Seiju were so focused on attacking the monster that they failed to notice death was looming. At this critical juncture, Shinjo Kango, without hesitation, raced towards his teammates while transforming. Accompanied by a burst of radiant light, Tiga Ultraman made his appearance. With a powerful strike, he sent the debris hurtling away from his teammates. In the land of light, Father of Ultra and the Ultra brothers were initially busy subduing the chaos caused by the Ultras. Suddenly, the sky displayed new footage. Instantly, the tumultuous square fell silent. Father of Ultra let out a sigh of relief. At least he had managed to gloss over Max's mischief. Moreover, he estimated that as time passed, the other Ultras would forget about this incident. Tiga Ultraman? As Father of Ultra gazed at the unfamiliar figure in the celestial expanse, he pondered whether it could be a new Ultraman of which he was unaware. He instinctively cast a questioning glance towards Zoffy and the others, only to receive a similarly negative response. A sense of relief washed over him. Although this being was indeed an Ultraman, it was evidently not a warrior from the land of light, which was a positive development. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If even the 10th-ranked Max had encountered such difficulties, what could be said of the 9th? He couldn't help but wonder what mischief the younger Ultraman would be up to next. Furthermore, he had already attempted to disable the celestial display, but it proved impervious to his efforts. It seemed this spectacle could be viewed from any corner of the universe. He quickly abandoned the notion of dispersing the assembly of Ultramen. In the presence of their esteemed captain, these mischievous youngsters were already causing a ruckus. Should he dismiss them, chaos would surely ensue. Father of Ultra felt a weariness settle in his heart. Nevertheless, he knew he must remain vigilant. Locking his gaze on the celestial display with utmost seriousness, he could not simply turn a blind eye while the young Ultramen learned to disregard their responsibilities. After all, he was their captain. He was determined to safeguard the home of the Land of Light. Triga promptly advanced, engaging in battle with Diabolic. However, Diabolic's metallic body served as an impenetrable shield against Triga's light projectiles, which struck without causing any harm. Triga's punches and kicks only left him with bruises, as the mechanical beast effortlessly dominated their clash of strength, even shattering his shield with a single swipe. Seizing the opportunity, Diabolic pressed the barrel of his weapon against Triga's right shoulder. With a resounding blast, Triga let out a cry of agony as the tremendous force sent him tumbling through the air, ultimately crashing into a towering building. The Victory Team's aircraft, witnessing Triga's downfall, rushed in to provide support, striving to restrain Diabolic. At last, Triga found a moment to breathe, with a hint of hesitation. He transformed into his aerial form. Armed with an aerial bow, Triga hovered in midair, utilizing his swift speed to evade attacks while attempting to close the distance to the monster. Yet, it appeared that Diabolic had anticipated his intentions. Just as Triga neared, he was struck by a powerful beam from Diabolic, sending him hurtling backwards once again. Regaining his footing, Triga's inner resolve surged as he declared, "I must harness the power of the eternal core. Illuminate the cosmos, light of the ancient era." Triga Ultraman. A blinding golden radiance enveloped Triga, the soaring energy signifying the explosive might of this form. Triga seemed unable to fully control the ferocity of this newfound power, eagerly launching an assault on Diabolic. His radiant blade slashed mercilessly at Diabolic, each strike erupting in sparks and arcs of electricity. The once dominant machine gun, which had previously inflicted pain upon Triga, now felt like mere tickles against his resilient form. Finally, with a decisive stroke, Triga cleaved the once formidable Diabolic in two. However, The backlash from the overwhelming energy of the eternal core forced Jinmon Kenmu to revert from his transformation, leaving him battered and groaning upon the ground. In the cosmic prison, Belial felt a tinge of disappointment at not encountering any familiar faces. Nonetheless, he remained intrigued by the celestial display that had astonished him on multiple occasions. The eternal core? Belial's eyes fixated on the golden energy radiating from the screen. Even from afar, he could sense its unparalleled might. Triga, should you fail to master this power, allow me to safeguard it for you. Greed glimmered in Belial's gaze, his tone laced with an undeniable arrogance. Should he seize the eternal core, escaping the cosmic prison would be a mere formality. He could even dare to challenge the King of Light. At that moment, ruling the universe would be within his grasp. In the Heisei era, Dyna looked at his older brother Digga with a sly, teasing glint in his eyes. Composite, aerial, and radiant forms. Are you truly suggesting these aren't of your lineage? Gaia and Aegel exchanged glances, both unwilling to tempt fate as Dyna had. They positioned themselves protectively in front of Dyna, keen to distance themselves from potential trouble. They feared the celestial display might inadvertently unveil their brother's little secret. Moreover, Dyna's relentless provocation left them apprehensive that their brother might resort to silencing him, splattering them with blood in the process. Digga wore a perplexed expression. Having thrown too much into the mix, he genuinely could not recall, but he sensed there was a misunderstanding regarding Triga. You are overthinking this, he remarked, casting a warning glance at Dyna. The source of my radiant form's power is the light of hope, distinct from the eternal core. As for the composite and aerial forms, they may merely be coincidences from other timelines. Most importantly, he mused, I could never be as duplicitous as Triga. After all, he is ranked 9th on the celestial display. Gaia and Aegel nodded vigorously, while Dyna, initially eager to retort, found himself faltering under Digga's authoritative gaze and the weight of his hand resting firmly on his shoulder. With a smile that was more painful than tears, he acquiesced, insisting that he had indeed chosen this path willingly and was in no way coerced. Chapter 9. The Eternal Core? The Ambitions of Tartarus. In the Land of Light, Father of Ultra attentively scrutinized the video on the celestial display, not overlooking a single detail. Following this, he exhaled deeply. The battle between the Ultraman named Triga and the mechanical beast appeared quite normal. The only potential hint of duplicity lay in the fact that after 2 setbacks, Triga resorted to utilizing the formidable power known as the Eternal Core, swiftly vanquishing the monster. However, this was akin to the Ultraman warriors of the Land of Light drawing upon the energy of plasma sparks, which was entirely plausible. Indeed, the Ultramen gathered in the plaza were wholly engrossed, displaying no signs of disturbances. Nevertheless, the Eternal Core was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. As the captain responsible for maintaining peace in the universe, he must ensure a thorough investigation to prevent it from falling into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Father of Ultra promptly summoned Zafi to convey his thoughts. At the same time, his gaze towards the celestial display grew increasingly reverent. It had the power to grant them foresight into potential dangers and opportunities. This alone warranted profound respect. Meanwhile, the other Ultramen entertained their own thoughts. Mebius surveyed the devastated cityscape, contemplating how Dragon would surely rebuke him for this calamity. Ace, on the other hand, was captivated by the moment Triga cleaved Diabolic in half. Feeling a twinge of impatience, the video on the celestial display continued to unfold. Jimon Kinmu was being supported by his teammates as they carried him away for medical attention. A line of text appeared alongside the celestial display. Triga is the main body. His injury is equivalent to Jimon Kinmu's injury. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the city, a golden portal to another dimension opened. The ultimate life form, Abysmal Tartarus, strode forth alongside Diabolic. The golden light emanated an air of mystery and strength. Tartarus, arms crossed, gazed intently in the direction where Jimon Kinmu had vanished, exclaiming, So, that is the power of the Eternal Core. With a chuckle, he declared, I leave it to you, Diabolic. Subsequently, the two vanished into the golden portal. Moments later, when the portal reopened, Diabolic emerged, adorned with imposing horns reminiscent of a golden bull, striding forth with arrogance as he proclaimed his desire to face Triga in combat. The scene then shifted back to Jimon Kinmu. Upon receiving the news, he disregarded the painful wounds that confined him like a dumpling, ignoring the pleas of his teammates, and charged forward with unwavering resolve. As Terigia emerged, the opposing Diabolo swiftly advanced to engage him in a fierce struggle. The overwhelming force of Diabolo forced Terigia into retreat. Thus, Terrigia decisively transformed into his powerful form, instantly altering the course of the battle. A brutal exchange ensued, with both Terrigia and the powerful Diabolo trading blows, neither able to gain the upper hand in sheer strength. However, Diabolo's true objective was to seize the eternal core, not merely to contend with Terrigia. As a proud ultimate warrior, he found it beneath him to engage in a stalemate with an injured Terrigia. Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist, Bull-Breaking Fist, Diabolo proclaimed in a deep voice. His fists clenched tightly as visions of rampaging bulls charged towards Terrigia. With the glow of countless homes behind him, Terrigia could not retreat. He too gathered the Dyna Xiam light flow and unleashed a counterattack against Diabolo's lethal strike. Alas, his injured body could not fully harness the power of the light, and Diabolo's assault was of area damage. The subsequent violent explosions left Terrigia crying out in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, he was far from defeated. In Terrigia's mental realm, the intense agony twisted Jin Zhongjian Wu's expression into a grimace. Nevertheless, he once again brandished the shining key. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect everyone. Jin Zhongjian Wu's indomitable will triumphed over his battered body, and he rose once more, determined to forcibly transform into the eternal shining form. Golden radiance burst forth as wild energy surged into his battered frame. He was truly fighting with his life on the line. However, this did not guarantee mastery over the power of the eternal core. Instead, his shining timer flickered incessantly, as if he would collapse at any moment. Ultraman Father watched this scene with great emotion. The Land of Light, bolstered by the advanced technology of Ultraman Agon, faced no worries. Yet, Terrigia seemed to lack the characteristics of infinite life. Although he did not endorse a reckless fighting style, he greatly admired Terrigia's unwavering spirit and protective resolve. Indeed, the treacherous Max was merely an anomaly. The heavens still favored us. This was a relief, allowing him to avoid further humiliation. Ultraman Father couldn't help but think with satisfaction. However, the two ultimate beings named Tartarus and Diabolo evoked a sense of unexpected familiarity within him, sharing a power that was rooted in the same origin as the Ultraman. Yet, given their intentions to seize the eternal core, they were likely foes rather than friends. Such adversaries must be approached with caution. In the Heisei universe, Dyna nudged Digga with his elbow. Brother, it seems your cousin is in dire straits. He lamented the squandered potential of treasures at hand. What do you think, brother? Dyna, under his brother's scrutiny, cleverly referred to Terrigia as a cousin rather than Digga's son. Digga crossed his arms, deep in thought, seemingly pondering a strategy. After a moment, under the expectant gazes of Dyna, Gaia, and Daguru, Digga solemnly provided his answer. I believe that when facing an opponent like Diabolo with horns, severing those horns is paramount. Dyna and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. You are the elder brother, and you speak true. You are indeed the horn-severing maniac. As for fighting with reckless abandon, such concerns about life and death were trivial matters for the Heisei rogues. They never needed to dwell on such insignificant details. In the parallel universe, the kingdom of absolution, Tartarus observed the heavens intently. Not long ago, an anomaly had occurred with the cascade light energy released by Edrawada. As their source of evolution, strength, and life, Edrawada was undeniably crucial. The Ultimate Clan had employed various methods to rectify the situation, yet all had proven futile. According to the current trend, the collapse of Edrawada was merely a matter of time. The kingdom and the absolutions faced the looming threat of death. Invading the Land of Light was undoubtedly the best option. Their plasma spark tower could perfectly replace Edrawada. Yet, successfully conquering the Land of Light was no easy feat. The Land of Light stood firm in the cosmos, built upon the bones of countless monsters and aliens. Just as Tartarus found himself at a loss, the heavens appeared, counting down the top 10 most sinister Ultramen. With the potential adversary on the horizon, he was determined to watch intently. Indeed, the heavens enlightened him on the strengths of those beyond the Ultraman brothers, particularly Max. This knowledge would allow him to prepare adequately and avoid any traps laid by Max. Furthermore, the heavens revealed another side of Ultraman Father's stubbornness, providing amusement while accumulating more information about the Land of Light. At that moment, he even saw himself and Diabolo on the screen. This revelation brought him both surprise and delight, though it posed a risk of prematurely exposing his identity. Successfully acquiring the Eternal Core would make the revival of his kingdom and the invasion of the Land of Light, even the dominion over the universe, entirely achievable. No one understood the power of the Eternal Core better than he. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he had no recollection of the events depicted in the heavenly broadcast. Thus, he confidently deduced that the heavens were showcasing future occurrences. Past, present, parallel universes. The position of the heavens in his mind had reached unparalleled heights. It must be respected. At that moment, Absolution's Diablo stood beside him. Am I truly at a stalemate in power with an injured opponent? The heavens were clearly insulting the ultimate warrior, Diablo. The little bull expressed his indignation. Seeing Diablo's disrespectful remarks towards the heavens, Tartarus reprimanded him with displeasure. Silence. Foolish one. Watch closely. Chapter 10. Special Training in the Land of Light. Dance after beating the injured. The video within the heavens continued to play, though transformed into the eternal shining Tarigia. The chaotic energy was far beyond the current Jin Zhongjian Wu's control. While Tarigia had gained immense power, Diablo's attacks forced him into a defensive position. However, his body had reached its limits. In the blink of an eye, Diablo seized the opportunity and firmly locked Tarigia from behind. I've got you. Diablo boldly absorbed the energy from Tarigia that stemmed from the eternal core. Golden light surged from Tarigia, forming a golden vortex above them before flowing into Diablo's body. Tarigia felt the power slipping away, struggling in vain as he let out a cry of despair and pain, just as Tarigia's life hung in the balance. A crisp voice echoed through the air, followed by several light darts soaring from the sky, aimed directly at Diablo's arms. The unexpected assault caused Diablo to loosen his grip on Tarigia. Who is it? Who is coming to Tarigia's aid at such a critical moment? The red light in the sky rapidly enlarged, and in an instant, a red and silver Ultraman warrior landed firmly on the ground. I am Rabuto, Ultraman of the Galaxy Rescue Team, here to save the Eternal Core. You've come after all, Rabuto. Diablo seemed unsurprised by the appearance of the Ultraman before him. Naturally, I shall thwart your ambitions. With that, Rabuto charged forward, engaging Diablo in a fierce struggle. Each trading blows as neither could gain the upper hand. At the critical moment, Tartaros emerged from the golden portal, taking Diablo with him and thus bringing an end to the battle. Meanwhile, Tiga, having sustained grave injuries, had already reverted from his transformation, lying amidst the ruins. Wallowing in self-pity, in the land of light, Father of Ultra initially felt sympathy for Tiga's plight. However, his expression abruptly darkened upon realizing that the situation was not limited to the parallel universe version of Tiga. Who could explain the sudden appearance of the Galactic Rescue Team and the presence of Ultraman Ribbit, and that too, in a civilian guise? Was it inevitable that the Land of Light could not evade this fate? The Ultramen in the plaza instinctively created a space around Ribbit, surrounding him like stars encircling the moon. Although Captain Zoffi had heard of Ribbit's name, he was taken aback, as he had imagined Ribbit to be far from the formidable figure depicted in the video. Thus, he brought the bewildered Ribbit before the Father of Ultra. In the warmest tone, the Father of Ultra inquired, Ribbit, could you elucidate the matter regarding the video on the celestial screen? Ribbit, under the scrutinizing gazes of the esteemed figures, felt a tremor of anxiety, having never encountered such a scenario before. He stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. I truly do not know. The Father of Ultra and Zoffi exchanged glances, realizing that Ribbit had no reason to lie. If it was not about the past, then it must pertain to the future. The Father of Ultra instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, gazing at the celestial screen with a sense of reverence. If one could foresee the risks and opportunities of the future through the screen, could it also be possible to alter that future? With this thought, his previous aversion to the celestial screen dissipated entirely. Even if the young Ultraman witnessed unfavorable events, the safety of the Land of Light and the universe took precedence. At worst, he would have to endure any resulting shame, as only those within the Land of Light would know. And no one would dare confront him directly about it, except for Zoffi, of course. Moreover, since Ribbit had already gone to assist the Eternal Core, it seemed they could respond promptly in the future. Surely, Tiga's timeline would be unharmed. The ambitions and schemes of the Absolution clan would likely come to naught. With this thought, the Father of Ultra felt a bright future ahead. He waved at Ribbit and softly said, All right, my child, go back and study the celestial screen well. I entrust Tiga's future to you. The youthful Ribbit felt a weight lifted from his shoulders as he hurried back into the crowd. Regardless of the outcome, this would become a tale of bravado he could share with his companions in the future. Meanwhile, Jinmoto Kengo and Ribbit's human forms arrived at a gymnasium. Kengo, you have yet to uncover your true potential. Even with immense power, if you cannot control it, it becomes meaningless. Let me help you carve your destiny. Ribbit smiled, though his demeanor suggested no mercy. Prepare yourself. This training will be arduous. Ribbit intended to expedite Kengo's mastery of the Eternal Core's power through rigorous training. However, this so-called special training proved to be overwhelming for Kengo, who was already injured. Every move Kengo attempted was effortlessly countered by Ribbit, who relentlessly struck various parts of his body. It was nothing short of a one-sided assault, compounding Kengo's injuries. After once again bringing Kengo down, Ribbit seemed to recognize the severity of his actions. He quickly called upon his companion, Kitsumi, to assist Kengo, who lay on the ground. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I see you are all troubled by your destinies. Why not empty your minds and follow my lead?" Ribbit earnestly initiated an aerobics routine. "Come on. This is how we train in the land of light." The narration of the celestial screen added a timely remark. Is beating the injured followed by aerobics truly the unique training from the land of light? That seems rather morbid. When the father of Ultra saw Ribbit and Kengo enter the gymnasium, an ominous feeling washed over him. As the video progressed, his apprehension was validated. Ribbit's movements mirrored those of their usual training sessions, where the motto was train until you can't anymore. But Kengo was not from the land of light, and he had just endured 2 grueling battles. To immediately engage him without proper care seemed outrageous. Was this not creating the impression that the land of light bullied the injured? When Ribbit began to dance with flamboyance, the entire land of light erupted in chaos. Wow. Ribbit, who knew you could dance so well? Where did you learn this rather ominous training? Instructor Taro, I too desire special training. I feel lost in my own destiny. Could you lead us in aerobics? Ribbit hardly needed to lead, as the Ultramen in the plaza spontaneously began to move. Several exuberant young Ultramen even urged the chief instructor Taro to take the lead in the dance. The plaza was suddenly a whirlwind of chaotic merriment. No imitating, no dancing. The mere thought of the land of light becoming a dance haven sent a surge of blood to the father of Ultra's head. He wished to retract his earlier assumption that with Ribbit's presence, Tiga's timeline would remain unaffected. And who was to blame for falsely claiming this was a training regimen from the land of light? Ribbit was the root cause of this tarnished reputation of the land of light. Chapter 11. The Proud Lion Dances with Flair. In the cosmic prison, Belial was laughing uproariously. Yes, indeed, beating the injured and then dancing. This is your unique training from the land of light. Even I, Lord Belial, would never stoop to strike the wounded. This foolish Ribbit is even more akin to darkness. Just look at that serious dance. It would surely infuriate the hypocritical hero. Belial felt that his countless years of existence had been wasted, as the joy he derived today far surpassed any previous experience. Planet 76. Leo had just witnessed Tiga's 2 battles. With his discerning eye as a combat champion, he noted numerous shortcomings. Thus, he used Tiga as a cautionary example in his combat training with Zero. However, Zero was clearly not a compliant student. His focus was solely on the Eternal Core, which appeared to possess energy comparable to that of the Plasma Spark Tower. Moreover, it seemed more accessible and easier to wield than the Plasma Spark Tower. What a fool Tiga is, to be consumed by the very power he wields. If I were in his place, such a predicament would be unthinkable. Zero, lacking humility, hurled insults at everyone. As Leo observed, he noticed Ribbit conducting special training with Tiga. All right, Zero, have you remembered the key points I just mentioned? Let us seize the moment and commence our own special training. Without waiting for Zero's consent, he assumed a combat stance and launched an attack. Faced with Leo's relentless assault, Zero's condition was even worse than Tiga's. This was due to Leo's superiority over Ribbit as well as Zero's distracted state. Suddenly, Zero caught sight of the celestial screen's changes, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. Leo, since this is training, let us see it through. After all, I too am quite lost in my own life. He pointed at the screen showcasing Ribbit and Kengo engaging in aerobics, his eyes brimming with jest. He was eager to see how the old man Leo would handle the situation. As the king of fighters, Leo took pride in his combat skills. He was not afraid of questions posed by Zero, but he dreaded a lack of cooperation. He thought to himself, I must observe what unfolds in the celestial arena, surely. This cannot pose a challenge to me, the king of fighters. Upon witnessing the scene, Leo was left dumbfounded. How could Libet perform such an embarrassing act? It was utterly disgraceful. The pride of the prince of the 77th star would never engage in such antics. Meanwhile, Zero continued to stoke the flames. Oh, old Leo. Isn't this our special training from the land of light? Are you unable to perform it now? Or do you simply refuse to do so? And yet you call yourself the vice chief instructor. I believe Libet would be more fitting for that title. Leo felt an overwhelming frustration at Zero's mocking words. However, Since he had initiated this special training, as a man of honor, he resolved to complete it, even if it meant doing so on his knees. Otherwise, he could only imagine how Zero would ridicule him in the future. Thus, the once majestic and proud lion, the wandering prince of the 77th star, the vice chief instructor of the Land of Light, the king of fighters Leo, began to shake his hips with tears in his eyes. Zero reveled in the moment, feeling a surge of delight and pride, mockingly imitating Leo while offering unsolicited commentary. TSK, Libet should definitely come learn from you, old Leo. Your moves are truly worthy of the title king of fighters, far more elegant than his. From now on, the Land of Light should have you lead the dance. These words became the final straw for Leo. His composure shattered as he turned abruptly. Zero, don't you dare run. Taste my flying kick. He added, Libet. Just you wait. In the kingdom, Tartaros and Diabolo watched Libet's comical dance in astonishment. Tartaros displayed dissatisfaction. Diabolo, you are utterly useless. How could you be defeated by someone like Libet? Diabolo retorted defiantly, nonsense. If it weren't for your interference, I would have surely defeated that disgraceful Libet. Tartaros had little patience for such foolishness. He understood the weight of his responsibilities for the kingdom and thought deeper, considering the broader implications. The Cosmic Rescue Team S. Libet seemed to thwart their future plans to seize the Eternal Core, as the Land of Light had discovered their intentions and sent people to intervene. The Land of Light was indeed a troublesome bunch. Fortunately, the exposure of the celestial arena allowed me to acquire a wealth of information, even secret insights from the Land of Light. Moreover, since Libet claimed this was their special training, could the strength of the Ultra Warriors be connected to it? Diabolo, relay this. All warriors of Absolute must undergo Libet-style special training. Tartaros commanded gravely. Diabolo looked at Tartaros in disbelief, incredulous. Tartaros, this is no laughing matter. Are you truly suggesting our honorable warriors should learn those disgraceful moves from Libet? Indeed, once the training concludes, you shall lead the dance, Diabolo. This is all for the grand revival of our kingdom, Tartaros declared with undeniable authority. Diabolo's face darkened, vowing to himself that the next time he encountered Libet, he would exact vengeance. The video from the celestial arena continued to unfold. Diabolo stood before several buildings, enraged and shouting as if he had just faced an absurd situation. Suddenly, several energy blasts struck him, and the sky illuminated as Tiga, having completed his special training, arrived. Tiga's assault ignited Diabolo's fury, and he was seething with rage. Let us settle this, Diabolo. Tiga, undeterred after his training, steadfastly drew forth the eternal shining key. Unlike the previous two instances where energy had escaped him, Tiga finally grasped the energy of the Eternal Core. With divine restraint, although Diabolo noticed Tiga's transformation, he launched his attack without hesitation. Previously, even a subdued Tiga could suppress Diabolo. Now, with a complete mastery of the Eternal Core's energy, every strike overwhelmed Diabolo, leaving him utterly defenseless. Tiga showed no mercy towards his adversary. After repelling Diabolo once more, he unleashed a radiant explosion. The golden shockwave, infused with explosive energy, caused Diabolo immense suffering. Meanwhile, the victory team activated the Nastith, unleashing powerful firepower upon Diabolo. Libet timely transformed as well. They were determined to collectively bring Diabolo down. Caught between the assaults of the eternally radiant Tiga and Libet, Diabolo found himself in a precarious position, overwhelmed. Time and again, Tiga's skill struck him. And if not for his robust physique, any other would have perished on the spot. Yet, Diabolo was also left immobilized by Tiga's relentless barrage. Now was the moment. Supernuz Cannon. Libet's Galaxium Beam. Eternal Shining Tiga's Eternal Gelidus. Struck by the three formidable beams, Diabolo was reduced to his heart form, succumbing on the spot. As dusk fell, Tiga and Libet exchanged fist bumps in farewell. Then Libet disappeared over the horizon, framed by the setting sun. Chapter 12. The Dark Tiga's Assault. Could it be that these 4 battles occurred in a single day? The Celestial Arena's video continued to play without pause. The scene shifted to a city shrouded in darkness. A silent street suddenly bore witness to a giant clad in black armor, his eyes fierce and reminiscent of Tiga. Meanwhile, Monica Kingo, after enduring the triathlon battle, had anticipated a period of rest, only to receive a summons. Upon witnessing the rampaging Dark Tiga in the city, his expression shifted dramatically. He suppressed his pain and transformed into Tiga without hesitation, confronting the menace. The powerful Tiga attempted to thwart the Dark Tiga, yet the latter was in a frenzied state, and instead of gaining the upper hand, he was relentlessly battered by Dark Tiga. Old wounds were aggravated as new injuries were inflicted. Lightning. Dark Tiga unleashed a torrent of blue electric sparks, his speed skyrocketing. Tiga could barely keep pace. Repeatedly struck by attacks, Tiga transformed into aerial mode, aiming to match Dark Tiga's speed. Ascending into the air, Tiga sought to evade Dark Tiga's relentless assault. However, he was met with an insurmountable obstacle. Dark Tiga teleported and, with a crushing blow, sent the airborne Tiga crashing to the ground. Boom. The building crumbled beneath the weight of the giant. Dark Tiga mercilessly pinned Tiga down, launching a barrage of punches into Tiga's chest. Yet, the final blow halted just an inch from Tiga's face. Dark Tiga's timer blinked red, his hands clutching his head in pain as he staggered back. Then, in Tiga's bewildered gaze, he dissipated into thin air. In the land of light, the father of Ultra watched intently as the two segments of video played out. He felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. What significance did the emergence of Dark Tiga hold? Surely it was not merely to punish Tiga? That said, this Ultra warrior named Tiga had faced considerable trials, yet his actions remained commendable, embodying the spirit of Ultraman. It was evident that Tiga and darkness were worlds apart. Is the sky canopy conducting a reverse inventory? Is Max merely a coincidence? Indeed, it is remarkable that within the Ultra race, a peculiar being like Max could emerge. Which is already a limit. Father of Ultra cleared his throat, preparing to extol the virtues of General Tragear, in hopes of dispelling the negative impact brought by Max. At that moment, Seven spoke up. Has anyone noticed that Tragear's 4 battles and 1 special training session all occurred within a single day? Seven's words jolted Father of Ultra into recollection. Tragear battled the mechanical beast in the morning, confronted Diabolos at noon, underwent training with Ribbit in the afternoon, defeated Diabolos by evening, and even endured an after-hours beating from Dark Tragear. It was an extraordinary stretch of relentless labor. The focus had primarily been on the battles, leading to the subconscious assumption that these events spanned different time periods. However, reflecting on it now sends chills down the spine. Indeed, for intense battles in a single day, compounded by Ribbit's antics with no respite in between, Zoffy compared himself to Tragear and slowly shook his head. Even we, the Ultra brothers, might struggle to achieve such feats. It seemed that since morning, Tragear had been wounded, and the intensity of the battles, coupled with the eternal core, only exacerbated his injuries. The first also shook his head, expressing his bewilderment at the current generation. Truly, Tragear's day was akin to a descent into hell, yet thankfully, it should soon reach a conclusion. Jack exhaled deeply, relieved. The words of the Ultra brothers did not escape the ears of the gathered Ultras in the plaza. Rather, they were heard with perfect clarity. An uproar ensued. So that was it. I initially thought Tragear was unremarkable, yet he proved to be so resilient. If even the Ultra brothers struggle, we too must strive like Tragear. Let us progress, starting with 4 battles in 1 day and a session of calisthenics. Following Max, Tragear became the new object of admiration. For aside from growing larger and multiplying, stamina and endurance are crucial. Meanwhile, Father of Ultra listened to the discussions below, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He almost fell for the sky canopy's deception. He knew well that it could not be so benevolent, so normal. Unusual occurrences often conceal hidden agendas. Fortunately, he maintained his composure and refrained from boasting about Tragear. Looking at the situation now, that young man, despite his grievous injuries, continued to engage in successive high-intensity battles, even making progress. Imagine this. You momentarily defeat him, yet cannot kill him, only for him to rise again, dragging his wounded body to retaliate. Truly inhuman. Such an opponent is exceedingly cunning. Having experienced such treachery, he himself is even more treacherous. He, Captain Father of Ultra, nearly fell victim to Tragear's cunning. Thankfully, it seems his ordeal should reach a temporary conclusion. I must now organize my thoughts and contemplate how to assist him. In the Heisei timeline, the seemingly placid Dyna began to stir once more. My, that fellow Tragear truly has it rough. Oh, brother, has Dark Tragear made an appearance? He is outright plagiarizing you. Noticing Dyna's disdainful expression, which indicated his reluctance to engage, Dyna was eager to provoke further. Hey, brother, with Dark Tragear around, could there be a Chimera Ultraman as well? By the way, what is the story between you and her? Why not take this opportunity to enlighten the younger brothers? Furthermore, keeping such matters bottled up can lead to complications. Chimera Ultraman? Gaia and Aegel exchanged glances, observing Dyna's mischievous demeanor, sensing there was more to the story. What is the relationship between her and brother? What is the scandal? Both turned their attention between Dyna and Dyna, their minds already concocting a grand narrative. Chimera represents a deep-seated pain in Dyna's life, and this fellow Dyna seems to be deliberately stepping on landmines. It's akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, inviting disaster. Dyna gazed at Dyna with a gentle expression, beckoning him closer. Dyna, come here. I shall tell you a secret. With Brother's permission, the delighted Dyna rushed towards Dyna, leaving Gaia and Egil enviously behind. However, soon after, distant sounds of punches and kicks, along with Dyna's desperate cries, echoed. Faintly, words of regret and promises of never repeating mistakes reached Gaia and Egil's ears. They immediately became introspective, truly wishing to know less. At the same time, they silently prayed, Dyna, do not drag me down. I only wish for brother to spare the innocent. Just then, the scene on the sky canopy began to change again. Chapter 13. An opponent that devours everything, a stifling battle. It was yet another morning. Shinjo-kin and his two teammates hastily arrived at the scene of the incident to conduct an investigation. A massive, peculiar black sphere, emitting a faint energy response, lay quietly on the ground. As the trio debated sampling, suddenly, a storm of powerful energy surged from the opposite side of the black sphere. Shinjo immediately followed the energy fluctuations and ran towards the source. There, he witnessed two giants engaged in fierce combat, Dark Tregear and Hitram. Shinjo was puzzled, as just last night he had been thoroughly beaten by Dark Tregear, and he had assumed they were allies. Yet today, how had he turned against Hitram? On the battlefield, Dark Tregear, blinded by rage, had completely lost his composure, leaving him vulnerable to Hitram's every move. Hitram toyed with him effortlessly, finding no thrill in merely playing with Dark Tregear. Thus, he turned his gaze to the still black sphere, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He envisioned something far more entertaining. With that, Hitram infused the black sphere with crimson energy, preparing to awaken the slumbering beast. Let the beasts play with beasts. Ha ha. Leaving behind a mocking laughter, Hitram departed the battlefield, leaving Dark Tregear standing alone in impotent fury. Dark Tregear intended to pursue, but the black sphere was enveloped in a web of red energy. Boom. With a violent explosion, a creature dark as night, with fearsome teeth, burst forth. It writhed and emitted a chilling, mournful cry. With its gaping, blood-stained maw, it charged at Dark Tregear. The moment Obliteration Oga emerged, it showcased its all-consuming nature. It completely disregarded Dark Tregear's attempts to strike, behaving like a wild beast as it lunged to bite. As its massive jaws opened and closed, Dark Tregear could only evade its ferocity. Subsequently, Obliteration Oga activated gravity control, dragging Dark Tregear deep underground. In that confined space, Dark Tregear would have no means to evade, becoming prey for Obliteration Oga. Observing from the sidelines, Shinjo was also affected by the suddenly collapsing ground, losing weight and plummeting toward Obliteration Oga's gaping maw. It seemed he would become Obliteration Oga's meal before Dark Tregear. It appears Tregear's predicament is indeed dire. Suddenly, descending from above, Tregear landed a punch squarely on Obliteration Oga's massive head. Then, a fierce struggle ensued between Tregear and Obliteration Oga, with Tregear even gaining a slight upper hand. Yet, no one anticipated the sudden turn of events. Activation complete. Impact. Dark Tregear's hoarse voice was laced with madness. A brilliant red light erupted, sending both the unsuspecting Tregear and Obliteration Oga crashing to the ground. The blow to my comrade. What's even more outrageous is as Teraga rose, he was suddenly struck on the head by the Dark Teraga emerging from the ground, crashing heavily against a building. The impact of the Dark Teraga's energy wave struck Teraga's face, sending him hurtling away and crashing into the Devouring Ogre, who was in the midst of a meal. The interruption displeased the Devouring Ogre, who immediately turned to attack Teraga. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Teraga prepared to launch a fierce assault on Teraga once more, aiming to inflict serious damage. Fortunately, the tardy victory team finally intervened to halt the Dark Teraga. Teraga then freed his hands to unleash the Zai-Pali Ao Ray, obliterating the Devouring Ogre. Yet, he was soon swallowed whole by the infamous creature, known for its insatiable appetite, which continued to consume the energy of the victory team's aircraft and the towering buildings of the city. Fortunately, Teraga learned through the victory team's analysis that the energy-storing throat pouch of the Devouring Ogre was its Achilles heel. After eliminating the interference from the Dark Teraga, he decisively transformed into the Eternal Radiance form. Ultimately, with the cooperation of the victory team, he completely annihilated the devouring ogre. In the land of light, Father Ultraman and the Ultraman brothers observed Terraga's relentless battle with a sense of concern. They had initially believed that the intense combat the previous day was the limit, only to discover that it was merely a fraction of Terraga's endurance. Each battle seemed to stretch beyond 3 minutes. The original Ultraman couldn't help but feel anxious for Terraga. Although the devouring ogre sounded terrifying, the existence of a weakness suggested that this battle should not have been exceedingly difficult. However, Seven shook his head slowly, indicating otherwise. Father Ultraman turned his gaze toward the dark Terraga, whose foolish antics had caused chaos. Despite Terraga's assistance, the dark Terraga, as if under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms, continued to attack his allies. If he were in Terraga's position, he too would feel suffocated and despairing. Jack echoed this sentiment with a sigh. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement. The lurking dark giant and the Absurdians, compounded by the ceaseless battles and injuries, along with the incessant annoyance of the dark Terraga, made it increasingly difficult for Terraga to strategize effectively. One could hardly blame Terraga for resorting to underhanded tactics. Sympathy for him was beginning to grow. Ace, sharing a sense of camaraderie, felt a connection not only because of Terraga's struggles but also due to the painful memories of his own battles. Father Ultraman reflected on how a once virtuous and radiant young man had been forced by circumstances into a more shadowy existence. Fortunately, with the monsters defeated and the dark Terraga exhausted, things seemed to be turning for the better. After 2 days of torment, the ordeal appeared to be nearing its end, allowing Terraga to finally rest. The thoughts of Father Ultraman resonated with most of the inhabitants of the Land of Light. The young Ultraman admired Terraga's resilience and expressed concern for his plight. Just as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, the screen began to display video once more. The lifeless body of the devouring ogre emitted a jarring sound, hinting at the emergence of something terrifying. In the blink of an eye, a fearsome creature, deep blue with bony spikes, sharp horns, and crimson eyes, materialized. The new cosmic legend, the demonic serpent of destruction. Father Ultraman was taken aback. What? There's more powerful foes. Chapter 14. Terraga, I only wish to defeat all of you or be defeated by you. Planet 76. This new beast appeared far more formidable than its predecessor. After reprimanding Zero, Leo gazed at the screen with a serious expression. Zero, having witnessed Leo's performance, felt a mix of pain and pleasure. He had put aside his previous disdain for Terraga, realizing that Terraga's struggles were far more arduous than his own. Although Leo occasionally dealt him harsh blows, they were never lethal. Yet, Terraga faced an average of 3 battles daily against formidable opponents, including mechanical beasts, Absurdians, dark giants, and now, the demon lord beast of destruction. It was clear that Terraga was in a relentless struggle for survival. If placed in such a predicament, how would he react? Zero thought, pay attention, learn well. Terraga's spirit and resolve are worthy of emulation. One must not focus solely on darkness and external forces. True strength lies in inner fortitude. This time, Zero surprisingly refrained from directly contradicting Leo, acknowledging that Terraga possessed admirable qualities worth learning from. However, he could not agree with the notion of relying solely on inner strength. If you're so capable, why not return the cloak of the Ultraman King? Yet, these words were not ones Zero dared to voice after receiving a thrashing. The two continued to focus on the screen. Faced with the sudden emergence of this terrifying opponent, Terraga's energy reserves dwindled, and the timer flashed ominously. The dark Terraga was equally in dire straits. Nevertheless, Terraga pushed himself to the limit, striving to unleash his most potent skills. The victory team remained vigilant, launching a concentrated barrage against the demonic serpent. Unexpectedly, the previously erratic dark Terraga boldly charged at the demonic serpent. In the face of the simultaneous onslaught, the demonic serpent remained unfazed, effortlessly swatting the dark Terraga away with its tail. With a thunderous roar, a semicircular red energy field enveloped it, absorbing all ranged attacks. Seizing the moment of Terraga's distraction, the demonic serpent conjured a dark red energy vortex above its head, unleashing a devastating beam that rendered Terraga into a mere silhouette. The beam continued its relentless path, obliterating everything in its wake, reducing the city to ruins. Even the dark Terraga was disintegrated into particles of red light upon contact. A caption appeared in the blank space of the screen. Only by reducing Terraga to a state of disintegration can his battle be halted. Is this not sinister? In the Land of Light, Father Ultraman watched the screen with growing anxiety. While he was concerned about the evaluation displayed, His primary focus was on Terriga's condition. Although Terriga had previously faced disintegration in battles against Diablo, the current situation was markedly different. Moreover, the pressure exerted by the demonic serpent was significantly greater than that of Diablo. How could Terriga possibly turn the tide? You can do it, Terriga. You must defeat the demonic serpent. It's just about risking it all. After all, it's only the first time versus countless times. Keep pushing through. The young Ultraman in the Land of Light began to cheer for Terriga spontaneously. Though his experiences were harrowing, his indomitable spirit inspired everyone. Across the cosmos, various alien races and monsters heightened their vigilance regarding Terriga, surpassing even the caution they reserved for Max. After all, Max would only grow into a gigantic form against opponents of equal stature, wielding his colossal sword. Terriga, however, was entirely different. He exemplified the archetype of a lion using all its strength to hunt a rabbit, even at the risk of injury. He would adopt the eternal radiance form to confront his foes. As the saying goes, the reckless fear the resolute, and the resolute fear the undaunted. Terriga embodied the essence of this fearless spirit. He faced powerful adversaries each time with unwavering determination. The crux of the matter lies in his resilience. He resembles an indomitable cockroach. Despite being bandaged and battered, he continues to endure grueling overtime day after day. To encapsulate it succinctly, I yearn to either vanquish you all or be vanquished by you. Such a tenacious adversary from the netherworld is one to be avoided at all costs. As the saying goes, your opponent often knows you better than you know yourself. And that is precisely the case with Terrigia now. Both monsters and extraterrestrial beings believe that one as sinister as Terrigia is destined for a triumphant return, more so than even Ultraman does. As for the Destruction Serpent, Terrigia is merely toying with you. They will wish the Destruction Serpent good fortune. The video in the heavens continues to play. The victory team utilizes a special beam to petrify the Destruction Serpent, but its effectiveness lasts only 20 hours. In the blink of an eye, it is already the following morning. Jinzhong Jianwu and the victory team are diligently strategizing. They aim to strike down the monster the instant it revives, before it can unleash its force field, utilizing overwhelming firepower to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Boom. At last, a relentless barrage of artillery begins to rain down upon the Destruction Serpent. The blazing inferno engulfs its form entirely. However, such an assault is far too trivial for a beast that bears the moniker of a cosmic legend, the Destruction Serpent. The eye upon its abdomen flickers with an eerie red light, absorbing the explosive energy entirely. Subsequently, it employs the same tactic, a dark red vortex igniting above its head, unleashing explosive energy that obliterates everything in sight. Humanity's attempts to attack him turn into sustenance, ultimately wielded against humanity itself. How heartbreaking. Wherever its beam reaches, explosions and flames erupt, the suffering of countless beings, a hell on earth. As Jinzhong Jianwu launches an assault on the Destruction Serpent, he receives orders regarding the attack on its horns. He yearns to transform and put an end to the Destruction Serpent's rampage immediately. Yet, he is acutely aware that the foremost task is to destroy the Destruction Serpent's horns. Otherwise, to force a transformation would merely lead to his own disintegration. Suddenly, a black fist appears, striking the Destruction Serpent's head with great force. Then, a series of 3 kicks sends the Destruction Serpent crashing to the ground. It emits a piercing wail of agony. It is none other than Dark Terrigia. Dark Terrigia seizes the opportunity to pin the Destruction Serpent's head down, unleashing a flurry of blows to vent his pin-up fury. Meanwhile, the victory team seizes this moment to shatter its massive horns. However, the Destruction Serpent is no pushover. Dark Terrigia's actions enrage it further. Its crimson eyes gleam with numerous flashes of red. In the next instant, the surrounding space erupts with a powerful shockwave. Flashing explosions. The deafening sounds of detonation echo continuously, inflicting severe damage on both Dark Terrigia and the poised Victory Falcon. The victory team's tactical plans are rendered futile. One can only say that their coordination leaves much to be desired. Chapter 15. Diga, your piloting skills leave much to be desired, my brother. But your horn-breaking prowess is commendable. Unfortunately, the Victory Falcon plummets directly to the ground. Fortunately, it lands right beside Jinzhong Jianwu. In an instant, Jinzhong Jianwu realizes that this is the best and perhaps final opportunity. Without hesitation, he steps into the battered aircraft and immediately switches to manual mode. Shakily ascending back into the sky, he launches a suicidal attack on the Destruction Serpent. Navigating through the incessant barrage of explosive flashes, he evades beam attacks. With his fearless courage and exceptional piloting skills, he makes a daring maneuver at the perfect moment when Dark Terrigia restrains the Destruction Serpent. He charges straight for the Destruction Serpent's massive horn. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Destruction Serpent lets out a wail of despair, collapsing heavily to the ground, its massive horn shattering in the process. Before he can revel in his triumph, he is struck once more by a punch from Dark Terrigia, sending him reeling in the aircraft. Feeling the violent jolt, Jin Zhongjian swiftly completes his transformation. In the Heisei world, Dyna, battered and bruised by Dyna, remains undeterred. After all, there's only a distinction between the first instance of recklessness and countless subsequent ones. Brother, with such piloting skills, you might not catch up in 100 years. Where have you gone? Dyna casts a disdainful glance at him, thinking this fellow is merely a fool. Due to some well-known reasons, their human forms, Daigo and Asuka, are both considered to be crash-prone. However, if one were to claim the title of ultimate crash-prone, then Shinshiro would undoubtedly come second. No one would dare to say first. Although Jin Zhongjian's exceptional piloting skills leave Dyna somewhat dissatisfied, he greatly admires his actions in breaking the horn. Oh, brothers, you are truly cruel. The aircraft is our companion. How can you bear to inflict such harm? Unlike me, I only feel pity for the aircraft. I have never crashed even once. The boastful guru seems to have caught Dina's arrogance, unable to resist showing off and courting danger. Dyna and Dina, who were initially bickering, now turn their ire towards a guru. Gaia hastily steps in to mediate, thinking, can't you be a bit more composed and steady like me? Brothers, don't heed his nonsense. In truth, his human form has never piloted an aircraft, so crashing is not applicable. Hey, look, a new female giant has appeared. Upon hearing this, Dina, like a cat sensing fish, quickly glances at his brother Dyna. Then, feigning nonchalance, he shifts his gaze to the screen. Unbeknownst to him, his little action has not escaped Dyna's notice. Let us hope for a grand spectacle. The video in the heavens continues to unfold. A circle of black dark energy inscribed with dark runes suddenly appears, followed by a deep crimson beam descending from the sky. It sends both Terrigia and Dark Terrigia flying. Next, a slender figure adorned in gold and white descends from the heavens. The enchanting warrior Carmira. Jianwu, Jianwu, Jinzheng Jianwu. Just as the heavens introduce her, Carmira emerges, calling out with deep emotion and fervent rage, each utterance growing more frenzied than the last. Without hesitation, she advances fiercely, launching a relentless assault on Terrigia. Although Terrigia occasionally retaliates with Iron Mountain, he ultimately finds himself at a disadvantage. Soon, Carmira knocks Terrigia down. She intends to continue her pursuit, but is unexpectedly dragged away by Dark Terrigia. While Terrigia is momentarily spared from Carmira's onslaught, he is caught off guard by an attack from behind. A powerful shockwave from a violent explosion sends him hurtling away. It is the previously overlooked Destruction Serpent. Now devoid of its horn, the Destruction Serpent grows even more ferocious. Terrigia, brimming with energy, has no reason to fear. Eternal Radiance Terrigia. As the Destruction Serpent unleashes a furious barrage of lightning beams, Terrigia employs an aerial bow to shoot forth countless light projectiles, nullifying them all. With eternal speed, Terrigia gathers energy into his radiant blade, and with a 360-degree spin, delivers a multitude of slashes that instantaneously dismember the Destruction Serpent. The once formidable new cosmic legend is thus slain by Terrigia's sword. Though it appears effortless, the energy expended is monumental. With this single strike, he is compelled to revert from his eternal radiance form back to his composite state. Concurrently, the luminous timer on his chest blares incessantly. The dark triga that entangled Carmilla was swiftly kicked to the ground, resembling a dead dog. Carmilla approached slowly, effortlessly swatting aside Triga's obstructive sword, her right hand caressing his face as if it were a precious gem. I apologize for the wait, true sword understanding. She spoke with a tone steeped in a frenzied affection, exuding a twisted, obsessive aura. Oblivious to the situation, Triga forcefully removed Carmilla's hand, unleashing a relentless series of slashes with his sword. Yet, at that moment, he stood no chance against Carmilla. She easily disarmed him, sending his sword flying, which, to their surprise, landed in the hands of the Dark Triga. In the Heisei world, Dana observed the frenzied Carmilla, pondering quietly. If Triga was a version of his brother, did that mean Carmilla was his brother's ex-girlfriend? If the two worlds were so strikingly similar, then Carmilla must also share the same pathological tendencies as Carmilla. It was no wonder his brother hesitated to speak of her. After all, what glory is there in being repeatedly beaten by an ex-girlfriend? Men, after all, shed tears when they speak too much. Seeing Dyna nod and then shake his head, Dyna assumed he was moved by the situation, believing he understood his brother. Dyna offered him a comforting embrace. "It's all right, brother. Everything is in the past. The next one will be more obedient." Dyna responded with confusion. "What are you saying? I am a devoted person." Alas, Triga was indeed pitiable. Day in and day out, he was embroiled in endless battles, cleaning up relentless messes. His dark side pursued him relentlessly, and his ex-girlfriend did the same. What heinous acts had he committed? Gaia couldn't help but ponder. Now, his sword lay in the hands of the dark Triga. With his unstable mental state, it was likely that the next moment would see it crashing down upon Triga's head. How tragic. Agu shook his head, unable to bear witnessing the scene. The two of them, in tacit agreement, avoided glancing at Dyna. While watching the unfolding drama was important, their own lives took precedence. However, as the video continued to play, the developments took yet another unexpected turn. Chapter 16. Concern for the mother of Ultra? The father of Ultra faints in anger. The dark Triga, now wielding the composite sword, soared into the sky. Simultaneously, his body crackled with blue electrical sparks. Gathering the power of the sea god within him, the composite sword transformed into a sharp red energy spike. Lightning and the impact of the long sword converged. With a cataclysmic force, he dove downward, targeting none other than Carmilla. Carmilla was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the madman's logic. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from unleashing her full power without reservation. Although the figure before her was the dark Triga, he was not the true sword understanding. With a flick of her right hand, she summoned a light staff, transforming it into a violet beam that clashed with the dark Triga's blue energy. The terrifying energy collision resulted in a violent explosion, blinding in its brilliance. When the smoke cleared, the dark Triga had vanished without a trace, leaving only the composite sword embedded in the ground. Carmilla emerged unscathed from the haze, her disdain for the dark Triga palpable. A mere counterfeit. Yet, suddenly, her left shoulder emitted purple particles of light, indicating that the recent confrontation had not been as effortless as she claimed. True sword understanding. This level is far from sufficient. Let us become a bit more fervent. The sting in her body intensified her manic demeanor, embodying a more grotesque obsession. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, she both craved intimacy with Triga while simultaneously wishing to flay him alive. Just as she prepared to decisively eliminate Triga, she was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Dagon. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Carmilla coldly reprimanded Dagon. "Did you not see those people?" At Dagon's urging, Carmilla finally noticed the small insects she had previously dismissed. The members of the victory team stood resolutely in front of Triga, each inserting a jet-on key into the victory hypergun. 6 orbs, each 1,000,000 degrees, ready for launch. This is the power of humanity. Underestimating them may lead to our downfall. We should retreat for the sake of victory. Dagon remained exceptionally calm and urged once more. Carmilla, assessing the formidable victory team and her own injuries, let out a cold snort, begrudgingly vanishing into thin air. As the footage concluded, it was replaced by a series of subtitles. In just 2 short days, Triga engaged in a total of 7 high-intensity battles against formidable foes such as Diabarigu, Diabolo, Dark Triga, Obliteration Oga, Obliteration Great Snake, and Carmilla. He even endured a brutal training session at the hands of Libet. One must ask, how many Ultras could survive such a harrowing 48 hours and still be on their feet? Triga, injured or on the verge of injury, nonetheless treated the use of the Eternal Core as a casual affair. When faced with the blows from his ex-girlfriend, Triga remained passive. Yet he dismantled the Obliteration Great Snake with a mere gust. Such a Triga is truly remarkable. Triga, the resilient. In the cosmos, extraterrestrial beings and monsters could not help but gasp in astonishment. Though they had previously recognized Triga as an exceedingly formidable and reckless opponent, they now found themselves collectively cursing. This Triga is a hypocrite. When confronted with the blows of his ex-girlfriend, his counterattacks lack vigor. What gives? Are you two flirting in front of all of us? Meanwhile, the Obliteration Great Snake merely brushed past you, and you instantly transformed into the Eternal Radiance, unleashing devastating attacks. You tore him apart. How cruel. Carmilla is life. Are we monsters not life as well? Who stands up for us monsters? Triga, you wretched coward. Triga, you deceitful scoundrel. On Planet 76, Zero pondered the conclusion of the video, deep in thought. Old Leo, do you think I should also get a girlfriend, only to abandon her afterward? That way, I would have the motivation to improve, lest I face domestic violence. Leo glanced at the little big mon perched on Ciro's shoulder, thinking, do you not already have a girlfriend? And to think this kid wants to be a scoundrel and abandon her. The youth of today. However, if the stick people found out, would they not come after me? Remembering that painful memory, Leo felt a twinge of discomfort. Ciro, shelve your foolish thoughts. With a heart unburdened by women, one wields their sword with divine purpose. Triga's compassion for Carmilla had led him into peril, but ultimately, with the help of the victory team, he triumphed. Instead of wasting time on such matters, we might as well engage in another training session. Leo firmly admonished Ciro. Not out of fear of the stick people, but for a more honorable reason. In the land of light. The father of Ultra gazed at the concluding remarks on the screen, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Triga's torturous 48 hours had finally come to an end. Had the battle continued, he would have been at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zoffy's eyes brightened as he watched the screen. I believe that young man, Triga, is more than capable of becoming a cornerstone for our cosmic patrol. The series of formidable adversaries he faced during those 48 hours were anything but weak. Yet Triga managed to overcome each one, proving his strength. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that he can work tirelessly without complaint. Ahem. Captain Zoffy has indeed recognized Triga's sense of responsibility. Such a fortuitous talent should not miss the opportunity to join the cosmic patrol and contribute to the peace of the universe. Upon hearing Zoffy's words, Ace's eyes lit up, and he eagerly grasped Zoffy's hand. Brother, great minds think alike. Once Tiga joins our cosmic patrol, I will take charge of his training. Rest assured, I will ensure he advances in monster-slaying prowess. Ace held deep admiration for Tiga's decisive actions against the monstrous Diabolos and the dismemberment of the Great Serpent. It was a profound affection for a shared path. He yearned to impart all his knowledge to Tiga. Meanwhile, the other young Ultras in the square were embroiled in intense discussions. I have never been inferior to anyone. I have decided to emulate Tiga's experience of battling 7 opponents for 48 hours. It shall be you, Zoffy, First Generation, 7, Jack, Ace, Taro, and Mebius. And don't forget to let Ribbit give you a beating in between, followed by some dancing. But you lack the energy of the Eternal Core. How can you risk your life in battle? I think that so-called Plasma Spark Tower is quite impressive. No, you all have it wrong. Tiga's darkness is rooted in the fact that he has an ex-girlfriend who both loves and hates him, constantly driving him. That makes sense. Princess Urian, please date me. Mother of Ultra, enough. I will not allow it. Father of Ultra felt his blood pressure rising. If you wish to engage in a war of attrition with the Ultra Brothers, that is your own demise to seek. You covet the Plasma Spark Tower, yet it may not even acknowledge you. You confess your love to Urian, and while young love is forgivable, how can there still be those who yearn for the Mother of Ultra at Taro's age? This time, Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt cannot. This Tiga, even before arriving in the Land of Light, has already corrupted the atmosphere. If he were to join the Cosmic Patrol, what chaos would ensue in the Land of Light? The Father of Ultra would never allow it. Tiga, you cunning little one, I, the Father of Ultra, will not stand for you. Chapter 17. I have General Ribbit, ready to confront the Father of Ultra. In the cosmic prison, Belial mused. This dark giant named Carl Mira possesses an alluring physique and formidable strength. If we were to unite, complemented by my Reblando genes, we would undoubtedly create the most potent dark warrior in the universe. He could potentially rival the legendary warrior, Noah Ultraman. The voice of the Reblando was sinister yet laced with temptation. Belial's crimson eyes sparkled with intrigue. The proposal was indeed tempting. Moreover, if Carl Mira were to seize the Eternal Core as a dowry, how perfect would that be? Would he not be closer to ruling the universe? However, Belial slowly surveyed the dim confines of the prison and could not help but curse the Father of Ultra. It was all Ken's fault for condemning him to spend millennia in this shadowy cosmic prison. Now, more than Carl Mira, he desired to witness Ken's troubled expression and his feigned bravado. How would Tiga, such a shadowy figure, find a way to redeem Ken's hypocrisy? He gazed expectantly at the sky. Though he could not escape, he could still revel in Ken and Ultraman's misfortunes, witnessing the downfall of the Land of Light. That was not a loss. In the Land of Light, the Father of Ultra had just reprimanded a group of small Ultras harboring improper thoughts, managing to suppress the atmosphere in the square. Although he had thoroughly berated Tiga in his heart, he felt compelled to help Tiga appear honorable in order to stem the tide of reckless behavior and romantic entanglements in the Land of Light. Such was the burden he bore as captain. Clearing his throat, the Father of Ultra announced, "Children, do not be deceived by Tiga's outward appearance. We must see beyond the surface to grasp the essential issues. Tiga embodies many virtues worthy of your collective emulation and advancement. Taro, pondering this, was reminded of his dear friend, Torikia. He had fallen into darkness and possessed great strength. Like Carl, he held a complex love-hate relationship with Taro, perfectly fitting the notion of progress through motivation. Clearing his throat, Taro realized the conversation had veered into dangerous territory. He recalled the peculiar glances from his father and brothers when they noticed him spending all his time with Torikia, leading to serious suspicions about Taro's inclinations. Feeling somewhat guilty, Taro immediately focused on the father of Ultra's speech. First and foremost, a virtue worth learning from is unwavering conviction. Tiga has engaged in 7 consecutive high-intensity battles over 48 hours. Without immense willpower and steadfast belief, he would have succumbed to pain long ago. The father of Ultra's words appeared to disregard the facts, emphasizing secondary conflicts. While unwavering conviction is indeed vital, one must first possess the life to sustain it. The average individual would have perished long ago amidst such relentless trials, let alone maintain any firm belief. Life itself is the foundation upon which belief is built. The father of Ultra's words seemed to be a deliberate misdirection. You speak of General Tiga's strong will and steadfast belief in protecting humanity. Of course, he is strong and unwavering. Although the young Ultras in the square found his words somewhat peculiar, they could not pinpoint the issue. They even felt the father of Ultra's assertions held unexpected validity and nodded in agreement. We, the Ultra warriors, are purely idealistic, with belief intact and life unyielding. We shall fight on. Seeing that this rowdy crowd offered no rebuttal, the father of Ultra felt a surge of joy at their apparent acceptance of his teachings. Invigorated by their response, the second virtue worthy of emulation is the ability to learn. When Tiga first faced Diabolos, he struggled immensely, possessing great power yet lacking the knowledge of how to use it. However, through Ribbit's rigorous training, he diligently learned and continuously improved. Speaking of Ribbit's training, the father of Ultra's voice noticeably softened, recalling the humiliation of that experience. The results spoke for themselves, as Tiga easily defeated Diabolos. Thus, the training in our land of light proves effective. Everyone should strive to learn and grow through training, avoiding any misguided paths. The father of Ultra, encouraged by the success of his previous tactics, attempted to repeat them, praising the efficacy of training in the land of light to guide the young Ultras toward the right path. However, employing the same tactic a second time proved more challenging. Almost immediately, a dissenting voice arose. "Captain, that statement is incorrect. You are conflating concepts." The moment those words were spoken, a wave of murmurs erupted as everyone turned to identify the audacious individual daring to challenge the captain's authority. It was none other than Ribbit, the very subject of the discussion. The father of Ultra regarded Ribbit with a glare, sensing this young one wished to test his resolve. Behind Ribbit, 6 cloaked figures glared at him with fury. Though the Ultra brothers recognized that the father of Ultra was spinning tales, they understood he was doing so to curb the detrimental influences in the land of light. His intentions were noble, even if misguided. Yet now, Ribbit openly challenged the captain's authority. The one who stands out is often the target. They were eager to see what this young one would dare to say. Under the scrutiny of so many, Ribbit spoke with unwavering composure. "We have been taught from a young age to embody the virtues of honesty as Ultramen. I believe the captain's words somewhat downplay my contributions to Tiga." The father of Ultra gazed thoughtfully at Ribbit, internally reflecting on the boy's lack of appreciation for the praise bestowed upon him. Is honesty the reason you find yourself in this predicament? The crux of the matter lies in Tiga possessing the power of the eternal core. My training merely expedited his mastery of that power. Of course, I do not question the captain's assertion that Tiga possesses the commendable virtue of being a quick learner. In fact, I am confident that, even without my assistance, Tiga would inevitably master the power of the eternal core. Sensing the discontent on the faces of the instructors, Ribbit quickly added, "But, for the sake of safety." Alas, his words only served to exacerbate the situation. The younger Ultramen, who had been oblivious moments prior, suddenly connected the dots. Indeed, wasn't he at Tiga who defeated the first mechanical monster with the eternal shining form? They exclaimed. Exactly. If Tiga lacked such formidable power, Ribbit's training would have limited effectiveness. Yes, Captain. I propose we quickly allocate energy from the plasma spark tower to us, followed by further training. I believe that with our learning capabilities, we too can master it swiftly, just as Tiga did. The father of Ultra Observing the fervent crowd in the square and glancing at the seemingly innocent Ribbit, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. It was evident that the morale was disarrayed, making leadership a daunting task. Meanwhile, in the cosmic prison, Belial watched the father of Ultra's grim expression and burst into laughter. What a Ribbit! How splendidly he challenges authority. I find myself increasingly admiring this lad. Not only does he defy the injured, but he also performs peculiar dances that tarnish the image of the Land of Light. And now, he has put Kin in a most awkward position. Belial, knowing Kin well, surmised that rather than punishing Ribbit, he would likely commend his honesty. The thought of Kin smiling on the surface while internally fuming delighted Belial to the point of trembling with excitement. In the Land of Light, as anticipated by Belial, the father of Ultra had composed himself and was now praising Ribbit for his honesty and defiance of authority, causing Ribbit to feel a touch of embarrassment. Unaware that the father of Ultra had secretly resolved to have two guests kneel at his doorstep after the tallying of the day's events, one being the ostentatious Max, and the other, the oblivious Ribbit. Nevertheless, he pressed on, regardless of the restless chatter of the younger Ultramen, and articulated the third virtue of Tiga. We must maintain unity, not only within our Land of Light but also in solidarity with humanity, though they may appear weak. Their creativity and the light born of their unity are forces we cannot overlook. When we Ultramen and humanity stand together, unimaginable miracles can occur. Just as Tiga, at the brink of defeat against Carmira, was saved by the feeble humans at the crucial moment. Countless examples abound from the first generation to Mebius, showcasing our victories forged through unity. The sincerity and earnestness in the father of Ultra's voice resonated deeply with the young Ultramen, who, despite lacking first-hand experience, had grown up hearing tales of valor. For instance, the defeat of Jet by the KT team, or the bond that transformed Mebius into Phoenix Mebius. While the stories of the Ultraman brothers being vanquished by the Ace Killer remained tightly guarded, the young Ultraman, though mischievous and impressionable, were like blank slates, easily swayed by reasoned discourse. Thus, most accepted the fundamental virtue of unity, with the exception of a few murmuring dissent. Is the captain implying that Tiga merely lucked into victory, while humanity benefited? Such doubts were quickly drowned out by the crowd, lest they invite further guests to kneel. Through the father of Ultra's efforts, the young Ultraman's perceptions of Tiga shifted, forming a collective understanding colored by unity. As for the pressing issues of resilience, relentless training, and double standards in battle, the father of Ultra wished to address them, but found himself utterly unable to do so. He had painstakingly cobbled together a few virtues, one of which was inadvertently influenced by Ribbit. If the upcoming assessments continued in this manner, he contemplated an early retirement. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Could the tally not present a more positive reflection? He lamented, wishing to avoid the incessant clamoring of young Ultramen declaring, I want to grow bigger. I want the plasma spark tower. I want to fight 7 of those creatures. On Planet 76. Leo observed the animated young Ultramen of the Land of Light and shook his head. Do they truly believe they can take on 7? They must be too relaxed. Their training regimen is far too lenient. Someone ought to drive home the intensity. Perhaps a jeep should show up to challenge them. Or they could follow Cyrol's example and regularly endure some of my flying kicks to toughen up. Leo glanced at Cyrol, whose mind was clouded with misguided thoughts of romance, and teased that wouldn't he be so bad, would it? Cyrol's words piqued Leo's curiosity. Did Cyrol believe that having more companions would lessen his burden? If so, he was mistaken, given Leo's rapport with Siwen. He would be more inclined to keep a watchful eye on Cyrol. Just as the father of Ultra instructed, I will unite the Ultramen sent here. Then, we shall pool our strength to take you down first, old man Leo. After that, we shall storm the Land of Light and seize the father of Ultra's position, dividing the plasma spark tower among ourselves. How do you find my grasp of the virtues of learning and unity? Cyrol, blissfully unaware of the impending doom, exclaimed loudly. You've learned well, but do refrain from further studies next time. Cyrol, do you take me for a fool? I will break your legs first. Let us see if you still wish to learn about unity. As Cyrol fled, he scoffed, these hypocritical adults. When I choose not to learn, they admonish me for it. Yet when I do, they resist. Across the cosmos, various extraterrestrial beings and monsters witnessed the father of Ultra's futile attempts at salvaging his reputation, all while finding amusement in the spectacle. When they saw Ribbit boldly confronting the father of Ultra, laughter erupted. What resolve? What learning? It's all nonsense. The reality is that Tiga is simply fortunate and possesses an advantage. The people of the Land of Light truly are merciful. If any of my subordinates dared to question me, I would eliminate them on the spot. How hypocritical. The father of Ultra is likely infuriated. Yet he must swallow his pride. This is utterly delightful. The extraterrestrial spectators realized that their own reputations were being tarnished, piece by piece, by the father of Ultra's antics. In the realm of light, the revered land of light is portrayed with an air of righteousness, while the extraterrestrial beings are unjustly branded as malevolent. Indeed, the words of the celestial screen were spot on. The inhabitants of the land of light are a cadre of shadowy Ultramen, with Max and Tiga standing out as the most distinguished among them. Suddenly, the celestial screen went dark. The onlookers were left in astonishment, bewildered by the unforeseen turn of events, rendered momentarily paralyzed. Concurrently, screens across the universe experienced similar malfunctions, eliciting a spectrum of reactions. In the cosmic prison, Belial seethed with fury, having just finished relishing Ken's antics, eagerly anticipating which sinister Ultraman would be featured next. Yet now, the screen had inexplicably gone dark. He suspected that it must be Ken, that hypocritical, image-conscious individual, who was responsible for this disruption. Frustrated, he pounded the wall, wishing he could take out his anger on the father of Ultra. Meanwhile, the rogues from the Heisei era were taken aback, for they had previously exerted every effort to interact with the screen, unable to make contact. They speculated on who could possibly restrain the screen, a conduit for foreseeing the future. Observing the screen's sudden darkening, the father of Ultra felt a wave of joy wash over him. If the screen ceased its transmission, perhaps he could postpone his retirement. However, before he could savor his delight for even a minute, the screen erupted back into color. A message appeared, detected the will of the multiverse. The screen has automatically upgraded. Now, wherever the screen is, all beings can communicate via comments. The father of Ultra's expression instantly fell. Chapter 19. The 8th Most Sinister Ultraman. Ace, the sensationless beast. Communication is possible? The father of Ultra's countenance soured at the text on the screen. This was disastrous. Not only had the broadcast not been cancelled, but it had escalated to a supercharged level. The ability to comment meant that during the video playback, everyone could ridicule the land of light openly. These little Ultramen had already been a source of headache for him. He dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, the once quiet screen displayed its first comment. Tiga, who just called me a lucky dog. Step forward. The last vestige of hope for the father of Ultra was utterly shattered. They could truly communicate? The Ultraman brothers, led by Zoffy, eagerly attempted to join in. Thus, the comments on the screen multiplied and grew increasingly vibrant. I said it. On what grounds do you stand above my brother Max? I will defend him, declared Gino. Tiga, what is your relationship with my big brother Dyna? Questioned Dana. Gino. Be quiet. This is not something to boast about. What are you even arguing about? Reprimanded Zoffy. Ken, is this the unity your land of light prides itself on? How laughable, scoffed Belial. I have been unjustly imprisoned in this cosmic prison by the ruffians of the land of light for thousands of years. Is there a kind soul who could rescue me? I promise to grant you a universe. Ace, I see your swordsmanship is impressive. Are you interested in furthering your skills? I can offer some guidance, offered Ace. Belial, shut your mouth. I'm going to weld the cell door shut, threatened Zoffy. Well, Zoffy, have you become quite the hotshot? Is the star on your chest giving you courage? Taunted Belial. Zoffy, what is going on? Were you not the one who devised the plan to eliminate Ultramen? Asked the Betelgeusian. Dark Baltan. Max, the technology of your land of light will forever pale in comparison to that of Baltan. Kurumura, Tiga is busy, please refrain. Max, if you dare, come forth and experience the might of my 400,000 meter longsword. Libet, interested in the special training of the land of light? I'm taking in disciples. Belial, a mere civil servant, supersized, with countless clones, the infinite light sword Max. Monsters never perish, battles never cease. Antiga's life force never dwindles. I can hardly wait to see what the next Ultraman's sinister secrets are. Ciro, Belial, you are infuriating. As for why the father of Ultra remained silent, the moment he realized communication was possible, he had already succumbed to his own silence. The video on the screen resumed. The 8th Most Sinister Ultraman, Ace. The screen then illuminated with Ace's gentle visage and his signature large ears. Zoffy gazed at the title, his heart lifting with joy. This time, it was certain. While he might be unfamiliar with others, Ace was undoubtedly the brother he had watched grow up and cherished the most. With his square face and benevolent appearance, he radiated likability. How could he possibly be associated with darkness? Zophi hurriedly conveyed the news to the father of Ultra. Upon hearing that Ace was the next to be featured, the father of Ultra instantly felt invigorated. He knew his child well. It seemed the screen had taken advantage of the upgrade to conduct a reverse ranking. This could potentially turn the tide for the reputation of the Land of Light and the Ultraman. The father of Ultra straightened his posture, casting a proud glance at Ace. With a video from the screen as evidence, how could Belial continue to slander? Yet, in the face of the father of Ultra's approving gaze, Ace appeared unexpectedly evasive. Under normal circumstances, he would have relished his father's acknowledgement. However, according to the previous patterns of the screen, being featured on the list might not bode well for him. Could it be those sinister implications? A sense of foreboding crept over Ace. On Planet 76, Zero, having recklessly imitated virtues, had just received a thrashing from Leo and was now lying disheartened on the ground. Who is this Belial? Why does he speak so contemptuously? Just seeing his name makes my hands itch. Zero pondered. Oh, Leo's expression turned one of surprise. I thought you would feel a kinship upon seeing his name. Is this not the generation of waves pushing forward, with the previous waves crashing on the shore? Cut the suspense, Leo. Who could it be? Of course. He is your predecessor, the last to touch the plasma spark tower, only to be repelled by its energy and subsequently exiled from the Land of Light, Leo replied. His tone laced with mockery. Humph, so Belial turned out to be a weakling. If it were me, I would never have been repelled. Zero scoffed, harboring resentment over not having touched the plasma spark tower. Learning that Belial had succeeded only to fail only fueled his disdain for the elder. Given the chance, he would have been far more capable. Whack. Leo shot Zero a glare, retracting his foot with a sigh, as this troublesome child always pondered the unthinkable. Hey, does Ace seem quite gentle? Was he always this sinister? Zero inquired curiously. Whack. Leo struck again. Do not speak ill of your elders. Zero rubbed his sore backside, casting a mournful glance at Leo. From what I know of Ace, it should be a reverse ranking, Leo stated uncertainly, looking back at the screen. In the Reiwa era, Zeta was filled with joy upon seeing Ace's name on the list, his fists clenched in excitement, radiating a sense of pride. Ace was his adoptive father. Tiga. You must agree. Zeta urged Tiga. Ace is incredibly formidable even among the Ultraman brothers. And he ranks above you. Trust me, this is definitely a positive ranking for Ace. Tiga gazed at Zeta, utterly speechless. He wished Zeta could open his eyes to see the nature of the ranking that was being displayed. The top 10 most sinister Ultramen. Although this Ace appeared to be the quintessential good guy, to have made it onto the list, based on Tiga's understanding of the screen, Ace must harbor some undisclosed, shadowy attributes. Zeta is still urging me to become his disciple? Does he truly wish for me to tread the path of shadows and never return? He, a bright and optimistic lad, would never entertain such notions. Nearby, Dekka, Acre, and Blaze also shook their heads, clearly unimpressed. At that moment, a voice resonated from the celestial canopy. Ultraman Ace proclaimed, any creature subjected to an attack will experience pain, fear, or reveal a weakness. However, the Ultra Beasts do not possess such sensations. They are devoid of pain. In the Land of Light, Father of Ultra had just exhaled a sigh of relief. But upon hearing the voice from above, his heart sank once more. Father of Ultra? Zophi? Both Father of Ultra and Zophi gazed incredulously at Ace. What on earth are you babbling about, Ace? The Ultra Beasts lack the capacity for pain? Is that even coherent? Meanwhile, the gathered Ultras in the square looked upon Ace with eager anticipation, hoping for yet another surprise from their esteemed predecessor. Ace. Indeed. Ace recalled his past actions and felt a twinge of panic. The fear of consequences loomed large. It seemed he was in deep trouble. Chapter 20, Square Face, Bodhisattva Countenance. And the instant laser strike. In the cosmic prison, Belial was frantically bombarding the father of Ultra with derogatory comments. Yet, to his astonishment, every disparaging remark he made about the father's hypocrisy had vanished into thin air, as if an invisible hand had screened them out upon detecting certain keywords. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Belial's eyes. He then beheld Ace's gentle visage on the celestial screen. He appeared to be of the Silver Clan. Upon hearing Ace's claim that Ultra Beasts lack the sensation of pain, Belial could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What a macabre joke. Is this the rhetoric of the Ultraman you all claim to be merciful? The celestial screen is as amusing as ever. Surely, the reputation of the Land of Light is about to be irrevocably tarnished. Just imagine the onslaught of ridicule that would soon flood the screen. targeting the Father and the Land of Light. Belial couldn't help but revel in the prospect. He hastily typed a comment. Belial, the Silver Clan is indeed the nobility of the Land of Light. Ace's visage must exude kindness. Yet why do his words seem so sinister? Zophie, Belial, you wretched cur. Ace, silence your barking. Father of Ultra felt utterly drained. His hopes had not only been dashed once more but were now betrayed by his own offspring. Now, with Belial, the traitor, mocking him, his blood pressure surged again. Although Zophie and Ace swiftly retaliated, even silencing Belial's voice would not quell the murmurs of the universe. He could do nothing to halt the celestial display. In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping that Ace's blunders would not be too egregious, allowing him, as the elder, some leeway to redeem the situation. Compared to the Land of Light's image, he was willing to sacrifice his own dignity. The video on the celestial screen began to play at a leisurely pace. On Earth, in a ravaged urban area, a colossal beast loomed. With a large head and long horns, adorned with sharp spikes on its forehead and equipped with flying blades atop. Its golden red eyes and protruding fangs rendered it even more fearsome. The lethal ultra beast, Balaba, the creature leaned back slightly, and then the flying blades shot into the sky. Arcing gracefully, they hurtled with unstoppable force toward the beleaguered Zeta Ultraman. There seemed to be no escape. The Ultraman was on the brink of demise. Just at that critical moment, a red, circular energy blade struck the flying blades, successfully rescuing the endangered Zeta. Don't concede so easily, Zeta. The circular decapitation blade. The blade arrives before the wielder. Moments later, a red light flashed from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it grew larger, culminating in a massive red sphere that landed in the center of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, a square-faced figure emerged. It was Ultraman Ace. Upon witnessing Ace's timely intervention to save his comrade, the Father of Ultra felt a sense of unity and camaraderie. It appeared some redemption was achieved. He let out a breath of relief, but was also puzzled. How was this yet another unfamiliar Ultraman? And it seemed Ace was acquainted with him? He could not help but cast a quizzical glance at Ace, who looked just as bewildered, though he felt an affinity towards the Ultraman named Zeta. He had no recollection of him whatsoever. He shrugged towards the Father of Ultra, suggesting it must pertain to some future event. Father of Ultra thought to himself, this could be troublesome. He had no certainty regarding future matters, and it seemed he could only improvise. Zophie maintained an optimistic outlook. Since Ace was rescuing Zeta, and he was up against an ultra beast created by the Yabo people, it appeared that the celestial display might be offering a retrospective assessment. Ace's words were likely merely introductory. The first generation, Taro, and others nodded in agreement. Having spent time together, they could hardly believe Ace would stoop to any underhanded tactics. Thus, comments began to flutter across the celestial screen. Taro, this is clearly a typical rescue. I feel kindness and compassion through Ace's actions. Belial, oh, Libet still managed to save Tiga. Does that mean Tiga isn't deceitful? Or is Ace about to engage in a special training session? I am most intrigued. Ace, Belial, silence your barking. In the cosmic prison, Belial observed Ace's comments and couldn't help but emit a cold chuckle. The circular decapitation blade hardly seemed a legitimate skill. Moreover, he was certain the celestial display would not be without purpose. Before long, his allies, the Yabo people, along with a multitude of ultra beasts, would swarm to the battlefield. Together, they would humiliate the Land of Light and the Ultramen. Ken, Ace, we shall see what unfolds. The video on the celestial screen continued to play. After Ace's appearance, Balaba's demeanor became frenzied. It let out a shriek filled with malice. Ace, die. Intense hatred fueled Balaba, and its right arm, equipped with a spiked mace, shot toward Ace like an arrow. Ace faced Balaba's ferocious assault with unwavering composure. With a swift motion, he deflected the spiked hook and then brought his hands together above his head. A blue laser burst forth from the ultra star on his forehead. Impact laser. However, it was blocked by Balaba's scythe, resulting in no damage. Ace stepped forward, then uttered a memorable and quotable phrase. Any creature subjected to an attack will feel pain, fear, or expose a weakness. Yet, ultra beasts do not possess such feelings. Upon hearing Ace's words, Balaba's fury ignited instantly. It flailed its arms wildly, its entire body trembling with rage at Ace. It immediately unleashed an inferno of superheated flames toward Ace from its nostrils. Only by exterminating Ace could its wrath be assuaged. Yet Ace was not so easily struck. He somersaulted to evade all of Balaba's fiery onslaught. Refusing to be outdone, Ace retaliated. He extended his right hand upward and his left hand downward, sending a crescent-shaped beam of light screaming toward Balaba. Vertical decapitation blade. But Balaba, now empowered by the Yabo people's resentment and the abilities of Balakan and Strongbow, was not to be underestimated. With a fierce swing of its scythe, it shattered Ace's light blade. Following this, Balaba unleashed a barrage of missiles from its nostrils. Unfazed, Ace unleashed energy from his hands, tracing a rectangle in the air. Ultra New Barrier. The pale blue light barrier continuously deflected all of Balaba's incoming missiles. Ace, with his right hand pressed against the barrier, unleashed crescent-shaped energy blasts with his free hand, sending cutting beams that caused sparks to fly and forced Balaba into retreat. More astonishingly, Ace maintained the barrier with one hand while advancing towards Balaba with the other. He even tossed the barrier aside, seamlessly transitioning from one skill to the next without delay. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Metalum Ray. In a moment of desperation, Balaba shot forth yellow lightning to counter Ace's lethal attack. After a brief standoff, the Metalum Ray struck Balaba, leaving him disoriented and significantly diminished in spirit. The crowd from various universes watched in awe as Ace, with his square face and serene demeanor, launched laser beams effortlessly. Chapter 21. With merely 11 unlit skills, can Ace still be considered unorthodox? On Planet 76, Zero stood with his arms crossed, pondering intently. It seems Ace's words were true, he remarked to the elder Leo. He has been relentlessly attacking Balaba, and that super beast hasn't even uttered a sound. This indicates that the super beast truly lacks pain perception. Moreover, Ace's combat style is undeniably spectacular. Indeed, since his appearance, Ace has not paused in deploying a dazzling array of skills, far more vibrant than the drabness of hand-to-hand combat, Zero continued, gesturing dramatically as he mimicked Ace's vertical guillotine stance. Leo, witnessing this, felt his blood pressure rise. Do not imitate him, he barked. Zero, this rascal has only managed to change a little under my guidance over the years. Yet, ever since the emergence of the Celestial Dome, he has been fixated on the Plasma Spark Tower, still contemplating rebellion. He wishes to learn Max's gigantic transformation and the myriad clones. Now he even seeks to steal the forbidden techniques of the Land of Light. He truly fears nothing, not even a lifetime in juvenile detention. Moreover, what irks me most is that he shows no regard for my prowess as the king of fighters. The video from the Celestial Dome continued to play. Seizing the advantage, Ace intends to press the attack. Fight swiftly, Zeta. Ace encouraged Zeta while channeling Ultraman telekinesis and light energy, materializing a razor-sharp long sword in his hand. Ace's blade. Besides beams, I have a bit of swordplay expertise. Inspired by his brother, Zeta transformed into his beta impact form, wielding a spear as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Ace. In perfect synchronization, they launched a coordinated assault on Balaba, Ace with a slash, Zeta with a thrust. Their teamwork appeared rehearsed countless times, creating substantial trouble for Balaba. However, Balaba was no pushover. Seizing an opportunity, he parried Ace's long sword with his scythe and countered with a vicious swing of his Wolfang hammer. Crack! Ace's sword shattered upon impact. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Demonstrating his knowledge of martial arts, he thrust his body against Balaba's chest, summoning all his strength as the towering super beast, weighing an astonishing 85,000 tons, was forced to stagger back. While grappling with Balaba's hammer, Ace adeptly instructed Zeta, do not hesitate. Continue your onslaught until he is completely incapacitated. As Ace's words echoed, he swiftly broke free from Balaba's grasp, delivering a series of knife-hand strikes to Balaba's chest, followed by a knee thrust that sent Balaba sprawling. Seizing the moment, Zeta leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that knocked Balaba to the ground. Frustrated by his misfortune, Balaba resorted to his previous tactic, unleashing flying swords from above. Ace deftly evaded while firing energy blasts from his right palm in retaliation. Zeta, with Ace's distraction, soared into the air, boldly employing his beta laser against Balaba. As Balaba's attacks proved ineffective, he began to lose his composure, unleashing torrents of golden lightning and superheated flames in a frenzied assault. Seeing this, Ace leaped into the air to avoid the chaos. Timer shot, he called out, followed by another beam striking Balaba's body. It must be acknowledged that Balaba, a remnant of the Aberrans fused with other super beast powers, boasted terrifying defensive capabilities. Zeta was once again struck by a missile from Balaba's nostrils, crashing to the ground. Zeta, concentrate your energy into your Ultraman's core, Ace instructed, never neglecting to guide Zeta. In response to Balaba's super-lethal dimensional lightning, Ace advanced boldly, erecting a new Ultraman barrier to block the dreadful purple lightning. Die, die. Balaba cackled maniacally, believing victory was assured. Aberrance. You once said that the victor must carry the burden of the vanquished resentment. But what of it? Until true peace graces the universe, we Ultraman warriors shall continue to fight. Ace replied calmly and steadfastly. Meanwhile, Zeta had gathered his energy as instructed. Upon seeing this, Ace released the barrier and crossed his arms before his chest. A series of white binding rings instantaneously ensnared Balaba, rendering him immobile. Stop ring. Then, Ace transferred energy into Zeta's Ultraman core. At last, with Ace's assistance, Zeta infused his own Zestium energy and unleashed his super-lethal attack. A radiant orb of rainbow energy cleaved Balaba in two, obliterating him completely. Notably, throughout this ordeal, Ace's timer had not flickered even once. The video from the Celestial Dome paused, and a line of subtitles appeared, with a square face and serene demeanor. Effortlessly launching laser beams, Ace executed a straightforward rescue using a mere 11 skills, without even lighting up his timer. The question remains, is Ace truly unorthodox? In the Reiwa timeline, Zeta strutted proudly before his companions, basking in his perceived glory. See, what did I tell you? With Brother Ace, there was no way it could go wrong. Zeta, you rascal. With someone as formidable as Ace to look after you, it seems your days are quite comfortable, remarked Yako, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Indeed, Ace could have single-handedly taken on the challenge, yet he chose to guide you as if feeding you, added Blaze, a tinge of envy evident. Undoubtedly, everyone shared the sentiment that Ace's combat style, though somewhat cunning, was precisely the kind of cleverness they admired. For Ultraman, who typically relied on an arsenal of skills and finishing moves, who wouldn't he want to emulate Ace's ability to utilize skills so effortlessly? Deploying 11 techniques in a single battle without even breaking a sweat? Most importantly, he did so without lighting up his timer, exuding an air of ease that suggested he could unleash 20 more skills without difficulty, just as Tiga unleashed a single skill to vanquish the Destruction Serpent. It appeared quite impressive. Yet, in reality, when Carmira arrives once more, he would be rendered powerless. If only he could wield his abilities with the ease of Ace, raising his hand to emit beams and unleashing skills effortlessly. With the might of a general, surely he would have long since triumphed. Thus, a barrage of messages scrolled across the screen. Tiga, Senior Ace, it was my folly earlier. May I still seek your mentorship? Chapter 22. Is Ace a reverse count? Has the image of the Land of Light stabilized? In the Land of Light, the expression of Father of Ultra appeared slightly more favorable than before. Ace, despite his continuous release of skills and beams during battles, resembled Max's colossal size, myriad clones, and the galactic greatsword. Although it was somewhat cunning, one could certainly argue it was a remarkable talent deserving of admiration. In the square, the small Ultraman gazed at Ace with envy, posing numerous questions. Senior Ace, how can I become as versatile as you? Senior Ace, please teach us how to keep emitting light continuously. Senior Ace, I too possess an Ultra Hole. May I experience yours? Taro observed his brother Ace, surrounded by the adoring small Ultramen, feeling a pang of bitterness. It was known that he, the official instructor, had never received such treatment. Why didn't he the screen count his glorious rescues? What about his status as the Prince of the Land of Light? Furthermore, Ace had gone to save his beloved brother Zeta. These small Ultramen had perhaps misplaced their admiration. Nonetheless, Taro felt somewhat reassured. Although Ace's skillful yet cost-free combat style was indeed a bit treacherous, at least it had not led these small Ultramen down a negative path. Ace, my dear disciple Tiga, hasten to the Land of Light. Ace, I am accepting disciples, not Belial. Ace swiftly sent out 2 messages, beaming as he was enveloped by the small Ultraman. Indeed, Ace was the protagonist. Even the screen, often embroiled in chaos, favored him. The messages he sent detonated like deep-sea bombs, causing the barrage to erupt in rapid succession. Belial, Ace, what are you pretending to be? Belial, what kind of plastic bag can hold so much? Belial, to all races in the universe, behold this so-called righteous Ultra warrior, directly called out by the screen for his underhandedness, proudly unashamed, utterly shameless. Belial, cough. Ace's words, while not physically harmful, were laden with insult. Belial was provoked, sparks flying from his hands as he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Ace, flooding the screen with his messages. Ace, Belial, you are simply envious. This is my talent. Belial, Is this how the younger generation of the Land of Light treats their elders? The moment I escape, you shall be the first to perish. Yapple, Ace, you are full of nonsense. Any creature, when attacking, feels compassion, sympathy, or pauses their assault, yet Ace does not possess such feelings. Yapple, by the way, Belial, Ace insulted you. Why not join me in taking down that scoundrel Ace first? Baraba, peanuts for me. I want peanuts. Zaraba, Belial, wait for me to rescue you. Father of Ultra, Zaraba, I advise you to speak carefully. The screen is not a lawless land. Elevate security in the cosmic prison to the highest level. Father of Ultra gazed at the chaotic barrage, feeling quite vexed. How had he not noticed Ace's penchant for showboating before? He even went out of his way to provoke Belial. However, one silver lining was that after this wave of banter, fewer individuals were focusing on Ace's cunning actions. In the cosmic prison, Belial was not as furious as the barrage suggested. He hadn't anticipated that under Can's leadership, the Land of Light had flourished so remarkably over the years. With Max preceding and now Ace, a silver coin of infinite skills, even he would need a combat device to achieve such feats. Belial was filled with indignation. The one he despised most, Kin, possessed such leadership, which was quite disheartening. Thankfully, the screen's count had been revealed early. Otherwise, if he were to escape and attack the Land of Light, he might just fall into Ace's trap. Returning to the Zaraba, I hope he is not jesting. Otherwise, Belial wore a mocking expression, and his chilling laughter echoed throughout the cosmic prison, sending shivers down spines. At that moment, the screen continued to play. In a desolate wilderness, the sky suddenly ruptured, followed by a bolt of lightning. Then, a gigantic monster appeared. Its front was blue, while its rear was covered in orange armor, characterized by a massive horn atop its head. The horned superbeast, Baxam, roaring. It advanced towards the buildings in the hilly region. Under the command of the Yapple, Baxam had a clear objective, to destroy the base. Soon, brilliant light began to shimmer in the sky. Ace glided through the air, landing firmly on Baxam's path. Upon seeing his greatest foe, Ace, Baxam danced with excitement. He immediately launched an attack on Ace, emitting white smoke from his nostrils, followed by missiles aimed directly at him. This bizarre scene was entirely normal for a super beast, as they were not merely monstrous entities, but biological weapons crafted by the Yapple. Ace effortlessly dodged the missiles with elegant side flips, unsatisfied with the ineffectiveness of his attack. Baxam shook his body in frustration and lunged at Ace. Ace, of course, would not relent. He leaped into the air, spinning 2.5 times before delivering a powerful kick downwards at Baxam. The immense force combined with Ace's weight sent Baxam reeling, tumbling heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ace pounced forward, pinning Baxam down. Simultaneously, Ace unleashed a barrage of heavy punches on Baxam's body. For a moment, he held the upper hand. However, Baxam was not easily subdued. With a sudden burst of muscle strength, he stood up, carrying Ace with him. Then, with tremendous force, he struck Ace's waist, sending him flying. Ace, having suffered a setback, quickly charged back in. But just then, Baxam abruptly turned, using his sharp back to stab at Ace. Sensing the danger, Ace hesitated for a moment, just enough for Baxam to seize the opportunity, swinging his long tail and knocking Ace to the ground. Baxam then let out a triumphant roar, sprinting towards Ace. The situation seemed dire for Ace. At this moment, the Land of Light was in uproar. The small Ultraman, who had just surrounded Ace, now cast doubtful glances his way. Hey, weren't you just showcasing your might against Baraba? You were effortlessly unleashing beams that left Baraba incapacitated. Now, you look so disheveled? Are you putting on a show for us, Ace? Ace cleared his throat and said, Do not be anxious. Every formidable warrior begins as a fledgling, accumulating experience over time. A mere Baxam is no match for me. Calm yourselves. The main event is yet to come. Father of Ultra nodded slightly at Ace's words, deeming them quite appropriate. Having explained the situation to the young Ultraman, he also imparted the wisdom of growth through battle. What a sensible child. Coupled with the current reverse assessment from the celestial screen, the image of their Land of Light is firmly established. Thus, Ultraman Father cast a gaze filled with anticipation once more towards the celestial screen. Chapter 23. Do Super Beasts lack pain? Ace's first experience with decapitation. Ace Ultraman was being relentlessly pushed back by the advancing Bakusim, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade. Bakusim, seemingly unhurried, appeared to relish the thrill of the hunt, unaware that his actions had thoroughly enraged Ace. Suddenly halting his rolling, Ace pivoted, seizing Bakusim by the shoulders, and with a surge of strength from both hands and feet, he hurled Bakusim away. Ace lunged once more, pinning Bakusim, who was attempting to rise, and began fiercely tearing at Bakusim's thigh. In pain, Bakusim emitted a chilling scream and started to struggle, delivering a blow to Ace's back that sent him tumbling off. Yet, Ace was far from finished. This time he mounted Bakusim's back, ripping at his spine. However, in sheer physical power, the Super Beast still held the upper hand against Ultraman. With a powerful flex of his muscles, Bakusim stood up, tossing Ace aside. Seizing the opportunity, Ace began to impart his wisdom to the younger Ultraman. You see, when faced with a creature like a Super Beast, one must never relent. Seize every opportunity to keep the pressure on them. But Ace-senpai, why did I hear the Super Beast's anguished cries? Didn't you say they lack pain? Questioned a particularly naive young Ultraman. Coughing awkwardly, Ace responded with a serious demeanor. You must have misheard. Let us focus on the celestial screen. Boom. Bakusim unleashed 2 fiery serpents from his hands, flames roaring at a staggering temperature of 70,000 degrees Celsius. Such heat was formidable even for an Ultra warrior. Caught off guard, Ace took a heavy hit. His shining timer began to flicker. Bakusim let out an excited howl and launched another pair of fiery serpents, aiming to roast Ace alive. However, Ace would not fall twice in the same spot. He spread his arms, tracing a rectangle, and a blue energy formed a luminous barrier that blocked Bakusim's searing flames. Ultra new barrier. Bakusim, infuriated by Ace's unscathed stance against his attack, flailed his arms and head in rage. With a furious roar, he bent down, aiming his massive horn at Ace. Horn missile. This was not only the hallmark of his identity as a Super Beast, but also his most potent offensive maneuver. Ace, seeing the missile hurtling towards him, swiftly sidestepped. Unexpectedly, after narrowly passing him, the missile turned back and dove towards him. The horn missile possessed a tracking capability. Ace quickly assessed the situation and, with his hands clasped at his waist, fired a cutting beam that struck the missile with precision. A terrifying explosion ensued, once more averting Bakusim's assault. Ace directed his gaze towards the Super Beast itself. At this moment, Bakusim, now hornless, resembled a toothless tiger, intimidating but no longer a threat. Without hesitation, Ace gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a white energy sphere that struck Bakusim with force. Ultra Spark. He then concentrated the energy into a serrated light wheel, swiftly cleaving through Bakusim's neck. Ultra Disc Blade. Bakusim had no time to emit a cry before he was cleanly decapitated. Subsequently, his massive form swayed and fell to the ground. Silence. The once raucous land of light fell eerily quiet. The young Ultraman encircling Ace instinctively took a few steps back, some trembling in fear. Ultraman father looked on, astonished at his seemingly benevolent child. Indeed, as he had said, the main event was still to come. Ace had truly delivered a palpable surprise. Though Max and Trigger had previously showcased swordplay against monsters, none had directly severed a head like this. The scene was gruesome and bloody. One could only wonder how the myriad races of the universe would perceive their land of light now. Ace, explain this, Zafy exclaimed, struggling to comprehend. Zafy brother, I think this way of dealing with Super Beasts is more efficient. Otherwise, with their energy, the resulting explosion. Ace nervously attempted to elucidate. Be quiet. Zafy interrupted sharply, cutting off Ace's explanation. Let us hope this is the end of it, he mused. Having initially believed that the earlier footage was a reflection of Ace rescuing the younger ones and mentoring Zeta during battle, but now it seemed he had misjudged Ace. Feeling guilty, Ace furtively glanced at Ultraman father and Zafy. Sensing that Zafy's hopes might be dashed, a spectacle like decapitation was truly. In the Reiwa era, Trigger cast a mournful glance at Zeta. Is this the Ace you were boasting about? Goodness, it's even more extreme than what I did. And you encouraged me to seek him as a mentor? Zeta, do you wish for my demise? Then the name of Reiwa Digga would unquestionably become yours, wouldn't it? Zeta waved his hands in protest. It's all a misunderstanding. The celestial screen must have made an error. Oh. Yet you didn't dispute the footage of you and Ace-senpai fighting side by side, echoed Yako, who had previously envied Trigger for having such a warm-hearted mentor in Ace. Now casting a sympathetic glance his way. Haha, Zeta chuckled awkwardly. It must have been a mistake on Ace's part. A mistake, do you all understand? I'm sure it will be clarified soon. Zeta stubbornly held his ground, steadfast in his belief of the benevolent Ace Ultraman he remembered from his childhood. Everyone, look. The celestial screen has new footage. Trust me, it must be Ace-senpai's shining moment. After a brief silence, the celestial screen resumed its display, shifting to new scenes. On Earth, Amidst a smoke-filled urban area, a colossal beast with two massive horns and a mouth full of sharp teeth loomed. Its hands bore eyes and mouths, grotesquely fierce. As it moved with four legs and swayed its twin tails in the air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, transforming into Super Beast Brocken. However, this formidable creature was currently missing its right arm. Sensing pain, Brocken swiftly approached the instigator, Ace Ultraman. In a brief clash, Brocken leveraged its overwhelming strength to pin Ace down, making it difficult for Ace to breathe. Even Ace's signature Materium beam was easily evaded by Brocken. In contrast, Ace was struck by Brocken's serpent-like beam, triggering alarms on his timer as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. In the land of light, the young Ultraman gasped in shock. Could it be that the mighty Ace Senpai was about to fall like this? However, Zafie and the others recalled this eerily familiar scene in unison. The thought of what was to come made them instinctively want to cover their faces. Chapter 24, 100 Methods and Key Points of Dismemberment. In the Heisei era, this super beast named Brocken was significantly more powerful than Bakusim. Ace Ultraman was indeed in peril. A guru's expression grew solemn. If it were the Ace Ultraman who faced Baraba, he would have easily triumphed over this foe. However, now, faced with an adversary who possesses both greater power and swiftness, and even under the state of a guaranteed lethal strike, it is likely that Gaia's words remained unspoken. Yet the implications were clear to all. Relying solely on Ace would likely lead to defeat. It seems the next step would involve human assistance, or perhaps the intervention of other Ultramen. Is this not what Father of Ultra refers to as unity? I have observed that they in the land of light seem fond of orchestrating righteous beatings against their own kind. Dyna yawned, appearing to have seen through the unfolding narrative. Fully aware of the events to come. Brother, what are you watching? Why so silent? Dyna inquired, noticing Tiga lost in thought, gazing at the sky. Gaia and Egil turned their attention towards Tiga as well, recognizing that as an ancient warrior, he must possess knowledge beyond their comprehension. With a serious expression, Tiga solemnly remarked, "Why does Ace keep using the same move?" Dyna, Gaia, and Egil could only respond with silence, as the development of events took an unexpected turn, catching the trio completely off guard. The video in the sky continued to play. Ace lay on the ground, writhing in agony, gazing upwards. Suddenly, the calm sky flickered with strange lights, revealing peculiar characters. Following this, images of Zafie, the First, Seven, and Jack executing their finishing moves appeared one by one. Stand, strike, cut. It seemed as if Ace drew strength from these characters, or images, struggling, yet ultimately managing to rise from the ground. Subsequently, Ace easily evaded the beams shot by Brocken once more. He raised his arms, lifting his hands above his head. The Ultra Hole surged with immense energy, converging in Ace's hands. Then, Ace brought his hands together, compressing this terrifying energy, which swiftly transformed into a serrated light wheel. Ultra Executioner. With a low shout from Ace, the jagged light wheel was hurled towards Brocken at great speed. The wheel split into two, then three, attacking Brocken from three different directions. The three light wheels ravaged Brocken mercilessly. The intensely compressed light energy was incredibly sharp, and Brocken had no means of resistance. In an instant, his head, arms, and tails were severed, dismembered, and torn apart. Furthermore, the residual energy from the Ultra Executioner caused Brocken's remains to explode. A fierce explosion obliterated what was once a fearsome Brocken, leaving a scene reminiscent of dismemberment and destruction. In the land of light, the Father of Ultra observed the brutal imagery on the sky screen. First, he turned his gaze towards Ace, then slowly shifted his eyes from Zafie to Jack. His trembling hands revealed his inner turmoil. He had initially thought Ace's actions were solitary, but it became evident that it was a coordinated effort. Only Taro, being young at the time, had escaped unscathed. The more he looked at his children, the more unfamiliar they appeared to him. No wonder you said the super beasts lacked pain sensitivity. With such a sharp blade and such mastery of forbidden techniques, there were others providing cover. Those super beasts could indeed walk away without feeling a thing. Such a display need only occur once. The countless years of propaganda from the land of light would be rendered meaningless. Squatting down, I can't be the only one who finds Ace's Ultra Executioner incredibly cool, right? Haha, you are not alone. If one day I find myself in a dire situation and then acquire an Ultra Signature, executing a swift and decisive executioner to slay a monster, leaving no trace behind, just thinking about it is exhilarating. By the way, why isn't Taro the instructor present? Was he excluded? Could there be cliques among the Ultraman brothers as well? You wouldn't understand. At that time, Taro was probably just a little brother, quite literally. Ultra Executioner. I want to learn it. Captain, I request permission to unleash it. The father of Ultra, upon hearing the discussions in the square, nearly lost his composure. This group of little rascals, despite his repeated admonitions, preferred to learn the bad rather than the good. They even contemplated collective actions that would tarnish the reputation of our Ultra gang. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments passing across the screen continued to agitate his nerves. Belial, first a beheading, followed by dismemberment, and all executed as a coordinated effort. Is this what the so-called benevolent and friendly Ultramen of the Land of Light stand for? How amusing. Belial, the Ultra Brothers? They should rather rename themselves the Dismemberment Squad. How fitting, huh? Bakshim, who said I lack pain sensitivity? I certainly screamed loudly when my head was severed. Brocken, can your pain compare to mine? I was literally torn to pieces. Yapple, it's not that super beasts lack pain sensitivity. It's Ace, that rascal, who thinks they don't feel pain. Let us kill him. Ace. Strangely, this time in the Land of Light, no one dared to refute. The video continued to play in the sky. Vertical Executioner. Ace unleashed a crescent-shaped light blade, cleaving the Matronian in twain. The alien's entrails spilled onto the ground, the gruesome imagery profoundly unsettling. Circular Executioner. Ace released energy from his hands, forming a letter-shaped executioner light blade in the air before him. Two crescent-shaped cutting force fields merged into a cross-shaped executioner that whistled forth. It split the Super Beast Sabo Tender into 4 pieces. Horizontal Executioner. Vertical Executioner. Ace executed 2 successive variations of the Ultra Executioner. First, he beheaded the Super Beast Badbalin, then cleaved its body in half. The inhabitants of the Land of Light, initially unable to stomach the bloody scenes, gradually became desensitized. It seemed if Ace did not dismember, they would feel something was amiss. Observing Ace's benevolent visage alongside the dismembered bodies created a stark contrast. Their gazes towards Ace now held a hint of reverence. After all, no one wished to provoke a maniac who relished in dismemberment. Moreover, an Ultra Executioner, a forbidden technique of the Land of Light, had been manipulated by Ace into countless variations. With such resolve, what could he not achieve? As they continued watching the video, Ace demonstrated his most benevolent skill among all his techniques, the multiple executioner. They collectively exclaimed in awe. It turned out they had underestimated Ace, who always managed to present something novel. Does Ace Senpai ever consider publishing a book? I've even thought of a title. It could be titled 100 Methods and Key Points on Dismemberment. The Super Beasts Feel No Pain. Chapter 25. With a single Ultra Executioner, choose your Super Beast remains at will. Ace is the benevolent shadow. The video in the sky continued to unfold. Ace engaged in a fierce battle with the Super Beast Unidango. Both sides exchanged blows, the conflict appearing somewhat stalemated. After breaking free from Unidango's web, Ace leapt backward to create distance. Then, with arms extended horizontally, he released energy from his head, abdomen, and hands. Instantly, potent light energy coalesced into 4 cross-shaped light blades, striking towards Unidango. Multiple Executioner. As the cross blades pierced through, the Super Beast Unidango was truly torn to shreds. Its fate was even more tragic than that of Sabotender and Badbalin. However, Unidango did not perish as a result. His body flew off into the distance, then astonishingly reassembled and revived in the blink of an eye. This was the first time Ace's Ultra Executioner had not proven effective. Ace re-engaged the Super Beast Unidango. This time, Unidango gained the upper hand. Ultimately, it was only with the assistance of humanity that, as Ace Ultraman seized the opportunity, he employed the Binding Flash to immobilize Unitango. Ultraman Shower. From between Ace Ultraman's hands, a dissolving liquid was ejected, leaving not a trace of Unitango behind. The inhabitants of the Land of Light were instantly thrown into a state of uproar. However, before they could react, the sky began to showcase the next segment of the video. On a desolate planet, the First Generation and Jack were engaged in combat against Mold. The First Generation and Jack executed precise knife hand strikes, consecutively slashing Mold's body. Then, both simultaneously delivered side kicks, sending Mold flying. Subsequently, the two unleashed the 8-split light wheel, advancing towards Mold in tandem. The scene shifted. Meanwhile, Taro and Zuda were embroiled in fierce battle. Taro deftly dodged Zuda's attack before intercepting Zuda's massive sword. A flurry of rapid punches struck Zuda's chest. Taking advantage of Zuda's momentary counter, Taro swiftly leaned back while unleashing the Sturlam Ray. A brilliant beam of light struck Zuda. Upon sensing Ace's approach from a distance, Zuda unleashed a terrifying sword aura that sliced through the air. A formidable energy formed a crescent-shaped light blade. Ace immediately leaped, evading the attack with grace. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace concentrated the 8-split light wheel in his right hand. Amidst Taro's puzzled gaze, he directed it towards Zuda's head. The blade struck Zuda's neck with relentless force, sparking showers of sparks. Meanwhile, Ace's left hand took the opportunity to launch a cutting beam. In the cosmos, all the super beasts were utterly dumbfounded. They watched as their kin fell one after another beneath Ace's various execution techniques, either slain or dismembered. Some even reduced to mere fragments, completely dissolved. They felt an involuntary ache in their necks, arms, and thighs. Anyone who dared to claim that Ultramen were merciful and just would be met with their fierce dissent. Ace had the audacity to assert that they, the super beasts, felt no pain. Such utter nonsense. They longed to heed the call of the Aborians, to obliterate that wretched Ace, lest they too succumb to the fate of their fallen brethren. However, realizing that Ace had the audacity to sever Zuda, they quickly deflated. Henceforth, they resolved to steer clear of Ace, the light saws. In the land of light, silence reigned. Father of Ultra, Zafi, and the other Ultra brothers, along with the assembled Ultras in the square, all directed their gazes towards Ace, especially Zafi and the others, who now understood why Ace had incessantly sought their signatures. Were they, too, complicit? You, Ace, disregard your reputation, but I, Zafi, as the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, am most benevolent. They yearned to hear a satisfactory explanation. Given the circumstances, Ace shrugged his shoulders and sighed deeply. In truth, I have my reasons. The crowd clearly found his dismissive explanation unconvincing. As I mentioned earlier, any living being under attack would feel pain, fear, or reveal vulnerabilities. Yet, the super beasts do not possess such sensations. They have been forcibly altered by the Aborians, merging Earth creatures with cosmic monsters. Under the Aborians' control, they are compelled to wreak havoc, yet internally they suffer greatly. Thus, to alleviate their suffering, I wield my sharpest and most proficient execution blade, ensuring their swift liberation. It is a grand act of compassion. I am helping them. Ace lamented with a tone of profound sympathy, his expression one of benevolence, making it appear as though he were a celestial savior, accompanied by his slightly aggrieved words. He presented himself as a misunderstood soul, fiercely wronged. Father of Ultra? Zafi? Taro? The crowd was left bewildered. Ace, can your words become any more outrageous? Should the super beast you executed and dismember be thanking you, Ace? The atmosphere was reminiscent of hell, a veritable underworld. Dare you speak such words to the Aborians and those super beasts, hand on heart? But why did I see some super beasts crying out in pain in the video? The first generation could not suppress his confusion. Brother first generation, the super beasts are cunning. They feign pain to elicit my sympathy. Ace seemed to anticipate the skepticism, responding without hesitation. The first generation shook his head, unconvinced by Ace's fabrications. In truth, whether the super beasts felt pain was irrelevant. What mattered was Ace's belief that they did not. Ideally, they would not feel pain. Even if they did, it was of no concern to Ace. Moreover, no matter how much the super beasts ached, could it compare to the anguish I felt the day I lost Ninshizi? You merely lost your lives, but I, Ace, lost my one true love. All right, let us set aside the matter of the super beasts. Can you elucidate why you severed Zuda's head and sawed at his neck with the 8-split light wheel? Zafi spoke with a tone of exasperation towards Ace. Without comparison, there is no injury. The first generation and Jack's use of the 8-split light wheel against Mold was a perfectly normal long-range attack. Yet, why must you, Ace, resort to such flamboyant displays? Why resort to such brutality? Are you perhaps addicted to dismemberment? Without comparison, how can others view our land of light's giants? Ace stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation, nervously glancing around. He attempted to cast a pleading glance towards Father of Ultra, but Father of Ultra was also observing him, hoping Ace would provide a satisfactory explanation. A clear direction would bolster his own confidence, would it not? Everyone, look. The sky is changing again. Ace seemed to grasp at a lifeline, immediately raising his voice. The crowd, upon hearing this, tilted their heads to gaze at the sky. They beheld new lines of subtitles slowly appearing. One declaration, super beasts do not feel pain. One cry, Ultraman's execution blade, choose your super beast remains. Ace, an Ultraman who regards dismemberment as his life's work, with a square face and a benevolent visage, unleashing laser beams with a mere gesture. Dismemberment and execution are but daily fare, The 8-split light wheel shines upon the head, the benevolent shadow of Ace. Chapter 26 is the Land of Light renamed the Meat Processing Plant. Director Ace, Deputy Director Father of Ultra. In the Heisei era, Gaia and Egil simultaneously gasped in shock. Although they believed Ace was on the brink of death after being struck by Brocken, they anticipated a turnaround. Perhaps, as Dyna suggested, human assistance or another Ultraman would intervene. Little did they expect that the rescue would consist merely of a few signatures from Ultramen. Then, Ace sprang back to life, executing a grand move that dismembered the Super Beast. As the video unfolded further, one Super Beast after another was beheaded, dismembered, and shattered. Dyna and Digga were equally astonished. Brother, you only lost a few horns. This Ace Sr. truly is ruthless. Dyna dropped his playful demeanor, directly addressing Ace's Sr. Senior Ace has already become so fearsome, yet ranks only 8th on the screen. I can only imagine how terrifying those ranked higher must be. Dyna, in the future, show respect to Ace, and likewise, show respect to me. For I, too, am a benevolent warrior of light. Digga gathered an 8-split light wheel in his right hand, grinning as he fixed his gaze on Dyna's neck. The Super Beasts do not feel pain. I wonder if you do? Dyna instantly felt a chill run down his spine, covered in goosebumps. On Planet 76, Leo surveyed the scene and offered a merciful assessment. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Old man Leo, watch out. In the next moment, Leo's ominous premonition was validated. Following the sound, he beheld Zero, who was conjuring an 8-pointed light wheel in his right hand, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. The intent was unmistakably clear, aimed directly at his neck. Leo's blood pressure surged, his fury igniting. He could not master the forbidden technique of the ultra-decapitating blade. Yet Zero's brazen display of the light wheel was a blatant misuse of his skills. It felt as though he was being treated like an easy target. Leo raised his hand and sent Zero's light wheel flying, then followed up with a powerful strike that left Zero dazed and confused. Zero, with a look of grievance, queried, "Old Leo, didn't you ask me to learn some combat techniques from Ace? Just when I finally grasped it, you're dissatisfied. Truly, what a man of contradictory principles." Leo, exasperated, wore an expression of disappointment, muttering curses under his breath at Ace. That fool. The 8-pointed light wheel used by the first generation in Jack is the proper method. Why must you become a light chainsaw wielder? Isn't this a practical application? I find it quite effective. Look how it puts Zoda at a disadvantage. Moreover, the heavens have declared that Ace is benevolent. As Zero spoke, he summoned 2 8-pointed light wheels, appearing as if he had surpassed his mentor. Silence. You must not use them, Leo retorted, visibly irritated, his thoughts raging against Ace. As a mentor, couldn't he exhibit a little more prudence and impart some positive influence? What nonsense about Super Beasts lacking pain, infinite skills, dismemberment, and light chainsaw wielders. This was utterly tarnishing the image of the Land of Light. In the cosmic prison, Belial remarked, "Hey, Ace is far more ruthless than you. Are you not considering eliminating him? Then you would be the most formidable figure in the Land of Light." The voice of Rabondo carried a hint of persuasion. Super Beasts lack pain. Ace must be dealt with. Let us see if he possesses any sense of empathy. Yet, Belial clapped gleefully. Excellent. What a benevolent Ace. No, eliminating him would be a pity. Keeping him around to tarnish the Land of Light and undermine its image is far better. Such a skilled swordsmanship should not be wasted on Super Beasts. Once I escape and conquer the Land of Light, I shall establish a meat processing plant, appointing Ace as its director. Belial's dark humor reached new heights. And Kin. Ace's compassion is truly hereditary. I wonder what Kin will have to say now. In the Reiwa era, Zeta, under the gaze of Tiga and others, desperately wished to sink into the ground. Zeta, you've put me in a terrible predicament. Can I even backtrack now? Tiga lamented, regretting his acquaintance with such a troublesome character as Zeta. Yako cast a sympathetic glance towards Tiga, while Blazer pondered the culinary possibilities of these super beasts if they were turned into skewers, wondering how their flavor would compare to that of monsters. Ace had even kindly prepped them for him, proving to be exceptionally considerate. Zeta fell silent, reflecting on his foster father and the personality of his dearest brother, Ace. He too felt quite embarrassed and quietly responded to Tiga, Ace always keeps his promises. Could you please speak a bit softer? If not for my ultra hearing. I might have missed your words, Tiga replied irritably. He then contemplated Zeta's statement. A promise kept? I requested to be his disciple, and Ace agreed, offering to impart all his knowledge. If I were to backtrack, would that mean my doom? If Super Beasts lack pain, How would Ace treat me? I fear pain. I dread Ace's ultra-decapitating blade. Besides, Ace is too cunning. I do not wish to become a merciful dismemberment enthusiast like him, a light chainsaw wielder. Help! In the land of light, Ace's attempt to redirect the topic and divert attention failed miserably. The little ultras erupted into chaos. Ace. Can we truly choose any super beast corpse? I want one for keepsake. Can I have the head of Baxim? I wish to have Brocken's tail. I want the flying sword from Balaba's head. No, absolutely not. The father of Ultra was furious. What purpose do those bloody, filthy super beast corpses serve? Do they think our land of light lacks compassion? At that moment, several conspicuous messages streamed across the heavens. Belial, Kin, I propose we rename the land of light to the meat processing plant. The directorship belongs to Ace. Belial, as for you, you can only be the deputy director. Given your limited experience with the Ampila's kidneys, in terms of compassion, you are no match for Ace. Ha! Zoda, the giant of light? What a benevolent soul. Wielding such a massive saw against me, treating me as if I were a super beast devoid of pain. Eubonians, Zoda, show some respect. Super beasts do feel pain. Wait, super beasts are not things. No, super beasts are things. No, that's wrong. Eubonians, damn Ace, I will kill you. Ampila, Belial, you were talking nonsense. The heavens were abuzz, and the plaza of the land of light was equally lively. Under the father of Ultra's scoldings, the little Ultras grew bolder, each summoning an 8-pointed light wheel in their right hands. The entire land of light was filled with the buzzing noise of chainsaws. No longer a dismemberment enthusiast, they had turned into light chainsaw wielders. This left the father of Ultra's head spinning. He glanced at the heavens, then at the plaza, and shot a fierce glare at his troublesome, compassionate son, Ace. Silent despair. He truly could not bear to hear the incessant buzzing of the chainsaws any longer. Chapter 27, Belial silenced? Ace is truly compassionate. Seeing the mocking messages on the heavens escalating, and sensing a potential rebellion among the little Ultras in the plaza, the father of Ultra, despite having already berated his unfilial son Ace thoroughly, knew he had to step forward. There was no alternative. This was his duty as a father and as the leader of the land of light. He could sacrifice his dignity, but not the image of the land of light. Any salvageable remnants were better than none. Father of Ultra, I have something to say, please listen. Simultaneously, the Ultra brothers swiftly descended, capturing the most unruly little Ultras for a stern reprimand. A warning to the rest. The little Ultras in the plaza finally shrank back, aware of the gravity of their actions. The messages in the heavens began to dwindle as everyone awaited the father of Ultra's profound insights. Father of Ultra, in truth, everyone has misunderstood. Just as the heavens state, Ace Ultraman is indeed compassionate. Belial. Look, Kin the hypocrite is at it again. Father of Ultra, Belial. Could you exhibit some decorum? Don't you know to remain silent when others are speaking? Belial, what nonsense decorum. I lost that several millennia ago. The father of Ultra felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself powerless against Belial. He secretly wished he could silence him. In the next moment, the heavens displayed a notification. Belial has been silenced for 10 minutes due to violations of regulations as a warning. Zoda, Tiga, Eubonians, Zophie. In the cosmic prison, Belial was utterly bewildered. He repeatedly attempted to send messages, but every effort failed. What on earth? Is this celestial screen not specifically directed towards the land of light and Ultraman? Why, then, have I been silenced instead? Moreover, what rule have I contravened? Previously, when insults were hurled, I faced no such punishment. This celestial screen, it is utterly unjust. At the very least, grant me clarity. The anguished roar of Belial echoed within the cosmic prison. Do not inquire. The answer lies in the relevant regulations. In the land of light, the father of Ultraman was elated. For the time being, he need not concern himself with the troublesome Belial, who delights in causing discord. Furthermore, I had just contemplated silencing Belial, and lo and behold, it came to fruition. Does this imply that I possess authority over the celestial screen? The father of Ultraman could not help but entertain this notion with glee. It is no wonder he overthinks. The coincidences are simply too striking. Observing the unfortunate souls on the celestial screen, he mused that silencing them would significantly reduce the resistance to his cleansing endeavors. Thus, he proclaimed, "Silence Zoda. Silence the aberrants. Silence." Yet, a minute passed, then 3, and if this continued, Belial would soon be unshackled. But the celestial screen remained unchanged. Under the perplexed gazes of the assembled Ultra, the father of Ultraman felt an overwhelming embarrassment. wishing he could hide his aging visage beneath his cloak, for this was truly shameful. As Zoda and the others heard the father of Ultraman utter such peculiar commands, they were taken aback, fearing they might follow in Belial's footsteps. Although the repercussions were not dire, the humiliation was profound. Fortunately, with no changes appearing on the celestial screen, their hearts settled once more. Soon after, a barrage of retorts rained down upon the father of Ultraman. Zoda, I never realized the father of Ultraman had such a sense of humor. You should consider a career in comedy, it's utterly hilarious. Haha. Abhorrent. Indeed, the land of light is filled with hypocrites, always seeking to silence the victims when trouble arises. Baraba. Oh, how awkward. I wonder what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Dark Baltan. While the technology of the land of light may not rival ours, in the realm of humor, we concede. What could the father of Ultraman do? He felt utterly despondent. He gazed at the celestial screen with a deep sense of helplessness, embodying the expression of one who has swallowed bitterness in silence. He could only feign nonchalance, maintaining an air of calm. In truth, the videos displayed on the celestial screen exemplify Ace's virtues. Allow me to share some insights about Ace that the celestial screen has not revealed. First and foremost, Ace is undoubtedly compassionate. The super beasts are the result of the Aberrans fusing cosmic and terrestrial life forms. They are biological weapons. It is well known that merging two entirely disparate species is exceedingly challenging. The Aberrans, in their hubris, imposed this agony upon both species. As Ace stated, super beasts lack the sense of pain. This is not because they are devoid of sensation, but because the Aberrans have stripped them of their capacity to feel, to ensure the super beasts could fight more effectively and fulfill their invasion's purpose. Thus, the Aberrans are the true culprits. Our Ace Ultraman, however, could not bear to witness the super beasts suffering day after day. Hence, he chose to end their lives, granting them liberation. The use of the Ultraman decapitating knife was merely because it is the sharpest, ensuring a swift conclusion. He wished to spare the super beasts any excessive pain. For this, Ace bore the label of a merciless executioner and a butcher. Therefore, Ace is the embodiment of true compassion, truly benevolent. How profoundly moving. The Abhorrent interjected, Father of Ultraman. Another message appeared on the celestial screen. Abhorrent has been silenced for 10 minutes as a warning for violating relevant regulations. Upon witnessing the Abhorrent silencing, the father of Ultraman felt no joy as he had envisioned. While his words could salvage the precarious reputation of the land of light among the myriad races, the thought of a new wave of Ultramen clamoring to embrace the title of butcher left him with a headache. However, with matters having reached this point, he had no choice but to press on. Secondly, another virtue of Ace is his relentless pursuit of knowledge. Observe. The manner in which Ace wields the Ultraman decapitating knife is not static, but rather dynamic. There are vertical, horizontal, and circular strikes, among others. You may wonder, what could be the reason behind Ace's varied techniques? The Ultras in the land of light, guided by the father of Ultraman, gazed at Ace with puzzled expressions. Indeed. Why did Ace employ such methods? To conserve energy? Or perhaps to appear more stylish? Ace, too, appeared bewildered. Wasn't he merely seeking to dispatch the super beasts swiftly and efficiently? What other interpretations could his esteemed father have? The Heisei-era Ultras were equally perplexed. While their techniques had variations, they paled in comparison to Ace's multitude of forms. The Reiwa-era Ultras fixated intently on Zeta, eager for his insights. Zoda and the Abhorrent pondered the father of Ultraman's assertions, even Belial, who had long harbored disdain for the land of light, and the father of Ultraman, found himself in contemplation. After a brief pause, the father of Ultraman slowly articulated his response. Throughout his endeavors, Ace has diligently explored the diverse applications of the Ultraman decapitating knife, all for the sake of the super beasts. He tailors his techniques according to the different species of super beasts, solely to ensure they meet a dignified and swift end to their suffering. Thus, many have misinterpreted Ace's well-meaning intentions. How can such an Ace not be deemed compassionate? Having sent his message, the father of Ultraman gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, adopting a demeanor of profound sorrow and empathy. In truth, he merely sought to conceal the twitching corners of his mouth. Digga? Zoda? Broken? So, should I be thanking Ace? Zero? Blazer? Listen, are the words of the father of Ultraman even comprehensible? The seasoned actor quickly regained his composure. Seizing the moment while the others were still in a stupor, he immediately presented his third virtue of Ace. Moreover, Ace is exceedingly helpful and supportive of his juniors. Ace's guidance to Zeta can be described as comprehensive and unreserved. His performance clearly indicates that he could single-handedly defeat Baraba. Yet, he refrained, continuously directing Zeta in battle. Ultimately, he entrusted his own strengths to Zeta. Therefore, Ace is undoubtedly a kind-hearted friend. Let the myriad races of the universe place their faith in Ace and in our land of light. Do not be swayed by the machinations of those with ulterior motives. In the land of light, as the father of Ultraman's words resonated, the square reverberated with the whirring sound of chainsaws. As anticipated, the diminutive Ultramen began to spin their 8-pointed light wheels, gazing at Ace with admiration. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Taro felt an immediate headache and rushed to quell the commotion. "Oh dear, Instructor Taro, what are you doing?" "We are merely following the captain's orders to explore the various applications of the 8-pointed light wheel. Or do you wish to be labeled a disobedient son? Rebelling against the captain's commands?" With such a heavy accusation, Taro's actions slowed considerably. Alas, what can be done when the father of Ultra has endorsed them? Henceforth, let us refer to the land of light as the meat processing plant. Such a name lacks charm and distinction. I propose we call ourselves the Chainsaw Sect. For we are all chainsaw warriors of light. Splendid indeed. Ace, our esteemed predecessor, shall henceforth be the patriarch of our chainsaw sect. The father of Ultra's greatest fears have materialized, and he cannot help but sigh, for the land of light seems destined to become a mere meat processing facility. Yet, contemplating from another perspective, if these little Ultramen truly acquire diverse combat techniques through this, will they not enhance their chances of defending the Earth and safeguarding countless beings against invaders? The father of Ultra finds himself at a loss, uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. At that moment, a barrage of comments suddenly flooded the screen. "Belial, damn it, Ken, you can really spin a yarn. No matter how eloquent you are, you cannot alter the bloody fact that Ace has been decapitated and dismembered time and again. Belial, if Ace is truly merciful, then I am the greatest benefactor in the universe. Yet here I am, rotting in a cosmic prison. Belial, bring forth a super beast to deliver a resounding slap to Ken's face." Having spent 10 minutes in confinement, Belial was beside himself with rage, each utterance laden with expletives, an exquisite indulgence in vitriol. "Broken, the Yabo people forcibly created us, and we suffer greatly, yet Ace's dismemberment brings us equal pain. They dare call it for our own good? Bah! Both the Yabo and Ace are no paragons of virtue. Uni Ango, well said. I was created by the Yabo and endured my first agony. Ace then dismembered me, delivering a second blow. Finally, I was dissolved into nothingness, experiencing a third torment. The father of Ultra speaks nonsense. His words are indeed hard. Zota, what about me? Am I also researching the use of the 8-point light will saw? Is it meant to allow me a more dignified and pleasurable end to my suffering? Zoffy, congratulations, Zota, you've learned how to butt in. Ace, silence. If the super beast continues to prattle, the decapitating knife awaits. And you, Belial, I shall soon reduce you to a mere stick in the cosmic prison. Ace, Trigger, when will you arrive in the land of light? Father of Ultra. The entire screen descended into chaos. Where had the Yabo gone? Even with his super beast betraying him, he remained unseen. He was, of course, seething with rage, yet he was still silenced. In the Raiwa era, Trigger was bewildered. Could it be that Ace, amidst such disarray, still remembers this insignificant being? It seems his character, beyond being sinister, must also embody a promise kept. And indeed, he stands resilient. Zeta, this is all your fault. I tell you, if I cannot escape, neither shall you. We shall both endure Ace's rigorous training. Trigger ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to take a bite out of Zeta. Zeta, with a pained expression, was most unwilling. Perhaps not. I am not well acquainted with Ace. Why not consider my master, Ultraman Zero? Rest assured, my master is always forthright, never like Ace. Zeta, a true filial son, would surely incur Ace's wrath should he learn of this. Really? Trigger gazed at Zeta with suspicion. This lad speaks not a word of truth. Moments ago, he exalted Ace, yet now pretends not to know him. What a treacherous trap to leave him unaccountable. In the Heisei era, the trio of rogues did not join the fray of verbal duels on the screen. Though the father of Ultra's words were somewhat askew, I believe they contain a measure of truth. After a brief contemplation, Gaia shared his perspective. Oh, what do you mean? Dyna's eyes lit up, for he found himself in agreement with some of the father of Ultra's remarks. The father conveyed that Ace excels at research, which is indeed worthy of our emulation. With a slight alteration in the application of a skill, one can swiftly and effectively vanquish an enemy. After all, not everyone possesses Max's sinister ability to grow enormous or create clones, nor does everyone play Trigger's high-stakes game. Such techniques become particularly vital when our energy is running low. Gaia elaborated on his thoughts, and Egil nodded in agreement. Dyna shook his head slightly after listening. Indeed, with his myriad of unique skills, he hardly concerns himself with such matters. However, I firmly believe the virtue of Ace aiding his juniors is commendable. Ace possesses great ability yet remains humble, never seeking the spotlight, allowing opportunities to flow to his junior Zeta, unlike some who seek to shine on another's territory. Dyna remarked, casting a discreet glance at his elder brother Dyna, the implication clear. Dyna shot him a glare, and Dyna immediately feigned ignorance, as if he had said nothing at all. With Ace being so cunning, we feel dwarfed in comparison, and I cannot fathom who will claim the 7th position next. Before Dyna could finish his thought, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. He turned to gaze at Gaia, who stood in shock, incredulous. Gaia. The top 10 most cunning Ultramen 7th place. Ultraman Gaia. Chapter 29. The Child of Earth? The rebellious child Gaia. Mebius felt a pang of guilt. Dyna and Dyna exchanged strange glances with Gaia and Egil. The universe they inhabited was distinct from the land of light, and they were unaware of Gaia's actions. Only Egil, hailing from the same universe, had a slight inkling. After pondering for a while, the determined Egil poked Gaia. What did you do? Why is the screen counting you? Dazed, Gaia suddenly snapped back to reality. I don't know. He grabbed Egil anxiously. You are well aware of my experiences. I am truly not cunning. You must speak on my behalf. The screen has undoubtedly made a mistake. Egil nodded, offering reassurance. Given his understanding of Gaia, a warrior born from the power of Mother Earth, he was inherently kind-hearted. Could it be a reverse tally? Dyna too found it hard to believe that his subordinate could commit any outrageous deeds and could not resist speculating. If that were the case, you'd likely steal the spotlight. Dyna looked at Gaia with a hint of envy, wondering why such a splendid opportunity did not befall him. Hearing this, Gaia felt a flicker of joy. It should be noted that Max, Trigger, and Ace all had their own cunning traits. If a sudden reversal occurred in his favor, the contrast could render him celebrated wherever he went, perhaps even surpassing that of his elder brothers. Gaia rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his anticipation. In the land of light, the father of Ultra, upon seeing a new subject appear on the screen, finally relaxed his furrowed brow. The little Ultramen in the square ceased their chainsaw antics, and the onslaught from various races on the screen subsided. At last, Ace's troubles seemed to be drawing to a close, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once all had settled, he would reckon with Max, Ace, and those rebellious little Ultramen. Gaia, the father of Ultra, regarded the red and silver Ultraman on the screen. His appearance seemed very much a part of the land of light, yet the name was strikingly unfamiliar. He cast a puzzled glance at Zophi. In that moment, Zophi too exhaled deeply. However, unlike the father of Ultra, who was troubled by the image of the land of light, Zophi was more concerned about being counted by the screen. Recalling the usual visage of his brother Ace, with his square face and serene demeanor, it is disconcerting to see him transformed into a dismemberment enthusiast, reveling in carnage amidst the celestial expanse. He has become the subject of jest among various cosmic races and a role model for the younger generation of Ultramen, likely even noted in the captain's ledger. Now, reflecting on his past actions fills him with a profound sense of dread. Once invincible Zophi has succumbed, reduced to ashes by the flames of Burton, and the plans to eradicate the Ultramen, alongside the likes of Shafurin, have left him genuinely terrified. Zophi, upon being inquired by the father of Ultra, pondered deeply before providing his insight. It is not our warriors from the land of light, but rather Ultramen like Tiga from other dimensions or the future. As he spoke, a video began to play on the celestial screen. Ultraman Gaia, the native of Earth, is a red giant of the light of the Earth and its protector. Protector? Initially, the father of Ultra felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the mention of other-dimensional Ultraman, but the word protector swiftly alleviated his concerns. After all, the Ultramen have always regarded the safeguarding of Earth and humanity as their sacred duty. Thus, if he is indeed a protector, one could assume that Gaia would not stray far from that role. With this thought, the father of Ultra gazed at the screen with renewed anticipation. In a bustling urban area on Earth, a blue crystalline entity descends from the sky, and a ferocious beast bursts forth. The cosmic combat beast Goba begins wreaking havoc, rampaging through the city. At this moment, A brilliant red light shines from the sky, followed by a thunderous crash. The intertwined red and silver Ultraman Gaia crashes heavily to the ground. Instantly, he creates a deep crater, dust rising to great heights, while surrounding structures tremble precariously. The magma beast, the subterranean creature Killa, erupts from below. Killa hurls molten projectiles from its abdomen, thoroughly demolishing the vibrant city. Ultraman Gaia descends once more, crashing to the earth. This impact causes even more violent tremors, with dust and debris flying everywhere, the ground collapsing under the force, dragging nearby buildings and vehicles down with it. In the dead of night, the hyperspatial wave monster Mizade appears in the city. Under the moonlight, Ultraman Gaia performs a backflip, landing with a resounding impact. The same intense tremors, the same swirling dust, the same fissures in the earth. This time, he races towards Mizade, each step creating deep craters, sending soil soaring, while nearby structures shake uncontrollably. Such videos continue to play repeatedly. Each of Ultraman Gaia's descents testing the resilience of the Earth's buildings and vegetation, as well as the local authorities. Finally, the celestial screen presents a summary of these scenes. Named a protector, yet embodying destruction. Child of the Earth? More like the Earth's wayward son. Is Gaia truly a protector? In the land of light. The father of Ultra felt somewhat dazed. Is this truly how a protector guards the Earth and humanity's home? Zoffy could not help but shake his head. Given their size and power, the Ultramen are far too overwhelming for Earth. Hence, when dispatching personnel to Earth, they are always cautioned to restrain their strength. This distinction sets them apart from the mindless beasts that wreak havoc, just as he refrains from using maximum power with the 87 beam, fearing any unintended consequences for humanity and the planet. Yet Gaia's every appearance seems to bring about such tremendous chaos, without fail. He ought to be brought to the land of light for proper education. Just then, a commotion arose from the square. Such an entrance is undeniably impressive. Indeed, it is a matter of lifelong pride. I feel as though I have overwhelmed the monsters with sheer might. Confidence and courage abound. If only we could create such a stir upon our descent, landing directly atop the beasts. The father of Ultra? Zoffy? Mirabiu? Absolutely not. Anyone who dares to imitate this, let them first inquire of my iron fist. Before the father of Ultra could speak, Mirabiu interjected, albeit with a hint of trepidation in his tone. The father of Ultra glanced at Mirabiu in surprise, silently affirming, "What a good child," stepping up to take on the role of instructor. Yet under the father of Ultra's gaze, Mirabiu appeared somewhat uncomfortable, his unease palpable. As for why he felt this way, one might need to consult Egawa Ryu. Chapter 30, Zero, the Blue from the Indigo. Conflict among the Gaia and Aguru brothers? In the cosmic prison. Belial's smile has not faded since Gaia's emergence. His hands rhythmically clapped against the walls and ground. Initially, he felt displeasure upon seeing the term protector. After all, as an Ultraman from the land of light, he is all too familiar with their mission of safeguarding Earth and the universe. Yet, unexpectedly, the celestial screen granted him a delightful surprise, never failing to meet his expectations. Each appearance of this being named Gaia wreaks havoc upon the cities and the Earth, rivaling the devastation caused by monsters. One might even think he came to invade Earth alongside the beasts. Truly deserving of the title wayward son of the Earth. Such a being must be retained. Ken, when even mercy and protection can be twisted. How dare you claim your Ultramen are not sinister? Hypocrisy. It is far better to embrace darkness openly, as I do. Sensing Belial's conviction, the dark energy within him solidified further. He must, without fail, unleash a barrage of scornful commentary upon Ken. On Planet 76, Leo's expression fell after watching the video. Why had he never realized there were so many miscreants among the Ultramen? Even the most fundamental duty of protecting Earth was subject to ridicule by the celestial screen. This Ultraman Gaia, if only he were from another dimension. Otherwise, Leo would have to teach him a lesson on how to temper his strength. Just then, upon turning, Leo noticed Zero had vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, the next moment, a resounding crash reverberated as the ground of Planet 76 began to tremble violently. Dust and debris filled the air. Zero had commenced his imitation. Following the sound, Leo observed Zero, seemingly dissatisfied with his previous descent, now soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. He then executed a backflip, his legs bursting forth with red light, unleashing explosive energy, and smashed down towards the Earth akin to Gaia. With a thunderous boom, the solid surface of Planet 76 was forcefully impacted, creating a massive crater. Gaia. Perfect score. Zero appeared quite pleased with his performance, indeed surpassing expectations once more. Leo. Your Leo flying kick would yield remarkable results if applied to such an entrance. Zero exclaimed excitedly, seemingly proud of his ingenious idea. Indeed. To enhance the visual impact and intensity, he employed all the advanced techniques Leo had taught him. After all, the Leo flying kick possesses the explosive power equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT detonating simultaneously. Although Zero's execution was somewhat diminished, the resulting crater, hundreds of meters wide and deep, was still formidable. However, the mood of the involved Leo was far from pleasant. He spoke to Zero in a gentle tone. Zero, step forward. I believe there is ample room for improvement in your posture. Allow me to demonstrate for you. Oh. Although Zero finds it somewhat peculiar that the old man Rayo has changed his demeanor, he considers it a fortunate turn of events. Thus, without suspicion, Zero approaches Rayo. In the next moment, Rayo soars to an altitude of 10,000 meters. He channels energy into his feet, erupting in a brilliant red light. Behold the true Rayo flying kick. Zero, this kick will be magnificent. In the Heisei era, Gaia, having watched his own video, nods in satisfaction. Previously, experiencing the action from a first-person perspective seemed unremarkable, but viewing it now from a third-person angle reveals an extraordinary flair. Hey Gaia, don't you have anything to say about the title of Earth's wayward child? Dyna pokes Gaia, who has been nodding and grinning foolishly. Is this fellow unable to accept the truth? After all, he has failed to fulfill his guardian duties and has caused such a disgrace in the multiverse. Will humanity not steer clear of him in the future? Speaking of which, he seems to be the lightest among us brothers, yet every descent triggers an earthquake, more monstrous than the monsters themselves. It is truly a waste of the Mother Earth's bestowed power. Calling him a wayward child is hardly an exaggeration. Moreover, the Earth-S will seems excessively indulgent towards him. Why has Tiet chastised him more severely? What is there to discuss? This is nothing short of slander. Gaia appears unconcerned. I am the embodiment of the Earth-S power. Each significant disturbance is merely a response from Mother Earth to my actions. Dyna and Dyna exchange skeptical glances, turning to a guru for confirmation. Uft, that's easy to say, but the destruction of vegetation, buildings, and roads upon your arrival cannot be fabricated, can it? A guru mercilessly dismantles Gaia's argument. Upon hearing this, Gaia is instantly displeased. How can a supposed brother undermine him like this? If you act without kindness, do not expect me to act justly. Where have you been? If it weren't for the sky curtain not broadcasting, your every landing would still cause tremors. I can claim it as the Earth-S will responding. Some individuals embody the oceans will yet create disturbances equal to mine. Could it be deliberate? Alas, some just love to show off. Can't they be more grounded like me? As Gaia speaks, he shakes his head and sighs, embodying a sense of disappointment. A guru is momentarily at a loss for words, then retorts sarcastically, at least I Haven team made it to the most infamous list. And judging by the sky curtain, it seems someone's video is far from over. Dyna and Dyna, witnessing the unfolding drama, delight in the escalating tension, sensing a potential conflict brewing. These two troublemakers harbor no intention to intervene. Rather, they stoke the flames of discord. Gaia, a guru has betrayed you. A guru, Gaia mocks you, claiming you are deliberately showing off. What's the rush? I still remember how someone styled the ocean with a center part. It's just the ocean's pampering of you. Perhaps, soon, your ranking will surpass mine. Gaia snorts dismissively and recounts amusing tales about a guru, fixing his gaze intently on him. A guru, not to be outdone, stands his ground. And the two exchange fiery glances. It appears they are on the verge of yet another rivalry. Just then, the sky curtain begins to scroll with comments. Belia, Gaia truly is devoted. Is this how you protect what the Earth-S will has granted you? A wayward child indeed. Kin, what do you have to say now? Dynazaro, I'm asking you, Mebius, what have you been guarding? Zoda, the best defense is offense. Thus, Gaia's method of protecting the city is to destroy it before the monsters do. This way, he can safeguard the city from devastation. Arborian, Zoda, indeed. Language is an art form. Taro, why are we also included in this from the land of light, along with Mebius? Sero, Gaia, if you combined your kick with your landing, it would be even more spectacular. Aguru, Belia, stop spouting nonsense. The commotion of Gaia's landing is merely the Earth-S while responding to him. Upon witnessing this, Gaia feels deeply moved. Indeed, in times of need, brothers can be relied upon. His eyes gleaming, he strides forward and grasps Aguru's hand firmly, filled with camaraderie. Brothers quarrel within the walls, yet unite against external scorn. A guru huffs, turning his head away, every gesture exuding an air of proud defiance. Dyna and Dyna, seeing the lack of entertainment, shake their heads in disappointment. Chapter 31. Mebius's Exposure. The enormous beast Zolium. In the land of light, the father of Ultra scrutinizes Mebius closely. It seems this young man has deviated from his usual behavior. Could it be that he harbors a guilty conscience from past misdeeds? Mebius, confess and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face severe repercussions. Admit to all that you have done. Taro, serving as Mebius's mentor, cannot help but interrogate. Mebius feels darkness closing in. He thinks to himself, this is disastrous. It's all the fault of that wretched Dyna for bringing up these trivial matters. Now, under the scrutiny of the captain and mentor Taro, with the eyes of the land of light upon him, he wishes for nothing more than to disappear. In truth, Mebius has little to fear. He stammers, his voice barely audible, fearful of being overheard and suffering social embarrassment. After all, times have changed, once a reckless youth. He is now a mentor with a reputation. I was battling Dyna, and to showcase the combat techniques of the land of light, I utilized cover to deflect his attacks. Ahem, ultimately, I easily defeated the monster, though, of course, some destruction to the city was unavoidable. Mebius tries to downplay the situation, feigning regret over the city's damage. In the end, some blamed me, questioning, what have you protected? That is essentially the crux of the matter. While it sounds rather ordinary, the father of Ultra, a master of evasion, perceives the unnatural expression on Mebius's face, combined with Gaia's reputation as the Earth's wayward child from the sky curtain. He posits, so, you could have quickly dealt with Dyna, yet you chose to flaunt your combat skills? I presume the cover you refer to as the buildings in the city? Did you leave the city in ruins afterward, appearing quite proud of your actions? The father of Ultra's relentless questioning leaves Mebius utterly astonished. Captain, please, let me explain. Mebius stutters, his words faltering. Taro had initially thought his father was overreacting. How could his protege commit such an egregious act? Gaia may not have received the education of the land of light, but Mebius has always been a model student. Yet, witnessing Mebius's panicked demeanor, Taro falls silent. He is utterly ashamed of his role as a mentor. How can such a person guide the young Ultra? It is a disservice to his pupils. Enough, Mebius. You need not explain further. Taro interrupts decisively. Captain, allow me to handle this matter. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Taro's voice carries a chill, reminding Mebius of the harsh training sessions he endured. He feels deeply aggrieved. After all, this was a battle on Earth, and minor errors are to be expected. He realized his mistakes after hearing Longsan's roar and has not repeated them since. Who would have thought the past would come back to haunt him? Meanwhile, his good friend Hikaru shrugs, offering a look of helplessness and a silent wish for good fortune. Father of Ultra gave a slight nod. He felt reassured by Taro's actions. Fortunately, this matter had not been revealed by the celestial screen. Otherwise, how would humanity view their land of light in the future? It appeared that stringent evaluations on the guardianship teachings would be necessary henceforth. The father of Ultra resolutely decided that Ultramen must comprehend that safeguarding is not merely about preserving peace on Earth, but also about protecting human lives and their homes. Such occurrences must be prevented from happening again. Meanwhile, the barrage on the celestial screen continued unabated. Regardless of Gaia and Egel's explanations, Belial and his cohorts steadfastly maintained that the torn earth, demolished buildings, trees, and vehicles were all too real. It was ironic that those monsters and extraterrestrial beings, who typically annihilate stars without a second thought, had suddenly transformed into moral exemplars. At that moment, a new video commenced on the celestial screen. On the night of Earth, a colorful beam of light shot skyward. In the blink of an eye, a twisted wormhole, crackling with thunder, formed in the dark night sky, seemingly heralding doom. Shortly after, a colossal head resembling that of a serpent or dragon emerged from the wormhole, its steel teeth capable of rending anything asunder. Topped with blue crystals, it radiated an aura both mysterious and perilous. The great beast, Zolium. Upon witnessing the introduction of the land of light, the crowd gasped in astonishment. While the visual representation might not have conveyed the full impact, the data comparison revealed a stark truth. Previously, the 990-meter-tall million Basaku, defeated by Max, had already instilled fear within them. Yet now, in the presence of the 130,000 kilometer long Zolium, million Basaku appeared as mere ants. Could such a colossal adversary truly be vanquished? Max spoke with disbelief. His own supergigantic form seemed trivial in comparison, and he questioned whether the Galaxy Light Sword could prove effective. Their attacks might merely graze him, causing no real harm. The first generation was equally astonished. Were the monsters faced by other Ultramen in parallel universes truly this formidable? Most astonishingly, even the omniscient celestial screen could only speculate, implying that Zolam's size might be even greater. Seven took a deep breath, providing his insight. The other Ultramen felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, how could they confront such an opponent? The father of Ultra and the Ultraman brothers were gripped by a thread of anxiety. The video on the celestial screen continued to play. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, Gaia's human form, Takuma Iramu, wore a grave expression, disregarding his own injuries as he prepared to transform and confront the foe. However, he was halted by Eagle's human form, Hiroya Fujimiya. The atmosphere between the two was tense. Takuma, anxious, did not wish to engage in meaningless internal conflict. Thus, he bluntly informed Fujimiya, "That monster came to Earth by harnessing our powers." "What did you say?" Fujimiya clearly refused to believe him. He had been waiting for the two of them to clash. "Now, your designed quantum computer is out of control." Fujimiya's face was one of incredulity until Takuma presented the ironclad truth through his communicator. On the screen, a computer radiated yellow light. Its pulse waveform synchronized with Zolam. Fujimiya felt his beliefs crumbling, questioning his very existence. If the root of annihilation had manipulated crisis, then his persistent stand had been nothing but a farce. Yet, under Takuma's explanation and the overwhelming evidence, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Fujimiya held his head in his hands, on the brink of collapse, shouting in despair. He then embraced himself, trembling in fear of the root of annihilation. At that moment, fighter jets in the sky began to attack Zolam. However, countless laser missiles merely sparked against its surface, yielding no effect whatsoever. Instead, they found themselves in dire peril under Zolam's fiery onslaught. Still lost in confusion and self-doubt, Fujimiya murmured to himself. Takuma, with unwavering determination, pressed onward. Though uncertain, they had to proceed. It was time to gamble everything for the sake of what was precious. Ignoring his pain, Takuma swung his arm, clutching the blue gem cone with resolve. Just then, Fujimiya once again halted his actions. What was he trying to achieve? Chapter 32. Gaia's supreme form emerges. Taro aspires to be a great son. Witnessing this scene, some Ultramen from the Land of Light expressed their deep dissatisfaction with Fujimiya. This Fujimiya, or rather Eagle, was squabbling internally while a great enemy loomed. Clearly, he was skilled in internal strife but lacked prowess in external battles. If he did not wish to fight, why obstruct Gaia? It was utterly perplexing. The father of Ultra remained silent, listening to the discussions in the plaza. He felt that while some Ultramen were indeed cynical, they could differentiate right from wrong in the face of significant issues. The celestial screen continued to display, even with the power of Ultramen, how long can your body endure? Fujimiya articulated his thoughts amidst Takuma's confusion. Not far from them, Zolam's superheated flames rained down from the sky. The intense explosions and fiery light left no time for hesitation. Feeling betrayed and having lost the Ultraman spirit, Fujimiya activated the blue gem bracelet on his right hand. Then, a ball of azure light floated before Takuma, offering to siphon Eagle's energy as well, providing a glimmer of hope. Fujimiya turned and walked away, ultimately disappearing amidst the descending celestial flames. Sensing his friend's emotions, Takuma transformed his anger into strength. He extended his right hand, firmly grasping the blue gem cone. The red light representing the earth and the blue light representing the ocean erupted simultaneously. Empowered by the light of the ocean, Gaia appeared more robust than ever. His chest armor, now a representation of Eagle's power in black. His color scheme shifted from red and silver to a majestic blend of red, silver, black, and gold. Gaia Ultraman Type 2. Visually, he possessed immense power surpassing that of Type 1. Those who had just questioned Fujimiya now felt a pang of guilt. It turned out he was not trying to hinder Gaia but was instead offering his own strength. Indeed, if I were in his position, feeling betrayed by someone I trusted, I would likely lose the will to fight as well. Type 2 seemed incredibly powerful. Surely, he could defeat Zolam now? Indeed, our Ultramen must rely on their extraordinary abilities. The father of Ultra listened as the younger Ultramen veered off topic, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, Gaia extended his arms and soared straight towards Zolam. He immediately curled his left arm into a fist while extending his right arm horizontally, crossing them to channel energy. An orange beam of intense heat surged towards the pointed tip of Zolam's head. Quantum stream. Alas, even with Type 2's ultimate attack, Zolam's blue crystal, known for capturing rays, intercepted it entirely, rendering it ineffective. Instead, Zolam's fiery breath struck Gaia, sending him crashing to the ground under the tremendous force and sweltering heat. Following that, a relentless barrage of flames descended, forcing Gaia to roll and evade desperately. Is it truly insurmountable? Ace lamented. Zolam possesses an unimaginably immense physique, coupled with astonishing defensive capabilities. And his ability to capture light adds to his formidable nature. Zaffi hesitated for a moment before continuing. I fear that only by unleashing the full power of the 87 beams, or with Taro deploying the cosmic miracle ray, can we hope to vanquish him. Seven nodded gravely, his expression laden with concern. Gaia is now in peril. How will he respond? Before Seven could finish his thought, the scene in the heavens began to shift dramatically. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Gaia refused to surrender. He raised his hands above his head, merging the light of the earth with the light of the ocean, releasing energy to its utmost limits. After a dazzling flash of red, a figure emerged strong, majestic, and with a physique that exuded power. The supreme Gaia had arrived. Armed with his new form, Gaia's gaze was resolute as he surged toward Zolam, fearlessly traversing the monstrous steel fangs that loomed like mountains. He charged straight into Zolam's very core. Then, with his right hand raised high, he swiftly gathered a tremendous amount of photon energy in an instant. As his palms united, he directed a vibrant, multicolored beam of destructive energy forth. Photon stream. This was Gaia's ultimate technique in his supreme form, an unshakable force that even Zolam, regardless of his size, could not withstand. Silence enveloped the land of light. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Just a moment ago, Gaia had been struggling, and now, in a heartbeat, he had annihilated Zolam. It was as though he had transformed from a mere ant at the mercy of a predator into a dragon soaring across the skies. This stark contrast left everyone astounded, particularly Zaffi and Seven, who had not anticipated such a swift turnaround. Even Father of Ultra was taken aback. He had believed in Gaia's eventual triumph, but he had expected it to come through a grueling battle. Who could have foreseen it would be so effortless? Gaia truly lived up to his legendary status, possessing remarkable prowess. Hikaru, after you imparted your knightly aura to me, I did not foresee us acquiring such formidable strength, remarked Mebius, casting a dubious glance at his companion. If anyone is lacking, it is you. A retorted disdainfully, having given his energy freely. You can only blame yourself for your inadequacies. No, it is not as you think. Taro mused, his contemplative gaze revealing insight. The light of the earth and the light of the ocean both stem from the will of earth, sharing a common origin. Thus, they can merge flawlessly, yielding a power exponentially greater than before. Your knightly auras, however, do not possess such potential. So, are you implying, Taro, that if my father and I achieve perfect fusion, I too could wield powers multiple times that of my former self? A young Ultra's eyes gleamed with excitement. Absolutely not. Taro exclaimed, momentarily speechless. What a devoted son you are. From the footage, it is evident that Fujimiya Hiro has fully bestowed all of Egel's power upon Gaia, selflessly dedicating himself to enable Gaia's fusion and ascension. Naturally, he has lost the ability to transform into an Ultra. Are you truly attempting to imitate him? Do you wish your father dead? Taro thought, glancing at the father of Ultra not far away. If only that were possible? He mused, shaking his head to dispel such dangerous thoughts. He was not one to resort to unscrupulous means for the sake of power. As for why such thoughts crossed his mind, Taro attributed it to Max, Tregear, Ace, and Gaia, those cunning Ultras. They had led the young Ultra astray and infected him with their dubious ways. One must avoid the company of those tainted by darkness. Meanwhile, the father of Ultra on the platform felt a sudden chill run down his spine, a fleeting sense of danger creeping into his heart. However, it was but a momentary sensation, which he dismissed as a result of witnessing too many tumultuous moments among the Dark Ultras. He then focused his attention back on the heavens, eager to see what further revelations Gaia would unveil. In his eyes, while Gaia's supreme form had swiftly dispatched the colossal Zolam, such power still paled in comparison to that of the few who followed. So, Gaia, what further secrets do you conceal? Chapter 33. Gaia pays tribute to Captain Ink. The Supreme single-handedly turns the Flame Mountain. In the Heisei era, Gaia stood with arms crossed, stroking his chin, nodding in satisfaction. I recall Zolam. What a magnificent beast. I dare say even my elder brothers would find him a challenging foe. How, then, could such a formidable creature be so easily defeated by me? Alas, some individuals are simply destined to be protagonists. Attempting to remain low-key is futile. As he spoke, Gaia shook his head with a feigned regretful expression. Dyna? Egil? Wait, are you still pretending? The two felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Egil rolled his eyes at Gaia, saying, without my ocean light, could you have accessed her supreme form and so easily defeated Zolam? Dyna, I must interject on behalf of my younger brother, he retorted. It was your own collapse that led to your retreat. How can you make such claims? Had Gaia not exerted himself to defeat the monster? What would have become of the trust and power bestowed upon you by the oceanic will? As Ultra Warriors, we must bravely confront any challenge. There are precious things we must protect. Hearing Dyna speak thus, Tiga was reminded of his own memories. Though his human form, Daigo, often faced confusion, he never faltered in battle, even against formidable foes like Griza and Gyra. He remained steadfast in his resolve to protect. Thus, Egil's human form, Fujimiya Hero, had been too fortunate, lacking the mental fortitude to withstand adversity. Egil, though Dyna may often speak without sense, I believe he is right on this matter. Tiga voiced his agreement. With the most mature and composed elder brother speaking up, Egil felt a twinge of shame and lowered his head. Though long past, this incident still weighed heavily on his heart. Seeing his dear brother in despair, Gaia offered words of encouragement. Enough of the past, brothers. Let bygones be bygones. Egil has recognized his mistakes and is earnestly working to amend them. We need not dwell on it. Let us turn our gaze back to the heavens, with Gaia mediating. Tiga and Dyna relented, opting to move on. They raised their eyes to the celestial screen, which was now showcasing a new video segment. At a coastal area, a mountain bore an inexplicable object emitting intense heat, inscribed with glyphs resembling the characters for Flame Mountain. It was enveloped in red light, seemingly gathering strength. The continuous release of heat waves raised the temperature in the vicinity, causing the city's inhabitants to sweat profusely. The lightning team was dispatched to investigate the anomaly. Suddenly, the heat-emitting object quivered and burst forth from the mountain, swiftly transforming into a creature resembling a scarab with hands, feet, and massive pincers. As his form transformed, his body temperature surged rapidly, releasing an increasingly exaggerated amount of heat. He naturally commanded the fiery mountain. His solid physique and formidable defenses disregarded the assaults from the lightning team. Instead, the fiery mountain unleashed explosive waves of intense flames from its abdomen, while its colossal horns emitted crimson lightning. This onslaught obliterated nearby structures and ignited the vegetation on the mountainside into a raging inferno. In a dreamlike vision, I saw the towering figure morph into Ultraman Gaia Type 2 to confront the threat. In an instant, Gaia executed a soaring sidekick that struck the fiery mountain's head, sending it reeling backward. The fiery mountain quickly regained its footing, bent down, and raised its sharp pincers high, launching a fierce attack towards Gaia. With a graceful somersault, Gaia deftly evaded the strike and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the fiery mountain's body. Ultimately, he seized the fiery mountain's head, activated his incredible strength, and hurled it forcefully to the ground. It could be said that he completely dominated the fiery mountain in terms of martial prowess, delivering a one-sided beating. However, the fiery mountain was not without its own strengths. Seizing the opportunity, it clamped Gaia's legs with its pincers, squeezing tightly and causing immense agony. Then, with a swift motion, it flung Gaia backward. The fiery mountain took advantage of Gaia's unpreparedness, releasing intense flames and crimson lightning from its abdomen and pincers in rapid succession, striking Gaia relentlessly. Caught off guard, Gaia was engulfed in flames, the searing heat inflicting unbearable pain upon him. In the land of light, witnessing this scene, the captain of the space patrol, the esteemed Zafi, was instantly reminded of some troubling past experiences. He felt a sense of foreboding, recalling how he himself had been ignited near a lake. Yet now Gaia was engulfed in flames. What would he do? Only those who have endured such a fiery torment can comprehend its suffering. Zafi, truly kind-hearted, wished to shield others from the rain because he had once been drenched himself. The video in the celestial canopy continued to play. The flames engulfing Gaia extinguished, but he knelt painfully on the ground. Meanwhile, the fiery mountain unleashed crimson lightning once more, tormenting Gaia. Enduring the agony, Gaia resolved not to yield. He stood tall amidst the pain. With a dazzling burst of red light, he transformed into his supreme form, effortlessly deflecting the fiery mountain's lightning. His robust physique exuded strength and confidence. Faced with the onslaught of the fiery mountain, which weighed a staggering 87,000 tons, Gaia merely extended his right arm to halt its advance. The fiery mountain, sensing its momentum falter, unleashed its full power in a fierce charge. Gaia, with a swift sidestep, caused the fiery mountain to lose its balance and tumble forward under the force of inertia. The fiery mountain skidded along the ground for several kilometers, ultimately coming to a stop only when Gaia executed a somersault, landing in its path and grabbing the colossal pincers to bring it to a halt. Subsequently, Gaia delivered a powerful kick to the fiery mountain's legs, suspending it in midair. With a surge of strength, Gaia spun the fiery mountain around several times before seizing its head with one hand and its waist with the other, violently slamming it to the ground. Finally, with effortless ease, he hoisted the massive 87,000-ton fiery mountain above his head with a single hand. The immense creature was tossed around like a mere toy, utterly powerless against Gaia's might. Once again, the fiery mountain was hurled away, dazed and disoriented, struggling to rise after being thrown so far. Surprisingly, Gaia refrained from launching another attack. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and pointed his right index finger at the fiery mountain. "I shall protect the earth. You must leave at once." Meanwhile, in the land of light, fervent discussions erupted. How terrifying is Gaia's strength? A monster over 80,000 tons is toyed with by him single-handedly. Isn't 80,000 tons manageable? The Ultra Brothers, with their tens of thousands of tons of strength, could probably do the same. Why doesn't Gaia utterly annihilate the fiery mountain? Is he being too merciful? No. Witnessing Gaia lift the fiery mountain with a single hand and toy with it is truly a rare spectacle in our land of light. Taro, with a serious expression, felt it necessary to take this opportunity to impart a lesson to the younger Ultras. Indeed, upon hearing Taro speak, the younger Ultras eagerly turned their attention to him, anticipating his further insights. Chapter 34. Taro's classroom begins. Is the Gaia in the video a facade? Please, Taro-sensei, don't keep us in suspense. What do you mean? Indeed. We must not bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing our own. Even if my strength is 80,000 tons, I believe I could muster the will to lift the fiery mountain. Thus, I equate myself with Gaia's supreme form. As Taro remained silent for a time, the younger Ultras grew impatient and urged him to elaborate. Firstly, we must clarify one point. Theory and practice are two distinct realms. The strength we measure is often based on inanimate objects. Taro organized his thoughts, interrupting the younger Ultra's chatter. For instance, I can lift a 160,000-ton ship, but that does not mean I can lift an equally weighted monster. Monsters are alive, they can move and struggle, causing our strength to be dispersed in controlling them and preventing us from fully showcasing our power. Therefore, in actual combat, managing to lift an opponent with half our strength is already quite an achievement. The younger Ultras reflected on their training, realizing that simply exerting maximum effort to lift an object was insufficient when faced with a living opponent. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging the challenges involved. Moreover, Gaia's ability to lift the fiery mountain of over 80,000 tons with one hand compounded the difficulty exponentially. To further emphasize, he effortlessly spun the fiery mountain in the air and then launched it hundreds of meters away with a single punch. The magnitude of strength required for such feats was indeed monumental. Thus, I assert that Gaia's ease in toying with the fiery mountain is a rarity even in our land of light. Upon hearing Taro's explanation, the younger Ultras immediately recognized their ignorance and grasped the terrifying extent of Gaia's power. I share this to remind everyone that theory does not equate to reality. In actual combat, one must exercise caution, gauge their strength, and act accordingly. Understood? Taro seized this opportunity to impart a vivid lesson to the younger Ultras through Gaia's video. Observing their serious expressions, it was evident that they had truly absorbed Taro's words. The father of Ultra observed the events unfolding in the square with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Truly, my capable son, selecting him as an instructor was a wise choice. I have complete faith in entrusting the future of the Land of Light to Taro. The video in the celestial canopy continued to broadcast. Upon hearing Gaia's warning, the fiery mountain bowed repeatedly, signaling its acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Without hesitation, it turned to leave, seemingly frightened by Gaia's might. Suddenly, the fiery mountain spun around, once again unleashing a torrent of intense flames from its abdomen towards Gaia. It had feigned retreat, cunningly attempting to deceive Gaia into lowering his guard for a surprise attack. How treacherous! Yet, Gaia, seasoned in battle, would not be easily fooled by such ruses. The moment the fiery mountain unleashed its scorching flames, Gaia immediately raised his hands, gathering photon energy. Then, crossing his hands at his chest, he unleashed a devastating flow of photon energy, tearing through the fiery flames and pushing them back, striking the fiery mountain's body with the full force of the photon stream. The fiery mountain's scheme backfired, as it was burned by its own flames, writhing in agony on the ground. You squandered your opportunity. Gaia no longer hesitated, with hands clasped. He soared into the air, launching himself at Flame Mountain like a drill. The supreme assault technique. In an instant, Flame Mountain was obliterated. In the land of light, the creature known as Flame Mountain was not particularly powerful, yet he possessed considerable intelligence. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences, as the first generation simply remarked. Indeed, I believe I could triumph in battle, yet I could never achieve such ease and nonchalance as Gaia displayed in the video. 7 sighed as he assessed his own strength. Previously, Gaia had instantaneously annihilated Zolium, showcasing his terrifying lethality. Now, facing Flame Mountain, he demonstrated his overwhelming power once more. I wonder what other abilities he possesses. If this is all there is, I believe a reassessment of our rankings is in order. Ace, with a serious expression, noted that although it was the list of the Dark Ultraman, he too sought to prove himself. Father of Ultra and Zafi exchanged knowing glances with Ace, silently questioning the need for competition. As they conversed, the screen above began to display new footage. At a base on Earth, uniformed personnel were fleeing in panic, clutching documents. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot skyward. It then transformed into Gaia's first form, landing steadily on an open ground. The Earth did not erupt in clouds of dust as usual, and the surrounding structures remained stable. However, the 6 fighter jets flying overhead revealed an unusual intent. Soon, Lightning Squad and Crow Squad received orders from the base, and the pilots, gritting their teeth, launched an attack on Ultraman Gaia. Countless beams of light rained down upon Gaia, who raised his hands to block the incoming assault. However, one of the Lightning Squad's jets, in a moment of poor judgment, flew too close to Gaia and was instantly grasped by him. A fierce collision erupted, sending sparks flying, leaving both pilot and aircraft in peril. The Ultramen watching in the land of light were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. They could only remain active on Earth for 3 minutes and would transform to fight only when a monster appeared. Yet, where was the monster? How had Gaia appeared unscathed? And why did the human aircraft suddenly attack him? Per Gaia. Instructor Taro, do you know what is happening? Taro, upon being questioned, appeared perplexed. He, along with Father of Ultra and the Ultra Brothers, found themselves equally baffled. Though they had their suspicions, the scanned information presented on the screen made it difficult to draw conclusions. Meanwhile, the previously scolded Miraculous displayed a glimmer of anger in his eyes as he firmly asserted, "The Gaia in the footage is a false Ultraman." "Oh, Miraculous, how do you know that?" Father of Ultra replied, puzzled, as the Ultramen turned their gaze towards Miraculous, eager for an explanation. "Because I have experienced a similar scenario. It remains etched in my memory. When I was protecting Earth, I was impersonated by the Zarabu aliens. They wreaked havoc in the city, attempting to incite discord between us Ultramen and humanity. This incident can be corroborated by my brother, the first generation. I suspect this Gaia is yet another ploy by a monster." Miraculous' voice brimmed with resentment, recalling how the previous Zarabu incident nearly destroyed the trust between him and humanity, leading to catastrophic consequences. This painful lesson remained deeply ingrained in his mind. Upon hearing Miraculous' declaration, the first generation, 7, and the other Ultra Brothers immediately recalled the conspiracy orchestrated by the Cosmic Alliance to release the Apurians and Solace. The false Miraculous had indeed caused significant trouble during that time. They nodded in agreement. And the Barbarians also impersonated Astra, but that is merely your intuition. We cannot base our judgment solely on feelings, can we? Zafi's tone was somewhat hesitant. Having personally experienced both events, he approached the situation with caution. "Captain Zafi, I have evidence," Miraculous asserted resolutely, instantly piquing the curiosity of the gathered Ultramen, drawing their attention. They pondered what Miraculous had discovered to instill such confidence in him. Chapter 35, Gaia Battles Mimos. You filthy wretch. Reflecting on past encounters when Ultraman Gaia made his entrance, Miraculous did not feign profundity. I recall that each time he appeared, the earth trembled beneath him, cracking and collapsing. Even buildings and vegetation would suffer collateral damage. The screen even mocked him as the Earth's wayward child. Taro recalled and continued the thread of conversation. Indeed, yet the Gaia depicted in the footage lands with such grace, not even stirring a speck of dust. This stark contrast compels me to assert that the current Ultraman Gaia is an imposter. Miraculous laid bare his thoughts, prompting the Ultraman to nod in agreement. Finding his reasoning sound and compelling, this was the reputation of Gaia. Just as the revelation of Suju's lineage and demigods and semi-devils drew everyone's gaze towards Duanjin-chun, it seemed that Gaia would never have anticipated that one day he would benefit from being labeled as the Earth's wayward child. The false Gaia could not have foreseen that its lack of destruction would lead to its unraveling. In a twist of fate, the false Ultraman guarded the Earth while the real Ultraman seemed to mar it. This situation left Father of Ultra and the others both amused and exasperated. The video continued to play, and soon the truth behind Miraculous's speculation would be revealed. A dazzling mix of red and blue light illuminated the sky. Suddenly, a giant red figure descended, crashing to the ground. Instantly, the earth shook violently, dust billowing. The true Ultraman Gaia. His most distinguishing feature compared to the false Gaia lay in his chest armor. The real Gaia, having fused with the power of the ocean, donned a chestplate tinted with the colors of the sea, while the false Gaia remained in his initial form. Miraculous' judgment, though seemingly coincidental, proved to be accurate. As soon as the true Gaia appeared, he shot forth a beam of light from his palm towards the imposter. The false Gaia, caught off guard, was struck and involuntarily stumbled backward, releasing the aircraft he had gripped tightly. A confrontation unfolded between the genuine and the counterfeit. Ultimately, the imposter faltered, confronted by the true Gaia. Thus, the false Gaia could no longer contain itself. It quickly gathered a vast amount of photon energy at its head while adopting a crouched stance. In the blink of an eye, a massive red energy blade surged forth towards the true Gaia. Photon Ice Blade, also known as the Dumbhair Ray, undeterred by the sudden lethal attack. The true Gaia mirrored the movement, channeling energy from the top of his head to conjure a light blade, boldly countering the false Gaia's Photon Ice Blade. Photon Shattering Strike. Moreover, during the release, Gaia recharged his energy, amplifying the intensity of his beam. Instantly, he repelled the false Gaia's Photon Ice Blade, and the overwhelming energy of the Photon Shattering Strike struck the imposter with full force. With a pained scream, the false Gaia was launched several thousand meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The superiority was evident. Severely injured, the imposter could no longer maintain the guise of Gaia. Its form began to reveal a pitch-black hue, appearing as though it had been splashed with acid. Subsequently, under the furious onslaught of the Lightning Team and the Raven Team, a series of anguished cries erupted, ultimately revealing the true form of a being cloaked in darkness and adorned with sharp spikes, a metallic life form known as Mimos. Enraged, Mimos swiftly engaged in a fierce battle with Gaia. He launched a powerful punch, only to have it blocked by Gaia, who retaliated with a strike to Mimos' abdomen. After rolling to evade a sweeping kick from Gaia, Mimos retaliated with a kick of his own. Seizing the moment, he attempted a horizontal sweep, but Gaia deftly bent to avoid it. Gaia then seized Mimos' outstretched right hand, delivering a punch to his chest and subsequently throwing him to the ground. Mimos sprang to his feet, swinging his right arm and delivering a series of spinning kicks, but Gaia effortlessly evaded them with agile backflips. However, Mimos left himself open, allowing Gaia to close the distance and deliver a flying kick to his chest, sending him tumbling backward. Yet Mimos was no pushover. He grasped Gaia's arms and pulled him backward while leaning back forcefully, managing to throw Gaia to the ground in retaliation. The two combatants demonstrated equal prowess in physical techniques, resulting in a stalemate rather than a one-sided battle. Once back on his feet, Gaia gathered energy in an instant, transforming it into a brilliant blue sphere before launching it at Mimos. This was the judgment technique, inherited from a guru after accepting the ocean's light. The sphere struck Mimos with speed and precision, causing him to stagger backward and emit pained cries, though it was not a fatal blow. Regaining his footing, Mimos detached the sharp protrusions from his back, launching them like darts toward Gaia. The razor-sharp edges glinted ominously as Gaia, still recovering from his previous technique, barely managed to evade the initial projectile. Yet, a barrage of newly generated darts followed relentlessly as Mimos unleashed every sharp edge from his back and legs. A basic maneuver for a metallic life form. Gaia found himself unable to dodge the onslaught of rapidly approaching darts, each one inflicting painful cuts and sparking as they struck. Sensing the effectiveness of his attack, Mimos transformed his right hand into a fork-like weapon, launching it with tremendous force toward Gaia's neck. The impact knocked Gaia to the ground, the fork embedding itself deep into the earth. Mimos deftly controlled the hovering darts, quickly forming 4 more forks that plummeted downward, pinning Gaia's wrists and ankles to the ground. Bound by 5 forks in a crucifix-like manner, Gaia found himself immobilized, unable to muster any strength to escape, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Gaia, the Ultraman, was in peril. In the distance, Zero observed the scene with indignation. How infuriating. I never expected this Tin Man to possess such a trick. If only I were there. I would make him taste my wrath. Zero lamented, admiring the valiant fighting style of Gaia. He glanced at Leo, whose demeanor had turned somber since the revelation of the false Gaia's identity. Normally, Leo would be tirelessly analyzing the battle between Ultraman and monster, yet Zero found this peculiar. Hey, Leo, what's wrong? Is a mere Tin Man scaring you? Leo, roused from his reverie by Zero's call, murmured, Babel, you wretched mutt. Though he was indeed frightened. It was not of Mimos himself. The imagery on the screen stirred memories of the past that filled him with dread, memories of the time when the Babel aliens disguised themselves as his brother Astra, stealing the Ultraman key from the Land of Light, leading to conflicts among Ultraman brothers and nearly igniting a collision between their realm and Earth. No one knew the turmoil he endured during that time. Thus, whenever he witnessed a monster or alien masquerading as an Ultraman, he became agitated and furious, harboring an intense hatred for the Babel aliens who had put him through such torment. Should he encounter them again, he vowed to unleash his Leo kick upon them, making them truly feel the pain, before sparing their lives only to subject them to further torment until his anger dissipated entirely. Mimos, you wretched mutt. Leo voiced his disdain, extending his ire towards the metallic being masquerading as Gaia. Unbeknownst to Leo, Zero, a mischievous youth, was observing in astonishment. Wow, I never knew the proud lion, Leo, could unleash such fierce insults with such ease. It's as if he has done this countless times. Zero teased. Wretched mutt? That's your own lesson, Leo. You can't pin that on me. He laughed heartily. Realizing the humor in the situation, Leo chuckled, his demeanor lightening. You overheard that, did you? And you dare to mock me? I'm right here, and you're reveling in it? What of my dignity as the proud lion? Zero, come here. Chapter 36, The Supreme 9-Power Slam. Is the Heisei Wrestling King a succubus? Zero's smile faltered at Leo's expression, instinctively feeling a twinge of fear. What do you intend to do, Leo? My chest still aches from your last kick. Zero recoiled in protest. But Leo had made up his mind. Since Zero found joy in his suffering, he would treat him like a Babel alien. Leo kick. As Leo leaped into the air, a familiar crimson glow enveloped him. Ah! Leo, you wretched mutt. Zero's anguished cry echoed as he vanished into the sky like a wisp of smoke. Having vented his frustration on the Babel, Leo felt a sense of relief and turned his attention back to the screen, eager to witness how Gaia would handle Mimos, this wretched creature. The video continued to unfold, showcasing Mimos, who was reveling in his perceived victory as he danced with glee. He slowly approached Gaia, seemingly savoring his triumph. Meanwhile, the Lightning Team and the Raven Team, witnessing Gaia's peril, launched a relentless assault on Mimos. Though their attacks lacked the power to inflict significant harm, they served to delay his advance, buying precious time for Gaia. Radiating a dazzling red light, Gaia summoned his strength, wrenching the forks binding his wrists and ankles from the ground. With a mighty heave, he sprang back to his feet, illuminated by a brilliant glow. In an instant, the formidable form of the supreme Gaia re-emerged. Oblivious to the impending danger, Mimos charged at Gaia once more. Yet, the supreme form of Gaia was not to be trifled with. Grasping Mimos' chest, Gaia unleashed a surge of power, executing a powerful throw that sent Mimos crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Mimos was dazed, Gaia clutched his head and hoisted him up, delivering a crushing slam as he drove him forcefully into the ground. With swift precision, Gaia advanced again, seizing Mimos' head once more and using his leg to trip him, sending him sprawling. Mimos was tossed around like a mere toy in the hands of Gaia. Unfazed, Gaia lifted Mimos once more, raising him high before forcefully slamming him to the ground. The impact was jarring. Immediately afterward, he seized Mimos by the head and executed a devastating throw. In the midst of this, Mimos attempted to retaliate, However, with Gaia having activated his supreme form, any resistance was futile, only serving to intensify Gaia's exhilaration. Gaia twisted Mimos' right leg, flipping him upside down midair, and then forcefully smashed him down onto the ground. It was a leg throw. Subsequently, Gaia hoisted the fallen Mimos once more and, leveraging his own momentum, executed a powerful back bridge slam, causing Mimos' spine to violently collide with the earth. This was Gaia's back bridge slam, perfectly exemplifying his supreme throwing technique in combat. Each throw was a testament to the sheer force and impact of his prowess. A veritable textbook on throwing techniques. After completing this series of maneuvers, Gaia's rage had significantly subsided. He began to gather energy between his hands, ultimately using photon streams to reduce Mimos to ashes. The metallic being, Mimos, dissipated into the air like dust. In the Heisei era, Tiga and Dyna were equally enthralled. Yes, such raw power and impact were exhilarating. Why only 9 throws? Why not an additional 999? This duo, one a malevolent Tiga and the other a synthetic Dyna tyrannoid, harbored a profound disdain for those masquerading as Ultramen. Although not as vehemently as Leo, they found these imposters exceedingly irritating. Witnessing Gaia's primal and relentless throwing techniques against the impersonating Mimos was immensely satisfying, almost wishing to take their place. Brother, I believe you could easily become our Heisei wrestling champion, and Mimos could be deemed the legendary resilient champion. Dyna, after watching the video, playfully lamented and teased Gaia. Please. No. Gaia feigned refusal, yet his posture was undeniably proud, exuding an air of confidence. Clearly, he relished the title of Heisei wrestling champion. According to the law of conservation of smiles, while some rejoiced, others were less pleased. Egil could boldly speak up during Gaia's onslaught. Yet witnessing Gaia steal the limelight in front of him was more painful than a mortal wound. He was torn between fearing for his brother's hardships and his brother's newfound fame. What wrestling champion? Did anyone consult my opinion? Egil scoffed, dismissively. Tiga and Dyna, ever the instigators, exchanged glances, sensing the impending amusement. Ah, Egil, we are all brothers. Don't take a title to heart. Tiga, as the elder brother, naturally assumed the role of peacemaker. Brother, that sentiment is misguided. Issues should be addressed promptly to preserve our brotherhood. Where there is literature, there is no first. Where there is martial skill, there is no second. I propose a contest between you two, with me, and the elder brother as judges. Dyna's words rang with false gravitas, as he feigned concern for the brotherhood, secretly eager to amplify the spectacle for their entertainment. All right, Egil readily accepted without hesitation. No problem. Today I will demonstrate the might of the Heisei wrestling champion and make you submit completely. Gaia was undaunted. The clash was imminent. In the land of light, Mebius was basking in the admiration of the younger Ultras. However, this adulation quickly shifted to Gaia on the celestial screen. Wow. The throwing techniques of Senior Gaia are so fluid, so decisive. The sense of power and impact exudes a violent aesthetic. Indeed, in comparison to Senior Gaia, Instructor Taro and Instructor Mebius's throws seem feeble, lacking any masculinity. Being a metallic life form, had it been an ordinary monster, Gaia would have reduced it to rubble. Captain, can we invite Senior Gaia to teach us throwing techniques in the land of light? Isn't that too much? Taro and Mebius exchanged glances, both on the verge of tears. While praising Gaia is fine, please do not involve us. Moreover, Gaia had effortlessly captivated the young Ultras with just one video. Such charm could hardly be benign. Gaia, we are at odds with you. Chapter 37. The Land of Light does not harbor idle souls. The Land of Light has the strictest security. Was this display showcasing Gaia's combat skills? The supreme 9 consecutive throws indeed left Ace feeling inadequate, as he reflected upon the disparity between himself and Gaia's supreme form. He held great admiration for Gaia's embodiment of violent aesthetics in throwing techniques. Nearby, the father of Ultra overheard the young Ultra's fervent cheers, yet he remained silent, deep in contemplation. He felt that, based on the few segments of Gaia's battles displayed on the celestial screen, while each encounter provided a strong visual impact, they seemed excessively righteous. He couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a counter-narrative. After all, only in the defense of Earth is Gaia referred to as the child of the Earth. A dilemma that could be resolved easily. At that moment, a barrage of comments streamed across the celestial screen. Babel, my most disguised skills are lacking. My impersonation of Astra was unparalleled, right, Leo? Leo, Babel, you scoundrel. Astra, Babel, you scoundrel. Zero, Babel, you scoundrel. Leo and Astra's insults stem from their shared animosity and provocations towards Babel. But what of Zero? Belial, well said. Apparently. I'm not the only one to have discarded the so-called Ultraman spirit. Haha. Zarabu. Mebius, next time I will go to Earth and impersonate you. Mebius, Zarabu. You scoundrel. Belial, is this the land of light? It's simply too civilized. I'm dying of laughter. Zarabu. Belial, don't worry. I will disguise myself as the first to rescue you. Together we will take down these hypocrites of the land of light. Belial, if possible. I hope you can disguise yourself as the father of Ultra to save me. Zarabu. I agree. But I still want to ask. Don't you think the father of Ultra's horns are ugly? Zophie. Taro. Father of Ultra? Come now. Are you all conspiring out loud on the celestial screen, assuming our land of light is filled with fools? Gaia. Why is no one discussing me? Is the Heisei wrestling champion not worthy of discussion? Zophie. Belial, you are being quite arrogant. Our land of light does not harbor idle souls. Belial. Ah, yes. Your land of light is full of insidious Max, life-threatening Tragear, benevolent Ace, and now the child of the earth, Gaia. Who can outmaneuver you in deceit? Zero, Belial. You scoundrel. Savants. Leo, can you manage Zero properly? Taro. Belial, do not underestimate the security forces of the land of light. Babel Star. Security in the land of light? If such a thing existed, would I have been able to steal the Ultra keys? That is the best joke I have heard today. In the land of light, the young Ultras gazed at the barrage of comments flashing across the screen. Their faces filled with curiosity. Captain Zophie, have our Ultra keys really been stolen? Is our security truly so inadequate? One inquisitive young Ultra asked Zophie. Zophie opened his mouth. Struggling to respond, it was not a matter of pride. He recalled his own audacious questioning of the Ultra King, a moment of youthful folly he now regretted. Given another 100 chances, he would not dare utter those words again. Therefore, Zophie chose to deflect the topic. Do not listen to the alien slander. We have the mightiest warriors in the universe, and our security is robust and meticulous. But who is Belial? Why is he always targeting us? The young Ultra pressed on, unable to quell their curiosity. The name Belial was frequently mentioned in the barrage, and his relentless attacks on the land of light had piqued their interest. Zophie hesitated. The topic of Belial was sensitive. He had made significant contributions to the land of light. Yet his fall into darkness and the incident involving the plasma spark tower were matters he preferred to avoid. Belial is a ruthless enemy. However, he is currently imprisoned in a cosmic prison. Zophie managed to maintain his amiable persona, albeit with vague responses. Zophie, you scoundrel. A brave young Ultra from the crowd, dissatisfied with Zophie's evasiveness, began to shout in a Leo-like manner. This outburst stirred the crowd into a frenzy, erupting in a cacophony of insults directed at Zophie. Zophie's expression darkened as he felt tears welling up. Silence, he commanded. Yet, his voice was drowned out by the chorus of insults. What could he do? He felt utterly helpless. After all, the law does not punish the multitude. He turned his gaze towards Leo, the instigator of this chaos. All this turmoil is because of that rascal. How could the esteemed captain of the Cosmic Patrol and the second-in-command of the Land of Light be subjected to such humiliation? The more Zophie pondered, the angrier he became. Unable to contain himself, he sent a barrage message. Zophie. Leo. You wretch. Can you not behave civilly? What kind of future have you shaped for the Land of Light? Leo, taken aback by Zophie's sudden reproach, was bewildered. He had understood Sevan's earlier remarks. But why was Zophie now chastising him? Hadn't he been diligently instructing Zero on Planet 76? How had this become a matter of the Land of Light's future? Was it solely due to his insults towards the Babel Star? Leo felt wronged and misunderstood. Zophie, what on earth is happening? He attempted to clarify. But his messages sank into oblivion, ignored by Zophie, who was preoccupied with quelling the rebellious young Ultras. In the cosmic prison, Belial's crimson gaze was shrouded in darkness. Why am I disguised as Ken? It is to ensure that once you rescue me, I can eliminate him with ease and satisfaction. Foolish Sarabians. Do you truly believe you can negotiate with me while still alive? The thought of regaining his freedom and tearing apart the one he loathed the most brought him immense delight, though merely a substitute. He envisioned a day when he would personally slay Ken. The Zarabian disguised as Ken would serve as a mere interest, as Belial reveled in his fantasies. A chilling laugh escaped his lips. What else could he do? After thousands of years in cosmic solitude, one must find a way to endure. He redirected his gaze toward the screen that provided him the most entertainment. Gaia, The wrestling king of the Heisei era? Such a grand title. Let me see just what you are capable of. Chapter 38. The Iron-Headed Brave Withstanding Leo's Flying Kick? A revelation from the father of Ultras. In the land of light, under the utmost efforts of the father of Ultras and the Ultra brothers, the uproar directed at Zoffy was reluctantly quelled. Of course, the screen, which began to play a new video, played a crucial role. Had it not been for the captivating footage, the mischievous young Ultras would have continued their ruckus indefinitely. The video continued to play. On Earth, during the night, the cosmic monster Gokijimon appeared in the city. As soon as Gaia 2 emerged, before it could respond, it was ensnared within a cocoon by Gokijimon's silk. Moments later, Gaia transformed into his supreme form and burst forth from the cocoon. Subsequently, the supreme Gaia ruthlessly overwhelmed Gokijimon, ultimately annihilating it with a photon stream. Then, the vanguard monster of the source of annihilation, the cosmic ninja beast Kuroshibaga, emerged from a wormhole. It flew from space to Earth to engage Gaia in battle. Gaia 2 was suppressed in combat by Kuroshibaga, pierced by its rotating drill on the left hand. Gaia's cutting light bullets were thwarted by the rocks Kuroshibaga lifted from the ground. It then launched a surprise attack from underground. Kuroshibaga utilized a technique to create 3 clones, surrounding Gaia and continuously firing small Shibaga, which lashed onto Gaia to absorb its abilities before exploding like timed bombs. Kuroshibaga relentlessly charged at Gaia. Its treacherous abilities left Gaia 2 in a dire predicament, struggling greatly. Fujimiya Hiro also threw a bomb to destroy Kuroshibaga's clones, but he was knocked unconscious by the massive backlash. The injury of his friend ignited Gaia's fury, prompting him to switch to his supreme form. The battlefield's dynamics shifted instantly. Just moments ago, Kuroshibaga had dominated Gaia 2. Now, it found itself utterly powerless against the supreme Gaia, who was mercilessly overwhelming it. Ultimately, the supreme Gaia soared thousands of meters into the sky, releasing energy from its right foot, igniting it, and executed a supersonic flying kick that obliterated Kuroshibaga. After undergoing cellular transformation at the hands of the source of annihilation, the artist Tiger Izaku became a terrifying monster. The silver-eyed Tiger King Izaku returned to Earth through a wormhole. Izaku easily overpowered Ultraman Aguru, who had come to subdue him and hoped for a peaceful resolution. Meanwhile, Takayama, determined to stop Izaku's rampage, transformed into Ultraman Gaia to confront him. Beneath the night sky, Gaia 2 and the silver-eyed Tiger King Izaku engaged in a life-and-death struggle. However, against the frenzied Tiger King Izaku, with his incredible speed and immense strength, Gaia 2 was repeatedly evaded by Izaku, who struck him relentlessly, bringing him to his knees. Gaia 2 found himself utterly suppressed, devoid of any ability to counterattack. Faced with such dire circumstances, Gaia immediately transformed into his supreme form. As soon as Gaia's supreme form emerged, it instantly reversed the one-sided beating he had been suffering at the hands of Izaku. It appeared as though both were engaged in a fierce back-and-forth, yet in reality, Gaia, out of sympathy for Izaku, was unconsciously holding back. His hesitation to unleash the photon streams upon hearing Izaku's desire to survive served as the clearest evidence of this. Thus, Gaia in his supreme form and the Tiger King Izaku engaged in the most primal, wild, and pure form of hand-to-hand combat. As a tribute to the artist Tiger, after an exhilarating bout of unadulterated melee, the silver-eyed Tiger King Izaku lunged into the air, while Gaia retaliated with a supreme flying kick. Following the violent clash and explosion, Izaku, who had taken the full brunt of the supreme flying kick, was obliterated into particles of light. Upon witnessing this scene, Zero burst into hearty laughter. Old Leo, Gaia's supreme flying kick is as powerful as your Leo flying kick, he remarked, and that little tiger is utterly foolish, so naive and dim-witted. Anyone with a shred of sense would know to flee from such devastating force. To take it head-on is quite the display of courage. However, this foolishness thoroughly amuses me. Ha ha ha. Surely, there can't be a colossal fool who would dare to accept a Leo flying kick head-on? Zero, having been schooled by Leo's flying kick during his training, always evaded it whenever possible. He dared to claim that no one understood the power of the Leo flying kick better than he did. Yet now, faced with a kick of equal caliber in the supreme flying kick, this little tiger had the audacity to accept it directly. Such a ludicrous act was truly laughable. Old Leo, why aren't you laughing? Is it because of your professional training? Could it be that someone truly has received a Leo flying kick head-on? By the end of his statement, Zero's expression was tinged with fear. He had merely spoken off-handedly. Could it be that his words had inadvertently become prophetic? He was eager to discover which brave soul had dared to engage in such folly, and whether they were alive or dead, disabled or intact. Leo's expression grew troubled. He wished to deny any such occurrence, wanting to preserve the image of a certain predecessor in Ciro's mind. Yet, he feared that the heavens might reveal the truth, branding him as dishonest in Ciro's eyes. In that moment, he felt as uncomfortable as one suffering from constipation. Meanwhile, the heavenly screen continued to play on. Gaia too was defeated by the time-space monster El Robopa. Gaia transformed into his supreme form, initially overpowering El Robopa, then unleashing photon blades to vanquish him. Gaia too struggled against the psychic parasite beast Bison's doppelgangers rays. Upon transforming into his supreme form, he eradicated Bison's multitude of doppelgangers with photon streams, then unleashed a supreme punch to obliterate him. Gaia too faced the annihilation demon Blitzblotz and found himself at a disadvantage, transforming into his supreme form. A single photon stream completely annihilated the annihilation bird. Gaia too was helpless against the special electromagnetic wave defense of the annihilation demon Kitbu. Upon transforming into his supreme form, he unleashed photon streams to utterly shatter Kitbu. In the land of light, the father of Ultra, who had been intently observing the heavenly screen, began to grasp the underlying pattern. He had previously felt that the footage of Gaia seemed excessively favorable. However, being inherently suspicious, he chose to investigate further. Indeed, as the video continued, the truth gradually revealed itself. Each time Gaia engaged an enemy in his Type 2 form, he would initially falter against their superior strength, skill, and abilities. Then, the most insidious aspect surfaced. After each setback, Gaia would immediately switch to his supreme form. Subsequently, the once disadvantaged Gaia would rise triumphantly, instantly reversing the tide of battle, regardless of who his opponent was, or how formidable they may be. Those facing Gaia in his supreme form could only expect to be trampled and annihilated. Thus far, all of Gaia's battles in his supreme form had culminated in resounding victories, swift and decisive triumphs. But is it not expected that a champion of justice, such as Ultraman, would triumph over representatives of evil? This was the consensus among Ultramen. Therefore, many chose to overlook this rather outrageous detail. As the footage on the heavenly screen continued to play, the father of Ultra could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Could Gaia surprise them further, perhaps concocting something even more outrageous and sinister? Chapter 39, The Sacred Angel Zog. Have Gaia and a guru perished? In the cosmos, various monsters trembled at the unfolding scenes. For Ultraman, victory was a given. Yet for those who stood against Ultraman, they began to comprehend the absurdity of Gaia's actions. Zolom was formidable enough, more powerful than average, yet was dispatched by a single photon stream from Gaia's supreme form. Enzen was heavy enough, yet he was effortlessly restrained by Gaia. The silver-eyed tiger King Izaku possessed impressive fighting skills, yet was reduced to particles of light by a supreme flying kick. Monsters such as Mimos, El Robopa, the cosmic ninja beast, the psychic parasite beast, and the annihilation demon were indeed treacherous, yet in the face of Gaia's supreme form, they were inconsequential. They could only perceive the aura of invincibility radiating from Gaia's supreme form. They were genuinely frightened. Was Gaia not being utterly outrageous? The power of Type 2 was already considerable. Why then did he possess a supreme form? Did he not grant the monsters any chance at survival? I've come to understand. Regardless of your stats or combat prowess, Gaia's supreme form will always reign supreme above you. Come on, Gaia, can you not relent for my sake? Can't the root cause of annihilation intervene to restrain this overindulgent Gaia? Previous warriors like Max, Tragear, and Ace were indeed formidable. Yet they too faced setbacks and opponents they could not overcome. But Gaia's supreme form is truly unreasonable, standing as an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of countless monsters. Henceforth, the earth where Gaia resides will become a forbidden realm for monsters. They believed they had elevated their perception of Gaia to its zenith. Yet little did they realize that this was merely a figment of their imagination, not the true limit of Gaia's supreme form. The ensuing footage on the heavenly screen further elevated their understanding of Gaia. The video continued to play. The root cause of annihilation unleashed countless disturbance from a wormhole, obscuring the sky and enveloping the earth so thoroughly that not even sunlight could penetrate the dense darkness upon the ground. All network signals and combat forces on Earth were obliterated in an instant. Darkness and despair loomed over every heart. The entire Earth was rendered feeble. Even the light of Ultraman's power diminished. In a bid to bring hope to a world steeped in despair, Yumeng and Fujimiya resolutely transformed into Gaia and Aguru, launching a proactive assault against the countless Derbis. The overwhelming mass of Derbis ensnared the Ultramen, weighing them down and hampering their flight. The release of light. The Ultramen unleashed their light energy to dispatch the Derbis. Yet the countless Derbis coalesced, forming a colossal monster in the blink of an eye. The Annihilation Demon Kaiser Derbis. While Kaiser Derbis was not particularly strong, he was easily dispatched due to the synergy between Gaia and Aguru. However, as the multitude of Derbis instantaneously regrouped, two new Kaisers were formed in a heartbeat, though they too were ultimately defeated by Gaia and Aguru, to the world at large. And in the shadow of the innumerable Derbis, their efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean. The darkness that envelopes the earth cannot be dispelled. Thus, the three-headed Kai's Dervishi shall continue to be birthed endlessly. In this current moment of weakened light energy, Gaia and Aguru will inevitably succumb to their lack of power. Exhaustion can indeed lead to a fatal end. As expected, despair begets new despair. The three-headed Kai's Dervishi swiftly materializes once more, unleashing orange rays of destruction that send Gaia and Aguru crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the countdown timer begins to flash ominously. Despair looms heavy in the hearts of all. In the land of light, the valiant Ultraman Mebius gazes upon his steadfast companion, Akari. They exchange a knowing glance, recognizing the familiar and haunting specter of despair projected across the sky. Once again, a shroud of darkness blankets the sky, accompanied by a blue-hued Ultraman, who finds himself vanquished. Yet, in the past, he had the support of close comrades and the aid of his brother Zafi. What then shall become of Gaia and Aguru? The wise monk foretells that Gaia will transform into his supreme form, leading to a resounding victory. Unavi monk, you've invoked the supreme form without even making an appearance. What shall we do when the real challenge arrives? According to the traditions of our land of light, when the lesser foes are vanquished, the mightier ones shall come to the rescue. Have you forgotten that Gaia is not one of our own? The father of Ultra fixes his gaze upon the celestial screen, his disbelief palpable as it seems to have built up to this moment only to culminate in catastrophe. At that moment, a brilliant blue wormhole cleaves through the oppressive darkness, akin to a beacon of hope emerging from the abyss. From this wormhole, three beams of light shoot forth, striking Kai's Dervishi with pinpoint accuracy, reducing it to mere ashes. Subsequently, from within this radiant beam, a pure white figure, emanating a spectrum of colors, descends gracefully from the heavens. The rainbow halo surrounding her imbues her with a divine essence. Like a lighthouse in the night, she arrives as an angel of hope, descending from the depths of despair. Upon her arrival, she gestures with her right hand, restoring Gaia and Aguru's energy to its normal state, exuding both divinity and an overwhelming aura of oppression. Could this angel truly be a miracle amid despair? Sent to save Earth and humanity? She beckons to Gaia and Aguru, who cannot resist approaching her. Yet, without warning, she gathers her hands and launches a devastating energy projectile. The sheer force sends Gaia and Aguru soaring thousands of meters away, obliterating countless structures in their wake. The climax reveals itself. She continues to torment the two with telekinetic beams, showcasing her overwhelming might, rendering Gaia and Aguru utterly defenseless. Amidst this chaos, the angel displays a chilling grin of triumph. Aguru, propelled by her telekinetic force, makes a desperate attempt to reach the angel, striving for a final stand. Yet, he is merely a cornered beast. Predictably hurled back once more, Gaia rushes forward to catch the incoming Aguru, but the tremendous impact forces him to stagger backward uncontrollably. Ultimately, the countdown timers of both Gaia and Aguru extinguish, as the angel delivers their demise. Yet she is not finished from their lifeless forms. She extracts the earthly light and oceanic light necessary for their transformation into Ultramen. It is a cruel mockery and an overwhelming display of power. This is the origin of the obliterating angel Zog. The earth is plunged into an unprecedented crisis. In the land of light, silence reigns. The once vibrant square is so quiet that a pin drop can be heard. They had anticipated a heroic intervention, a reversal of fate. But never did they expect a double twist. To be frank, when Zog first appeared, annihilating the three-headed beast and replenishing the Ultraman's energy, it radiated a divine brilliance that led many to believe she was an angel sent from the heavens to rescue Earth. Zafi swallows hard, his voice strained. She chose to replenish Gaia and Aguru's energy only to ultimately slay them, providing a glimmer of hope before casting them into the abyss. The essence of absolute annihilation is indeed cruel. 7's eyes blaze with indignation. He believes that the honor of the Ultra Warriors should not be so sullied. Even if Gaia were granted the chance to ascend to his supreme form, she would likely dispatch him with ease. Is such a formidable adversary truly conquerable? Ace wears a face of concern. The father of Ultra, too, is troubled, fearing that the celestial view will not conclude in a satisfactory manner. Leaving 2 corpses behind would be rather grim. Chapter 40. The Gathering of the Monster's Light. Zog's forced unmasking. According to the law of conservation of smiles, a smile cannot vanish. It merely transfers from one group to another. For instance, at this moment, Belial and the monsters in the cosmos are exceedingly pleased. Ha ha ha. Zog's performance was quite commendable. Even I was nearly deceived. With her angelic demeanor and radiant visage, she allows humanity to taste suffering and despair. Such a despicable character is to my liking. This being of absolute annihilation is truly remarkable. Just her weaponry alone possesses immense power. What then must her inherent strength be? She could easily become my ally in ruling the multiverse. Gaia, how will you respond now? Hebehe. The echoes of Belial's raucous laughter reverberate within the cosmic prison. Meanwhile, the monsters in the universe are filled with boundless excitement. They had just been praying for this being of absolute annihilation to intervene, to show Gaia a taste of defeat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the formidable dervishi descends, alongside an unending onslaught of Kai's dervishi against Gaia. Ultimately, the being of absolute annihilation dispatches her ultimate weapon, the angel Zog, who torments Gaia and Aguru before slaying them entirely. She even strips away their earthly light, severing all hope. What a catharsis! This spectacle is utterly delightful. Gaia claims to be invincible? Huh. Which Ultraman dares to assert their invulnerability? Ultimately, we monsters are one step ahead, with Gaia and Aguru's protection shattered. I shall wreak havoc upon Gaia's earth. Yes, let us go together. While the monsters revel in their triumph, they forget Gaia's invincible record in his supreme form. The video on the celestial screen continues to unfold, faced with an unprecedented crisis threatening the Earth. In a bid to protect their cherished home, the humans and monsters of Earth set aside past grievances and unite like never before. Under the Alchemical Star-S initiative, the Lightning Team, Falcon Team, and Crow Team pilots soar in their respective crafts toward the monsters' domains across the globe. Subsequently, these native monsters of Earth release their energies without reservation. Through the refraction of their crafts, the monsters' radiance converges anew. Their destination is the realm of dreams and Fujimiya. It is also the final glimmer of hope within Gaia and Aguru, the Ultraman. Light, an unprecedentedly bright and dazzling beacon of hope. It tears through the inky sky, radiating warmth and reassurance. In the blink of an eye, Gaia emerges in his Ultra Supreme form, while Aguru manifests in his Ultra 2 form, descending once more upon the Earth. In the cosmic prison, Belial's fury is palpable. His nostrils flare with indignation. These monsters must have lost their minds. They are monsters. They dare to unite and grant light to these hypocritical Ultramen? It infuriates me to no end. Belial pummels the walls in frustration, never anticipating that such a despairing scene would be turned against him. What does it matter? With Zog's power, she can merely slay them once more. However, these traitorous monsters shall not meet a swift end. Ryburn's tone is dismissive. He cares far more about punishing these traitorous monsters than the fate of the Ultraman. He does not comprehend the notion of mercy. However, Belial, who once stood as an Ultra Warrior, comprehended far more than others. He recognized that the Ultra Warriors, in their direst moments, possess an extraordinary power to regain hope. The ominous premonition within Belial intensified. Gaia and Egil exchanged nods and, in unison, launched themselves skyward. Egil unleashed a photon crusher, while Gaia emitted a quantum stream. Through their combined efforts, the monstrous insect, Debes, was vanquished in an instant. Darkness receded, and the long-awaited sunlight once again graced the Earth. The skies cleared. Yet, at that moment, the ruinous angel, Zog, appeared unexpectedly. Without adhering to any sense of honor in battle, she launched a surprise attack on Gaia with a wave bomb. However, Gaia, now transcending his previous, ordinary form, stood resilient against her onslaught. After being struck, he executed a nimble maneuver and rose unscathed. Undeterred, Zog repeated her attack, firing another wave bomb. Gaia and Egil swiftly responded, simultaneously erecting barriers that combined to deflect Zog's assault. Then, Gaia summoned a photon ice blade, while Egil invoked the cleansing force, retaliating against the arrogant angel Zog. Zog's massive form became an easy target, struck by their beams and emitting a mournful wail. Gaia and Egel were relentless, determined not to spare Zog, who had brought despair and suffering. Quantum stream. Photon crusher. Two beams of light surged forth. Cutting light bomb. Cutting light bomb. Gaia and Egel alternated their strikes with precision, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles. Radiant blades. Light quantum spiral. The energy of the earth, reborn from the monsters, surged with unprecedented vitality. This power fueled Gaia and Egel's continuous assault. Under the relentless barrage, Zog let out a piercing cry. Simultaneously, her once holy form, shrouded in white, began to transform. She could no longer maintain her angelic facade. In the blink of an eye, the angel morphed into a colossal, fearsome dragon, her size expanding from over 100 meters to more than 600, if her prior angelic appearance had exuded purity and brilliance. The current Zog radiated nothing but grotesqueness and ferocity. It was as if Gaia and Egel had forcibly stripped away her disguise. In the land of light, the Ultras watched the unfolding spectacle in awe, their spirits lifted. They initially believed the bond between humanity and the Ultras would empower Gaia and Egel, but it turned out to be the monsters of Earth who offered their radiant essence. Truly a tale of heroism and sacrifice. Seven's eyes glimmered with emotion, for he too possessed many monster capsules and had his own monstrous allies. Indeed, in the face of peril, setting aside past grievances and uniting in selfless collaboration exemplifies the truth that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. The first Ultraman gazed with fervent admiration, reflecting on the reality that no matter how one attempts to conceal their vile nature, the truth will eventually be revealed. However, Zog's second form exuded an overwhelming sense of dread, leaving one to wonder if Gaia and Egel could withstand it. Zophie, too, harbored a hint of concern. "Do not fret, Zophie. All those who oppose us are but paper tigers," declared the father of Ultra with unwavering conviction. "Strength and weakness shall only be discerned through true confrontation. I believe that the reborn Gaia and Egel have undergone a profound transformation. Unless the root of all evil intervenes directly, this monstrous dragon should pose no threat to them. A true leader must possess the courage to make decisive judgments." The father of Ultra's gaze turned skyward, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Let us hope it does not come back to haunt us. Chapter 41. A Battle with a Whimper. A legion of loyal monsters. The footage in the sky continued to display Zog in her dragon form, emitting a chilling roar. Following this, a wave bomb erupted from her maw, directed at Gaia and Egel. The size, speed, and power of the attack escalated with her transformed stature. Gaia and Egel remained vigilant, employing barriers in tandem to withstand the terrifying assault. Understanding that mere defense would only embolden Zog, Gaia took the initiative, leaping high to counterattack with a supreme impact aimed at Zog's fearsome head. Unfazed, Zog merely swatted him down as one might dismiss a fly. Immediately afterward, she lifted her foot, casting a shadow of darkness over Gaia, pressing him deep into the earth. Observing this, Egel soared forward, unleashing tremendous strength to shove Zog's foot aside. Seizing the opportunity, Gaia ascended into the sky, freed from his confinement. The two Ultras simultaneously executed their most powerful flying kick, targeting Zog's enormous horn. This served as a tribute to their elder brother, Dyna, transcending time and space. The horn shattered with a mournful cry. Just as Gaia and Egel prepared to press their advantage, Zog's claws sent them tumbling once more. Subsequently, Zog unleashed two wave bombs, striking the duo. Although they were not flung thousands of meters away as before, they rolled across the ground, dissipating some of the force. However, should Zog ensnare them with her binding light, followed by a wave bomb, they might find themselves in grave peril. Fortunately, the dragon god appeared just in time. As the guardian of the subterranean dragon veins, he sensed the urgency and launched an attack against Zog. Providing cover for Gaia and Egel, he bought them precious moments. Although he too fell victim to Zog's wave bomb, his sacrifice ignited a fierce rage within Gaia and Egel. In their fury, they pierced through Zog's throat in unison, creating a massive gaping wound. Zog let out a harrowing scream, for it was the first time he had endured such agony, awakening his primal ferocity. He spread his dazzling wings, lumbering forth with a menacing charge toward Gaia and Egel. As he advanced, countless buildings crumbled beneath his colossal form. Gaia and Egel exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding signaling it was time to conclude the battle. Quantum stream. Egel's stream. Stream explosion. Their most formidable beams of light intertwined, merging into a colossal beam of energy 100 meters wide. The combined might of their attack was unfathomable. With a single strike, they obliterated Zog, who had threatened to plunge the Earth, humanity, and the Ultras into despair. Victory. In the cosmos, monsters from various factions stood in stunned silence. They were aghast to discover a traitor among their ranks, aiding Gaia and Egil in their revival. Is this truly possible? They pondered, their eyes open to the unexpected alliance. Yet, despite this revelation, they remained undeterred, intent on wreaking havoc upon Gaia's temporal realm. With Zog's power, they believed that the revived Ultras would simply be slaughtered once more. They envisioned arriving on Earth to eradicate those traitorous monsters who had tarnished their names. What a farce. However, they soon witnessed the spectacle of Angel Zog being forcefully unmasked by Gaia and Egil. A portion of the monsters grew anxious, wavering in their resolve. The distance to Gaia's realm is vast. That cursed place holds no allure for me. I feel unwell lately. Perhaps I shall refrain from going. TCH. A bunch of cowards, afraid already? Zorg's dragon form exudes a far greater sense of intimidation than its angelic counterpart. Indeed, when the time comes, I will relish in the envy of others. However, Zorg's dragon form was swiftly defeated by Gaia and Aguru with remarkable ease. After such a formidable opponent was vanquished, even the timer did not flicker. The monsters fell into an eerie silence, and no one dared to speak of traveling to Gaia's temporal realm on Earth anymore. Oh, my mother is calling me home for dinner. There's nothing pressing, so I shall take my leave. The most vociferous of the monsters, who had been the loudest in their bravado, was the first to flee. In a moment of collective retreat, they chose to follow their hearts. With Gaia's supremacy undefeated in battle, who would dare to challenge such a fearsome entity on Earth? At this moment, the land of light was shrouded in tranquility. They believed that Zorg's angelic form had already rendered them breathless. The dragon form, being even larger and more powerful, would surely incite a fierce struggle for Gaia and Aguru. Even the most ardent supporters of Gaia and Aguru, the Ultra Father, appeared momentarily taken aback. Zorg's second form was vanquished far too swiftly. Zoffy hesitated to voice his thoughts, sensing a somewhat anticlimactic conclusion to the battle. The sentiment was echoed by the other Ultra brothers, who nodded in agreement, sharing the same impression. They perceived that while the dragon's size was intimidating, its defenses were average, and its offensive capabilities lacked distinction, failing to live up to the grandeur expected of a final weapon. Children, you have overlooked one crucial point. Rather than deeming Zorg's second form too weak, it is more accurate to say that the reborn Gaia and Aguru are exceedingly powerful. The Ultra Father, with his wealth of experience and keen insight, noted that when Zorg's second form struck Gaia with a weight of 660,000 tons, who among us could withstand such a force? Perhaps only Max, if he were to attain a colossal height of 999 meters, could contend on a physical level. The Ultra Father directed his gaze towards Max, and the Ultra brothers subtly nodded, realizing this perspective had eluded them. Moreover, when Zorg's angelic form unleashed its wave attacks upon them, they were propelled several thousand meters away with each hit before finally coming to a halt. Yet, upon resurrection, the more formidable dragon's wave attacks were effortlessly mitigated with just a few rolls. As I mentioned, their revival signifies a metamorphosis of unparalleled enhancement. It is not that Zorg is weak, but rather that Gaia and the others are extraordinarily strong. The Ultra Father's observations, grounded in data and comparison, resonated with the crowd, who found his argument compelling. In this context, I too discerned a detail. After contemplating the Ultra Father's words, Taro seemed to have an epiphany. Oh, Taro, do you have an insight to share? Zoffy inquired with curiosity, as the other Ultras turned their attention towards him. I wouldn't call it an insight. I wonder if anyone has noticed that every time Gaia transforms into his supreme form to confront an adversary, victory is assured without exception. Furthermore, this formidable transformation appears to be devoid of any limitations. It seems as though his energy is boundless. As Taro's words echoed, the Ultras were drawn into reflection. The Ultra Father, his gaze sharpened, thought to himself, truly, my son possesses an astute perception. At that moment, text began to materialize across the sky. Chapter 42. Is Gaia the shadow of filial piety? Gaia is a slacker, a rebellious mama's boy. Is this a summary provided only after the video concludes? Akin to my own experience? Ace mumbled to himself, now harboring no doubts about Gaia's superior rank. He believed that the opponents faced by Gaia, along with the abilities displayed, surpassed his own. It appears that the sky harbors a wealth of commentary regarding Gaia. The Ultra Father felt somewhat overwhelmed. Those listed among the Ultras might not care, perhaps even feeling a sense of pride. However, as the leader of the Land of Light and the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, he must uphold the image of the Ultras. The words on the sky swiftly captured everyone's attention. Gaia's supreme form is theoretically limited to a 1-minute duration. However, as the most favored son of Earth, Gaia enjoys unlimited activity on this planet. As long as Earth remains intact, his energy is infinite. Thus, Gaia's supreme form is effectively unrestricted. Is it not unreasonable for such a Gaia to be labeled as untrustworthy? Gaia's supreme form has engaged in 18 battles. And regardless of the opponent's strengths, be it power, speed, combat skills, or special abilities, victory is inevitable the moment Gaia assumes his supreme form. No matter how high the opposing stats may soar, Gaia's supreme form will eternally surpass them. A mere common Ultra, basking in the indulgence of his earthly mother, displays such prowess. Is this not a sign of untrustworthiness? This Gaia can indeed be dubbed the shadow of filial piety. When Zero witnessed monsters worldwide uniting their powers to share their light with Gaia and a guru, he tenderly cradled his girlfriend, Big Mon, in his hands and affectionately declared, "Big Mon, will you come to my aid when I find myself in peril? We are the closest of companions." Big Mon joyfully bounced in Zero's hands, offering a clear response. In that moment, affection filled the air. Leo, observing this harmonious scene, felt a lump in his throat. Partnerships are about mutual support. Zero has finally gleaned something positive from the otherwise indifferent Ultras. Then, Leo saw Zord being obliterated by the fusion beam of Gaia and a guru. At that moment, he was reminded of his brother Astra. The bond they shared could unleash the powerful Ultra Double Flash. Though his brother remained by the Ultra King's side for protection, not seeing him often was a small price to pay. His brother's health and safety were his greatest hopes. Subsequently, Leo reflected on the sky's commentary regarding Gaia, the shadow of filial piety. With such an indulgent, earthly mother, it was no wonder this fellow was so invincible. Moreover, this guy always stirred chaos on Earth. That certainly qualifies as untrustworthy. Simultaneously, Leo recalled his status as the Prince of Planet 77. Could he also draw energy from his planetary mother? Might his own combat prowess be enhanced further? Then, in the next instant, Leo suddenly realized Planet 77 had long been annihilated. Even his parents had been brutally slain. There was no way for him to express his filial devotion. He was left yearning for what could never be attained. Leo felt a pang of envy towards Gaia. Despite his questionable traits, he still had the favor of his earthly mother. "Leo, what's wrong? Gaia has triumphed, yet you appear less than jubilant," Zero queried. Puzzled by Leo's apparent despondency, Leo cast a sidelong glance at Zero, thinking, if this lad were to discover that Seven is his father, with his obsessive pursuit of strength, he would likely pester Seven for filial devotion daily. The mere thought of the helpless and beleaguered stick alien brought a smile back to Leo's face. "Zero, you must rewatch Gaia's video repeatedly, studying it frame by frame. Filial piety is our most esteemed virtue as Ultras." Zero was bewildered by Leo's sudden fervor, but out of fear of his flying kick, he reluctantly agreed with a perfunctory response. In the Heisei era, the duel between Gaia and Aguda reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Gaia, leveraging the superiority of his supreme form stats, edged out a guru. The sky's commentary rang true. Your filial piety grants you strength from your earthly mother. But in a true contest of skill, I would undoubtedly leave you searching for your teeth. A guru expressed his frustration, clearly discontented with Gaia's seemingly unscrupulous tactics. "What stats? This is called strength, do you understand? I suspect you simply cannot accept defeat." Gaia retorted without hesitation, "How dare you? If you possess the light of the earth, bestow it upon me as well, and let us see who truly reigns supreme." A guru, feeling quite aggrieved by Gaia's cunning, was clearly dissatisfied. His words were indeed formidable. Gaia stammered, struggling to find an appropriate counterargument. All right, we are all brothers here. There's no need for discord over such trivial matters. It would only bring ridicule upon us if others were to hear." At that moment, Dyna, witnessing the lack of entertainment, emerged as a peacemaker. "Gaia, you truly are impressive." Dyna also joined in, playing the role of the good-natured interlocutor. "Once the supreme form is activated, all attributes are enhanced. My brother and I merely augment certain aspects. It is truly enviable. Furthermore, the supreme form has never faced defeat, and you handle it with such ease, something my brother and I have yet to achieve." Dyna sighed deeply. showering Gaia with compliments while conveniently omitting any mention of the earlier provocation between Gaia and a guru. "Please, no need for flattery," Gaia replied, feeling somewhat bashful. "Without a guru's assistance, it would have been quite challenging for me to defeat Zog," thought Dyna, "do not compare me to you. However, I must admit that I underestimated you, Gaia. Your supreme form is indeed the pinnacle of our capabilities. Even I, in my radiant form, would struggle against you." Meanwhile, the screen displayed a video portraying Gaia as a rebellious offspring, ostensibly being cherished by Mother Earth. The juxtaposition of a loving mother and a rebellious child was stark. In the end, Gaia was labeled as a dutiful son. One could only imagine how the barrage of comments would unfold. As anticipated, a wave of comments flooded in. "Belial, Gaia, you are truly worthless. Without the power of Earth, you are nothing. Just a lazy winner, a spoiled mama's boy. Zoda dutiful? Huh. Is the Earth's power bestowed upon you merely to cause destruction upon your arrival? I would rather forego it. I excel at destroying the Earth. Aporian, no matter how powerful the monster, the Supreme Form's attributes will always surpass his." Seriously, does this even sound like human speech? Gaia is truly shameless and treacherous. Barbarians, is this some sort of challenge? Gaia's treachery renders him anything but dutiful. This is hilarious. Chapter 43. A Trust Crisis in the Land of Light. Belial breaks through the defense. In the Land of Light. At the moment the screen concluded its summary, Father of Ultra felt a jolt of unease. He knew that trouble was brewing. Indeed, the square in the Land of Light became a cacophony of chaos. Ultramen who had located their parents questioned them. "Father, you wretched dog, why did you not provide me with stronger energy? Do you not love me enough?" While those who could not find their parents deliberated. "Shall we adopt Earth as our godmother? Her generosity has profoundly moved me. If a rebellious child like Gaia is so indulged, surely we, having learned virtues such as humility, compassion, and filial piety in the Land of Light, can do even better." Some Ultramen even set their sights on the Ultrastar. Why seek far when we can gain proximity? If I can become the most cherished child of the Ultrastar, then not only will I possess the greatest strength, but the position of Supreme Leader will also be mine. Hearing such audacious discussions, Father of Ultra nearly lost consciousness, overwhelmed by despair. If this continued, would the Land of Light not become the most dutiful planet in the universe? Gaia, Belial, Zoda, Aporian, do you harbor resentment or jealousy? If you have the capability, come to Earth and spar with me. I shall take on 10. Father of Ultra, already troubled by the internal discord within the Land of Light, was further incensed by Gaia's shamelessness, which only fanned the flames. He was furious, feeling as though he could explode with rage. What has happened to the Ultramen? Are they intoxicated, or have they consumed Earth's mushrooms? Why has each of them lost their sanity? Especially Gaia. Does he think others are fools? The Earth has granted you such immense power, transforming you into a numerical anomaly, and yet you cannot do anything to ease her burden? You could surprise her upon your arrival and create a few small scars. Now you are calling for these dangerous individuals to Earth, as if you fear it is not perilous enough. Father of Ultra, while he may not bow to others, bows to you, Gaia. The comments continued to flow across the screen. Belial. Heh. Gaia, do not provoke me. I am not foolish. Belial. To the Ultramen of the Land of Light. I reveal a secret. Gaia can draw power from Mother Earth. You are also Ultramen, thus you can similarly derive power from your parents or the Ultrastar. Belial, do you not desire the formidable power akin to Gaia's supreme form? Overthrow Father of Ultra. That selfish individual, intent on monopolizing the power of the Ultrastar, has been obstructing your connection. Father of Ultra, Belial, you wretched dog. Cease your nonsense. While Father of Ultra immediately reprimanded Belial, recognizing that his provocations were juvenile. The sheer population of the Land of Light made it a breeding ground for all manner of opinions. It is said that our enemies often understand us best. And thus Belial, imprisoned in the cosmic jail, may not be entirely inaccurate. Indeed, I was merely jesting with my parents earlier, but now I genuinely wish to honor them. These sentiments were conservative. Others directly challenged Father of Ultra. Supreme Leader, I do not believe Belial's deceit. I also trust you are not the selfish person he portrays. Yet, if Gaia can accomplish this, why should we, as Ultramen, be incapable? Thus, if we can establish a connection with the Ultrastar, all rumors will be dispelled. Yes, indeed. The pure shall remain pure. I believe the Supreme Leader will agree wholeheartedly. Father of Ultra's expression grew grave as he realized the unprecedented seriousness of the situation. A crisis of trust regarding the governance of the Land of Light had arisen. He must tread carefully, yet simultaneously he felt utterly helpless. While drawing energy from parents was a traceable matter, the idea of obtaining power from the Ultrastar was something he had been completely unaware of prior to viewing Gaia's video. How could he know whether the Ultrastar possesses subjective awareness? Now, a group of young Ultramen, under Belial's influence, clamored to establish a connection with the Ultrastar. Should they succeed, it might indeed benefit the Land of Light, leading to greater strength in the future. However, if they failed, Belial's words would be validated, and the chaos that would ensue from these unruly young Ultramen would be unimaginable. Moreover, if you were to deny them the attempt, it would only serve to confirm Belial's claims. Father of Ultra would be unable to clear his name, no matter how much he tried. Damn Belial, who shows no remorse even in prison. He is clearly too idle. Damn Gaia, if it weren't for his excessive filial piety, Belial would have had no room to maneuver. Damn the screen, it has continuously instigated trouble. Just as Father of Ultra was distressed and at a loss, suddenly, a benevolent elder adorned with a crown and a red cloak appeared beside him. It was the King of Ultra. Although the Kingdom of Light currently faces no imminent threat of destruction, it grapples with an internal crisis of trust. A situation that the King of Ultra has recognized as gravely serious. A single ant hole can bring down a 1,000-mile dam. It is essential to remember that many powerful entities have met their demise due to internal strife. Understanding this principle, the King of Ultra instantly teleports before the gathered Ultras. Upon his arrival, the ever-hopeful Father of Ultra rushes forward, his eyes brimming with tears, filled with the light of expectation. The king has arrived, and with him, peace shall reign in the Kingdom of Light. The previously raucous square, no matter how much the Ultras attempted to quell the chaos, falls into utter silence at once. This is the unparalleled prestige and influence of the King of Ultra in the Kingdom of Light. Dear friends, what Belial has said is nothing but nonsense. True power must be acquired honorably. Do not seek to obtain it through deceitful means. Remember, you should place your trust in the Father of Ultra above all else. The words of this legendary hero resonate like the mighty toll of a great bell, instantly pacifying the restless hearts of those in the square. The uproarious Ultras immediately lower their heads, appearing contrite. After delivering these two profound statements, the King of Ultra vanishes from the Kingdom of Light, reappearing on his home planet. He departs quietly, concealing his name and presence. Meanwhile, the Father of Ultra is overwhelmed with joy. The king, before departing, had left him with a parting remark. Ken, you have endured much, my child. In that moment, the Father of Ultra feels that every hardship has been worth it, his resolve strengthened. He vows to make the Kingdom of Light even stronger and better, determined not to disappoint the king's expectations. Who can comprehend the intense desire to confide when one is recognized by an idol? Thus, the Father of Ultra promptly shares this joyous news with his close friend, certain that he will be equally thrilled. Father of Ultra, Belial, it is unfortunate that the king has thwarted your nefarious plot to divide the Kingdom of Light. Moreover, the king has just praised me. A wretch like you will never earn the king's approval. Belial, on what grounds? Why does he still favor you so? Ken, I will tear you apart. If we were to liken the two to suitors vying for the affection of the goddess represented by the King of Ultra, then the Father of Ultra would be the successful warm-hearted suitor, while Belial would be the one left with nothing after his desperate attempts. Oh, but wait. He still possesses the cosmic prison that the King of Ultra constructed for him. In the cosmic prison, Belial frantically pounds the walls, unleashing dark energy blasts, repeatedly questioning why. He feels injustice, consumed by jealousy, and the Father of Ultra's words wound him deeper than death itself. Just then, the once silent celestial screen begins to display images. To Belial's astonishment, it reveals his own visage. What is happening? Ken has yet to absolve Gaia. Why is the screen already preparing the next presentation? And why is it about me? Chapter 44. Encountering one's father. One cannot remain idle. Is Jita the father of Belial? In the Kingdom of Light, the Father of Ultra beams with pride, envisioning Belial's enraged form. Wait, why do I actually see that loathsome Belial on the celestial screen? Commander, look. Belial has actually appeared on the screen. Zoffy's alert brings the Father of Ultra to the realization that this is no mere illusion. Belial truly is present on the celestial display. Could he be the next subject of scrutiny? Can such a fallen creature even be considered an Ultra? Zoffy's tone drips with disdain for Belial. He cannot tolerate those who have succumbed to darkness. believing such beings fundamentally contradict the ideals of the Ultras and do not deserve the title of Ultra. However, in contrast to Zophi's outrage, the father of Ultra appears much more relaxed. For one, he now enjoys the backing of the King of Ultra, wielding considerable confidence. Additionally, the swift transition to Belial as the scrutinized subject means he need not go to great lengths to absolve Gaia. He finds himself relieved, after all. Belial is an enemy of the Kingdom of Light, and no matter what the screen conveys, it cannot tarnish their image. This is a secure situation. In the Heisei era, Gaia wears a frown. Has the celestial screen malfunctioned? According to tradition, shouldn't he be the father of Ultra recounting the virtues of the Ultras? Why has it changed now? Does the screen harbor a grudge against me? With the appearance of this red-eyed monster, I immediately sense that he bears a sinister nature. Gaia grows anxious, waiting for the father of Ultra to commend him, now suspecting that the screen is deliberately targeting him. Dyna and Tiga are equally puzzled. They had anticipated witnessing the father of Ultra's discomfort as he struggled to present Gaia's actions as virtuous. Now, it seems they have been deprived of their amusement, as the focus has shifted to this red-black monster. Is it possible that the father of Ultra only absolves those from the Kingdom of Light? Egel offers his speculation. Impossible. Absolutely not. My cousin Tiga certainly cannot be excluded from the Kingdom of Light. Gaia promptly dismisses this notion. I believe the issue lies with you being too dark. The father of Ultra simply cannot redeem you. Dyna jests, casting a sidelong glance at Gaia. Don't be absurd. Ace is far darker than I am. Surely something must be holding him back. Just wait. It will surely come. Though Gaia speaks with bravado, he cannot help but question himself. Could it truly be that I am too dark, to the point where the father of Ultra's eloquence is rendered ineffective? No, I refuse to believe it. I am the cherished child of Mother Earth. If I were truly that dark, how could she possibly indulge me so? At that moment, a line of subtitles appears on the celestial screen. In light of Belial's profound understanding of filial piety, an Easter egg is triggered, now presenting a humorous tale regarding his filial devotion. Moments later, Belial's dark, fallen, and ominous figure vanishes. The screen continues to showcase images. Suddenly, a figure resembling Belial emerges, particularly with those uniquely elongated eyes that are strikingly similar to his. Vegeta Ultraman. Following this encountering one's father, one cannot remain idle. Tiga and Dyna, ever the lovers of amusement, immediately perk up at the mention of filial piety and humorous tales, especially upon hearing the terms father and remain idle. While observing the striking resemblance between Vegeta and Belial, they recall Gaia's exploits. Their eyes gleam with excitement as they anticipate yet another spectacle. They fixate on the screen, eager not to miss a single detail. Even Gaia, who had been wallowing in self-pity and self-doubt, now watches intently. He too wishes to discover what amusement lies in Belial, who has always been the most vocal in attacking the Kingdom of Light. It is worth noting that Belial is also his hypothetical adversary, as he has invited Belial to Earth for a friendly competition. On Planet 76, old Leo, look. Even the father of Ultra is hurling insults. You can no longer reprimand me. Zero observes the banter between the father of Ultra and Belial on the celestial screen, speaking with fervent conviction. Without the father of Ultra elucidating the virtues, I find myself lacking direction in my learning. Zero waits anxiously for the desired footage, feeling increasingly despondent. Leo, witnessing Zero's audacious demeanor, finds himself at a loss. Then, he notices the alternating appearances of Belial and Vegeta on the celestial screen, his gaze sharpening with intensity. How is this being named Vegeta so strikingly similar to Belial? Is it filial piety? Could he possibly be Belial's biological father? While Leo's direction was accurate, the relationship was inverted. It is understandable for him to be confused, particularly since Gaia is often referred to as the rebellious child of Earth. Belial appeared first, followed by Vegeta. Speaking of Belial's amusing tales of filial devotion, it seems quite logical to consider his identity as a rebellious offspring. Furthermore, as Leo is aware, Belial has been imprisoned in a cosmic jail for tens of thousands of years. It is utterly implausible for him to have fathered a son. Old Leo, this dark crimson figure must be Belial's essence. So do you know who this Vegeta is? Zero, suppressing his urge to act impulsively, resolved to ascertain the target. It is indeed Belial. The silver-red Vegeta must be Belial's biological father. Leo's tone was exceedingly confident. Oh? Zero's interest was piqued instantly. If that is the case, neither of them seems to be virtuous. When I encounter them, I shall confront both father and son together. In the land of light, Father Ultraman gazed at the words appearing on the celestial screen, unable to suppress a boisterous laugh. Belial, you have been stirring up trouble. Now even the heavens cannot overlook your antics. You probably never imagined that one day, the celestial display would take the liberty of recounting your amusing escapades, did you? What a delightful day it is. First, the king's endorsement, and now the amusing spectacle of my sworn enemy. Father Ultraman declared it exhilarating. His appreciation for the celestial display reached unprecedented heights. Zoffy, ensure that all Ultramen diligently watch the upcoming video and learn from it. Father Ultraman said with a grin. You must be publicly embarrassed. Then, Father Ultraman saw Jeed's silhouette appear, and upon correlating it with the celestial hints, his smile abruptly froze. Could this being named Jeed possibly be Belial's son? Zoffy was equally stunned. Wasn't Belial confined in a cosmic prison? There is nothing there. Could it be that Belial is hermaphroditic, or capable of asexual reproduction? Although such notions are far-fetched, they are not entirely impossible. Is it conceivable that the celestial display is presenting events from the future? Perhaps one day, Belial escapes from the cosmic prison, and then having a son would make sense. Taro's words jolted everyone back to reality. Father Ultraman had been lost in his gleeful schadenfreude, but Taro's remark brought him back to focus. The primary feature of the celestial display is its connection to parallel universes. It knows the past and foresees the future. So, Commander, should I continue the notifications? Zoffy tentatively inquired upon noticing Father Ultraman's furrowed brow. Notify? Why not? Moreover, it is imperative to watch closely. We might discover when and how Belial escapes. Allowing us to prepare. Father Ultraman's expression turned serious, given his understanding of Belial. The first thing he would likely do upon breaking free would be to assault the Land of Light, in the face of potential danger. He must approach this with utmost caution, not merely for amusement, but to not overlook any detail that could be crucial. Belial, let us see who excels more. Your son Jeed or my son Taro, who embodies greater filial devotion. Father Ultraman lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the celestial display. Chapter 45. The Formidable and Malevolent Belial. A sigh of relief from Seven. In the cosmic prison, Belial watched the subtitles on the celestial screen, chuckling. My amusing tales? How laughable. Let the celestial display play on. Having long since fallen into darkness and forsaken the so-called virtues of Ultraman, how could I be compared to those hypocritical beings from the Land of Light? He. Belial laughed maniacally as he gazed at the celestial screen, observing the figure that bore a striking resemblance to himself. Encountering one's biological father cannot be met with passivity. Then he heard a chilling remark that sent shivers down his spine. This being named Jeed is my son? It seems my escape from this accursed cosmic prison is inevitable. But why would he oppose me? A flicker of suspicion crossed Belial's eyes. He claimed to be indifferent, yet his gaze remained earnest as he stared at the celestial screen. Profoundly serious. He may not care for his image, but he aspires to be the ruler of the universe. He too does not wish to be ridiculed by the myriad beings of the cosmos, especially by that wretched fellow. At that moment, the celestial video commenced its presentation. On Earth, Belial, utilizing the Ascension device, merges the powers of the Ampelra and Dark Lugiel, evolving into his ultimate form, the malevolent Belial. Gray armor envelopes his entire being, and his orange-yellow eyes exude a menacing aura. Most importantly, he has healed the hunchback that plagued him for millennia. Opposite him stands the silver and red Jeed, proudly wielding the Jeed Claw, ready to confront him. The two advance rapidly, engaging in close combat. After evading the initial wave of probing attacks, malevolent Belial, wielding greater power, seizes Jeed. You inherit my bloodline, and yet you dare to oppose me? Belial's hoarse voice dripped with discontent. Belial, I shall be your adversary. Without hesitation. Jeed firmly denied Belial's assertion. Subsequently, he exerted force, breaking free from Belial's grasp, rolling away to a safe distance. Without hesitation. Jeed fused the powers of Belial and the Ultra Hero King, transforming into his royal form. Clad in a golden cloak and wielding the King's holy sword, he exuded an aura of regal authority. His right hand swung the King's holy sword towards malevolent Belial, while his left hand unleashed the Jeed Claw, repelling him. Seizing the opportunity, Jeed raised the Jeed Claw high, gathering energy. A magnificent beam shot skyward, swiftly forming a dazzling cloud of multicolored light. Countless beams cascaded down like a torrential downpour upon malevolent Belial. The radiant rain of energy exploded, sending plumes of smoke billowing. However, Adhering to the principle of smoke without injury, malevolent Belial successfully blocked all of the Radiant Rain's attacks, utilizing the smoke to obscure his vision. He delivered a kick to Jeed's chest, who, caught off guard, could only watch as Belial's claws struck him. Unperturbed by the setback, Jeed charged back into battle with Belial. However, his strikes not only failed to land on Belial, but he was also struck by Belial's claw, imbued with dark energy, sending him flying and reverting him from his royal form back to his original state. The power you possess, that of the Ultra Hero King, is far too feeble, merely a fraction contained within a capsule. Meanwhile, I am absorbing immense energy from the Ultra Hero King throughout the universe. The gap between us is ever widening, my dear son. Even when blades were drawn, Belial refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, he opted to enlighten and instruct Jeed. How could he not be considered a loving father? Wounded yet undeterred, Zero lunged forward, risking his life to inject the Corellian molecular disintegration enzyme into malevolent Belial, preventing him from further siphoning the energy of the Ultra Hero King. Thereafter, Zero was met with Belial's furious claw, which pierced through his chest, dissolving him into particles of light in the air. Is Jeed now trapped in a dire predicament? Just then, a massive blue-green orb descended from the heavens. In Belial's astonished gaze, it transformed into a cloaked warrior adorned with formidable horns. It was none other than Belial's good brother and Jeed's beloved uncle, Father Ultraman. Witnessing this, he first shook off his cloak and then swiftly charged toward malevolent Belial. Leave him to me. You should retreat and take a moment to rest. While engaged in a fierce struggle with the malevolent Belial, Father of Ultra took a moment to remind Jed. Are you trying to sabotage my efforts again, Ken? Belial sneered mockingly. Father of Ultra strained to suppress Belial's arms. Belial, I shall not allow you to act as you wish. Immediately, Father of Ultra unleashed a surge of light energy, constructing a protective cocoon of light that briefly sealed both Belial and himself within the energy space. Upon witnessing this, Belial erupted into hearty laughter. Although he was unfamiliar with Dark Luciel, he was all too aware of the formidable Dark Emperor from the planet Ampalia, a source of immense power. The fact that he could merge these two formidable forces into a single entity was a testament to his might, transforming him into the malicious Belial. Not only had he healed his long-standing hunchback, but he now exuded an unprecedented aura of authority. Moreover, he was continuously absorbing the power of the aging Ultraman King. Belial had never encountered such a bountiful battle before. What waves could this insignificant cub, Jed, possibly stir? And that fool Ken. Did he truly believe that sealing me within a cocoon of light would suffice? It is akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, inviting death. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Ha ha ha. Belial envisioned the scene of him tearing Ken to shreds, his raucous laughter echoing throughout the cosmic prison. In the land of light, Father of Ultra wore a grave expression. It turned out that Jed was indeed Belial's son. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that after merging with the Ampelian and Dark Luciel, the malicious Belial would possess such overwhelming strength. The leaders and the Ultra brothers cast worried glances at Father of Ultra. Clearly, they understood that facing the formidable oppression of the malevolent Belial meant that Father of Ultra was in grave peril. Fear not, my children. We must have faith in the heavens. Father of Ultra reassured them. Moreover, if there were a chance to confront such a ruthless adversary as Belial, I would unhesitatingly seize it again. The Ultra brothers exchanged glances, recognizing their father's unwavering courage. He was indeed the one they admired most. Even knowing the risks, he boldly pressed on. Should they be present, they would undoubtedly have made the same choice. Among the Ultra brothers, Seven was the most at ease, for he caught a fleeting glimpse of his son, Zero. Though it was but a momentary vision, he saw Zero striving with all his might to combat the malevolent Belial. A wave of relief washed over Seven's heart. It seemed Zero was destined to grow into an exceptional Ultra warrior capable of standing alone. Proudly, the elder father Seven felt immense satisfaction for having such a child. However, upon witnessing Zero being reduced to particles of light, Seven experienced a pang of sorrow. He concentrated intently on the heavens, striving to catch another glimpse of Zero's valiant form. Chapter 46. Jed's Stand. A tribute to his father. Belial's defenses are shattered. Yet, rather than witnessing the scene he yearned for, Seven instead found himself observing his own father being struck down, which, in a different sense, could be seen as a form of filial piety. The footage from the heavens continued to play on. Within the cocoon of light that Father of Ultra had conjured, the malevolent Belial remained unfazed, mocking with a derisive tone. What's wrong? Have you reached your limit? I have longed to see you in agony for millennia. Now, I shall ensure that you light beings from the land of light experience the humiliation and despair I once endured. The more Belial spoke, the faster his words came, revealing his escalating hysteria. Father of Ultra, in response to Belial's taunts, remained silent, steadfastly gripping Belial's arms. This grip lasted for an entire 20 hours. However, such prolonged intensity inevitably exacerbated Father of Ultra's old injury. Seizing the opportunity, Belial shattered the cocoon of light and forcefully struck Father of Ultra, sending him staggering to his knees. You have aged, Ken. Belial's tone dripped with mockery. You cannot impede me now. Belial was right. Had Father of Ultra been in his prime, he would undoubtedly have been capable of contending with him. While he might not have triumphed over the malevolent Belial, he would not have fallen so easily. Yet, after a long journey and the resurgence of old wounds, Father of Ultra was in an unprecedentedly dire state. With a sinister chuckle, Belial advanced towards Father of Ultra, reveling in the prospect of defeating Ken. At that moment, Jed, fully recharged, emerged behind the malevolent Belial. You have arrived, young Ultra warrior. Even at this juncture, Father of Ultra maintained a composed demeanor. Belial swiftly turned, pointing disdainfully at Jed. My son, do you still wish to thwart me? I am Jed, Ultraman Jed, came Jed's resolute response as he assumed a fighting stance, eager to honor his father with his valor. As the battle between the malevolent Belial and Jed commenced, humanity unveiled its final trump card, the Time Destroyer, Saigon. Under Jed's command, Saigon unleashed the Saigon beam, while Jed countered with the cross impact. The silver and crimson beams intertwined, creating a magnificent vortex of energy. Are you attempting to banish me into the dimensional rift? I shall not grant you your wish. Belial scoffed, dismissing their scheme as childish play. As Belial's words faded, he gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a destructive purple beam towards Saigon. The malevolent explosion ensued, with the Time Destroyer vanquished by Belial. The dimensional rift lost its energy support and collapsed. Witnessing his comrades' defeat at the hands of the malevolent Belial, Jed was incensed. Leave this to me. Get out of this universe. It was evident that Jed harbored immense loathing for his father, Belial. With fury igniting within him, Jed charged forward, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with the malevolent Belial. However, rage alone did not equate to effectiveness. Belial far surpassed Jed in statistics, combat skills, and experience. The malevolent Belial appeared to toy with Jed. He picked up a broken bridge pillar from the ground, chuckling darkly, and swung it at Jed's head. What a picture of fatherly love! Dazed and disoriented, Jed was filled with indignation. Sever the light, he cried, extending his arms as crescent-shaped light blades slashed forth. In a mirrored motion, the malevolent Belial unleashed a purple crescent light blade, countering Jed's attack. Not only did he shatter Jed's light blade, but he also landed a powerful blow against him. Sonic roar. Jed leaned forward, releasing a sonic attack. Malicious howl. The malevolent Belial mirrored Jed's actions, but with his overwhelming power, his sonic wave triumphed, sending Jed hurtling through the air. You are nothing but an experiment. Belial's tone dripped with contempt. I am your father. You shall never surpass me. Surrender. His intention was clear. Although you have lost, and though you are a son who defies his father, I am willing to let you off this time. How could such a Belial not be considered a loving father? However, whether Jed truly understood or feigned ignorance, he resolutely declared, I will never give up. Today, I shall settle this matter with you. Jed's unwavering will, indomitable spirit, and commitment to justice resonated with all the Ultra capsules. A radiant, star-like halo of multicolored light enveloped him, and the immense form of the Ultra King materialized behind him. Amidst 4 dazzling beams of light, the forms of Jed, the burning form, the agile form, the courageous form, and the regal form, emerged simultaneously. Both Jed and the nefarious Belial were taken aback. However, Jed's surprise was overshadowed by joy, while Belial's was steeped in astonishment. Jed in his original form stepped forward, rallying his 4 counterparts with a call to action. The 5 distinct forms of Jed struck their signature poses, ready to charge at their father, the wicked Belial. In this moment, faced with his 5 devoted sons, Belial found himself outmatched. His numerical advantage, skill, and experience were rendered ineffective. United in purpose, the 5 launched a righteous assault on the malevolent Belial. You bunch of rascals. Enraged, Belial realized he had lost control of the situation and suddenly recalled his ultimate battle device. Yet it was too late. With a barrage of attacks, the booster impact beam, the regal absolute destruction beam, the cross shockwave, the powerful explosive beam, In the atomist shockwave, the five sons unleashed their radiant energy upon their father. What a poignant scene it was. Except this trivial light. In the cosmic prison, Belial's curses echoed relentlessly. He had initially thought he could humiliate the detestable kin before ending his life, but he never anticipated that Jeed would foil his plans. Damn it. King of Ultras, you used to favor my brother Ken, and now you favor my son Jeed. Belial's breaking point reached 25. And what of Jeed's unearned advantages? Appearing in both his original and 4 other forms simultaneously, one son's filial piety is not enough. He must summon 4 brothers to showcase this 5 sons honoring their father nonsense. I am your true father, not your sworn enemy. Am I destined to be honored to death by you? Belial's breaking point reached 50. And that foolish Belial. Why do you persist in your pretense? Belial truly was a wolf in sheep's clothing, cursing even his future self. Why not unleash your catastrophic power upon Jeed instead? What significance lies in slaying a mere monster? And now, as Jeed is ready to honor you to death, you still hold back? His breaking point reached 100. Infuriated by the bias of the King of Ultras, the devotion of Jeed, and the folly of his future self, he silently vowed that once he escaped the cosmic prison, he would rather feed his genes to dogs or pigs than create a son like Jeed, this extraordinary paragon of filial piety. Chapter 47. The first and last time I call you father. On Kingstar, as the King of Ultras returned, the sky began to display amusing tales of Belial. Oh? The King of Ultras mused with mild surprise. Does the sky possess such a feature? He then gazed with interest at the display. His feelings towards Belial, once a promising protege and now an adversary, were indeed complex. Belial, after tens of thousands of years in prison, still showed no signs of remorse. Upon witnessing the wicked Belial's appearance on Earth, the King of Ultras let out a resigned sigh. My liege, the wicked Belial and Jeed can both absorb and utilize your power. This is, Astra exclaimed in shock. For Jeed, as a newly born Ultra warrior, it was expected to receive the King's recognition and power. His brother Leo was one such beneficiary. However, how could Belial, a traitor and enemy of the Land of Light, possibly gain access to the King's power? Moreover, he claimed to absorb the energy of the king that had dispersed throughout the cosmos. Could there have been an unforeseen calamity involving the king in the future? As Astra, the close attendant of the King of Ultras, he was among the few who understood the king's strength. Thus, the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. What kind of enemy could even bring misfortune upon the king? Could it be Belial? No, he was not worthy. Could it be that the Anpelra aliens had returned? Even stronger? Never mind. Astra, let us observe the unfolding events. The future is unpredictable, and circumstances may change at any moment. The King of Ultras smiled with an open heart, interrupting Astra's spiraling thoughts. I never expected Belial to grow to such a level that even kin cannot compete with him. His pursuit of power is indeed remarkable, though regrettably misdirected. The King of Ultras reminisced about the past with a sense of loss, recalling a time when Belial was still young, a promising youth filled with integrity. My liege, look, you have appeared again, Astra exclaimed with relief, knowing that the legendary king would inevitably make a heroic return. To this, the King of Ultras exhibited no particular reaction. He merely folded his arms, maintaining his gaze at the sky display, his cloak billowing as if by an unseen wind. Everything seemed natural, as though all was foreseen. Astra remained humble and vigilant. In the Land of Light, the King of Ultras was not surprised by his defeat against Belial. Had he been in his prime, he would have had confidence in competing against the wicked Belial. But as Belial pointed out, he was aging, compounded by the injuries inflicted by the Anpelra aliens. Facing the fused Belial, combined with the dark Luciel, had proven too formidable. Yet, he no longer needed repeated victories to validate his strength. Under his leadership, the Land of Light had become increasingly prosperous and powerful. That in itself was the best testament. Jeed's brave confrontation with his fate had even stirred the king. Belial, your demise is not in vain. The King of Ultras, witnessing his former friend being slain by his own son, felt a pang of bittersweet reflection. Though Belial had brought it upon himself, it was still a moment of profound sorrow. It seems I have lost this time. I admit that in terms of filial devotion, Taro falls short compared to your son Jeed. The King of Ultras silently mused. What would he think if he knew that Taro had once entertained ulterior motives? Wait. The king suddenly realized that the young Ultraman had just witnessed Gaia and was already demonstrating significant filial devotion. Now, having seen Jeed overpower his father Belial, would that not be adding fuel to the fire? The king felt a sense of despair, hesitant to observe the young Ultraman's reaction in the plaza. Fortunately, the sky display continued to play the video. The wicked Belial desperately wielded the ultimate battle device, but it was merely a futile struggle. The multicolored destructive beam shattered the device into fragments and completely pierced his form. The energies of the Anpelra aliens and Dark Luciel fused within the wicked Belial were utterly dispelled, reverting into his hunchbacked original state. "You bastard!" The powerless Belial's eyes were filled with rage. Now was the moment. Jed, relying on his unwavering belief, reclaimed his other forms and, with unwavering resolve, charged towards Belial. He poured every ounce of his strength into a tight embrace, unwilling to let go. Soon after, Jed soared into the sky with Belial in tow, heading straight for the dimensional rift. In the eternal exile space, amidst the remnants of a shattered city, Jed and Belial stood apart, preparing for their final battle. Deisium Fist, Destruction Fist. Their right fists, brimming with annihilative energy, collided. Simultaneously, the souls of Belial and Jed unexpectedly clashed. The memories of Ultraman Belial surged into the mind of Asakura Riku, known as Jed. Baria's slap landed heavily on Asakura Riku's face, but without hesitation, Riku retaliated. A testament to filial piety. Strength. I yearn for strength. I desire to surpass those who look down upon me. Riku felt the fury of Baria when he was scorned, and witnessed the anguish as Baria made contact with the plasma spark tower. He saw Baria, after being cast out from the land of light, forcibly merged with Riabondo on a desolate planet, descending into a grotesque darkness. He sensed Baria's wrath and sorrow in that moment. He witnessed Baria resurrecting time and again, driven by vengeance against the land of light, filled with resentment. Baria's past life played before Jed like a flickering lantern. In that instant, Jed finally comprehended why his father succumbed to darkness and transformed into what he had become. A father who sought strength all his life. "What could I do for you?" With a tinge of sorrow, Jed grasped Baria's outstretched hand and embraced him tightly. "Accept this humble embrace. You have continuously been reborn, living in profound hatred." Jed's tone bore a hint of melancholy, his eyes reflecting heartfelt pain. Upon hearing this, Baria began to struggle violently. Then, a burst of purple light erupted from his back, and with great effort, he expelled the spiritual essence of Riabondo. Baria's spirit returned to its original form, that of the illustrious Ultraman Baria, the valiant warrior who had achieved great feats during the Ultraman War. Jed released his embrace. "You must be exhausted. Then, let it all come to an end." Jed's voice trembled with emotion, his face pleading. In the rift of reality, Jed and Baria touched hands briefly before stepping back together. "Do not speak as if you comprehend everything. Even facing death, you still uphold your father's dignity. Baria." Decision Ray. Cross shockwave. Jed understood that Baria's initial descent into darkness was unavoidable, yet his subsequent crimes were equally unforgivable. Only by completely vanquishing the dark Baria could he restore the luminous Baria of yore. Thus, Jed unleashed his maximum energy, wishing to grant Baria a swift release. The intertwining of crimson and black energy culminated in Baria's demise. "Farewell, father." This was Jed's first and final moment addressing Baria as his father. Chapter 48. A powerful Ultraman born from filial piety. Has Jed lost his identity? The father of Ultra observed Baria's complete dissolution. Surprisingly, the feeling was not one of relief or joy, but rather a sense of wistfulness. He recalled the memories of Baria that surfaced within Jed's mind and the days they had spent growing up and fighting side by side. Those days, even after millennia, remained unforgettable. When Baria was merged with Riabondo, the father of Ultra discerned fury and resentment from his actions and expressions. Surely, even after being exiled from the land of light, he still clung to the ideals of light and justice within his heart. Fortunately, under the influence of his son Jed, in his final moments, his spirit broke free from Riabondo, transforming back into the radiant Baria. Ultimately, choosing to be killed by his own son was perhaps the best option for him, a being who had committed countless sins and bore the blood of many. The father of Ultra sighed softly. Meanwhile, Zafi rejoiced at Baria's death. After all, he was a formidable enemy of the Land of Light, a dangerous figure seeking to overthrow it. Although the video did not reveal how Baria escaped from the cosmic prison, his complete demise rendered the specifics inconsequential. A dead Baria is a good Baria. As for the Zarabian's claim of rescuing Baria, Zafi dismissed it entirely. Absurd. Do you think a Zarabian could simply declare a prison break? What does he take our Land of Light's stringent security for? What about my dignity as the commander of the Cosmic Patrol? Commander, Although Jed is Beria's son, his righteous act of killing Beria signifies his allegiance to justice. Moreover, he has earned your and the Ultra King's recognition. I believe this young and valiant Ultraman should be accepted into our land of light. Our cosmic patrol needs such talent. Zophi's admiration for Jed was not merely because he was Beria's son, capable of fulfilling filial duties on multiple fronts. What Zophi meant was, Beria is guilty, but Jed is innocent. He rightfully belongs to our land of light. Upon sensing his father's hesitation, Taro quickly voiced his agreement with Zophi in support of his brother Jed. The other Ultraman brothers also expressed their concurrence one after another. Given the unanimous support, the father of Ultra felt no reluctance and readily agreed. Beria, your son Jed shall be nurtured by me. Do not worry. Rest in peace. Thus, in mere moments, Jed's acceptance into the land of light was secured. It seemed that Beria's death might hold some value after all. At this moment, the murmurs of the young Ultraman echoed throughout the plaza. Jed is so impressive. How can we become as strong as him? First, you must have a father who dares to touch the plasma spark tower and then betray the land of light. Secondly, your father must descend into darkness, providing you the opportunity to honor him. Then, your willpower will touch the commander and the king, granting you immense power. A power akin to Jed's. After accomplishing all this, not only will you gain formidable strength, but you will also become a hero who eliminates traitors. The only thing you lose is a father. How about that? Quite a bargain, isn't it? However, we will discuss the specifics in detail once Jed arrives in the land of light. Father, if you love me, then hurry and touch the plasma spark tower. Father, plunge into darkness quickly. I want to honor you like Jed does. The young Ultraman twirled a chainsaw-like weapon in one hand while pointing at his father with the other, threatening to transform into a chainsaw warrior at any moment. The father of Ultra? Zophi? Taro? Can you believe this? Are they even speaking coherently? Jed hasn't even arrived yet, and they're already devising strategies, right? The father of Ultra was overwhelmed by this discourse. He had a premonition that the young Ultraman would stir up trouble after watching the video. But he never anticipated such an absurd call for his own father to touch the spark tower and fall into darkness. Does the land of light have a future? He felt an overwhelming urge to shout in frustration. Well, Commander, perhaps we should temporarily delay Jed's acceptance into the land of light? If this is how things are before he even arrives, what chaos might ensue once he actually joins? Zophi dared not imagine. After all, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't fall in love and produce a little Zophi. At that point, he certainly wouldn't want to be exhausted by his own little Zophi. In the cosmos, the various monsters who learned of Beria's past could no longer contain themselves. Each time they witnessed Beria charging at the forefront to attack the land of light, they had thought him a valiant warrior, only to discover he was merely a discarded son of the land of light. Who could argue otherwise? He and his son Jed were simply Ultramen embroiled in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Pathetic. Beria, unwillingly possessed by Riabondo, was merely playing his part. Don't cry out. You're too worthless for Riabondo to even consider you. Beria truly was a tragic figure, possessing the powers of the Ampelra and Dark Lugiel. He could still be slain by his own son. What a tragedy. And do not shout either. The Ultra King grants power, while the 5 sons honor their fathers. This scene would make anyone kneel. Even the father of Jed can resort to such cruelty. How ruthless must one's heart be? We must keep our distance from him in the future. The monsters gazed at the celestial screen, reveling in the spectacle. After all, this time they were not involved. It was merely a confrontation between 2 Ultramen, a father and son. Regardless of who emerged victorious, they found it exhilarating. In the Heisei era, after watching the video, Dyna and Dyna wore expressions of lingering intrigue. Gaia, I believe you and Jed share a profound understanding of filial piety, Dyna remarked with a mischievous grin. You honor our Mother Earth, while he honors his biological father. Moreover, both of you are cherished by them. What an enviable bond of kinship. Dyna poked Gaia, who quickly retorted. I never did. Do not speak nonsense. Gaia immediately denied the accusation threefold. I reiterate, that was a response from Mother Earth to me. Even if I had acted intentionally, those minor wounds are insignificant to her. Jed has truly killed his father Belial. Can they be compared? Gaia grew somewhat agitated. He could reluctantly accept being called a rebellious son, considering the minor damages done. However, being likened to Jed was a label he could not bear. Enough of this banter. Dyna scoffed, rolling his eyes before shifting his focus. Brother, how tragic is Belial? In his pursuit of power, he fell from light into darkness, and yet he struggles so. Unlike you, who transformed from darkness to light and ascended to greater heights. Why not take this opportunity to enlighten us about your transformation, so we may broaden our horizons? Upon hearing Dyna address him, Dyna sensed mischief brewing. And indeed, it was as expected. Enlighten you? Will it be about my clandestine dealings with Julian, or how I personally ended the lives of former brothers and lovers? Dyna's gaze bore into Dyna, who seemed to have forgotten the pain of past wounds, tempting fate once more. Curious, are you? Then come closer. Dyna's voice was laced with frost. No, brother. I suddenly have no desire to know, haha. Dyna recalled the time Dyna had summoned him for a thorough beating, awkwardly chuckling as he chose to retreat from curiosity and self-destruction. It's too late. You must listen. Dyna insisted, tugging Dyna aside. Don't, brother. Gaia, a guru, save me. Gaia and a guru, fearing the potential for bloodshed, had already distanced themselves, unwilling to intervene in Dyna's reckless folly. Brother, look. The celestial screen is changing again. Dyna halted his pulling, curiosity piqued as he tilted his head upwards. After all, he could always deal with Dyna later, but the celestial screen would not replay missed moments. Chapter 49. The Most Sinister Ultraman, Number 6. Hikari. I am merely a scientist. In the cosmic prison, Belial seethed as his past was laid bare for all to see, cursing vehemently. What the hell? Not only are you broadcasting my disgrace, but you also dig up my past? Is there no semblance of privacy or human rights left? He could bear his son Jeed knowing his history, empathizing and understanding. However, to have his entire sordid past exposed to countless timelines was akin to being stripped bare, leading to utter social annihilation. Which police officer has ever been abducted by criminal forces right outside the precinct? Damn it, even my future self is a disappointing figure. Truly capable of feeling that elusive thing called familial affection? Belial was deeply dissatisfied with his future self's repeated acts of indulgence towards Jeed, making it seem as though a heartwarming familial drama was unfolding. He had no need for such bonds. Belial stewed in his resentment, thinking, if another devoted son like Jeed is created, I would rather be a mere beast. Fujiki, hi. Allow me to fulfill your desires. My lord. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, the cosmic prison echoing with his impotent roars. Perhaps only by inciting Taro to eliminate the father of Ultra could he quell this rage. Zoda. Belial, I once thought our sibling bond was unparalleled in the universe, but it appears your father-son connection surpasses it. Yaber. Belial, no matter how painful the super beasts are, they cannot match your suffering. It hurts so much I'm tempted to laugh. Ah. Babel, Jeed is truly a wretched creature. Wait, doesn't he that make you one as well? Oh. I did that on purpose. Belial. Magm. Even if Belial is killed by his son, he still seeks to secure Jeed a place in the land of light. Such paternal love brings me to tears. Leo, I'm talking about you. Zarabu, Belial, shall I just abandon you? After all, you'll be filial to your sons until the end. Zero, Belial, just wait. One day, I too shall honor you. Taro, Belial, we will take good care of Jeed in the land of light. So rest easy. Leo Magm. You. Belial's rage surged as he watched the endless stream of taunts on the celestial screen. Those in the land of light mocked him. And now even those from the dark camp joined in? He gestured wildly, wanting to retort to each insult. Yet the video playing before him was still vivid in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. So Ken. Damn you, Ken. I will kill you. When in doubt. Belial always directed his fury towards Ken, remaining as loyal to his grievances as ever. In the land of light, the Ultramen chuckled heartily at the mockery directed at Belial by various evil beasts and aliens, filling the atmosphere with joy. Even Ultramen enjoy watching the wicked squabble amongst themselves. Savan gazed at Zero's comments, pondering, what nonsense is this brat spouting? If he wishes to be filial, he should direct that towards me. Wait a moment. Savan suddenly recalled that he could not afford to inherit the Jeed-style filial piety. Furthermore, considering that the father of Ultra is his adoptive father and uncle, and Belial, being a close ally of the father of Ultra, makes him Zero's grandfather. Thus, Zero honoring Belial seems quite reasonable. However, could Leo refrain from his vulgarities? If he corrupts Zero, I shall let him experience my wrath, along with my long-neglected Cain and Jeep. Meanwhile, the father of Ultra, noticing that the focus of the discussions had shifted to Belial and Jeed's familial bond, breathed a sigh of relief. Belial, true to form, was still thinking of sharing the burden. In the future, I shall ensure to cherish my dear nephew Jeed. Yet, the thought of numerous young Ultramen attempting to mimic Jeed's excessive devotion to their fathers filled the father of Ultra with dread. Why couldn't he, the celestial screen, have a minor mode? At this rate, the land of light would undoubtedly become a nest of wickedness, the most heinous force in the universe. As the land of light oscillated between joy and concern, the celestial screen once again transformed. Top 10 Most Sinister Ultraman. Number 6. Hikari Ultraman. A blue Ultraman adorned with badges appeared on the screen. Following this, a voice resonated. Hikari Ultraman, I am merely a scientist, thus lacking the powers of my Ultraman brethren. Upon hearing the voice, the father of Ultra's gaze snapped to Akira Hikari. How could it be him? This made no sense. The father of Ultra had considered other Ultramen, even Mebius, but never Hikari. He could not fathom how this diligent and honest scientist could possess any sinister traits. Under the scrutiny of his fellow Ultramen, Hikari appeared bewildered, unsure of how to position his hands. It is not the celestial dome, so why am I being scrutinized? Furthermore, I claim to be a scientist. Is it problematic that I do not possess the powers akin to the Ultra Brothers? Are these not words of utmost sincerity? Dreambeat, standing nearby, was filled with a mixture of confusion and envy. Hikari has not committed any outrageous acts. Moreover, if Hikari has made the list, should I not also deserve a place among them? Planet 76. Old Leo, you are once again using foul language. Cyril muttered quietly. Leo smiled. What of it? But you mustn't he speak. Cyril, unaware of the magma alien's meaning, did not comprehend the humiliation he endured. The implication from the magma alien was that he had only secured his citizenship in the land of light through his father's demise. This was the utmost insult to him. Being a prince in the 77th Nebula was far more dignified than being tormented by a filthy brat like you. Living a life of luxury is preferable to being chased by a jeep, I assent it. Insults are far too mild. Old Leo, you wretched cur. You allow the officials to set fire while forbidding the commoners from lighting lamps. Cyril was quite displeased with Leo's double standards. Leo smiled once more, finding amusement in Cyril's youthful defiance. At that moment, the celestial dome presented the latest ranking of individuals. Hikari? Leo stroked his chin, deep in thought. The Blue Clan, scientist. Director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau, life solidification device. Leo instantly recalled these keywords. The Blue Clan, bureaucrats, what combat prowess could they possess? Unlike the absurdly powerful bureaucrats like Seven and Max, who belong to the Red Clan with formidable combat talents. Moreover, he has claimed he does not possess powers akin to the Ultra Brothers. Aside from the life solidification device, there appears to be nothing particularly sinister about him, right? Leo pondered, unable to fathom how Hikari made the list. Could it be that the Celestial Dome has erred this time? Or perhaps it intends to begin a reverse ranking? Leo could not help but mutter to himself. Reverse ranking? Cyril seems somewhat disinterested. The forward ranking is far more entertaining. After all, I must learn virtues from the great Ultra Father. Speaking of virtues, why does it feel like something is missing? What are Gaia's virtues, anyway? Chapter 50, Gaia. How's the weather in the land of light? The crisis on planet Arbor. In the Heisei era, Dyna found great joy in the ridicule of Belial by the crowd on the Celestial Dome. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Dyna refused to remain idle. He sought the thrill of instigating trouble in his infinite life. Hikari? A scientist? Egel, he is a blue ultra like you. Moreover, your human form, Hiroshi Fujimiya, is also a scientist, right? Is this not a blatant imitation of you? Dyna, unable to contain his mouth, began to chatter. Egel, aware of Dyna's propensity for trouble, rolled his eyes dismissively, choosing not to engage. The king of pressure indeed possesses an air of majesty. Dyna, finding himself at a loss for amusement, turned his attention to Gaia. I say, Gaia, ever since Hikari appeared, you have been muttering about why. What does that mean? Do you also believe that a scientist like Hikari could stir up any significant waves? What mischief could he possibly conjure? TCH, before you utter such words, consider yourself. Your human form, Takuma, is also a scientist. Has he not caused chaos beyond measure? Are you perhaps envious that Hikari ranks above you? Dyna intentionally stoked the flames, aggravating Gaia's nerves. Nonsense. Am I such a petty person? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Gaia immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. Then, what do you mean by why? If there is anything you do not understand, speak up so we can brainstorm together. Dyna, with a facade of goodwill, was essentially saying, let us all laugh at you together. I am asking, why does the Ultra Father not enumerate my virtues? I had thought that after witnessing the commotion with Belial, it would be my turn to have my virtues counted. Do you know how much anticipation I held? But unexpectedly, he merely skipped over me. Was it intentional or accidental? Or was it intentionally accidental? Gaia's tone was filled with grievance. Why do they have what I lack? Gaia was unhappy. At that moment, he felt as if the Ultra Father had cast him aside like a fleeting romance. Dyna, Digga, Egel, bro, the Celestial Dome has moved on. And you are still fixated on this matter? Do you truly believe that the Ultra Father speaks of the virtues of the Ultras? Are you not aware? Did you not see him sweating profusely? Have some sympathy for the old man, will you? Gaia. Dyna patted Gaia's shoulder, looking at him as one would at a fool. This question, you must ask him yourself. Dyna sent a barrage message. Dyna, Ultra Father, my brother Gaia has something he wishes to ask you. As the elder brother. This is all I can assist with. Dyna's gaze towards Gaia was filled with encouragement. Ultra Father, Gaia, do you have something to say? Gaia? Dyna, you are deceiving me. In front of so many people, how can I say it? Can I request the Ultra Father to praise me for my virtues? That would be utterly shameless. Gaia cannot stoop to such levels. Yet now, with Dyna pushing me forward, I must speak. Thus, Gaia, there is nothing else. I just want to ask how the weather is in the land of light. Ultra Father, quite sunny. If there is nothing else, I will refrain from chatting. I am busy watching the Celestial Dome. Digga, Dyna, and Egel gazed at Gaia's words, all wearing expressions of confusion and disdain. You were given an opportunity. And you squandered it. Dyna shook his head. Where is your vigor in exterminating Zog, your filial piety towards Earth? Digga felt disappointment. Never claimed to know me. Being related to you is truly embarrassing. Egel was even more direct. Gaia, woe is me, what can I do? I am equally despondent. On the dark planet, the Ampelia aliens were not particularly concerned about the continuous videos played by the Celestial Dome. Although these ultras were quite malevolent, they did not yet pose a threat to him. As for Belial, a former adversary utilizing his powers, he remained indifferent. After all, they all embraced darkness. He felt only pity for Belial's past and did not utter any taunts. This was the grand perspective of a Dark Emperor. After all, he was a man who did not even deign to move. At this moment, Hikari's figure appeared on the Celestial Dome. Hikari Ultra, I am merely a scientist. I do not possess the powerful abilities of the Ultra brothers. Interesting. Even a scientist from the Blue Clan can make the list now? The Ampelia alien felt somewhat disdainful. Only 2.5 individuals from the entire Land of Light were worthy of his attention. One was the King of Ultras. The other the Ultra Father. And the half was the once valiant Belial, who has now succumbed to darkness. His newly appointed 4 kings, the Ebolians, narrowed their eyes. Recalling that their predecessor, the malevolent Bagaru, had once had entanglements with Hikari. What has this Hikari done to rank above Ace? I shall see where his insidiousness lies. At this moment, the Celestial Dome began to play a video. The Bacterians coveted the life solidification technology developed by Hikari and initiated a war. Hikari, believing himself responsible, traveled from the Land of Light to a planet named Arbor. Planet Arbor shone brilliantly, adorned with glistening crystals and blooming flowers everywhere. This beautiful planet captivates Hikaru immensely. The spirit of Arbor senses Hikaru's pure heart and recognizes him as the Ultraman of the Light Kingdom. Are you not a member of the Cosmic Patrol? No. I am merely a scientist, lacking the powers they possess. Immersed in the beauty of Arbor, Hikaru unreservedly reveals his innermost thoughts, proclaiming a timeless classic. Subsequently, he expresses to the spirit of Arbor his desire to live alongside them. However, although the spirit acknowledges his pure heart, it unexpectedly declines his request. According to the prophecy of the sword, this tranquility will not last long. A colossal shadow from the cosmos is destined to obliterate this planet. Countless crystals soar into the air, presenting a harrowing image before Hikaru. Within this crimson scene, a fierce beast emits a chilling roar as it ruthlessly devastates a planet. Hikaru clenches his fists, for the first time feeling utterly powerless. The spirit of Arbor comprehends Hikaru's sentiments, but still urges him to depart from this place of strife, informing him that Arbor still holds a glimmer of hope. A new warrior, descending from the heavens, is bestowed with the armor of light, becoming one with Arbor's earth. Hikaru's expression turns grave. He cannot stand idly by as the beautiful planet Arbor faces annihilation. Then let me be that warrior. He steps forward, making a vow to both the spirit of Arbor and to himself. Thereafter, Hikaru leaps into the depths of the cosmos. On a desolate planet in the universe, Torquia observes a video playing against the sky, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He is, in fact, one of the parties involved in the events on planet Arba. Once a staunch admirer of Commander Hikaru, he now wavers between light and dark after witnessing his transformation, ultimately choosing a vastly different path. Commander Hikaru, if you were merely the Hikaru of Arba, while shocking, it hardly warrants a shadowy evaluation. So, Commander Hikaru, how many more secrets do you hold that I am unaware of? I truly hope you can surprise me further. Torquia gazes at the screen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 51, The Armor of Vengeance. Hikaru, feeling double standards from the old Blackbeal. In the universe, a cacophony of monsters and extraterrestrials erupts. Life solidification technology? It must be the ability of the Light Kingdom to resurrect infinitely. So, this remarkable cheat was invented by that rascal Hikaru? No wonder the Ultraman brothers, who were killed, resurrected shortly thereafter. This is pure cheating. We have but one life, while the Ultraman on the other side gets infinite refills. How unfair, how sinister. What a scientist. You may lack the powers of the Ultraman brothers, but you are their progenitor of rebirth. The Betelgeusians should have demanded Hikaru from the Light Kingdom. That would have resolved the issue at its root. And as for the Betelgeusians, the grass on their graves is hundreds of meters high. Let us place our hopes on Bagaru. I propose we must unite to capture Hikaru and compel him to serve us. At the very least, we must eliminate him. Otherwise, who knows what outrageous inventions he will concoct next. Indeed, for the safety of our beastly existence, we must strike hard. A multitude of monsters gather in response, suddenly presenting Hikaru with countless potential foes. In the Light Kingdom, Father Ultraman nods slightly. He has heard of Hikaru donning the armor of vengeance after the fall of Arba, but the specific details remain unclear. Now, under the projection, everything is becoming evident. Everyone, Hikaru, in the face of peril, despite lacking power at that moment, mustered the courage to stand tall. This is what we should all aspire to learn. Father Ultraman praises him, conveying the essence of true virtue to the younger Ultramen. However, while courage in the face of adversity is commendable, one must also maintain composure. Everyone must always remember that our Light Kingdom is a united and loving family, and it takes a village to support a hero. Therefore, seeking assistance from the Cosmic Patrol against formidable foes like Bagatu is not a bad idea. After praising, Father Ultraman uses Hikaru as a cautionary tale to illustrate the importance of justice and unity. Hikaru contemplates deeply. He has pondered more than once, if only he had not let anger cloud his judgment, if he had acted more prudently. If he had relayed the message back to the Light Kingdom, would it not have been possible to intervene in time? Moreover, he could still embark on the quest to find the warrior. Arba would not have faced destruction, and Torquia would not have succumbed to darkness. Yet, without the subsequent events, he might lose his strength, his ability to protect others. Whether this is a blessing or a curse, he has yet to discern after all this time. The video continues to play. Hikaru arrives on a planet, encountering a mysterious figure clad in red, turned away from him. Hikaru implores the figure to reveal the whereabouts of the superhuman capable of transforming the impossible into the possible. He seeks the power to save Arba. The red-clad figure perceives Hikaru's restless heart and decides to test him. With a mere gesture, the once clear and serene sky becomes engulfed in dark clouds. Gale force winds, torrential rain, and thunder follow in rapid succession. I will never succumb to that power. I shall wield it to protect innocent lives. Hikaru vows once more to the figure before him and to himself. Then, can you cease this storm? The pure sky, akin to Hikaru's untainted heart, is now shrouded in dust, much like being covered by ominous clouds. Thus, the red figure's trial is to ascertain whether Hikaru can prove he can regain his calm and maintain his original intent. Hikaru gazes upward, channeling all his energy to unleash the heat load ray. In an instant, sunlight reclaims the earth. Altering the weather is both scientifically sound and befitting a scientist. Yet, the red figure vanishes without a trace. Hikaru, bewildered, hurriedly searches around. It is then that a voice behind him captures his attention. Who are you? As a scientist devoted to his research, Hikaru does not recognize the Ultraman warrior before him. I have many titles, such as the King of Ultra. One day, you will encounter humanity, and perhaps the day when you are known as Ultraman will come. The King of Ultra holds high hopes for the young Hikaru. No sooner has he spoken than he bestows a sphere of golden light into Hikaru's right hand, which morphs into a nightly aura. Be cautious. The purer the water, the easier it is to taint. Never forget your heart, which is as clear as this sky. The King of Ultra once again advises Hikaru that to wield great power requires an equally strong heart. Hikaru feels an unprecedented force within him and sincerely thanks the King of Ultra. He then hastens toward planet Arba's location. He must save this beautiful planet. Yet, despite his swift efforts, he arrives a moment too late. The once dreamlike Arba is now afflicted by a dreadful virus, the crimson of war rapidly spreading across the planet. The already arrived Bagaru ruthlessly preys upon the lives of Arba, which has been ravaged by conflict. Sensing Hikaru's arrival, Bagaru immediately launches an attack with a beam of light. Hikaru deftly evades. The sentient beings of Arba, upon witnessing Hikaru's return, spontaneously unite to launch a desperate counterattack against Bagaru. They hope to convey their intentions to Hikaru through this act. Flee, the further the better. Borja, seeing food presented so readily, unhesitatingly spread his wings and devoured those lives completely. Blinded by rage, Hikaru disregarded the teachings of the King of Ultra and fervently drew his knight's lightsaber. His orange eyes glinted with a hint of crimson. You must not wield that power. Your heart is currently dominated by anger and vengeance. Recklessly harnessing that power will lead to your own destruction. The warning of the King of Ultra echoed in Hikaru's mind. Yet, Hikaru could not afford to ponder such cautions. He could not bear to witness his friend, the beautiful Abar, perish before his eyes. With all his might, he swung his lightsaber at Borja. However, not only did Borja evade the assault, but Hikaru's own strike also backfired upon him. Attempting to control such formidable power with a misguided heart, especially in the face of a formidable foe, would only culminate in tragedy. Once again, Borja repelled Hikaru, having fulfilled his purpose of foraging. Thus, he chose to retreat into a dimensional space, no longer entangled with Hikaru. Helplessly watching his adversary escape and witnessing the devastation of Abar, Hikaru felt an unprecedented self-reproach. Pounding the ground with his fists in despair, he yearned to protect, but even more so, he craved vengeance. At that moment, the resentment of the intelligent beings on Abar resonated with Hikaru's intense desire for retribution. Waves of grievance surged into Hikaru's body. Moments later, a layer of overwhelming malice enveloped him, manifesting as the armor of vengeance, and the Hunter Knight's sword, forged for revenge, was born. Hikaru's voice transformed from anguish to a sinister satisfaction, consumed by the obsession of vengeance. In the cosmic prison, Belial felt increasingly unbalanced upon witnessing Hikaru receiving support from the King of Ultra. You grant aid to me in death, yet assist Abar in their plight? Why did I not receive such assistance during the Ultra Wars? How trivial Hikaru seems. Were it not for the King of Ultra's intervention, he would be ordinary. And what combat prowess could the Blue Clan possess? As a former noble of the Ultra Silver Clan, Belial carried an inherent sense of superiority. How absurd. To fall into darkness despite possessing power? Now the King of Ultra's dignity is tarnished. Belial, I just saw Hikaru's silhouette in the Land of Light, Labrondo remarked timely. Why should Hikaru be embraced after falling into darkness, while I was banished for merely sparking a conflict? Is it solely because he invented the life solidification technology? I too have contributed significantly to the Land of Light. I have bled and toiled for it. I refuse to accept this. Although Belial was filled with hatred for the Land of Light, he equally despised being treated with double standards. He was determined to uncover why this Hikaru was afforded such privileges. Chapter 52. Seeking to provide Hikaru with a peaceful retirement? The dual Ultra War is imminent. In the Land of Light, the father of Ultra found it peculiar why Hikaru received the King of Ultra's support. However, given the King's elusive nature, he chose to ponder it no further. Yet when he witnessed Hikaru overtaken by rage and hatred, truly succumbing to darkness, he found it difficult to accept, despite having anticipated such an outcome. After all, it was witnessed by the entire universe across all timelines. First Belial, then Hikaru, each succumbing to the pursuit of power, descending into darkness. Would this not render the Land of Light a race willing to resort to any means for power, even embracing degradation? Their long-established image of justice and righteousness was at stake. Although Hikaru eventually regained his light, a day spent in darkness leaves an indelible mark. Hikaru, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Being a scientist, his duty lay in invention and creation. Matters of image were for the leaders to concern themselves with. Instead, he hoped that Torquia might glean some insight from this, wishing he too could find his way back to the light. Driambius had also come to terms with it all. He finally understood why the Hunter Knight's sword bore such a grim demeanor upon arriving on Earth. With Hikaru's innocent heart, he felt guilt for the wars ignited by enemies coveting his inventions. Witnessing his beloved Abar planet's demise, while feeling powerless, must have been a source of immense anguish and despair for him. Had he encountered Abar's tragic fate, he too would have relentlessly pursued Borgia. Zafi understood this matter to some extent. He did not harbor disdain for Hikaru's fall into darkness, recognizing it as a forced descent in pursuit of his inner justice. In contrast, Belial's twisted soul sought power, ultimately exploited by Lebrando. There was no basis for comparison between the two. Yet, the younger Ultras held somewhat divergent views. Does anyone think Hikaru looks even more formidable after falling into darkness? Is it too late for me to recognize Hikaru as a father figure? He has contributed immensely to the Land of Light, and for Abar's downfall. Such virtue compels me to honor him and provide for his retirement. You're deluded. Do you think you honor him? You merely wish to exploit his fall into darkness to deceive the King of Ultra into granting you power and perhaps even absorb his knightly essence. And what of it? Don't you wish for the same? Of course I do, but I am more inclined to plunge into darkness myself. At this proclamation, a cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by the painful groans of the younger Ultras. Hikaru, having wiped his fists, was somewhat versed in martial arts. Should he hear any more mockery from the younger Ultras, his sword would not hesitate to strike. Oppressing the weak? Even Hikaru had succumbed to darkness. How could he not impose his will? The father of Ultra cast a satisfied glance at Hikaru. These little troublemakers required a firm hand. However, while the younger Ultras could be managed, extraterrestrial beings would not hold back. Belial, kin, why the disparity in treatment between Hikaru and myself? Yabo, wow, Belial, so you're still alive? Zuda, Belial, let me explain. Perhaps Hikaru lacks the filial piety exemplified by Jeed. Babel, the Land of Light truly excels at walking down a path of darkness. Hikaru, I shall play your part next time. Zalab, Babel, you play Hikaru, and I shall be Driambius. Let us see who resembles whom more. Hikaru's eyes glimmered with danger. None who mocked him would escape unscathed. While he remained indifferent to others' opinions, their mockery was unwarranted. It seemed their fates were, to some extent, intertwined with Akira. Just then, the video in the sky continued to play. Hikaru, filled with a desire for vengeance against Borgia, roamed the cosmos in search of his whereabouts. Finally, guided by the large-mouthed alien, he unearthed Borgia's location. Earth. Thus, Hikaru resolutely sped towards this equally beautiful planet. As the King of Ultra had hoped, he would one day meet humanity. Meanwhile, the cosmic food blogger Borgia awakened the Goduin and the twin-tailed monster. The two beasts immediately engaged in a fierce struggle for territory. In their lair, the conflict was precisely the outcome that Bogager desired to witness. Seizing the opportunity while they were entangled in combat, Bogager's massive form suddenly emerged, launching a surprise attack. With his beak-like jaws, he swiftly devoured both Gutten and the twin-tailed monster. Thanks to the energy amassed from years of consuming life, Bogager evolved into Bogagermons, becoming even more formidable and terrifying than before. Moreover, the immense energy accumulated within Bogagermons posed a catastrophic threat, if unleashed recklessly. The consequences would surpass even that of a nuclear explosion. To prevent Bogagermons from indiscriminately consuming Earth's life, Mebius immediately intervened, engaging him in battle. However, in a moment of misfortune, Mebius was ensnared by the tail of Bogagermons, whisked into the sky, disoriented. Once again, Bogagermons opened his beak-like jaws wide, and shockingly, he swallowed Mebius whole. Fortunately, a team member bravely stepped forward, piloting a fighter jet to strike Bogagermons, enabling Mebius to escape. Aware of the need to refrain from using his light-based abilities, Mebius opted to employ the physical techniques taught to him by Taro to subdue Bogagermons. In a swift motion, Mebius landed a left hook on Bogagermons' head, and taking advantage of the creature's disorientation, he quickly advanced and locked his arms tightly around its neck. Bogagermons gasped for breath, frothing at the mouth under Mebius's overwhelming strength. Mebius struck him again with a powerful punch to the head, followed by a throw that slammed Bogagermons to the ground. Subsequently, he used his considerable weight to press down on Bogagermons, intending to crush the beast to death. Though this may sound cruel, it was, regrettably, the best option to protect the Earth. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Hikaru appeared before Bogagermons. Without warning, a beam of light surged towards Bogagermons. Enveloped in the armor of vengeance, Hikaru, consumed by a singular desire for revenge, was indifferent to the horrifying consequences that might ensue. He believed that only by personally slaying Bogager could he alleviate the hatred within him and find peace for the beautiful Arbor and his kind-hearted friends. Only he could exact this revenge. For this, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Hikaru had succumbed to madness. Naturally, the benevolent Mebius could not allow such perilous behavior. He had to stop this Ultraman, whose mind was clouded by rage and hatred. Ironically, he found himself in the position of protecting Bogager Mons, whom he had just pummeled. Unable to reach a consensus, the conclusion could only be settled through force. Hikaru drew his knightly sword, challenging Mebius to a duel. Unyielding, Mebius summoned his own Mebius sword. The fierce battle was about to commence. Chapter 53, Leo's Speculation. Hikaru's Complete Victory. The Fury of Father of Ultra. On Planet 76. Zero playfully poked at the Pigmon in his palm and said to Leo, "Old man Leo, I told you that going dark makes one 3 times stronger." Hikaru was previously unable to retaliate against Bogager, yet now he dares to take the initiative against Mebius of the Cosmic Patrol. Sigh. I really want to try going dark and see how it feels. Smack. Leo, with a dark expression, slapped Zero on the back of the head, sending him sprawling. Nonsense. Such thoughts must never cross your mind. Furthermore, Hikaru's reckless act of killing Bogager Mons, disregarding the safety of Earth and humanity, is utterly misguided. You must always remember that our duty as Ultramen is to protect. Zero cautiously shielded Pigmon, then rubbed the back of his head in grievance. I was merely making an observation. Old man Leo, why do you have to escalate things? However, returning to the topic, as Taro's prized disciple, who do you think would win in a battle between Mebius and Hikaru? The scientist pondered. Even if Hikaru were to go dark, how strong could he actually become? Zero's question plunged Leo into contemplation. Based on the information at hand, Mebius clearly had the upper hand in physical combat against Bogager Mons. Conversely, Hikaru had performed poorly against Bogager, possessing great strength but lacking in skill. It seemed as though Mebius would dominate. Yet, as a beneficiary of the Ultra King's enhancement, Leo understood the immense power it granted. It was uncertain how much Hikaru's strength would grow with the knightly aura and the armor of vengeance. Additionally, Mebius, being new to battle, was known for his impulsiveness. Leo chuckled at the memory of Mebius taking his flying kick head-on, thinking he wouldn't actually kick. Ironically, he had indeed dared to take it. Leo found nothing surprising in the antics of this young warrior. For a moment, Leo struggled to make a judgment. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward the sky. Let us see. The heavens would soon provide the answer. He was equally curious about the outcome of this battle. The ongoing conflict in the celestial sphere continued to unfold. Hikaru aimed to swiftly eliminate Bogager Mons to avert greater sacrifices, and this was the perfect opportunity. However, Mebius disagreed, believing that recklessly detonating the monster would lead to immeasurable loss of life, and he sought to uphold the dignity of protection. In this clash of ideologies, both drew their swords. Hikaru quickly advanced, swinging his sword downward, but Mebius immediately raised his sword to block. Failing to land a hit, Hikaru swiftly changed tactics, thrusting directly at Mebius's chest. Each strike targeted vital points, displaying no intention of holding back. Mebius hastily dodged, then took advantage of Hikaru's momentum to create a safe distance. Unyielding, Hikaru pursued, delivering another strike. Mebius deftly maneuvered behind Hikaru, retaliating with a side kick. Yet, such an assault had little effect against Hikaru clad in the armor of vengeance. He merely staggered back a few steps, then turned, launching a powerful strike at Mebius. The best response to such a fierce attack was to evade. However, Mebius's skills with the sword were only average, leaving him unable to assess the situation. In a reckless moment, he attempted to parry with his Mebius sword, leading to a clash. With a resounding crack, Mebius's sword was inevitably severed by Hikaru's strike. The overwhelming force caused Mebius to stumble, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Hikaru delivered a kick that sent him flying. A complete victory. Hikaru glanced at the fallen Mebius. Showing no desire to pursue, he turned his attention to the motionless Bogager Mons on the ground. This was his true target. With a swift flick of his sword, Hikaru gathered energy into a beam that shot skyward. The next moment, it surged directly toward the incapacitated Bogager Mons. If this strike landed, Bogager Mons would surely perish. However, given the explosive energy contained within Bogager Mons, Hikaru, Mebius, and all humans within a 100-mile radius would be doomed. At this critical juncture, Ryoma stepped forth. Stop. Simultaneously, he pulled the trigger of his weapon, determined to halt Hikaru's reckless actions. He also believed that Captain Serizawa had always taken it upon himself to protect humanity and the Earth. Hikaru's momentum faltered, redirecting his ire toward Ryoma. Anyone who dared to obstruct his revenge was his adversary. Yet, Ryoma's efforts were not in vain. He successfully awakened Captain Serizawa's dormant consciousness. Hikaru touched his head, seemingly contemplating, as the light of his sword dissipated. However, just then Bogaiger Mons has awakened from his stupor and risen once more. He launched a surprise attack on Hikaru with an electric beam, catching Hikaru off guard and causing him to fall to the ground in evident pain. Meanwhile, Mebius has finally regained his strength and rushed forward to intervene. Observing the situation, Bogaiger Mons swiftly retreated into another dimension. In the land of light, Father of Ultra, initially pleased as he observed Taro and Mebius imparting combat skills to the younger Ultramen in response to the battle against Bogaiger Mons, was filled with joy. Each issue must be analyzed with specificity, and different monsters require distinct strategies. Ultimately, all efforts are aimed at better safeguarding the Earth and its life forms. This was the essence he wished to impart to the young Ultramen from the heavens, not notions of mercy, filial piety, or reckless self-sacrifice. However, he was taken aback by Hikaru's actions. He instinctively grasped that Bogaiger Mons, having consumed countless energies, resembled a colossal powder keg. It was unfathomable that Hikaru, present at the scene, was unaware. Yet, he recklessly unleashed his beams in a so-called effort to prevent greater sacrifices. Did he believe that, since his demise was imminent, he could disregard the ensuing chaos? This infuriated the captain. Furthermore, this rogue, after succumbing to darkness, easily overpowered Mebius, a commendable graduate of the Land of Light and a young warrior recognized by the Father of Ultra. Is this behavior acceptable for a scientist? Where's the sense of justice? He could already envision the ensuing commotion among the young Ultramen clamoring to follow Hikaru down the same dark path. He was setting a poor example for them. As Hikaru raised his sword, aiming it at Bogaiger Mons, the Father of Ultra felt his heart leap to his throat. Zafi and the others turned away, unable to bear witness to the impending catastrophe. Fortunately, a human named Ryusei Ehara intervened, halting Hikaru's reckless actions. The Father of Ultra exhaled in relief. Had Hikaru struck, causing countless human casualties, the devastation would have eclipsed that wrought by any monster, who would then regard the Land of Light as a bastion of justice. Witnessing Bogaiger Mons' ambush and Hikaru's fall, the Father of Ultra felt a mix of satisfaction and joy. Satisfaction arose from the belief that Hikaru's reckless behavior deserved punishment, while joy stemmed from the realization that if Hikaru had truly committed a grave error, he would have become untenable within the Land of Light. Yet it was not too late for him to find his way back. Well done. This lesson should be etched in your memory. You owe thanks to Bogaiger Mons. Were it not for his hasty retreat, the Father of Ultra cast a sidelong glance at Hikaru, choosing not to continue, ultimately granting the Bureau of Science and Technology director some dignity. Hikaru, feeling akin to an ostrich, buried his head in shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Although his actions were not born from true intent, they were nonetheless his own. Chapter 54. The Doubts of the Heisei Rascals. The contest of the universe's greatest swordsman. In the cosmic prison, Belial watched as Hikaru severed Mebius's beam sword and then brutally kicked him to the ground, exclaiming in excitement, "Yes, if one falls into darkness, one must act decisively. Use your great sword to pierce Mebius's kidneys, just as that scoundrel Ken did to the Ampelra." Because of Hikaru's descent into darkness, Belial felt an unusual sense of connection. Yet ultimately, Hikaru still pointed his sword at Bogaiger Mons. Though somewhat disappointed, Belial's excitement surged at the thought of the explosive energy residing within the monster, as Hikaru disregarded the safety of humanity and Earth. Strike. Use your most vicious techniques. Unleash your most potent rays. Hurry. He anticipated the scene where Bogaiger exploded, devastating everything within 100 miles. Should that unfold, the Land of Light's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The Land of Light, once a sanctuary, would become a hypocritical representation of malevolence, and he would emerge as a heroic figure, having fought against the forces of darkness, yet imprisoned by them. Damn Ryusei, Thara, what are you shouting about? Seeing Hikaru's actions thwarted, Belial exploded in rage. Is this what the Land of Light's Ultramen protect? Beating down their own kind? Ignoring the safety of Earth and humanity? Zafi retorted, "Belial, are you introducing yourself?" In the Heisei era, Dyna, Gaia, Egel, and others exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't it just a Bogaiger on the brink of explosion? Was it truly so exaggerated? Dyna wondered why Hikaru and Mebius appeared so threatened. While he understood Hikaru's desire to kill Bogaiger, there were undoubtedly more effective methods without resorting to mutual destruction, dragging others into the fray. Gaia found it perplexing why the need for such drastic measures. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. In his view, Hikaru's descent into darkness altered not only his power, but also his temperament, rendering him less rational. Dyna expressed his thoughts, and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dyna's wisdom as the elder. The group of rascals found it difficult to comprehend why things escalated to such a degree. Dyna believed that with his myriad skills, he could easily resolve the situation. Dyna suggested that creating a black hole would effortlessly resolve the matter. As for Gaia, even when Zangier truly erupted, he had effortlessly quelled it. Was this even a problem? They had countless ways to address the situation. The video in the heavens shifted once more. In the cosmos, on the comet Oshima, an alien wielding a long sword battled two tyrannical magma aliens. The cosmic swordsman Zamzia. He repelled one magma alien with a single strike, while the other unleashed a chain hook in a surprise attack. Zamzia, unafraid, smiled and remarked, "Dueling two at once is truly amusing." Clearly, he did not regard the Magma Brothers' assault as a serious threat. Indeed, Zamzia effortlessly incapacitated one of the magma aliens and, with fluid swordplay, swiftly dispatched him. Meanwhile, the comet Oshima plummeted toward Earth. Upon learning this, Zamzia felt a surge of joy rather than anger. He countered the attack and shattered the satellite. Then with a single stroke, cleaved the attacking Magma Brother in two. More astonishingly, the massive comet was also bisected by his formidable strike. Having vanquished his foes, Zamzia rode the fragments of the comet, heading straight for Earth. However, he was pursued by the cosmic sea creature, the Balgans. They intended to defeat Zamzia, the renowned swordsmen of the universe, to make a name for themselves. Yet Zamzia had no time to deal with such insignificant beings. His sole objective remained unchanged, to acquire the legendary Hunter Knight Sword. Zamzia and the Balgans descended upon Earth, with Zamzia eager to avoid unnecessary entanglements with these reckless creatures. He unsheathed his star-cleaving blade and launched the first assault. His aggressive swordsmanship exuded a murderous aura, effortlessly showcasing his immense prowess. The Balgans struggled to evade and had no opportunity to retaliate. In no time, Zamzia thrust his sword into the Balgans' kidneys, ending their lives. 10 steps, 1 kill. 1,000 miles, no trace left. I am Zamzia. I challenge the Hunter Knight Sword. In the land of light. The Ultramen were still curious about how Mebius and Hikaru would handle this ticking time bomb that was Bogadramon's. However, upon the appearance of Zamzia, they were instantly captivated by the cold-hearted swordsman before them. His swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike lethal, devoid of any superfluous movement. With a single swing, he cleaved through the comet, truly worthy of the title of the Cosmic Swordmaster. Ace, possessing a modicum of swordplay knowledge as an Ultraman, also recognized his prowess. Although the magma alien was not a formidable opponent, facing two at once would undoubtedly overwhelm me. Seven had once been cornered by the magma aliens and two other monsters, and he was acutely aware of their strength. Indeed, while the Balgans were of mediocre capability, Zamzia concluded the battle as if he were toying with them. Taro, having once faced a Balgan, also acknowledged Zamzia's might. While they all understood that Zamzia's skills were not to be underestimated, none could match the depth of understanding possessed by the Ultra Father, a true master of swordplay. In the eyes of the Ultra Father, Zamzia's swordsmanship had reached a level of unparalleled mastery, truly deserving of the title of the Cosmic Great Swordsman. Yet, Hikaru is your opponent, not Bagaru. And when did you attract such a formidable adversary? The video broadcast continued. Now, Hikaru has cast aside the armor of vengeance, no longer the Hunter Knight. The future does not wish to betray his companions. And what is your connection with the sword? Presently, Hikaru is the sole scientist on Earth. Yet, Zamzia did not believe the future's words, threatening Hikaru with the safety of Earth to provoke him into a duel. Zamzia raised his longsword, aiming directly at the base. At this critical juncture, the future transformed into Mebius, using the Mebius sword to parry Zamzia's onslaught. However, to Zamzia, Mebius's swordplay seemed trivial. After merely 2 exchanges, Zamzia effortlessly severed it. The victorious Zamzia felt no joy, for he knew that the sword belonged to the blue body. Just then, a blue light erupted, ultimately revealing the form of Hikaru, stripped of his vengeance armor. I accept your challenge. Upon seeing the blue figure, Zamzia immediately recognized him as the much-anticipated opponent, the Hunter Knight. Let me prove to you who the greatest swordsman in the universe is. The Ultramen watching the video were filled with fervor. While the flashy combat scenes were undoubtedly captivating, the duel of a true man, a swordsman, was equally heart-stirring. Who would not desire to duel a worthy rival atop the pinnacle of power, to establish superiority and determine life and death? Moreover, this was a contest to decide who would claim the title of the greatest swordsman in the universe. What had Hikaru done during the pursuit of Bagaru to attract the attention of the cosmic swordmaster Zamsha? Hikaru shattered Mebius's sword, and Zamsha also broke his sword. The Mebius sword seemed rather lackluster. It begs the question, if the Mebius sword serves as a measure, who truly emerged victorious? It was unexpected that the so-called scientist Hikaru would become embroiled in the contest for the title of the greatest swordsman in the universe. Mebius. Hikaru. Chapter 55. Since ancient times, red and blue have clashed. A fateful encounter with the great beak bird. Under the watchful gaze of the universe across time and space, the contest between the cosmic swordmaster Zamsha and the former hunter knight, now scientist Hikaru, for the title of the greatest swordsman officially commenced. One side was Zamsha, whose swordsmanship had reached its zenith, while the other was Hikaru, an Ultraman who had gained the power of the Ultra King, yet remained unaware of the past. Everyone anticipated a fierce clash. The video in the sky continued to play. With his fighting spirit ignited, Zamsha was deaf to Mebius's counsel. Today, he must determine the victor against the hunter knight. Hikaru's reputation, built during the pursuit of Bagaru, was not mere boast. It was forged through genuine achievements and slaughters. Having chosen to appear today, he had no reason to evade. Allow me to showcase the might of a scientist. Hikaru placed his right hand on his left waist, then elegantly flicked it into the air, revealing the knight's sword. Then, Hikaru and Zamsha charged towards each other at great speed. The knight's sword and the star cleaver clashed in an instant. A crisp snapping sound echoed. In Zamsha's incredulous gaze, the sword of the once mighty cosmic swordsman was severed by Hikaru. In this contest for the title of the greatest swordsman in the universe, the victor was Hikaru. Facing Zamsha's disbelief, Hikaru revealed that his sword had already been cracked before the battle. He had merely struck that weak point again, leading to the effortless severing of the star cleaver. And this achievement was made possible by Zamsha's disdain for Mebius. This was the power bestowed upon Mebius by his guardianship. Pondering this, Zamsha left, promising to return for a rematch. In the land of light, the Ultramen were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how the battle on the screen concluded so swiftly. The previously mischievous little Ultramen now fell silent. Who would have thought that someone who appeared to be a scientist was, in fact, the greatest swordsman in the universe? But wait, according to Hikaru, wasn't Zamsha's sword already cracked during the clash with Mebius? Discovering and striking a weak point is not a testament to exquisite swordsmanship. Furthermore, did not Mebius also fall before Hikaru? It stands to reason that if he is so powerful yet claims to be a scientist, Hikaru is truly cunning. The Ultraman brothers regarded Hikaru with newfound scrutiny. This guy is truly devious, presenting one facade while embodying another. Even Seven regarded him with a hint of gravity. He may call himself a civilian, but at least he is of the Red Tribe, possessing some innate combat talent. Hikaru, on the other hand, is a civilian, a scientist devoid of martial prowess of the Blue Tribe, seemingly laden with burdens. Yet he boldly declares, "No more pretense, for you are the greatest swordsman in the universe." Such a devious character, Mebius's loss is not unwarranted. Ultra Father, however, did not dwell on such matters, considering it only natural for the Ultra King to bestow such power, regardless of how preposterous it seemed. Of course, such thoughts were inherently ludicrous and insidious. Just then, the screen resumed its broadcast. As Hikaru prepared to return to the land of light, he anticipated an impending crisis on Earth. Thus, he lent his knightly aura to Mebius for use, a token symbolizing their profound friendship. "How fortunate it is to have met you. Without you, I would not be the Ultraman I am." After bidding farewell to Mebius and the others, Hikaru embarked on his journey back to the land of light. On his way back, numerous unidentified flying objects drew Hikaru's attention as they rapidly approached Earth. While he paused to observe, a giant bird emitting screeching sounds collided with him head-on. The cosmic monster Beamitson. Caught off guard, Hikaru staggered from the impact, tumbling through space. Watching Hikaru bid farewell to Mebius, listening to Hikaru's heartfelt words of gratitude, the previously silent little Ultraman sprang back to life. Since ancient times, red, silver, and blue have clashed. We toast to the bond between Hikaru and Mebius. Take me with you. Hikaru, worried for Mebius's safety, even offered the Ultra King's bestowed power as a token of love. Tears are welling up. Indeed, who can deny that this is not love? We, too, have true love. If Hikaru were such a handsome man, I would be willing. Even Zophi and the other Ultraman brothers regarded Hikaru and Mebius with a peculiar gaze. Even Ultra Father looked on with a hint of scrutiny. You two have been rather too intimate. Do be mindful of your influence and refrain from leading little Ultraman astray. Listening to the Captain's words, Hikaru and Mebius found themselves at a loss for words. Captain, please listen to our defense. It is not as you think. It is not entirely their fault for overthinking. As Mebius has an exceptional master, and Hikaru has a remarkable subordinate. Thus, with this in mind, Zophi and the others turned their gaze toward Taro, who stood nearby. When the upper beam is unsteady, the lower beam sways. Were it not for Taro, who spends his days in the company of Torikia, would Mebius have been subject to such teachings? Moreover, the relationship between master and subordinate, disciple and commander, is truly intricate and chaotic. Beaumont. Jack scrutinized the images on the screen, recalling some unpleasant memories. The moment he spoke, he captured the attention of the Ultraman brothers. Hikaru and Mebius, feeling powerless to intervene, decided it would be more relaxing to focus on the screen. If memory serves, you once engaged in a fierce battle with him on Earth, did you not? Seven also recalled this past encounter. Indeed, it was a grueling battle. This cosmic behemoth not only suppressed my physical capabilities, but even absorbed my spatium ray through his enormous maw. It forced me to seek energy from the sun. Ultimately, it was only with the aid of the Ultraman bracelet that I could vanquish him entirely. Therefore, one must not employ light against Beaumont. Jack candidly shared his experiences and lessons with everyone. In that case, if Hikaru were to harness the essence of a knight, he could undoubtedly dismember Beaumont with his knightly sword. However, now, as misfortune befalls him, having lost his knightly essence, he stands before the formidable Beaumont, which surely brings a look of concern to Ace's eyes. Regardless, Hikaru has emerged from darkness into light, and he remains our ally. Listening to the Ultraman brothers, Hikaru scratched the back of his head. How could he defeat Beaumont without light? Seeing his brothers so anxious and doubtful of Hikaru, Zophi, one of the concerned parties, merely smiled in silence. He chose not to explain anything, for soon the screen would reveal all. Zophi turned his gaze toward the display. Chapter 56. Raising the Great Bird with One Hand. I am just a scientist. Somewhere in the cosmos, on an unknown planet, Torikia squinted at the screen, suddenly shivering. Is someone thinking of me? Is it you, Taro? Or perhaps you, Commander Hikaru? I never anticipated that after donning the armor of vengeance, you would mercilessly strike me. It is astonishing that even after regaining your light, your strength remains formidable, earning you the title of the universe's greatest swordsman. It seems that the battlefield is indeed where you truly shine, but do you not feel you have strayed from the essence of a scientist? Torikia recalled Hikaru's past teachings and comforting words, juxtaposed with his actual combat performance displayed on the screen. Now, he perceived those once tender words as exceedingly hypocritical and fragmented. Fortunately, he no longer pursues the so-called light and darkness. Commander Hikaru, having regained your light, but lost your knightly essence, how much of the universe's great swordsman's reputation can you display against Beaumont? Ha ha ha. Torikia eagerly anticipated seeing Hikaru being overwhelmed on the battlefield. Emerging from darkness into light proves that darkness is wrong. Yet, losing to a monster after regaining the light proves that light is also flawed. The kingdom of Absolute Tartaros had originally planned to venture into the parallel dimension after reviewing the video, to retrieve Belial and the Hunter Knight's sword. Their joint ambition with Belial to invade the Land of Light was paramount, and assisting Hikaru in eliminating Bogarju would be a convenient task. With both martial and intellectual prowess, they could extract secrets of the Land of Light from them. Moreover, the most critical aspect was Hikaru's formidable research capabilities, having invented the life-solidifying device, which might enable him to attempt solving the instability of Ejilawada, thus rescuing the precarious kingdom. However, before he could act, he discovered that Hikaru had already regained his light and the Ultraman heart. Tartaros instantly understood that the Hunter Knight sword's life was solely about vengeance, and Hikaru would never betray his path. Titan, you have arrived as well? Do you wish to witness the universe's greatest swordsman being vanquished? The little bull, Diablo, sneered at the sword-wielding Absolute Titan. What universe swordsman? All pomp and flair. Does he surpass the might of my universe's strongest phantom beast fist, the bull breaker? Diablo, shouldn't you be leading the training for the warriors rather than slacking off here? Titan retorted sharply, for he had witnessed Diablo's graceful dance with his large horns and swaying hips, a performance he could not hope to rival. I see you seek a fight. Diablo, infuriated, immediately brandished his fists, eager to confront Titan. As it turned out, that wretched libet dance training had proven utterly ineffective, and his vigorous leading had become an embarrassing chapter in his history. Afraid of you? Do you dare to act while fearing others' words? Titan, too, brandished his sword, adopting a stance that invited the challenge. Although Hikaru is an adversary of the Land of Light, his mastery of swordsmanship earns my respect. A swordsman may be defeated honorably, but should never be demeaned. Enough. Let us cease this bickering and quietly watch the video on the screen. Seeing the two ready to clash, the intolerant little golden man, Tartaros, intervened. Diablo and Titan each huffed dismissively and turned their heads away. Then all three fixed their gazes on the screen. The video continued to play. Hikaru, faced with the sudden appearance of the bird-like Beaumont, instinctively stroked his right wrist with his left hand, attempting to invoke his knightly essence. Naturally, nothing transpired. Accustomed to the companionship of the knightly essence, he felt an uncomfortable void after bestowing it upon Mebius. Yet, at this moment, having regained his light and the Ultraman heart, Hikaru remained resolute in his beliefs. No matter what, he would fight the monster before him until the very last moment. Beaumont, sensing Hikaru's moment of distraction, launched an attack with a beam from his horn. Hikaru dodged swiftly and charged towards Beaumont. Beaumont fled, and Hikaru pursued. The two engaged in an intense chase through the asteroid field. The beam from Beaumont's horn struck Hikaru, who retaliated with a spinning kick to Beaumont's head. Finally, amidst the explosive debris from an asteroid ignited by the beam, Hikaru seized the opportunity to grip Beaumont's body and dove towards a small planet. As Beaumont stood, he lifted a massive rock and hurled it at Hikaru with great force. Hikaru rolled to avoid it. Beaumont, relentless, slashed with his sharp claws, then unleashed beams from his horn. Yet, without fail, all were evaded by the agile Hikaru. Hikaru embraced Beaumont's charging form, swinging his fists against its head. However, Beaumont's formidable physique disregarded his attacks, forcing Hikaru to retreat step by step. Ultimately, with a single slap, Beaumont sent him sprawling to the ground. In the ensuing battle, Hikaru could only occasionally counterattack, while overall, he was completely dominated by Beaumont. After once more pushing Hikaru back, Beaumont unleashed a barrage of beams upon him, leaving Hikaru in agonizing pain and unable to rise. As the footsteps of Beaumont drew ever closer, Hikaru found himself nearing death. In this critical moment, a brilliant red light erupted, and Zafi appeared before Hikaru. Under Zafi's guidance and encouragement, Hikaru's gaze became increasingly clear, and his conviction grew ever stronger. When the radiance faded, Hikaru rose anew, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zafi. They were poised to commence the traditional Ultraman technique of righteous assault. With their collaboration, Beaumont was left with little room to retaliate, even contemplating escape. Having grasped the true essence of the Ultraman's combat, Hikaru could not let him slip away. He had to fight until the final moment, determined to vanquish the monster. Hikaru leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Beaumont staggering backward, followed by a swift punch that struck the creature's abdomen. Undeterred by Beaumont's counterattacks, Hikaru exhibited no fear. With a series of jabs, knee strikes, and grapples, it was as if he had unlocked the flow of his inner energy, seamlessly integrating the combat techniques learned from Mebius. Beaumont was utterly powerless against him. Ultimately, this scientist, traditionally known for his fragility, lifted the staggering Beaumont, which weighed 61,000 tons, with a single hand. He then hurled Beaumont against a rocky outcrop. The creature's pitiful cries and flailing body underscored the unprecedented blow he suffered in his confrontation with Hikaru. Without a moment's hesitation, Hikaru extended his arms to unleash his signature lethal beam, the thermal load ray. Although disoriented, Beaumont's instinct to absorb energy remained intact. He opened his massive pentagonal maw, claiming it could absorb all forms of energy, attempting to convert Hikaru's beam into his own sustenance. Realizing this, Hikaru intensified the output of his beam in fury. Beaumont's gaping maw resembled an abyss, while Hikaru's energy seemed boundless. For a full 19 seconds, the beam surged forth. In the end, the cosmic monstrosity renowned for its energy absorption, Beaumont, was overwhelmed and exploded by Hikaru's relentless assault. The victor of this tug-of-war was undoubtedly predetermined. The finite must yield to the infinite, a scientific truth indeed. Witnessing this spectacle, the Ultraman brothers stood in stunned silence. Wait, you're just a scientist? They collectively mused. You claimed you lacked our strength? Confusion reigned as they pondered whether Hikaru had merely feigned his limitations. Chapter 57. Jack becomes the clown. The Dark Emperor Emperor arrives. Particularly for Jack Ultraman, he found his previous earnest commentary utterly comical, his face stinging from the blows he had received. Just moments ago, he had asserted Baymonsten's formidable strength, having once suppressed him. Yet now, Hikaru had effortlessly lifted him with a single hand. Was this a jest? That was a 61,000-ton beast, not something a blue-skinned scientist was meant to handle. Just moments ago, he had claimed his spatium ray was entirely absorbed by Baymonsten, yet here was Hikaru, who had just obliterated him with his own light. The irony was palpable, especially since Jack had only triumphed over Baymonsten after acquiring the original Ultraman bracelet. Conversely, Hikaru had relinquished his power and appeared to dominate effortlessly. Though he claimed to lack power, proclaiming himself merely a scientist, reality proved otherwise. Jack, feeling overshadowed, lamented his lost opportunity to shine before his peers, now rendered a fool. As the chief of the Earth branch of the Ultraman Universe Security Force, did Jack not deserve dignity? He cast a resentful glance at his elder brother Zafy, harboring frustration without uttering a word. Zafy, sensing Jack's turmoil, offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, as if to say, "Don't worry, I've embarrassed myself far more than you." Seven and Ace wore similarly grim expressions, their initial doubts about Hikaru's prowess lingering. They had assumed Zafy's intervention had secured Baymonsten's defeat, only to realize that Zafy had merely engaged in verbal sparring without lifting a finger. The atmosphere grew tense as the Ultraman brothers cast sidelong glances at the scientist, who quickly sought to clarify, "You must believe me, I truly fought with all my might to defeat that monster." However, his words only deepened their discomfort, as it implied they had not fought with equal fervor. Yet, one can consume 3 bowls of rice in a fit of rage. But solving a complex math problem in such a state is an entirely different endeavor. Thus, Commander Hikaru, even desperation has its limits. Straining oneself is no justification for lifting Baymonsten with a single hand. Planet 76. Old Leo, the magma aliens don't seem formidable. Do tell. How did you incur the wrath? Zero observed Zamsha dispatching a magma with ease, believing old Leo's strength should render such adversaries trivial. However, Zero's remarks only dug deeper into Leo's wounds. Ignoring Zero, Leo instead praised Hikaru's combat skills, noting his refined swordsmanship and keen insight. It seems Commander Hikaru has grown significantly while pursuing Bagaru. Zero scoffed at Leo's dismissal, growing more emboldened. It must be the exceptional quality of the power bestowed by the Ultraman King that allowed him to shatter both Mebius and Zamsha's blades. Now that he lacks knightly vigor, the true Hikaru has been revealed. At that moment, Zero's blind faith in raw power intensified, believing strength could be attained through shortcuts. Yet, he was soon met with a humbling reality as Hikaru's performance contradicted his assertions. Leo, arms crossed, towered above him, delivering a pointed message. "See, Zero. Even a blue-skinned commander like Hikaru can become formidable through diligent training. What right do you have to neglect your own efforts? Relying solely on external strength is not true power." Zero yearned to retort, "Old Leo, you're talking nonsense." But his rational mind cautioned against it, aware that such defiance would invite dire consequences. Belial, the land of light, is once again engaged in a righteous assault. Baymonsten. How does it feel to be lifted by a scientist? Baymonsten. I was initially in a favorable position, but then he began spouting about belief, life, and protection. And suddenly I was left defenseless. Baymonsten. When he lifted me with one hand, I was bewildered, questioning if I weighed 61,000 tons or merely 16,000. Zoda, look at the chaos these Ultramen from the land of light have wrought. They've left Baymonsten in a state of delusion. How tragic. Zero, I'll take down Belial next time with 5 jets. Taru, next time, I'll join my brothers to take you down, Zoda. Yapomon, 666. No pretense left. The land of light has become a gang of thugs. At that moment, new footage began to play across the screen. On Earth, a figure draped in a black cloak, embodying the very essence of darkness, stood amidst the ruins of a city. Behold, the sun approaches its demise. From this moment forth, all light shall be shrouded. Furthermore, the breath of this planet shall cease. Accompanied by his authoritative declaration, boundless dark energy enveloped the ancient, eternal star, extinguishing the sun. The earth finds itself shrouded in a veil of ominous clouds, plunged into a profound darkness that echoes with silence. This darkness has sealed off light and warmth, seeking to extinguish the very vitality of the planet at its core. an overwhelming despair far more terrifying than the arrival of Zog. He is none other than the Dark Emperor of the universe, the Amperalien. In the cosmic prison, Belial, who had been vehemently cursing Ciro and Jita, now gazes upon the appearance of the Amperalien in the sky. Suddenly, he breaks into laughter. As a veteran of the Ultraman War, and having succumbed to darkness himself, he now comprehends the immense power of the Amperalien more than ever. Even the once invincible Land of Light could not withstand Amperalien might. With only Merciful and Hikaru to rely upon on Earth, annihilation could easily be within his grasp. What could the scientists, the vengeful armor, or the so-called greatest swordsman in the universe possibly achieve now? Kin, devoid of the true power and the ultimate blade. How will you guard your so-called second homeland this time? Belial's eyes glimmer with mockery. Although Hikaru's solo defeat of Bemensutan has earned him a modicum of respect, he remains unconvinced that Hikaru can stir up any significant waves this time. In the Dark Empire, the Dark Emperor Amperalien reclines on his throne, propped up on one hand, observing his own image in the heavens with evident interest. Truly, as the great sovereign, your prowess is unparalleled. You have outshone Zog by several leagues. One of the Dark Four Kings, the Apollonian, immediately offers flattery. First, obliterate the sanctity of the Land of Light, the Earth, inflicting a psychological blow upon them, and then invade the Land of Light once again. Your plan is indeed one that commands the utmost respect. Not to be outdone, the strategizing alien, Tislam, one of the Four Kings, expresses his discontent with the Apollonian's praise. I can already envision the day you reclaim the Land of Light. The Frost Stars grows and cheers in agreement, while the devious alien Mephiles reveals a contemplative gaze. As the wisest leader among the Four Kings, he tends to consider matters more comprehensively. How could the Emperor possibly venture to Earth alone? It is only fitting that the three of us accompany him at such a time. Could it be that the other three have already perished? An unsettling premonition washes over Mephiles as he concentrates, casting his gaze towards the heavens. Chapter 58. Zamsa's Heroic Sacrifice. Hikaru's sword strikes Amperalien. In the vast cosmos, various monsters are left agape. The Dark Emperor Amperalien? I once glimpsed him from afar. The terror of his presence still sends shivers down my spine. Hikaru can lift Bemensutan with one hand, but I cannot fathom how he could inflict harm upon the Amperalien. Are you jesting? Hikaru stands a chance against him? The Amperalien once enslaved the Land of Light, a being of equal stature to the Father of Ultra. His return spells certain doom for Earth. It's merely a matter of time. Indeed, Mephiles and Hikaru have managed to compel him to act personally. Perishing at his hands is a source of pride in itself. Yet, why do we see the figures of Hikaru and Mephiles within the imagery of the Land of Light displayed in the heavens? It must be Hikaru's life-solidifying technology, that cunning and unscrupulous scientist. Excitedly, the myriad monsters turn their eyes towards the heavens, eager to witness the splendor of the Amperalien. In the Land of Light, amidst the confusion and confidence of Belial and the various monsters regarding the Amperalien, the Father of Ultra and the Ultra Brothers appear rather nonchalant towards the video being broadcasted. It is not that they underestimate the Amperalien, one of the greatest enemies of the Ultra clan, but as participants in the war, they are all too aware of the ultimate outcome. The intensity of this war rivals that of the Ultraman War. During that time, every notable Ultraman from the Land of Light was mobilized. Ultimately, Mephiles, Hikaru, and their comrades fused into Phoenix Mephiles, and with the aid of humanity and Zafi, they utterly vanquished the Amperalien. However, they find it curious. Wasn't this a retrospective on Hikaru? Could it be that Hikaru has some undisclosed feats within? Commander, has the Ultra clan's history truly been marred by dark occupation and enslavement? A young Ultraman exclaims in disbelief, struggling to accept the notion that such a prosperous Land of Light had once experienced such a dark chapter. The Father of Ultra remains silent, gazing solemnly at the heavens, his cape billowing gently behind him. Indeed, Zafi glances at the Father of Ultra, noting his lack of dissent, and seizes the opportunity to recount this forgotten history to the young Ultraman. The Amperalien commanded legions of monsters, annihilating countless star systems. Driven by his hatred of light, he aimed to envelop the universe in darkness. 30,000 years ago, the marauding Amperalien set his sights on our Land of Light. In the initial battles, we faced relentless defeats, ultimately being completely subjugated and enslaved. Yet, under the leadership of the commander and Belial, and after incalculable sacrifices, we managed to hold the final line. In the climactic battle, the commander wielded the ultimate blade, while the Amperalian brandished the Amperalian blade, and a fierce duel ensued. In the end, the Amperalian was left with an indelible scar on his right flank from the ultimate blade. If you look closely, you can see the golden particles emanating from that very spot. This serves as irrefutable proof. The commander, too, bore the marks of battle. It was a stalemate. Following this clash, the Amperalian retreated, ushering in an era of peace for the Land of Light, after which our cosmic defense force was established. Zophi, recalling this history, feels a surge of emotion. Although he was too young to witness the Ultraman War, he takes solace in the fact that he can contribute when the Amperalian returns to invade Earth. The Amperalian is so formidable. Will Commander Hikaru and Mephiles be doomed? No. I refuse to let what I have just cherished slip away. Thank you, Zophi. I shall never insult you again. Damn the Amperalian for invading when I was not yet born. If he dares to return now, I shall make him regret it. The commander is indeed merciful. Only targeting the waist, surely Ace learned that from him. Hikaru and Mephiles? Zophi? Father of Ultra and Ace? They are utterly bewildered at how their words have been twisted by this mischievous group. The video in the heavens continues to play, once again arriving on Earth. The cosmic swordsman Zamsa grips the new star-slashing blade. Upon encountering the Dark Emperor Amperalian, Zamsa, fully aware of his own limitations, charges forth without hesitation. The outcome, however, is as expected. The Amperalian merely raises his left hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sends Zamsa flying. Following this, he employs the energy wave to torment Zamsa, leaving him incapacitated. Having dealt with Zamsa, the Amperalian sets his sights on the next target, the Phoenix Nest base. With a flourish of his cloak, he releases a dark shockwave. Should it succeed, every member of the combat team within the base, including the future, will undoubtedly perish. In this critical moment, Hikaru, clad in the armor of courage, suddenly appears, absorbing the dreadful wave with his body. As he screams in agony, he is hurled directly beside Zamsa by the tremendous explosive force. Inspired by the indomitable spirit of Ryu Asakura, Hikaru and Zamsa rise once more. The universe's foremost swordsman and the second most formidable swordsman, facing an unprecedented enemy, set aside their pride and grievances. Each wielded their knightly lightsaber and the Star Slayer, delivering a strike that epitomized the pinnacle of their swordsmanship towards the Ampela alien. Such a ferocious assault, surely no one would wish to confront head-on. Momentarily avoiding its edge was the wisest course of action. Yet, the Dark Emperor, the Ampela alien, was proud. The concept of evasion did not exist within his lexicon. Once more, he extended his left hand, imbued with a potent energy wave, effortlessly deflecting the attacks from Hikari and his companion. No matter how fiercely they exerted themselves, they could not budge his hand an inch. Instead, the Ampela alien simply intensified his force, sending the two formidable swordsmen crashing away once more. The echoes of his laughter rang out, a sound imbued with a mocking triumph. Deriding their futile attempts against him, believing themselves capable of challenging an invincible adversary, he unleashed a series of powerful energy waves upon Zamsa and the Phoenix Nest base. To him, these feeble insects were unworthy of his more formidable abilities. As the Ampela alien prepared to deliver his final blow to the Phoenix Nest, Zamsa, having grasped the essence of guardianship, resolutely shielded the attack with his own body. Ultimately, under the might of the Ampela alien's assault, he disintegrated into countless particles of light, leaving behind only his sword, the Star Slayer, forlornly resting on the ground. This swordsman concluded his life in the most tragic of fashions. Zamsa's demise ignited a fierce wrath within Hikari. He immediately concentrated all his energy to unleash a lethal attack upon the Ampela alien, the Night Ray. Yet this ultimate move, far exceeding the overload ray that felled Baymonston, was swatted away by the Ampela alien as effortlessly as one would swat a fly. In contrast, a single wave of energy from the Ampela alien utterly obliterated the armor of bravery adorning Hikari. The overwhelming pressure was suffocating. However, even in the face of such a grievous wound, Hikari's gaze grew increasingly resolute and sharp. He seized Zamsa's relic, the Star Slayer, and charged once more at the Ampela alien. This strike was swift. This strike would be magnificent. Amidst the incredulous cries of pain from the Ampela alien, Hikari's silhouette vanished. Yet he left behind a second golden wound upon the alien's left leg. A mere scientist, yet he became the second being to etch a scar upon the Dark Emperor after the illustrious Ultraman father. Hikari slashed the Ampela. Chapter 59, Self-Doubt in Belial. Never retreating from the Ampela. In the Land of Light, a profound silence reigned, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As the saying goes, only an enemy can truly comprehend the strength of another enemy. The Ampela alien, one of the most formidable foes in the history of the Ultraman clan, was undoubtedly a terrifying adversary. If his invasion of the Land of Light and enslavement of Ultraman felt like distant memories to the Ultraman in the plaza, the recorded footage of him blocking the sun and earth with his bare hands, effortlessly fending off the strikes of two great swordsmen, and swatting Hikari's ray aside, left an indelible visual impact on the Ultraman. Moreover, it is worth noting that even in his prime, when awakened to true power and wielding the ultimate blade, Ultraman Father could only inflict a single wound upon him. True power is a capability that can double one's combat strength. And the ultimate blade is a sacred sword passed down through generations in the Land of Light. Even if Ultraman Father were to reclaim the ultimate blade now, whether he could inflict another wound upon the Ampela remained uncertain. Yet, that scientist from the Blue Tribe, who had been dormant for 30,000 years, managed to inflict a new wound upon the Dark Emperor. Though he dissipated after that strike, such an accomplishment was enough to instill pride. The Ultraman brothers regarded Hikari with genuine reverence. After all, he faced the Dark Emperor. If their previous respect stemmed from Hikari's position as the head of the Scientific Bureau and his remarkable inventions, now it was purely a recognition of Hikari's formidable prowess, a powerful figure deserving of admiration. They silently recalled his humble assertion, "I am merely a scientist, lacking the strength of the Ultraman brothers." They mused that Director Hikari was far too modest and perhaps deemed their lesser strength beneath his notice. How fortunate they were to have recognized Hikari's exceptional potential. Bringing him into the Cosmic Defense Force, they felt like his patron. Zoffy thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Ultraman Father nodded in approval, marveling at Hikari's brilliance. Although it slightly contradicted his earlier statements, it was of no consequence. All Ultramen in the Land of Light are known for their humility. In the Cosmic Prison, Belial was equally taken aback. As one of the main forces against the Ampela alien, he had an intimate understanding of the alien's seemingly flawless physique. In his past encounters, he had exerted every ounce of strength without ever inflicting harm upon the ultimate darkness of the Ampela alien. It was the alien's formidable dark power that had drawn Belial deeper into the abyss of darkness. Yet now, he was confronted with the reality that the universe's strongest demon had been marked by a once-weak Ultraman from the Blue Tribe. Such a revelation began to shake Belial's faith in dark energy, causing his convictions to crumble and igniting a wave of self-doubt. After all, the Ampela alien's overwhelming darkness had been his original motivation for embracing the shadows. Could it be that he was mistaken? Belial felt a sense of despair. Was his descent into darkness for the pursuit of power truly the right path? Yet, the questions within him seemed to have no answers. In the kingdom, a splendid strike. Absolute Titan exclaimed in admiration. I long to compete with Hikari to prove who reigns as the universe's premier swordsman. Titan, the Ultraman clan is our adversary. What do you mean by praising the enemy? The diminutive Taurus Diavolo was quite displeased, having a long-standing feud with Titan. Titan shot a glance at Diavolo, but remained silent. Such a muscle-bound brute would never comprehend the honor of a swordsman. Diavolo, the Ampela alien is not necessarily our ally either, Tartarus interjected, eager to quell their dispute. Oh? Is not the enemy of my enemy my friend? What do you mean by that, Tartarus? Diavolo questioned, struggling to grasp Tartarus's perspective. In his simplistic view, the foes of the Land of Light were their friends, and having the powerful Ampela alien as an ally would be most fitting. The Ampela alien harbored a deep-seated hatred for all things luminous, seeking to envelop the universe in darkness. Do not forget, our kingdom is also a realm of light. We of the Absolute clan have become ultimate life forms precisely because of our connection to light. Thus, we are destined to be in fundamental conflict with the Ampela alien. Tartarus fell into contemplation, pondering how best to address Hikari, lest they encounter issues when invading the Land of Light in the future. In the Dark Empire, the Ampela alien, reclining upon his throne, abruptly stood, a cold laughter escaping his lips. Clearly, the image on the screen, depicting him wounded by Hikari, had struck a nerve. As the Emperor of the Dark World, his pride would not allow him to accept such a humiliation. The Dark Four Kings, well acquainted with his temperament, understood the Emperor's fury and trembled like quail, daring not to utter a sound. For their great emperor, the Ampela alien, was indeed capable of murder. The former evil general, the malevolent Bagaru, once the strongest among the four kings, had sealed away subordinates who had followed him for millennia with a mere word. They certainly do not wish to follow in the nefarious footsteps of the malevolent Impelra. Your Majesty, I believe the images projected across the celestial dome are nothing but fabrications. With your greatness, how could you possibly be harmed by such insignificant creatures? The Ebonians are well aware of the truth, yet they feign ignorance, merely seeking to placate the Ampelrans. Your Majesty, it must have been a moment of carelessness that allowed Hikali to launch a surprise attack on you. Surely, in the future, both Earth and the Land of Light will be incorporated into the realm of the Dark Empire, shrouded in perpetual darkness. Disdainful of the Ebonians' deceitful behavior, Dyna began to envision a brighter future. Your Majesty, foreknowledge of the future is indeed beneficial when the time comes for us to invade Earth. The lessons learned from the present will help us avoid many troubles, such as the incident where Hikali wounded you, Grozom cautiously offered. However, his words inadvertently provoked the Ampelrans. In an instant, the Ampelran raised a hand and unleashed a devastating energy wave, obliterating Grozom into fragments. Fortunately, the Frost Star's Grozom, renowned for his immortality and formidable regenerative abilities, swiftly reassembled his shattered form and trembled as he knelt before the Ampelran. Are you suggesting that I need to employ strategies and experience to deal with these insignificant creatures? The Ampelran, proud and unyielding, had always relied on his unmatched strength to conquer the Land of Light, disdainfully ignoring even the movements of Hikali and Zamsha. This was his true pride. Grozom's words were undoubtedly an affront to his dignity as emperor. Even when the day of invasion comes, and even when Hikali's sword strikes his body, he would not retreat an inch, despite the possibility of injury or death. The Merciful felt an increasingly ominous premonition, although the subsequent images had yet to unfold. He feared that Your Majesty's impending invasion of Earth would lead to failure. He even harbored the treacherous thought that the Emperor might perish on Earth. This blasphemous notion was swiftly extinguished, yet the seed of doubt had already taken root in his heart. He eagerly anticipated the next image from the celestial dome, yearning to see if the final outcome aligned with his foreboding expectations. His wait was not prolonged, as the celestial dome soon displayed new developments. Yet, the image still featured Hikali's iconic blue form, accompanied by the familiar proclamation, "Hikali, I am merely a scientist." Chapter 60. On the surface, a scientist. Behind the scenes, the foremost arms dealer of the Land of Light. In the Heisei timeline, brother, third brother. The sense of oppression emanating from this Ampelran far surpasses that of Gitangier and Zok. Dyna exclaimed in astonishment. Tiga, Gaia, and Agura nodded in agreement. The Ampelran's track record was indisputable, invading the Land of Light and extinguishing the sun. In terms of performance, he indeed surpassed their previous foes. Moreover, it was utterly unexpected that Hikali had concealed such capabilities, leaving him with scars. According to the Celestial Dome, the last to accomplish such a feat was none other than the leader of the Land of Light, the Ultra Father. It seems Hikali could be considered the second coming of the Ultra Father. First, he vanquished his good friend, then became the universe's foremost swordsman, later lifting the great bird with one hand, and ultimately slaying Emperor Ampelra with his sword. Truly deserving of the title of scientist, quite cunning indeed. Dyna reflected on the past, and concluded with a smirk. However, Gaia interjected with a hint of hesitation. But what do you mean by but? Dyna teased, fully aware that Gaia felt slighted at the prospect of Hikali ranking above him, especially with the Ultra Father likely to commend his virtues shortly. Clearly, he was deliberately provoking Gaia. Gaia rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, am I really that petty? I believe if Hikali ultimately defeats the Ampelran, or plays a significant role in his downfall, then ranking him sixth would be entirely reasonable. Yet, judging by his current performance, it seems a bit forced, doesn't he? Surely the Celestial Dome must be mistaken? Gaia harbored no doubts about the Ampelran's eventual defeat. Thus, he believed the Ultramen were inherently cunning. Could it be that Hikali's low starting point contributed to this? His initial weakness combined with subsequent outrageous actions creates a stark contrast, making him appear especially sinister? A guru contemplated Gaia's words, finding some merit in them, albeit limited. I too believe the Celestial Dome doesn't speak without reason. Perhaps Hikali has other noteworthy contributions? Tiga pondered briefly and concurred with Gaia, also feeling that Hikali's merits did not match his rank. Zoda, what nonsense about the so-called universe Dark Emperor Ampelran. It's likely all mere bluster. While it's understandable to be injured by the Ultra Father, being wounded by a mere ant like Hikali, do you truly believe you are worthy of being compared to the great Zoda? You might as well come serve as a foot soldier in my Gua Empire. Ha ha ha. Zoda, one of the greatest adversaries of the Ultra Clan, believed the Ampelran's performance did not merit comparison with his own. After all, He had endured several seconds of being sawn by Ace's 8-point light wheel without sustaining a scratch. Meanwhile, Impelra was cleaved by a single sword strike. The disparity was glaring. Thus, he took the lead in vocally deriding the Ampelran. Yet, his words stirred a hornet's nest. Beliar, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Eubonians, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Grozum, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Mephiles, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Ultrafather, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Zero, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Hikali, Zoda, you are courting death. The Ampelran's subordinates defended him out of reverence, while his enemies supported him, as undermining an adversary's strength equated to elevating oneself. Zero, on the other hand, found it purely entertaining. At that moment, the long-awaited celestial dome finally revealed new developments. Once again, Hikali's voice resonated. Repeating the familiar phrase, Hikali Ultraman, I am merely a scientist. Oh, it appears that my brother has guessed correctly. Hikali indeed possesses some other cunning tactics. Dyna exclaimed in surprise, his face alight with joy, sensing that another spectacle was on the horizon. Scientist? Arms dealer? Gaia and Aguru exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the connection. While he invented life solidification technology, which could indeed be utilized on the battlefield, it hardly aligned with arms dealing. Did he possess other inventions? Curiosity flickered in Tiga's eyes. The term arms dealer carries a negative connotation, invoking thoughts of war, bloodshed, and destruction, an ideology starkly opposed to that of the Land of Light. Surely, this would cause the Ultra Father some concern. Yet, what concern was it to him? He had no malevolent inclinations, nor did he believe it would reflect poorly on him. All he desired was to observe the unfolding drama. On Planet 76, Zero's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He had always suspected that Hikali could not be merely as sinister as he seemed, and indeed, his intuition proved correct. The foremost arms dealer of the Land of Light? Zero mused, recognizing Hikali's formidable reputation. Would Hikali truly start selling arms? Could he perhaps procure some for himself, and then deliver a sound thrashing to the old Leo? No. It must be 10 thrashings. As this thought crossed his mind, Zero stroked his chin, casting a sinister smile at Leo. Envisioning a scenario where he would defeat the elder Leo and stand triumphantly over him. Leo, sensing Zero's ill intentions, turned with a glare, barking, Zero, why are you resting? Come back and continue your training. Commander Hikari can effortlessly lift the beak bird and slice through Ampera with a single stroke of his sword. With such remarkable talent, what right do you have to be complacent? As long as you can endure, push yourself to your limits. Now, receive my Leo flying kick. At that moment, the celestial screen began to showcase a new video. Hikari invented the life solidification technology, granting Ultraman the ability to rise from the dead. As a result, he earned the commendation of the Father of Ultra, and the star badge adorning his chest stands as the finest testament to his achievements. Hikari Ultraman's second invention is a weapon, known as the Night Sword Flute. In the subterranean world, Victory Ultraman is engaged in combat with the giant ant super beast. Alapanta. Victory employs ultra armament, conjuring a short whip in his right hand, and relentlessly lashes at Alapanta. It is well known that super beasts do not possess the sense of pain, rendering Victory's attacks ineffective. In his eagerness to vanquish the foe, he carelessly falls victim to the superheated flames unleashed from Alapanta's hands. To shield the woman behind him, Victory chooses to endure the full brunt of the flames. The unbearable heat scorches him as he lies on the ground, and the timer ominously begins to flash. Victory is in peril, but in this dire moment, accompanied by a crisp, low shout, a blue beam of light descends from the heavens. It strikes the path of the giant ant super beast Alapanta, resulting in a violent explosion and a surge of flames, halting the beast's advance. In quick succession, a blue figure lands with great force, appearing before everyone. He brandishes the night-light sword in his right arm, fiercely attacking the imperious Alapanta. The super beast collapses in response. It is Hikari Ultraman. Chapter 61. The Night Sword Flute strikes Zoda. The renowned power of armaments emerges. With a single slash, Hikari cleaves the super beast Alapanta into a rigid state. He then turns to face Victory. Countless blue light particles emanate from Hikari's body, coalescing into a blue flute. Encouraged by Hikari, Victory places the flute to his lips and gently plays the melody of triumph. Accompanied by the enchanting music, Victory manipulates the magical flute, transforming it into sword mode. A surge of formidable power floods into Victory, not only restoring his condition but also unlocking a new form bathed in blue. Victory's night form. Empowered. Victory is eager to test his newfound strength against Alapanta. He seizes the Night Sword flute and unleashes a brutal assault upon the previously subdued super beast, which is now utterly powerless before his knightly form. Ultimately, as Victory once more plays the Night Sword flute, he executes a spinning slash with Night Victory Strike, completely vanquishing the giant and super beast Alapanta. In the Land of Light, upon the emergence of the arms dealer on the celestial screen, the father of Ultra fixates on Hikari, exclaiming, "Are you never finished? You've turned a fine bureau of cosmic science into a den of arms trafficking? As a scientist, instead of benefiting Ultramen and humanity, you've become the foremost arms dealer? Just how many unsavory dealings have you conducted beneath my very eyes? What have these rascals made of our Land of Light?" However, after viewing this segment of the video, the father of Ultra's demeanor shifts. If these developments were aimed at combating monsters, then perhaps they are not so objectionable. Moreover, the display does not seem excessively exaggerated. Indeed, he fears Hikari might develop a weapon of immense destructive capability, leading to an inescapable explanation or provoking a catastrophic war akin to the conflict over life solidification technology instigated by the Betas. For now, it appears to merely involve transforming forms to swiftly eliminate super beasts, which aligns with the duties of a scientist. As for Victory, the warrior they are entirely unfamiliar with, the father of Ultra has grown accustomed to such occurrences. A flicker of joy emerges within him, yet the subsequent video will soon reveal that his elation was premature. The celestial screen continues to display 3 swirling masses of dark, vengeful energy surge into the sky, interspersed with a deep crimson hue and a spectrum of distorted colors. This vengeful energy ignites the powder keg of the warped space. A figure emerges, wielding a long sword, clad in bone-spiked armor, with curved horns atop his head, resembling the most fearsome of demons, Phantom Cosmic Emperor Zoda. Encouraged by Leo, Victory transforms into his knight form once more, charging directly towards the warped space that birthed Zoda. Victory clashes swords with Zoda, yet the Emperor remains dominant. Following a few initial exchanges, Zoda, leveraging his immense strength and extensive combat experience, naturally gains the upper hand. He first delivers a kick to Victory's chest during their sword lock, causing intense pain that weakens the Ultraman-esque grip. Zoda then strikes with his sword, the Bat Emperor's sword wreathed in purple flames, delivering a devastating blow to Victory's abdomen. Victory, however, is not one to yield easily. Time and again, he surges forward, only to be repelled by Zoda. "I shall annihilate the entire universe and all life within it." Zoda's voice drips with cold malice. "What nonsense is this?" Victory retorts, filled with righteous fury. "Our future will never be easily snatched away by scoundrels like you." Victory calls forth the Shepitan sacred sword, dual-wielding. Victory unleashes a relentless assault upon Zoda, driving him back with each strike. The Night Sword flute and Shepitan sacred sword cleave into Zoda, who now finds himself in a dire predicament, having once been so arrogant. Shortly thereafter, Victory channels all his energy to unleash the Night Ultimate Holy Light. The dazzling blue radiance immobilizes Zoda, while Victory's crystal core resonates, releasing its energy. In an instant, the originally deep crimson distorted space transforms into a golden ocean. Seizing the opportunity, Victory aims to obliterate Zoda in one fell swoop. With the Night Victory Burst Slash, both swords strike Zoda's midsection, and the overwhelming power swiftly defeats the once mighty Emperor Zoda. The father of Ultra watches this unfold, somewhat bewildered. He retracts his earlier statement, dismissing the Night Sword flute's effectiveness. The father of Ultra hastily curtails his joy. Although he does not know Victory, he is well aware of Zoda's prowess, the eternal adversary of the Ultra lineage. And now, this formidable foe has fallen to a weapon devised by Hikari? Is this genuine? It is crucial to note that even he would not dare to claim he could slay Zoda in a one-on-one confrontation. Zoffy gives Hikari a thumbs up. Impressive. This armament is extraordinarily useful. They, the brothers of Ultra, have faced Zoda directly, fully aware of the terror he embodies. And now, considering the immense power of the Night Sword flute, Hikari is truly deserving of the title of arms dealer. This is no mere conventional weapon. It is akin to a nuclear arsenal capable of altering the very fabric of reality. The Cosmic Patrol needs such talent. If every member of the Cosmic Patrol were equipped with this weapon, would it not pave the way for their ascension? From this day forth, will the peace and justice of the universe not be dictated by our Land of Light? Are there those who dare to contest this? Perhaps he should inquire with Zhao Da, the once Phantom Emperor, whether our Night Sword and flute are indeed sharp. Little Ultraman cast a fervent gaze toward Hikaru. If Commander Hikaru can travel great distances to supply arms to the unfamiliar victory, might he also extend his generosity to us, even if he refrains from doing so? After witnessing the formidable power of the Night Sword and Flute, they might well be compelled to bankrupt themselves to acquire it. Commander Hikaru, as a student, could you perhaps bestow upon me a Night Sword and Flute? You, a student? Even a beast would fare better. Commander Hikaru, pray tell, how much for your arms? Once acquired, I shall be the first to teach Instructor Taro a lesson. His relentless training has left me in agony. The unfortunate Taro, caught in the crossfire, bore an expression of discontent. Did they truly believe he was oblivious to their scheming? Commander Hikaru, your arms must not be sold to these rascals. And you lot, have you become so arrogant that you think I can no longer wield a blade? You to the arena. We shall have a proper bout. Hikaru, with an innocent demeanor, raised his hands in surrender, questioning why no one sought his opinion. I am not an arms dealer, I swear. Chapter 62, Belial. So I was the one who killed myself? Yet, Hikaru's silent cries would likely go unheard, even if he were to voice them. The others would merely perceive it as modesty. After all, I am but a scientist, as Commander Hikaru has stated more than once. However, it has become evident that the scientist is merely a facade. The true essence of his character lies in being a harbinger of death and an arms dealer. How insidious! In the cosmic prison, Belial wore a perplexed expression. Is this right? This Ultraman victory, emerging from seemingly nowhere, was previously incapacitated by a wretched super beast. Yet after acquiring Hikaru's arms, he decisively vanquished Jiaoda? Certainly, other factors contributed to this outcome, but it remains absurd. As one who once bore the title of Ultraman, Belial comprehended the weight of the name Jiaoda. A scientist abandoning research to engage in battle, only to later delve into arms development? Is the Land of Light truly embracing imperialistic tendencies? If this scoundrel were to develop a weapon specifically designed to target me, could I withstand it? This fellow is truly treacherous. Yet, Belial, who bears no grudges, suddenly recalled Jiaoda's previous taunts and mockery. He chuckled darkly to himself. We'll see about that, Jiaoda? Temporarily setting aside thoughts of Hikaru, he allowed a chilling laughter to escape his lips. In the Guadi Empire, Mold and Gina, alongside Jiaoda, were equally baffled. Surely, this is a jest? A tiny shrimp, wielding the Night Sword and Flute developed by Hikaru, has defeated Jiaoda? Mold and Gina found it utterly ludicrous. Though Jiaoda is the third sibling, he possesses the greatest strength among them. It is no wonder that he is regarded as an eternal nemesis by the father of Ultra. Jiaoda, do not lose heart. That accursed Ultraman merely triumphed in our absence. Next time, the three of us shall show them our true might. Indeed, especially this Hikaru. So cunning, with a facade of virtue while harboring ulterior motives, we must eliminate him. Mold and Gina offered words of comfort to Jiaoda, reflecting their strong sibling bond. Yet Jiaoda was not troubled by this matter. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Having foreseen the future, he vowed not to repeat the same mistake. His current concern lay in the fact that his earlier mockery of Belial and the Ampelia people had been excessive, particularly his derision of the Ampelia. Claiming their renown surpassed their prowess, only to be injured by a mere ant like Hikaru, rendered him unworthy of comparison to the Phantom Emperor Jiaoda. Now, Jiaoda himself had been slain by this very ant, a weapon of Hikaru's design. His previous words echoed back to him like a boomerang, striking him painfully. It became glaringly apparent who was truly unworthy and whose reputation eclipsed their capabilities. Jiaoda felt like a jester. Damn Hikaru, why don't you just perish? The thought of the impending onslaught of ridicule made him wish to bury his head like an ostrich. Belial, Jiaoda, still fond of yelling, are you? I was simultaneously killed by my 5 sons, but that was due to the meddling of the Ultra King. Yet some are felled by Hikaru's weapon without even encountering him. Phantom Emperor, more like Phantom Fool. Grozum, our Majesty was only slightly injured due to Hikaru's utmost efforts. While some never even laid eyes on Hikaru and were killed by his invention. Who might I be referring to? Jiaoda, care to answer that for me? Taro, Jiaoda. I won't join my brothers in beating you anymore. You've already been single-handedly defeated by Commander Hikaru's invention. To gang up on you now would be to bully you, and it would tarnish our reputation. Ace, Jiaoda, when the time comes. I'll wield the 8-fold light wheel in one hand and the Night Sword and Flute in the other. Just endure it. It'll only hurt for a moment. Those who engage in wickedness will ultimately meet their demise. Jiaoda's vile disposition rendered him the target of collective scorn, and not a single soul came to his defense. On a desolate planet in the cosmos, Torquia observed the ridicule directed at Zhaoda on the celestial screen, remaining silent. He cared little for Zhaoda's fate. His focus lay on Commander Hikaru's invention. The knight's sword and flute had indeed aided Ultraman in vanquishing the formidable Zhaoda. Regarding Zhaoda's prowess, Torquia had heard whispers from his good friend Taro. Commander Hikaru, perhaps you are indeed correct? Your inventions have proven invaluable in the battle against dark forces. Is it truly possible to uphold peace and light without relying solely on strength? Doubts began to creep into Torikia's mind. Earlier, he had deemed Hikaru's abandonment of his scientific principles as an immensely wise choice. Yet, witnessing Hikaru confront crises through invention and weaponry, Torquia found himself wavering. Commander Hikaru, allow me to witness your next brilliant creation. Torquia forcefully quelled the turmoil within, redirecting his gaze to the celestial screen. Coincidentally, the screen continued to showcase the unfolding events. Hikaru Ultraman's third invention, the Ultra Capsule and Jet Ascension device. Under Belial's meticulous orchestrations, he assembled an unprecedented legion of monsters to wage war against the cosmic defense force of the Land of Light. Amidst this protracted conflict, Hikaru developed the Ultra Capsule, infused with the powers of Ultra Warriors, hoping to turn the tide. Furthermore, he devised the complementary Jet Ascension device, enabling the scanning of capsules to unleash the corresponding Ultra Warrior powers. Jet Ultraman, an artificial life form crafted by the Strumstar people, Fujiki, utilizing Belial's genetic factors. Subsequently, during the Impact Crisis, the soul of Belial dispatched his subordinates to the Land of Light to steal the Ultra Capsules and Ascension devices. To fulfill the plan to resurrect Belial, Fujiki intentionally delivered Hikaru's inventions to Jet, aiding him in restoring the essence of Ultraman. The ultimate goal was to reclaim the Ultra Capsules and extract their powers to achieve Belial's resurrection. Jet gained access to the powers of the Ultra Capsules through Hikaru's inventions, unlocking the original, Flame, Agile, Brave, and Royal forms. With the power of Leonix at his disposal, Belial utilized the invention of Hikaru as a blueprint to create the monstrous capsules. Consequently, he ascended to the ultimate form of the nefarious Belial, empowered by the Ampela aliens and the Dark Lucille. Together with his son Jed, Belial harnessed Hikaru's invention to attain unparalleled strength, culminating in the final battle on Earth. In the cosmic prison, upon seeing that familiar figure appear in the sky, Belial was instantly reminded of Jed's filial piety. Damn it, he initially believed it was the Ultraman King meddling in affairs, sending Jed to his demise. Little did he know, the root of all misfortune lay with that wretched Hikaru. It was Hikaru who devised the Ultraman capsules in the Ascension device, thereby birthing such a formidable progeny. Without Hikaru's weaponry, would he have met his end? Yet, upon reflection, Belial realized that if it weren't for the Ultraman capsules invented by Hikaru, he would not have been revived again, nor could he have created the monster capsules to unlock the unprecedentedly powerful form of the nefarious Belial. In essence, it was Hikaru who first saved him and then led to his downfall? Wait, wasn't it he himself who dispatched the Strum aliens to steal the capsules and the Ascension device? So, strictly speaking, did he not end up being his own executioner? Damn it, even without the Ultraman capsules, he would still have been able to resurrect. In any case, it was all Hikaru's fault. Clenching his fists in fury, Belial vowed that he would not allow the Strum aliens to create this little wretch again. With that thought, he sent out a message. Belial, Hikaru, you wretched scoundrel. Await your reckoning. I shall one day take justice into my own hands. Chapter 63, A True Arms Dealer? The Ultraman Metals and Zeta Ascension Device. In the Empire of Quadi, according to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles do not vanish. They merely shift from one face to another. Zota, observing the video in the sky, felt a wave of joy wash over him. Belial, having been humiliated by his own son, was indeed in a pitiful state. Furthermore, despite mocking Zota for an eternity, he ultimately fell victim to the very weapons devised by Hikaru. Ironically, those weapons were stolen by Belial's own subordinates and offered to his dutiful son, Jed. What an absurdity. How dare he mock me through messages? How dare he disparage Hikaru? More than Gina, I have come to realize that Belial is the greatest fool in the universe. I must retaliate through messages. I must vent my frustrations. Zota's face bore a mischievous grin, clearly plotting his counterattack. No, perhaps that is unwise. Mord's more composed nature prompted him to intervene. Zota, we actually have no fundamental conflict with Belial. On the contrary, we share a common enemy. You mean Ultraman Hikaru? Gina caught on to her brother, Mord's implication. Precisely. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why not collaborate with Belial to eliminate Hikaru first? Though he is merely a blue being. The display of his outrageous combat prowess is undeniable. Moreover, his inventions are increasingly bizarre. The life solidification technology has rendered the inhabitants of the Land of Light fearless. The Knight's sword flute was capable of outright killing you. The Ultraman capsules and ascension device have even allowed Belial to triumph over the fused powers of the Ampela aliens and Dark Lucille. We can only speculate on what else he may concoct in the future. Undoubtedly, this escalates the difficulty of our impending invasion of the Land of Light. Thus, Hikaru is indeed a calamity that must be eradicated. Upon hearing his brother Mord's words, Zoda's playful smile faded, replaced by contemplation. That makes sense, but if we send messages, won't the people of the Land of Light become aware? Their security regarding Hikaru will undoubtedly tighten. How infuriating. Could the sky not provide a private messaging feature? Wouldn't that grant us a semblance of privacy? Zoda grumbled in frustration, yet he understood that the authority of the sky was beyond his reach. Fear not, Zoda. As long as our strength is formidable enough, we can overpower any opposition. No matter how much preparation the Land of Light undertakes, it will matter little. Mord's fist clenched in a display of confidence. Very well. Zoda, Belial, we may have been adversaries, but let us turn our weapons into peace and discuss a collaboration. Planet 76. Zero glanced between the Knight's sword flute and the Ultraman capsules, feeling overwhelmed by choice. The Knight's sword flute looked so impressive. To exact revenge on the helpless old Leo, that sounds delightful. However, the Ultraman capsules are equally enticing. Perhaps he could use Leo's own capsule against him? A taste of his own medicine, allowing him to understand the pain he caused. Imagining the sight of the old Leo clutching his chest in agony, half kneeling on the ground, filled Zero with exhilaration. Who knows what other marvelous devices Hikaru possesses? I would gladly serve as his experimental subject. Zero, I warn you. You must not engage with Hikaru's weaponry. The depths of this matter are too profound and perilous. You cannot grasp it until your training is complete. Leo seemed to have sensed Zero's intentions and offered a timely warning. Zero secretly scoffed. Just because you say not to, doesn't mean I won't. Having witnessed Jed's devotion to Belial earlier, I suspect that in the future, Jed and I will likely become friends. If you refuse to lend me your resources, I shall simply borrow from Jed for amusement. Just wait until you see the great lion kneeling in submission. Land of Light. The father of Ultraman and the Ultraman brothers. Upon witnessing Jed's past and present, sighed in unison. Jed is indeed a child of misfortune. It turns out he was merely a genetic fragment clone of Belial. Exploited by both Belial and Fujimiya, shouldering the fate of battling evil from a tender age. He even triumphed over Belial, the source of all his suffering. The father of Ultraman expressed his sympathy, recognizing Jed as a strong and understanding child. No wonder he is so highly regarded by both his future self and the Ultraman King. Then, the father of Ultraman glanced at the mischievous young Ultraman in the square, clamoring for weapons. His heart sank. Look at Jed, a mere teenager confronting Belial, and then observe our next generation in the Land of Light, thousands of years old, clamoring for toys. Comparisons reveal the truth. One must measure worth against worth. The father of Ultraman felt disheartened. He then turned his gaze to Hikaru. Just when he thought Ace was troublesome, the scientist proved to be even more of a headache. It's one thing to invent the Knight's sword flute, which may be useful against Zoda, but why meddle with the Ultraman capsules? They have shown no significant utility in warfare and were easily stolen by the Strum aliens. Furthermore, they facilitated Belial's resurrection and the emergence of the nefarious Belial, even allowing him to strike down the father of Ultraman. Was Jed and the nefarious Belial merely a showcase of your inventions? Initially, he thought the sky's claim that Hikaru is an arms dealer was a jest. But with the emergence of the Ultraman capsules, it seems increasingly plausible. Captain, what are Zoda and Belial conspiring about? Hikaru gazed at the messages, harboring an ominous premonition. To kill you, or perhaps to kill me. The father of Ultraman shot Hikaru an exasperated glance. What can I possibly say about this fellow? He certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Hikaru, perhaps it would be best for you to remain in the Land of Light for now. Avoid stepping outside if you can. Just then, the sky once again displayed a new video. Hikaru Ultraman's fourth weapon invention, the Ultrametal and Zeta Amplifier. As the Land of Light periodically extracts energy from Ultraman, Hikaru, in anticipation of potential chaos, has crafted the Ultrametal, an artifact imbued with the powers of past Ultra heroes. Using this extracted energy, Accompanying this is the Zeta amplifier, developed for use alongside the Ultrametal. The ferocious cosmic beast, Ganigaku, parasitized by Cerebro, has invaded the land of light. It barged into Hikaru's laboratory as if it were an uninhabited realm, opening its gaping maw to devour the Zeta amplifier and several Ultrametals before departing. Fleeing to Earth. Cerebro created monster metals using the Ultrametals, wreaking havoc on the planet with the aid of the Zeta amplifier. Zeta, in pursuit, engages in relentless confrontations with the monsters to reclaim the Ultrametals. Simultaneously, he merges the powers of Ultra-heroes contained within the Ultrametals, unlocking forms such as Alpha Armor, Beta Impact, Gamma Future, and Delta Claw for battle. Chapter 64. The Sincere Hikaru. With intellect to provide support and strength to sever foes. After watching the video, the father of Ultra remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at Hikaru. He recognized Zeta, brother of Ace, who had previously come to his aid. The Ultra Capsule was a response to the pressures of Belial's Monster Legion, but now, what of the Ultrametals? It seems Hikaru is no longer even pretending. He claims to have created the Ultrametals to prepare for potential chaos, yet had he not produced the Ultrametals and Zeta Amplifier, would there have been subsequent losses and turmoil on Earth? Thus, is it not evident that Hikaru is merely seeking unnecessary trouble? Could it be that this fool has unwittingly become an arms dealer by inventing the Ultrametals? The father of Ultra's suspicions towards Hikaru's motivations for invention deepened. Moreover, he pondered another troubling issue. Is our thriving land of light merely a cosmic restroom, where anyone can come and go as they please, taking items with them? Previously, Fubuki had stolen Ultra Capsules and the Zeta Amplifier, and now the monstrous Ganigaku brazenly seizes the Ultrametals and Zeta Amplifier. Fubuki, in human form, was one thing. But how could Ganigaku, a colossal beast, traverse Hikaru's laboratory as if it were a mere stroll? Hikaru, are you not the greatest swordsman in the universe? You can slay the Impelra, yet when a monster invades your lab, you cannot cleave it in two? Or is it that the monsters are but tools for your arms trade, with your tacit approval? Would the chaos in the universe be halved without this individual? And he dares to call himself a scientist? He is nothing but the foremost arms dealer, the very source of cosmic turmoil. It is no wonder the father of Ultra harbors doubts. The coincidences are too great. Each invention of Hikaru is swiftly followed by theft. Even more, Hikaru possesses power exceeding that of the Ultra brothers. Anyone would be left bewildered by such peculiarities. Zafi, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He felt a sense of pride in Hikaru's inventions. With the Night Sword Flute, victory can easily vanquish Jita. With the Ultra Capsule, Jita can defeat the nefarious Belial. And with the Ultrametals, Zeta, guided by Ace, can overcome the fused Aberrants. These three, empowered by Hikaru's arms and inventions, have significantly strengthened our land of light and the Cosmic Patrol. These weapons are truly invaluable. Well done, Hikaru. Safi, as the one who recognized Hikaru's potential for the Cosmic Patrol, felt a sense of honor and gave a thumbs up to Hikaru. Keep pushing forward with your inventions. Strive to make the Ultra Capsule and Ultrametals standard equipment for our Cosmic Patrol. Contribute even more to the peace and justice of the universe. At that time, let us see which demon dares to commit evil. Humph, truth lies only within the realm of power. Zafi's face radiated with fierce determination. Harboring disdain for the dark forces of Belial, Jita, and the Impelra that disrupt the universe. The father of Ultra's expression shifted upon hearing these words. Zafi, is this how you lead the Cosmic Patrol? By fostering an arms race. Your thoughts are perilous. Could it be that, under your guise, I have overlooked Hikaru's ongoing development of arms, engaging in such behavior? The father of Ultra could not suppress his suspicions. Zafi, as his second-in-command, possessed such capability. Listening to the commendations from the esteemed figure, Hikaru felt slightly embarrassed, offering a shy smile. Oh, not at all, Captain, you flatter me. Yet, Hikaru was pleased. Believing he had fulfilled his earlier teachings to Tarikia, using his intellect as a scientist rather than relying solely on brute strength, he protected the land of light, safeguarded the peace of the universe, and upheld the dignity of life. Even if he bore the title of arms dealer, even if the name carried a sinister connotation, Hikaru accepted it willingly. Just a few trials and tribulations. At that moment, the sky flickered a few times before revealing a series of subtitles. The father of Ultra glanced at Hikaru and remarked, "This should be a summary about you, no?" Hikaru, feeling a twinge of apprehension, gazed at the sky. Though he feigned indifference, he was indeed curious about how the sky would portray him. His good friend, Mebius, cast a sympathetic glance at Hikaru. Ace had just been thoroughly roasted, and it seemed Hikaru's fate would not be much better, with intellect that provides support and strength to sever foes. A heart consumed by vengeance leading to darkness, striking down comrades. The night sword flute extinguishing Jita, the amplifier revealing a filial killer. Lifting the great bird of the abyss with a single hand. I am merely a scientist. Whether the universe is in chaos or not, Hikaru decides. Hikaru, a cosmic swordsman who claims to lack the powers of the Ultra Brothers, the arms dealer of the Land of Light, living without desire, only delighting in a few white lies. Such a Hikaru can be seen as sincerely shadowy. Upon viewing such an evaluation, the reactions of the Ultramen in the Land of Light varied greatly. For the Ultra Brothers, Hikaru's irrationality during his dark phase, attacking comrades and threatening Earth, indeed presented ample fodder for criticism, bordering on the absurd. The unexplained losses of other inventions leading to cosmic turmoil were indeed shadowy, yet the final outcomes were entirely acceptable. However, after the video concluded, the most unacceptable aspect was Hikaru Commander's repeated assertion, I am merely a scientist. I do not possess the formidable powers of the Ultra Brothers. This statement was a blatant deception and a glaring mockery. It was utterly absurd, and no wonder the sky labeled him as sincere. He had indeed taken sincerity too far. Meanwhile, the younger Ultramen, still in their formative years, harbored other fanciful interpretations. Don't you think Commander Hikaru's act of feigning weakness to catch the enemy off guard is exhilarating? First, he tells you he is a scientist, lowering your guard. Then suddenly pulls out his great sword to strike you down. Winning in the face of disbelief from the enemy is thrilling to imagine. I'm going to make a rebellious decision. I will paint my body blue. Then during training with Instructor Taro, I will also pretend to be a frail scientist. And when he is not paying attention, I will lift him with one hand. Just like Commander Hikaru lifting the bird of the abyss. Such whimsical thoughts. In this silver clan, whoever desires to act shall do so. I shall henceforth identify as a member of the Blue Clan. I too shall don the guise of a simpleton to outsmart the formidable, and I aspire to be a genuinely sincere individual. Indeed, the Blue Clan is much closer to Commander Hikari, and I shall be the one to utilize, nay, safeguard, his future inventions. Upon hearing this, Taro nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, bewildered at how all the underhanded tactics seemed to be directed towards his own kind. Father of Ultra. Listening to the discussions of the young Ultramen, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness from indignation. Is sincerity truly a prerequisite today? Even under such conditions? If even our own Ultramen harbor such thoughts, what must other factions think of our Land of Light? No. For the sake of the Land of Light's image of sincerity and justice, Father of Ultra must swiftly conjure some words. In the Heisei era, Gaia stared blankly at the videos and evaluations displayed across the sky, slowly voicing his thoughts. Hikari's inventions grow increasingly absurd. Is he truly a legitimate scientist? I am utterly astonished. He is far more cunning than I am. Dyna, relishing the spectacle, chimed in eagerly. He is certainly no proper scientist. Others create inventions to resolve issues. Whereas Hikari, on the contrary, seems to generate a plethora of troubles after developing the Ultra Capsules and Ultra Metals. What a truly sincere scientist indeed, Dyna exclaimed, draping his arm around Gaia's shoulder. However, let us turn our attention to a more pressing matter. How do you think Father of Ultra will exonerate him? Gaia, upon witnessing Dyna's barely contained laughter, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch that would leave the latter's face resembling a flower. It's not as if Father of Ultra has provided any assistance in his exoneration, nor has he commented on Hikari's virtues. Does Gaia require such validation? Dyna, that scoundrel, revels in exacerbating others' wounds. Chapter 65, Father of Ultra. He is a sincere, diligent, and peace-loving Ultra warrior. After teasing Gaia, Dyna wore a satisfied expression. He then shifted his gaze towards Tiga. Brother, the security of the Land of Light is utterly dismal. While we, as extraterrestrials, can come and go as we please, it is often our own actions that invite trouble into our midst. In this Land of Light, humans, aliens, and monsters can saunter in and out freely. Even setting off equipment, it's simply unbearable to witness. Tiga, aware that Dyna was about to unleash yet another tirade, chose to ignore him, as he was in a rather good mood after the recent festivities and had no intention of retaliating. As for the aloof eagle, he would certainly not entertain Dyna's incessant chatter. In the cosmos, the once ferocious monsters, who had been poised to confront Hikari, suddenly lost their fervor. Most of them were only as formidable as the magma and Bajirans, mere minor characters easily dispatched by Zamsha. To challenge the universe's greatest swordsman, Hikari, who effortlessly defeated Zamsha. It would be akin to asking the Hydra to send Bimbo to eliminate Tang Sing and his disciples. Such folly would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Even if they were to unite in attack, Hikari's arsenal is not to be underestimated. Countless Ultramen await their chance to acquire such weaponry. In terms of numbers, the Ultramen of the Land of Light have never feared. Can these underhanded monsters even afford to leave us any room to breathe? This Hikari fellow incessantly proclaims himself a scientist, even deceiving his own kind. Then he cleaves Ampera, distributing enhancements far and wide. Truly the universe's greatest trickster. Given the woeful security of the Land of Light, might we not infiltrate and eliminate this scourge known as Hikari, to prevent him from developing further weaponry? Oh, that does seem plausible. Barbarians may attempt it, as might the Stramarians, even the Gani-Agarians. There's no reason we cannot do the same with our numbers. Onward. But do not count me in. Anyone who dares venture forth would truly be courting death. You might unwittingly deliver experimental data right into Hikari's hands. Indeed. It seems prudent to avoid Hikari in the future. The monsters cease discussing how to deal with Hikari. Other Ultramen might kill with a mere flick of their wrist. But Hikari is far too treacherous. He seeks to turn them into experimental data before eliminating them, much like a cat playing with a mouse. The feline delights in the chase before ultimately swallowing its prey in a moment of despair. In the cosmic prison, Belial was in a fit of frustration. When Judah approached him to mend fences and discuss collaboration, he was initially quite pleased. Despite his verbal jabs at this Phantom Emperor, he held a respectable regard for his strength in the ancient army. Belial had once anticipated that his release from the cosmic prison was imminent. The thought of soon laying siege to the Land of Light, tearing apart its formidable horn, sent shivers of excitement through him. However, after much ado, it turned out Judah hailed from a future tens of thousands of years ahead, entirely disconnected from his timeline. Waiting for Judah to rescue him? By then, this lord might have already escaped this wretched cosmic prison, or even been completely obliterated by that ungrateful son, Jeed. Was Judah mocking him? How naive he had been. That wretched Hikari. Not only did he create weapons that led Jeed to nearly destroy him, but he also had the audacity to usurp his powers using ultrametals. Did he obtain my consent? Such audacity. Even in death, this treacherous individual does not spare me. In truth, during the era of Ultra Capsules, his powers had already been appropriated, but Belial had rationalized his son's possession of his powers and had not considered this angle. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to unleash a torrent of curses upon Father of Ultra. Kin, look at the chaotic state of the Land of Light under your leadership. Each Ultraman is more treacherous, cruel, and hypocritical than the last. Elder King of Ultra, you must release me. Witness how I would govern the Land of Light. 100 times more effectively than Kin. Belial alternated between manic laughter and furious shouts, exhibiting signs of hysteria. Belial, Kin, you scoundrel. With a deceitful and hypocritical fellow like Hikari, let's see how you defend him. Judah, indeed. Hikari, it would be wise for you to never set foot in the Land of Light again. Countless ambushes await you. Ampera alien. Hikari, I too shall seek your demise. Barbarian alien. Hikari, it appears I need not disguise myself to cause destruction. Your reputation has already reached the nadir. In the Land of Light. The well-prepared Father of Ultra cast a glance at the barrage of comments, calling for silence among the raucous young Ultramen. Everyone quiet down. Thanks to the prior words of the King of Ultra, the young ones fell into a harmonious silence, granting Father of Ultra the stage to perform. Just as I mentioned earlier, we must pay attention to the details and see beyond the surface. I wonder what everyone has seen and learned from Hikari's video? Why not share your thoughts? Father of Ultra nodded in satisfaction before posing his question. Meanwhile, Zafi took on the role of scribe, relaying Father of Ultra's words through the comments. The Ultramen thought to themselves, I have seen a mischievous little liar, a cunning Hikari disguised as a simpleton. It seems everyone is reluctant to speak up easily. Very well, then I shall share what I have seen. The collective murmured, if we say it. U1T be pleased. In truth, Hikari is not cunning at all. I see a truly sincere, diligent, and peace-loving Ultra warrior. Hikari, taken aback, exclaimed, Commander. Are you referring to me? Hikari has consistently declared himself a scientist. Just consider his inventions. Life solidification, the Knight's Sword Flute, Ultra Capsules, and metals. Who else in our Land of Light could have developed such research? Therefore, his assertion of being a scientist is entirely justified. Moreover, who decrees that a scientist cannot possess formidable strength, that one must not excel in both scholarly and martial pursuits? This is merely a stereotype held by some. Can we truly lay the blame on Hikaru? Certainly not. Upon hearing this, Zafi could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is indeed the artistry of the Captain's language. I found his reasoning profoundly compelling. Yet, Captain Hikaru himself claims to be merely a scientist, lacking the powers of the Ultra Brothers. How do we reconcile such a statement? Jack still recalls vividly how Hikaru single-handedly lifted the great behemoth, remembering the arduous struggle it entailed. If Hikaru professes such humility, does that not render him a jester? There is truth in that as well. At that time, Hikaru had yet to undergo the Cosmic Patrol examination, remaining unaware of the latent potential within him. Ignorance is no sin, and thus, we cannot fault him. Furthermore, he had not yet acquired the noble essence of a knight and felt significantly inferior in the face of the illustrious achievements of the Ultra Brothers. Is this not entirely reasonable? Can one truly claim he is insincere? The father of Ultra gestured to Jack, signaling him to remain silent for the moment. Moreover, this leads into the diligent virtue I wish to expound upon next. Chapter 66, Touching the Heart of Light, Hikaru Ultraman. The assembly of Ultras perked up, fully attentive to the words of the father of Ultra, eager to hear more. Hikaru's transformation began upon receiving the knightly essence bestowed by the Ultra King during his pursuit of Boger. This essence embodies immense power, akin to the vast potential residing within Hikaru. Such power requires continuous refinement and development to be wielded effectively. From the moment he acquired this strength, Hikaru did not dare to become complacent. He diligently trained and continually sought self-improvement. It was through this unwavering commitment that he ultimately unlocked his potential, defeating Beeminst with bare hands and leaving indelible scars on the Amperians. Children, true strength lies in the constant pursuit of self-betterment. Only through personal growth can one attain genuine power. At this juncture, the father of Ultra could not help but reflect on the times of the Ultra Wars. Had he not persistently strived for self-improvement, he might never have grasped the true power nor controlled the ultimate blade. The consequences of the Amperian invasion would have been unthinkable. Hikaru, moved by these sentiments, recalled his initial mastery of the knightly essence, during which he had yet to fully realize his potential, leading to his retreat before Boger. In the subsequent wanderings through the cosmos, during that hellish period, the desire for vengeance guided him. Contemplating his inadequacies, he trained relentlessly, battling to unearth his potential and enhance his command of strength. This laid the groundwork for the monumental battles to come. After a brief pause, the father of Ultra continued, stating that had an ordinary individual achieved such monumental success in life-form solidification technology and received accolades of the Ultra emblem, they might have cast aside the tedious pursuit of scientific research. Yet Hikaru did not. Upon returning to the Land of Light, he remained unwavering in his resolve. For millennia, Hikaru devoted himself wholeheartedly to the advancement of technology, diligently fulfilling his role as a scientist. He pioneered crucial inventions such as the Knight's Sword Flute, Ultra Capsules, Ultra Metals, and the Ascension Device. It is precisely due to Hikaru's assiduous attitude that he flourished in both intellect and strength. Upon hearing the father of Ultra's words, the Ultra Brothers nodded in agreement. Diligence, indeed. Their battles on Earth were also a process of uncovering their potential and enhancing their strength. The Ultra Brothers were not born with such formidable prowess. It was simply a matter of being slightly more gifted than the Blue Tribe. And who can say that the Blue Tribe must be weak? Just as the Silver Tribe Ultraman, the father and mother of Ultra, gave birth to Taro, a Red Tribe Ultraman. The affairs of the Ultramen cannot be confined to mere logic. Anomalies will always exist. And Hikaru is such an anomaly, a Blue Tribe member excelling in both martial and intellectual capacities. Previously unnoticed, after absorbing the father of Ultra's words, the Ultra Brothers genuinely felt that Hikaru is not of ordinary caliber. Compared to him, they regarded themselves as rather unburdened. The father of Ultra continued to elaborate on the third virtue of a love for peace. Hikaru's decision to resign from his role as the director of the Science and Technology Bureau due to the Betelgeusians' coveting of life solidification technology and the war they instigated. Does this not count as a love for peace? Hikaru traversed the depths of the universe solely to protect the beauty of a newly visited planet. Can this not be seen as a love for peace? In order to address the cosmic turmoil stemming from Jod, he developed targeted weapons. Does this not reflect a love for peace? To put an end to the war instigated by Belial, he created the Ultra Capsules. Can this not be interpreted as a love for peace? To prepare for the potential chaos to come, he developed the Ultra Metals. Does this not signify a love for peace? The father of Ultra posed these 5 rhetorical questions in succession, his powerful presence and persuasive rhetoric eliciting unanimous nods of agreement from the assembly of Ultras. Indeed, all of the above certainly counts. Our land of light is inherently devoted to the pursuit of peace and justice, and Hikaru stands as a paragon among us. I cannot fathom the extent of Hikaru's efforts to safeguard peace, and I have unjustly misunderstood him. Seeing his words met with approval, the father of Ultra silently commended himself. Then, seizing the moment, he continued, emphasizing a crucial principle. Weapons are merely tools. They possess no intrinsic morality. Only the intent of those who wield them differentiates them. The Ultra Capsules in the hands of Jed serve to protect Earth and uphold cosmic peace, yet in Belial's grasp, they become instruments of chaos. This utterly contravenes Hikaru's original intent in creating them. Can we truly lay such blame upon Hikaru? The answer is a resounding no. I believe that upon witnessing his invention being misappropriated and abused, Hikaru would feel an immense sorrow. As the father of Ultra spoke, he turned his gaze toward Hikaru, who appeared utterly bewildered. Sorrow? Is not invention reliant on feedback from both positive and negative sides to assess its universality? And as an arms dealer, why should he feel sorrow? At this moment, noticing that the assembly's attention had shifted to Hikaru, the father of Ultra cast a sharp glance at the perplexed Hikaru, conveying a clear message: cooperate promptly and avoid a misstep. Thus, Hikaru, recovering from his confusion, dramatically clutched his heart, sighing repeatedly, and adopting an expression of profound sorrow. Truly the embodiment of a dramatic actor. The father of Ultra, satisfied, redirected his gaze, transforming his expression from passionate fervor to one of compassionate lament. If there were to be a selection for the most touching figure in the land of light this year, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for Hikaru. Indeed, I too would vote for Hikaru. Lord Zaffi immediately voiced his support, unwaveringly aligned with the captain's sentiments. This unwavering loyalty is the very reason he has consistently held the position of captain of the Cosmic Patrol. Do you think it's solely due to his advanced age? Furthermore, who in the Cosmic Patrol does not recognize Hikaru as Lord Zaffi's loyal subordinate? His support is entirely justified. Moreover, Hikaru has countless innovations awaiting Zaffi's exploration. Witnessing their father and elder brother express their endorsement, the other Ultra brothers quickly followed suit, voicing their agreement. As Hikaru's close friend, Mebius naturally did not oppose. Meanwhile, the younger Ultras, somewhat bewildered, were swept along by these seasoned veterans, joining in the chorus of support. Thus, the plaza of the Land of Light was inundated with a wave of support. Surprisingly, this time little O did not sing a different tune. Nor did he oppose Father Ultraman. In truth, it was not that the little OS were unwilling, even under Father Ultraman's stringent guidance. They firmly believed that Commander Hikaru was entirely deserving of his 6th ranking among the most formidable Ultramen. The issue lay in the fact that they had no means to learn or replicate Hikaru's experiences. The legacy of Ultra King is not something that can simply be wished for. Those outrageous inventions require an innate talent. Moreover, who wouldn't want Commander Hikaru to craft a customized weapon for them? After all, he excels in providing such enhancements, far more generously than Ultra King. If one desires it, they can easily request it. Commander Hikaru's laboratory is completely unguarded. In the cosmic prison, Belial gazed at the harmonious scene unfolding in the Land of Light, utterly astonished. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Did that scoundrel Kin truly manage to pull it off? No, he could not allow such a harmonious spectacle to exist in the Land of Light. Chapter 67. Lord Zaffi engages in verbal warfare. Leo transforms into the Lion Tyrant. Belial, increasingly agitated, sent out a barrage of comments across the screen. Kin, no matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot alter the fact that Hikaru once fell into darkness. Zaffi retorted, is change necessary? Hikaru, as a warrior of light, willingly risked everything to protect all that is dear on planet Arbor, even plunging into the darkness he despises. What a noble character he possesses. Zaffi continued, moreover, Hikaru can restore his light through his own efforts. And what about you, Belial? Can you achieve that? I would dare to say that while the Supreme Commander exiled you, he merely placed you on a planet near the Land of Light, easily visible from there, a mere stone's throw from home. His actions were driven by mercy, believing that once you recognize and amend your errors, you could return to the Land of Light. Even the vice commander of the Cosmic Patrol left a position for you. Yet here you are, being abducted by the Reblon aliens right at your doorstep. How disgraceful. You even conspired with the enemy to assault your homeland. You are the epitome of ignominy. You must rot in this cosmic prison. Under Zophi's relentless verbal onslaught, Belial faltered. Ayabanshi, very well. Now Zophi, explain Hikaru's insistence on detonating Bogarju despite the dangers to Earth. Is this the Ultraman that Father Ultraman speaks of as a guardian of peace? Or do you Ultramen only safeguard the peace of your favored planets, disregarding the fates of others? What a laughable double standard. Zophi countered, Ayabanshi, you were truly amusing. What you speak of was the doing of the Hunter Knight's sword, and has nothing to do with our Hikaru from the Land of Light. Ayabanshi was left speechless. Judah, Zophi, let me ask you this. The inventions of Hikaru have effectively caused turmoil in the universe. Can we not say he is a factor in the instability of the cosmos? Shouldn't Hikaru bear responsibility for the fallen monsters and innocent lives? I suggest he atone with his life. Zophi replied, Judah, do not cast aspersions. Everything you claim is the work of those dark individuals coveting Hikaru's inventions, whether by theft or deceit. Hikaru is merely a scientist engrossed in his research, oblivious to the world outside. Furthermore, according to your logic, shouldn't you, possessing the immense power to disturb the universe, be the first to take your own life in atonement? Judah found himself at a loss for words, as he considered himself a more formidable being than Hikaru, seeing that the most vocal dissenters had fallen silent. Father Ultraman was greatly pleased with Zophi's performance in the debate, even giving him a thumbs up. Ultraman praised. Hikaru felt a surge of emotion and gratitude. His esteemed brother Zophi truly stood up for him. He resolved to create a custom invention for Captain Zophi, a piece of equipment worthy of his noble name. Ace, however, cast a somewhat resentful glance, pondering, Zophi, does this mean love will fade away? Witnessing your fervent defense of Hikaru, I nearly believed you had rescued not me, but Hikaru. All those years ago, Father Ultraman, observing the harmony prevailing in the Land of Light, was relieved that the rhythm of the heavens had not swayed the populace. At last, they had managed to divert attention from Hikaru's situation, temporarily salvaging the precarious image of their realm. Of course, whether Hikaru was truly as sinister as speculated, both the Ultramen and their adversaries were well aware. Now that the review was halfway through, who would be the next subject? Would the next round of scrutiny take a turn for the worse? It was no easy task to showcase 5 such nefarious examples. Perhaps they ought to find some positive exemplars for comparison? Father Ultraman pondered this increasingly, turning his expectant gaze towards the heavens. If it were to grow any darker, he would be at a loss for words. On planet 76, Leo looked on in astonishment at Zophi's verbal duel displayed on the screen. He could understand Father Ultraman's defense. After all, the image of the Land of Light as a bastion of justice must remain untarnished, a responsibility befitting the commander. Yet Zophi, typically serious and solemn. What did his words signify at this moment? Leo felt an inkling that Zophi was overstepping his bounds. Could it be that he yearned for recognition, seeking to usurp authority? But that seemed unlikely. Leo, not being present in the Land of Light, was unaware of the specifics, thus concocting an absurd narrative in his mind. Old man Leo. Father Ultraman certainly has a knack for spinning tales. Hikaru speaks not but truth, yet is portrayed as sincere, diligent, and peace-loving. If only I were there, I would not have let him succeed in brainwashing the others. Moreover, Zophi's retort, claiming that the Hunter Knight Sword's actions had nothing to do with Hikaru, was simply hilarious. As laughter bubbled forth, Leo, I am now called Siru. With that, Siru launched a powerful punch towards Leo's face. Siru, seeking vengeance for the beatings he had endured from Leo, did not hold back. He unleashed all his might. Caught off guard, Leo was struck and sent flying as if hit by a speeding vehicle. Siru, are you resorting to treachery? Leo's face contorted with rage as he prepared to settle the score. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Siru chuckled nervously, Old man Leo, you cannot strike me. It was Sivan who attacked you earlier, and I am now Siru. Siru adeptly employed Zophi's earlier tactics against Leo. However, mentioning Sivan triggered unwelcome memories for Leo. The punch Siru threw at him felt reminiscent of the slaps he had received in the past. Siru's action of sending him sprawling was akin to being struck by a jeep. In the past, Sivan had beaten him, scolded him, and chased him with a jeep. Wasn't that the work of the Crutch Star people, and had nothing to do with Sivan? Very well. Leo's anger escalated, fueled by the memories. So Siru wishes to be Sivan, does he? Then I shall let him have his fill. You have brought this upon yourself. and I have longed for a chance to exact revenge. Thus, Leo unleashed his full fury, delivering a flurry of blows that brought Sira crashing to the ground. He then unleashed everything he had, truly beating Sira to a pulp. The intensity of his assault clearly indicated that both old and new grievances were being settled. As the sins of the father were laid upon the son, Leo bore no psychological burden. After all, Sira was destined to undergo his training. And enduring punishment was merely another form of training, was it not? You wish to be Sivan? I shall make you Sivan. Please, Leo, stop. I can no longer endure this torment. I will never be a human again if this continues. A desperate cry escaped from Simon. No, you are Simon. Leo persisted, his strikes becoming increasingly fervent. You dare deny your identity now? It is too late. Your feigned death will not save you, even if you were to perish. Commander Hikaru's life-saving technology will revive you. Get up. Leo had fully transformed into a tyrant. Help! Help me! Yet, on the desolate planet 76, no one could hear his cries, no matter how loud he screamed. Siren was consumed by regret, profound regret. Chapter 68. The Cosmic Trickster, Dyna Ultraman in the Spotlight. In the Heisei era, after witnessing the cleansing of Ultraman Father and the fierce debates led by Zafi, both Tiga and Dyna wore expressions of satisfaction, even lingering on a sense of longing. They relished the sight of their fellow Ultramen engaging in serious, yet absurd banter. After all, who could be deemed serious enough to be featured on the celestial scoreboard? Their younger brother Gaia had been mocked in the same manner. Yet it was all in good fun. Those who revel in humor will inevitably mock everyone equally. This Belial was truly unfortunate. Having thought that dying at the hands of his own son was the pinnacle of irony, he was further humiliated by an alien invasion at his very doorstep. What an enduring tragedy his life had become. Dyna, with a mocking grin, had once believed Belial to be a formidable foe, only to discover he was merely a source of amusement. Although he had seen Belial's past through Jita's footage, he remained oblivious to the fact that the planet of light was not far off. Gaia, look at Hikaru. He truly embodies the virtues of the planet of light. Tirelessly praised by Ultraman Father. Sincere, diligent, conscientious, peace-loving, and a guardian of justice. Even Zafi joined in the praise, willing to stand against the world for Hikaru's sake. Now, let me ask you, what virtues do you possess? Dyna said with a playful tone. As he built up the suspense, he then revealed, is this matter truly resolvable? You scoundrel? Gaia felt a wave of frustration. He could accept Dyna's jests about filial piety, but the relentless focus on Ultraman Father's neglect was unbearable. Why must we suffer inequality in recognition? Dyna inquired earnestly, resembling a diligent student seeking knowledge. Gaia silently cursed Dyna, wishing he would not attract the celestial scoreboard's attention, for he could scarcely contain his laughter at the irony. At that moment, the screen, having been silent for a while, began to display images. Who could it be? Dyna's curiosity piqued immediately. It certainly won't be me, Tiga asserted confidently. Nor I, Egil added, convinced that Gaia had already made the list, deeming himself less dubious than Gaia. Meanwhile, Gaia repeatedly chanted in his mind, Dyna, 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 as he prepared to cast a spell. Before long, the screen revealed a figure woven from red, blue, and silver. 5th place in the top 10 most devious Ultraman, Dyna Ultraman. Gaia's fervent prayer was answered, and an overwhelming joy washed over him, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. You have your day of reckoning, ha 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 ha. Gaia resolved to scrutinize the footage frame by frame, relishing the chance to mock Dyna, who had previously teased him. Egil looked at Dyna in surprise. Who would have thought the boomerang would come back to you, given your penchant for amusement? Tiga, feeling a sense of camaraderie, patted Dyna's shoulder, proclaiming, Look at you. Dyna, you've made quite a name for yourself, a testament to the teachings of your elder brother. Faced with the brothers eager for entertainment, Dyna remained unperturbed, even displaying a hint of excitement. How do you know this won't be a counterpoint? Praising the virtues of Ultramen instead? A balanced assessment of 5 positive and 5 negative traits seems entirely reasonable. Reflecting on his actions, Dyna thought he was passionate, kind, courageous, and just, embodying the essence of an Ultraman. And so, let us wait and see. Gaia responded, turning his attention back to the screen, skeptical that it would showcase anything virtuous. The video continued to play. On a desolate planet, Ultraman Orb battled 2 cosmic demons, Beresib. One Beresib ensnared Orb with its monstrous strength, while the other seized the moment to dive from above, brandishing its venomous tail. Should Orb fall victim to this lethal strike, he would succumb to Beresib's puppet poison, transforming into a mindless creature. Sensing imminent danger, Orb attempted to turn, but found himself immobilized by Beresib's grip. Just as disaster loomed, a radiant beam descended from the heavens, landing directly in Beresib's path. Upon contact, the beam erupted in a tremendous explosion, obliterating the beast. As the light faded, a figure emerged, adorned in red, blue, and silver, with golden armor embellishing its chest. With a resounding crash, Dyna Ultraman had arrived. Encouraged by the timely arrival of a presumed ally, Orb swiftly retaliated against Beresib, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dyna. Just then, a mournful cry echoed through the skies as a monstrous bird, its eyes ablaze with crimson and equipped with a formidable beak, descended to join Beresib. The two monsters roared in unison and launched their attack on the two Ultramen. Undeterred, the Ultramen met their adversaries head-on. As the clash approached, the beast soared into the air, evading the Ultraman's assault. Beresib unleashed a destructive energy blast, which Dyna effortlessly dispersed with his bare fists. Batten retaliated with intense flames, forcing Orb to defend with an energy barrier. In a swift motion, Dyna's forehead crystal gleamed as he transformed into a robust form dominated by the color red. Channeling all his strength into his left fist, he struck Beresib with a powerful, unembellished blow. The force of that single punch propelled Beresib thousands of meters into the sky, where it exploded. Meanwhile, Orb struggled against Batten's ferocious assault, having been caught off guard by Beresib. After being scorched by Batten's flames, Orb succumbed to the powerful claws of the beast. Batten approached menacingly, piercing Orb's chest with its sharp beak, inflicting immense agony. In the land of light, Zophie, Taro, and Mephilas watched in trepidation, their hearts heavy with memories of past battles. As former adversaries of Barton, they fully comprehend the immense strength of this formidable beast. Just the thought of being pierced by such a sharp beak evokes a pang of pain. Ace has now come to understand suffering. He lacked such awareness when combating the super beast. Indeed, if Barton seizes an opportunity, he could very well be impaled by that razor-sharp beak. Taro and Zophie exchanged a grave glance, their eyes filled with concern. In matters of pain, Taro and Zophie, having once been victims of Barton's peck, possess considerable authority on the subject. Zophie even earned the ominous title of Flaming Head Captain after Barton ignited his head with scorching flames. Not only is there pain, dear Ace and Taro, but Barton also possesses a pouch filled with lethal toxins. Miraculous shouted, the torment of his past flooding back into his heart. Upon hearing this, Taro and the others froze in realization. Orb was in peril. Moreover, countless bolyscopes lurked nearby, and Dyna might be facing trouble as well. It appears this will be a challenging battle indeed. Chapter 69. 2 Fingers to Send Barton Flying? Zophie and Taro are alarmed. If Mirabius's claims hold any truth, Orb Ultraman is likely to lose his combat capability under the torment of pain and toxins. Even if only Dyna Ultraman remains, while he can handle the bolyscopes relatively easily. Taro deduced from Dyna's swift dispatch of 2 bolyscopes that this monster's strength is, in fact, quite ordinary. Yet, with Barton's monstrous strength, searing flames, and unyielding beak, Dyna is likely to find himself in a difficult predicament. Furthermore, the multitude of bolyscopes, poised to strike, adds to the headache. Zophie supplemented Taro's unfinished thoughts, clearly sharing a bleak outlook on the battle's outcome. The younger Ultraman, upon hearing the expert's concerns, displayed a look of apprehension. With the captain and instructor expressing such sentiments, the situation must be dire. Was the reality truly as they envisioned? The scene on the screen above continued to unfold. Orb, enduring immense pain, yanked Barton's beak from his chest. With great effort, he grasped Barton's beak with both hands, thwarting another impending attack. Fortunately, this particular Barton seemed devoid of toxins, or perhaps had not injected them, or merely endured physical suffering, retaining his combat abilities. However, at that moment, a baliscop dove from the sky, brandishing its sharp tail. The red puppet toxin was coalescing, emanating an ominous and eerie aura. If Orb could not alter his suppressed movements against Barton, he would surely succumb to becoming a puppet. Suddenly, Gagula, piloting his craft, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon Barton. After driving Barton back, he then turned his attention to the descending baliscop. Orb finally seized a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, the robust Dyna grasped the baliscop by its leg with one hand and its tail with the other, hoisting it into the air. After spinning around several times, he unleashed a powerful throw, sending the baliscop crashing into another, igniting a shower of sparks. Both bolyscopes emitted anguished cries, clearly suffering from the tremendous impact. Dyna showed no signs of pausing. He clasped his hands before his chest, gathering energy. And in the blink of an eye, a red superheated energy sphere formed. With a low shout, he unleashed the energy sphere with a punch. The devastating energy obliterated both bodyscopes effortlessly. And what of Orb? Once again, as he charged towards Barton, he was struck by the volcanic bird's searing flames. The intense heat energy slammed into his chest, knocking him to the ground in agony. Orb's distress starkly contrasted with Dyna's ease. With his hands now free, Dyna refused to simply watch Orb suffer. He strode confidently past the half-kneeling Orb, fearlessly advancing towards Barton. Dyna clenched his right fist, striking his left palm. Preparing for the inevitable clash, he extended his right index and middle fingers, akin to a finger snap, striking Barton's head. Instantly, a surge of blue electrical energy coursed through Barton, leaving him disoriented. The formidable force rendered Barton dazed, compelling him to flee skyward, not daring to glance back. He appeared utterly terrified. This scene resembled a direct blow from Dyna's two fingers. Zophi? Taro? Miraculous? Witnessing this spectacle, Zophi, Taro, and Miraculous were equally stunned. This must be the stuff of science fiction. How arduous their battles against Barton had been. How wretched Orb had suffered under Barton's onslaught. Surely Dyna must have engaged in a fierce struggle against Barton, ultimately emerging victorious, right? Even if not a battle of dragons and tigers, at the very least. It should have been a serious contest. Yet now, Barton is so effortlessly sent flying by your two fingers? What does that make of our demise at his beak? What of my flaming head? Is it merely a blatant slap in the face? As Zophi and Taro recalled their previous words, they felt like jesters, utterly embarrassed. The other Ultraman brothers, though silent, regarded Zophi and the others with perplexed expressions. In stark contrast to the eloquence of the Ultraman brothers, the young Ultraman bluntly remarked, "So this adorable little bird has bested Captain Zophi and Instructor Taro? It doesn't seem particularly formidable. If Dyna can do it with 2 fingers, then surely I can manage with 4, or at most, 8. Not only was it a defeat, but according to whispers, Captain Zophi and Instructor Taro were actually pecked to death by Barton. What a gruesome fate. I speak plainly. Captain Zophi and Instructor Taro are truly lacking. If they are inadequate, they should practice more. Indeed, if these leaders and chief instructors are incapable, they should promptly step aside and make way for more competent individuals." Upon hearing these words, Zophi and Taro felt a wave of shame wash over them. Their dignity as the leaders of the Galactic Patrol diminished. However, the truth, sharper than any blade, cannot be concealed. Zophi and Taro glared furiously at the red figure on the screen, the very instigator of this entire debacle. "Dyna, our paths are now irreconcilable." Miraculous, relieved to be uninvolved, quietly exhaled. He secretly felt that their captain and instructor had faltered. They had fought a Barton that lacked toxins, a far less daunting challenge. And yet, they lost and perished. Truly, this chief instructor, Miraculous, could very well take on that role. In the kingdom of Tartarus, the terrifying scientific prowess of Hikaru might indeed provide a solution to our crisis. Furthermore, even if he cannot serve us, he must be dealt with, otherwise. When we launch our assault on the land of light, who knows what bizarre inventions he might unleash. The seldom astute golden bull, Diablo, cared not for how Ultraman Father might spin the narrative, nor did he concern himself with the multiverse's perception of Hikaru. He simply recognized the terror of Hikaru. For technological power is power. Diablo was correct. I believe I could engage him in a duel of swordsmanship. If I win, I will invite him to join our kingdom. The Golden Sword Titan, remarkably, did not oppose Diablo's assertion, unexpectedly expressing agreement. "But what if you lose?" Diablo inquired. "That is not a possibility. I, Titan, am the universe's greatest swordsman. I shall never be defeated." Titan's tone was resolute, brimming with confidence befitting the mightiest swordsman of the Absolution tribe. Tartaros furrowed his brow, contemplating the collaboration proposed by Jorda and Belial. Despite the differing timelines they occupied, could we utilize the power of our ultimate clan to traverse time and unite them? Subsequently, could we assemble a formidable team centered around the ultimate clan to invade the Kingdom of Light? No, that seems ill-advised. Both Belial and Jorda are notoriously ambitious. It would be challenging to keep them under control. I should first observe the celestial tapestry for more information about them, as well as the secrets surrounding the Kingdom of Light and the Ultraman clan. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Dyna? A cosmic vagabond? Does he possess the ability to freely traverse time and space as we do? To repel Barton in such a manner? Dyna's power is not to be underestimated. The Ultraman clan is growing ever more intriguing, Tartaros murmured softly, while nearby, Diablo and Titan had begun to bicker once more. Chapter 70, Belial in a Daze? Dyna as a cautionary tale? Cosmic prison. Ever since Safi had unleashed a torrent of verbal rebuke upon him, Belial had grown somewhat silent and despondent. Could Kin truly have had good intentions? Had he genuinely squandered Kin's earnest efforts? Memories of training alongside Father Ultraman, of growing stronger together, and of resisting the invasion of the Ampila aliens flooded Belial's mind. All those cherished moments seemed to replay vividly before his eyes, leaving him in a state of mental disarray. The thought of his future self being slain by his son, Jed, was a conclusion he found intolerable. Might there still be a chance for redemption? Belial's heart wavered. A faint echo of the Ultraman spirit he had lost over millennia began to resurface. If only Father Ultraman and Mother Ultraman could appear at this moment, appealing to his emotions and reason, perhaps with a wave of nostalgia. Belial might indeed have the possibility of turning towards the light. However, in the depths of the desolate cosmic prison, apart from Belial, only the Reblando aliens remained. Belial, why do you not ponder why, among peers who grew together, Father Ultraman earned the recognition of King Ultraman? Why did Father Ultraman awaken the true power and gain control over the Kingdom of Light's legacy artifact, the Ultimate Blade? Why was Father Ultraman able to court Mother Ultraman successfully? And why, in all matters and competitions against Father Ultraman, did you utterly fail? The voice of the Reblando alien resonated with a hypnotic quality. Indeed, why, despite my efforts, do they not choose me? Why do they look down upon me? Belial's momentary wavering was instantly filled with jealousy, dissatisfaction, anger, and hatred, evoking a sense of regret akin to why was there a bright star born alongside the moon? All this only serves to indicate one truth. Belial, you have no future, no path in the realm of light. You were born to embrace the darkness. The voice of the Reblando alien was commanding and grand, penetrating deeply into Belial's core. Upon hearing these words, Belial's gaze grew ever more resolute. Indeed, you speak the truth. I plunge into darkness not for naught. I await an opportunity. I seek to reclaim my dignity, not to prove that I am greater than Kin, but merely to convey to Kin that I shall reclaim what I have lost with my own hands. Kin, await the day I personally strike the Kingdom of Light. And Mary, you too shall wait. I will undoubtedly prove that your choice was erroneous. With each of Belial's fervent declarations, the dark energy surrounding him coalesced, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Dyna Ultraman, flicking away Barton with a mere finger? You may impress others, but before me, it is insufficient. You would do well to exhibit more of your strength. Otherwise, when the time comes for me to teach you a lesson, it will be utterly unsatisfying. Having said this, Belial once again turned his gaze towards the celestial tapestry. On Earth, a creature with the head of a bird and the body of a human flapped its wings, emitting a shrill and piercing cry before its massive form descended slowly to the ground. It bent down, and countless bluish-white electric currents began to converge from the ground towards it. It was absorbing the superconductor energy left by the cosmic power generation beneath the Earth, compensating for its fear of anti-plasma bullets. Once the immense electrical energy was fully absorbed, its massive beak revealed its true visage, a face strikingly reminiscent of a human female. The creature then began to emit a chilling, gender-ambiguous laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. The ferocious beast, Gugwa Bird. The Super Victory Team's aircraft and vehicles immediately launched an assault against the ferocious Gugwa Bird. However, having absorbed the energy from the superconductor, Gugwa Bird was utterly unfazed by their attacks. For it, no matter how many energy projectiles came, they were merely sustenance. Having absorbed the Super Victory Team's assault, Gugwa Bird even displayed a faint smile on its feminine visage, yet paired with its terrifying appearance and eerie laughter, it was enough to instill dread in anyone who beheld it. Subsequently, Gugwa Bird gathered plasma energy in its hands, launching one plasma bomb after another, wreaking havoc throughout the city. Just then, a burst of colorful light erupted from the sky. It was Dyna Ultraman. He descended rapidly from the air and delivered a precise flying kick that struck Gugwa Bird squarely in the head. The impact sent Gugwa Bird flying, disoriented and tumbling to the ground. Without hesitation, Dyna crossed his arms into a cross shape. Soul Jet Light. He initiated with a dazzling finishing move. Yet, he had overestimated the power of his finishing move and underestimated Gugwa Bird's formidable absorption capability. Gugwa Bird neither blocked nor dodged, simply extending its arms to absorb Dyna's Soul Jet Light completely. Not only that, But Guhua Bird's counterattack came swiftly. It gathered plasma energy in its hands and fired 2 light bombs at Dyna. In that moment of disbelief at his finishing move being ineffective, Dyna had no time to react to the rapid and fierce assault. He was knocked to the ground, emitting 2 cries of pain. Guhua Bird, relentless, once again gathered electric light between its hands, unleashing a plasma lightning attack even more potent than the light bombs, crashing down upon Dyna, wounded and half-kneeling on the ground. Dyna's chest timer began to chime. It was not a signal indicating the end of his activity on Earth, but rather a sign of severe energy depletion from his injuries. Perish, you and humanity alike. All must be destroyed. Seeing Dyna powerless to resist, Guhua Bird unleashed its malevolence without restraint. Planet 76. Zero leaned against a small hill, grinning and screeching. Old Leo, it was just a sudden punch. Why did you go all out? Was it necessary to resort to such brutality? Zero was quite displeased. He still could not understand why old Leo had so violently assaulted him. Not even the likes of Libet had made him dance like this. Leo glanced at Zero, having just finished giving Sevan a thorough beating, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Thus, he chose to overlook Zero's transgressions for the time being. Zero, watch the battle displayed on the celestial tapestry. This is the very reason I train you, teach you combat, and cultivate your battle experience. Leo took the opportunity to instruct Zero further. Dyna serves as an excellent cautionary tale. He was fully aware of the Guhua Bird's ability to absorb light, yet he foolishly chose to attack with light beams. Such an action is undoubtedly irrational. Consequently, he was severely wounded by the Guhua Bird's light projectiles and lightning strikes. This should serve as a cautionary tale. In moments like these, he ought to have switched to the robust form he had utilized against Barton, engaging in combat through sheer physical strength. The martial arts champion, Leo, holds a profound admiration for fighting. He mused that if he were Dyna, he would have simply executed a flying kick upon entering the fray, thereby dispatching the Guhua Bird without allowing it the chance to showcase its light absorption ability. Thus, this incident teaches us that light-based attacks are not omnipotent. Martial prowess is indeed essential. Do you comprehend this? Who would have thought that Dyna could be so stubborn and so easily defeated? What a pathetic display, said Zero, expressing a slight disdain for Dyna. All right, I understand. I understand. Enough of your rambling, old Leo. Leo nodded in satisfaction, directing his gaze towards the sky. Dyna, stop pretending. I know you'll soon transform into your red, powerful form and deliver a brutal punch to slay this creature. Leo silently anticipated. Chapter 71. Absorbing monster energy, creating black holes by hand. The overpowered Dyna is done with theatrics. In the land of light, Zafi and Taro, who had just been mocked by the younger Ultramen and felt too embarrassed to show their faces, found themselves chuckling at Dyna's awkward predicament displayed on the celestial screen. It was not out of schadenfreude. After all, as Ultramen, they inherently wished to witness the triumph over monsters. However, the sheer force with which Dyna had flicked away Barton was so extraordinary that it left them questioning their own existence. Now, seeing Dyna struggle elicited a sense of validation. A reminder that even Ultramen face challenges. After all, battles are rarely a smooth sail, right? Who hasn't tasted defeat? Zafi and Taro regained much of their lost confidence. Mebius nudged Hikari, curiously inquiring, why doesn't Dyna employ a continuous light assault to obliterate the Guhua Bird, similar to how you vanquished Behemoth? Is it because the Guhua Bird's absorption ability is superior, or does Dyna lack endurance? Hikari found himself momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Nonetheless, I believe Dyna is far from simple, considering his victories over Baris and Barton are quite substantial. He should switch to his robust form to engage the foe. Hikari speculated, his gaze fixed upon the celestial display. The tumultuous wind stirred up clouds of dust, enveloping Dyna's kneeling figure. The alarm of the flashing timer was drowned out by the Guhua Bird's eerie laughter. Crucially, he must not surrender. You can make a difference. A motorcycle racer conveyed his sentiments to Dyna. Receiving the encouragement, Dyna promptly regained his composure. As the dust settled, his once tricolored form transformed into a striking blend of blue and silver. He transitioned from the shining form to the miraculous form, turning the impossible into the possible. He manifested a miraculous state through his extraordinary powers. The Guhua Bird, taken aback by Dyna's resurgence, prepared to unleash its plasma energy once more. With hands raised high, it summoned a destructive bolt of lightning aimed at Dyna. This time, however, Dyna stood prepared and unafraid. He raised his hands above his head, adopting a stance of complete openness to embrace the attack. What is he planning? Is he truly going to withstand the Guhua bird's plasma lightning? Indeed. The cataclysmic lightning struck Dyna with pinpoint accuracy, yet surprisingly, it inflicted no harm. Instead, it invigorated him, akin to a life-giving tonic, replenishing his energy. Dyna's flashing timer remarkably returned to normal. The Guhua bird, witnessing such an absurd scene, was filled with terror and instinctively retreated. Yet Dyna would not afford him the chance to escape. Compressing spatial energy into his right hand, he unleashed a powerful energy shockwave, the ripple wave. Upon striking the Guhua bird, a black hole immediately formed. Driven by the formidable suction of the black hole and the force of the shockwave, the Guhua bird was drawn in, utterly disintegrated and vanished without a trace. In the Heisei era, Gaia could scarcely believe his eyes. Naturally, with Ultraman vision, there could be no mistake. He merely found the unfolding events too absurd, far beyond his expectations. You told him not to give up, not to cheat. Gaia grumbled. Having initially anticipated a spectacle of amusement, can you explain how you absorbed the monster's lightning attack? Don't you find it ridiculous? Although Gaia and Egil had also regained their Ultraman forms with the help of monster energy, their situation was entirely different. The monsters they faced were native to Earth, simply releasing energy to assist them. Furthermore, it was through human scientific advancements that they achieved transformation. Yet Dyna, on the other hand, seemed to convert the malicious attacks of monsters into nourishment for himself. This was utterly preposterous. Is that so? Can't you do the same? Dyna responded with an expression of genuine surprise, appearing quite infuriating. He was practically flaunting. Ha ha! The benevolent laughter of Tiga echoed from behind Dyna, sending a chill down his spine and compelling him to speak more respectfully. The miraculous form, creating small miracles, is not unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree, brother? So, your creation of a black hole by hand is merely a small miracle? Egil remarked, finding the notion of a miracle somewhat exaggerated. It's just a miracle. There is no need to be astonished. If an Ultraman doesn't create miracles, can he even be called an Ultraman? Dyna's assertion held merit. For Ultramen are indeed adept at generating miracles. However, the issue lies in the fact that others create miracles when facing formidable foes in dire circumstances. While Dyna repeatedly thrusts himself into peril, voluntarily conjuring miracles time and again, well, you clearly know the Guhua bird can absorb light. Yet you still opted to attack with light skills. Aren't you a bit unhinged? Gaia felt quite vexed, determined to find fault. Nonetheless, his critique rang true. Dyna's tactical choices were indeed questionable, and calling him stubborn was not unjustified. Cut it out, little brother. Is it any wonder you're the youngest? Dyna retorted. I was merely toying with the Guhua bird. His words left Gaia exasperated. In the cosmos, various monster factions were utterly bewildered. Dyna had demonstrated a robust form against Barton. But now against the Guhua bird, he simply abandoned all pretense. Was he even playing fair? The implications were clear. If Barton had fled in terror, it was evident that they would likely face a similar fate against Dyna's formidable prowess. Well, it matters not. We can always engage from a distance. After all, monsters come in all shapes and sizes, many of whom excel in light-based attacks and unique abilities. Surely, we can find a way to defeat Dyna from another angle. However, after witnessing the battle between Dyna and the Guhua bird, they fell into a profound silence. Have you ever seen an Ultraman absorb a monster's attack to replenish their own energy? Have you ever witnessed an Ultraman create a black hole with their own hands? When Dyna is energized, he fights with his robust form. When he lacks energy, he uses his miraculous form to absorb our energy. Dyna seems inherently invincible. It's utterly shameless. Originally, I had hoped to show Dyna a thing or two about light skills, but it seems that it's best to retreat and rest. One option is to engage him in close combat, though it is highly probable that one would meet their demise under the might of his iron fists. The other is to exchange blows with him using superpowers, ultimately being devoured by a black hole and torn to shreds. As for my advice, if we cannot confront him, we can certainly evade him. After all, we do not exist in the same timeline. He cannot possibly traverse time and space to hunt us down, can he? Alas, it must be this way. Truly, I am grateful for the celestial canopy. It is not merely cataloging the most sinister Ultramen, but rather serving as a survival guide for us monsters. The monsters sighed in unison, their expressions grim, yet thankful for the celestial canopy, which not only entertained them, but also informed them of the absurd foes they faced, thus preserving their lives in the process. Chapter 72. A tribute to Jack? Frozen and then dismembered? On planet 76, Zero looked at Leo with confusion. Old man Leo, Did you not say that Dyna was a cautionary tale? Did you not advocate for fighting with martial prowess and strength? Leo mirrored his perplexity, believing that his extensive combat experience had led him to a sound judgment, transitioning to a robust form. Defeating such a slender creature as the Guhua bird should be a walk in the park. Yet unexpectedly, Dyna's rebellious phase had arrived, and he stubbornly refused to comply, effortlessly dispatching the monster instead. The slap in the face had come swiftly. He had only heard of monsters capable of absorbing Ultraman's light, such as Baymonston. Moreover, while there are numerous ways for Ultramen to replenish their energy, charging in the land of light, absorbing solar energy, utilizing Ultra bracelets, or the ever-common Ultra power banks, an Ultraman that absorbs monster energy to recharge himself, this ability, he vowed, was something he had never encountered before. Zero. I too am witnessing this ability for the first time. It appears to be unique to Dyna, a manifestation of his superpowers. You need not dwell on it, Leo cautioned, aware of Zero's thoughts and wishing to preempt any misguided intentions. That's not set in stone, if worst comes to worst. We could capture Dyna and conduct some research on him, Zero muttered defiantly, his envy of Dyna's capacity to convert monster energy palpable, as it allowed him to disregard the monster's lethal moves while replenishing his own energy, placing him in a position of inherent invincibility. At that moment, the celestial canopy began to play a new video segment. Aqua life form Shiam aims to transform Earth into a water-covered planet, manipulating an artificial sun to melt the polar ice caps. Upon discovering her sinister plot, Dyna instantly transformed and teleported to the ocean floor to thwart her dreadful actions. However, from beneath the rocky seabed, a crustacean monster resembling a shrimp or crab, equipped with unevenly sized pincers and armored all over, emerged. The cosmic sea beast Reichibesu. This ferocious creature launched an attack on Dyna. Caught off guard, Dyna was knocked to the ground by Reichibesu's powerful pincers, which struck him relentlessly. The immense force left Dyna reeling. Fortunately, Dyna's combat experience had greatly improved. After overcoming his initial disarray, he swiftly adjusted, seizing Reichibesu's body and transporting him from the depths of the ocean to battle upon the icy surface of Antarctica. On land, Dyna could fully unleash his powers far more effectively than underwater. With crimson eyes, Reichibesu sought to avoid prolonged engagement with Dyna, his primary goal being to melt the Antarctic ice caps. Consequently, Reichibesu unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward Dyna. Although Dyna evaded the initial attack, the ice began to shatter and melt under the intense heat. Sensing the impending catastrophe, Dyna did not shy away from Reichibesu's next fireball. Instead, he countered it with his own energy blast. Defeating the monster was not his ultimate aim. Protecting the environment and the Antarctic ice was paramount. Subsequently, taking advantage of Reichibesu's brief moment of vulnerability after launching a fireball, Dyna leaped into action, delivering a spinning kick that sent Reichibesu crashing to the ground. After dodging Reichibesu's recovery strike, Dyna followed up with a powerful kick to his chest. Then, seizing Reichibesu's head, he delivered a heavy-handed chop to it, dragging the creature's hefty body and, with a forceful thrust, hurled Reichibesu away. A splendid counterattack. Yet, Dyna failed to notice that Reichibesu's once crimson eyes had transformed to a chilling ice blue during their skirmish. Dyna, intending to capitalize on his momentum, sprinted toward where Reichibesu had fallen. Unexpectedly, Reichibesu sprang back to his feet and unleashed a torrent of frigid gas. The freezing gas enveloped Dyna mercilessly, inflicting severe damage and causing his timer to flash instantaneously. Coupled with Antarctica's already frigid temperatures, Dyna was swiftly encased in ice, resembling a lifelike ice sculpture. Reichibesu approached, swinging his massive pincers to strike down the frozen Dyna, then opened his formidable claws, intent on dismembering him. Despite the Super Victory team's aircraft attacking Reichibesu from space in an effort to halt his advance, one by one, the fighters fell to Reichibesu's fiery blasts. As his eyes returned to a fierce crimson, it seemed that Reichibesu's actions were now unstoppable. Dyna's demise was merely a matter of time. In the land of light, Zafi and Taro, who had initially celebrated Dyna's miraculous abilities in defeating the Guhua bird, now found themselves grappling with their concerns. Absorbing monster energy? Manipulating black holes? Dyna, do not be so outrageous. How brazen and devious you are. Luckily, they confined their grumblings to their minds and refrained from voicing them, lest they face embarrassment. However, upon witnessing Dyna encased in ice, their earlier trivial thoughts vanished, replaced by genuine concern for his predicament. The Ultraman race has always feared the cold. Dyna fighting in the frigid conditions of Antarctica would undoubtedly lead to accelerated energy depletion. If the battle could be resolved quickly, it would be manageable. But Reichibesu's armor made him extraordinarily resilient. Now that Dyna had been struck by his freezing gas, the situation appeared dire. Seven recognized the gravity of the problem, prompting nods of agreement from his fellow brothers. Among them, none understood the severity better than Ultraman Jack, whose past experiences were marked by profound lessons. In the icy wilderness, he too had been struck by the chilling breath of a snow woman monster, freezing him solid within mere seconds. Following that was the harrowing memory of dismemberment. Had it not been for the Ultra Bracelet, he might have never seen the sun rise again. Now, he seemed to witness a similar tragedy unfolding before his eyes. However, what could Dyna, devoid of the Ultra Bracelet, do in such a predicament? Everyone must remember the cardinal rule: do not engage the enemy in a freezing environment. Jack offered a solemn warning, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he could no longer bear to witness the cruel scenes on the celestial canopy. But was Dyna truly as helpless as the Ultraman brothers feared? The video on the celestial canopy continued to unfold. At the critical moment when Reichibesu was poised to deliver the finishing blow to Dyna, the pilot of the Alpha, Hibikazu, made his dramatic entrance. Under Hibikazu's desperate protection and diversion, even at the cost of his aircraft being hit and placing himself in jeopardy, Reichibesu ultimately fell for his ploy. The relentless barrage of heat projectiles struck the ice-encased Dyna. What would normally be lethal temperatures became Dyna's lifeline. In a brilliant column of light, Dyna rose once more. Without hesitation, he charged toward Reichibesu, the source of his suffering and torment. The counterattack commenced. Chapter 73. Charging himself? Dyna leaves no room for pretense. Dyna skillfully evaded the colossal pincers of Reichibesu, swiftly turning to deliver a powerful kick to its armored shell. Following this, he crouched low to dodge another sweeping attack from the monster's massive claws, retaliating with a forceful strike to Reichibesu's legs. With both hands, he gripped Reichibesu's pincers tightly, exerting all his might to wrench them apart and vent his frustrations. Despite Dyna's evident advantage, the armor of Reichibesu proved resilient, and his attacks failed to inflict any significant damage. The increasingly frantic beeping of the timer indicated that Dyna's energy reserves were dwindling, and his condition was deteriorating. After engaging in a struggle with Reichibesu, Dyna was inevitably caught off guard and clamped by the creature's pincers around his waist. Reichibesu then ensnared Dyna's neck with its other claw, forcefully flinging him away. If this continued, a second defeat was imminent for the already weakened Dyna. As Reichibesu's eyes shifted to a chilling ice blue, seemingly preparing to unleash another freezing gas attack, Dyna's gaze drifted thoughtfully towards the artificial sun drawing near in the cosmos. In that instant, he made a decisive choice. With great effort, he forced his body to adopt the blue-silver miracle form and leapt into the sky. Deftly avoiding Reichibesu's icy breath, Dyna's form soared upwards without hesitation. But what was his intention? Was he fleeing? The speed of his miracle form was astonishing, propelling him from the ground to the void of space in the blink of an eye, positioning him before the artificial sun. Crossing his arms at his waist, he gathered energy, unleashing a beam from his right hand towards the artificial sun. Was he attempting to thwart Shum's scheme by destroying the artificial sun with his remaining energy? The blue beam struck the artificial sun, yet instead of the anticipated explosion, it reflected white energy rays back towards Dyna. Bathed in this radiant light, his energy astonishingly began to replenish. He was effectively recharging himself. Feeling revitalized, Dyna dove back towards Reichibesu's location at an incredible speed. With a miracle rocket attack, he collided with Reichibesu, sending the creature reeling. Finally, Dyna compressed spatial energy into his right hand, launching a precise energy shockwave that struck Reichibesu. A black hole materialized, consuming Reichibesu and utterly annihilating it. With Shum's conspiracy thwarted, she hastily attempted to escape into space. However, against Dyna's miracle form, her speed was utterly insignificant. Dyna, arriving first, teleported from the surface to the cosmos, delivering a miracle beam that amplified the artificial sun's energy, obliterating Shum in an explosive display. It seemed not everyone could withstand the power of the artificial sun. Witnessing this spectacle, the Elder of Light Kingdom was left speechless. Dyna, could you be any more outrageous? You're not even pretending anymore. Can you really charge yourself like that? Especially for Seven, Ace, and Taro, despite their own abilities to absorb solar energy. The reality was starkly different. After all, this was the fiercely volatile artificial sun. How could Dyna, amidst a battle, suddenly declare he needed to recharge, and then return fully energized in the blink of an eye, dispatching the monster with ease? Wasn't this a bit too shameless? They had worried he might be frozen and dismembered by the monster, only to have their fears unfounded. Where was the principle? Where was the martial virtue? Where was Dyna's integrity? Captain, I want to learn this. After mastering this ability, I wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy in battles with monsters anymore. Was it concern for his mother? It seemed more like a desire to show off. The Ultraman brothers exchanged glances, and finally, their eldest, Zafy, stepped forward. Captain, Dyna's capacity to convert various energies to replenish his losses holds profound significance for our Light Kingdom. It perfectly aligns with the technology of life solidification. If we could disseminate this ability, we could repeatedly supplement our energy against stronger foes, exhausting them into defeat. Even if we were instantaneously vanquished, we could resurrect through life solidification. Henceforth, we would no longer fear any darkness. Zafy's vision was enchanting. If his assertions were true, the Ultramen of Light Kingdom would become indomitable, relentless forces. There would be no darkness daring to emerge. After all, even the so-called immortal Judd could only resurrect once every 50,000 years. Ultraman Father felt a stir within. He recalled the time he saved these unworthy children, sacrificing himself due to energy depletion. If only he had possessed such abilities as Dyna's back then, there would have been no dark history to lament. Very well, Zafy. I comprehend your perspective. Allow me to deliberate further. Ultraman Father resolved to await the conclusion of the review of Dyna's accomplishments, perhaps unveiling even more astonishing abilities. Just then, the review began playing a new video. On Lavistar, a short-haired girl cradled an adorable little monster, greeting a colossal beast with an endearing demeanor. On Lavistar, monsters and humans coexisted peacefully. The Levisians, though lacking combat prowess, possessed a unique gift, enabling them to converse with animals, plants, and monsters, harnessing their strengths into cards for personal use. A wondrous and beautiful planet. Yet, one fateful day, the tranquility of Lavistar was shattered. The self-proclaimed ruler of the universe and the last genius scientist, Gibbos, dispatched wicked extraterrestrials, including the magma aliens, to this serene planet, bringing forth war and destruction under the guise of experimentation. The Levisians, unable to resist the brutality of the magma aliens, could only watch helplessly as their homeland was ravaged and devastated. The soaring flames, billowing smoke, and the malicious laughter of the invaders pierced the heart of the Levisian girl, Tinas. Yet, she could only clutch her little monster tightly, trembling in fear. In that moment, she yearned desperately for strength, for hope. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the deep crimson sky. Chapter 74, Dyna's transformation into Ten's Ultraman. Is it really a game-changer? In the Kingdom of Light, witnessing the formerly peaceful and beautiful Lavistar descend into chaos, the steadfast Ultramen, champions of goodness and justice, were filled with fury. Damn Gibbos. He's utterly deranged. Experimentation is a facade for invasion. I must confront him with the 8-pointed light wheel. Ace, whose temper flared the most, exclaimed vehemently, "Brothers, our father, Ace of the Chainsaw Sect, has spoken. We must unite to slay that scoundrel Gibbos." In an instant, the square reverberated once more with the long-quieted sound of chainsaw buzzing. Ultraman Father shot a disapproving glare at the reckless Ace. Could he not exhibit a modicum of composure? However, the most infuriating of all must be the so-called scientist, the cosmic swordsman, Hikari Ultraman. It is as if the destruction of planet Abba, once wrought by Boger, is being replayed before his very eyes. As the beautiful and peaceful planet Rawi teeters on the brink of annihilation, such human tragedy once again stirs his senses. How could he possibly maintain his composure? Suddenly, the armor of the brave materializes around him, and the knight's lightsaber is unsheathed without him even realizing it. To protect these magnificent worlds, he is willing to forsake his identity as a scientist, unconcerned with the scorn that may come his way. Noticing Hikari's agitation, Moebius hurriedly grasped his arm. Do not act impulsively. This is merely a video being projected on the celestial screen, not even within our own time and space. Moreover, since this is a retrospective on Dyna, I firmly believe Dyna will appear in due time to quell this unrest. Moebius's counsel had some effect on Hikari. While his eyes still burned with fury, at least he sheathed his lightsaber and retreated among the crowd, forcing himself to continue watching. The celestial screen continued to display its images. The azure light stands out vividly against the blood-red sky, radiating brilliance. This beam brings warmth and hope to Dyna, while leaving the magma aliens in awe. As the light dissipates, Dyna stands proudly among the 3 extraterrestrials, unperturbed. Dyna's strength is overwhelmingly superior to the magma aliens. He does not falter in a 1 versus 3 scenario, effortlessly dispatching the 3 cosmic beings with mere punches and kicks. Without hesitation, he unleashes the Soul Jet Ray, obliterating the aliens intent on bringing destruction and ruin to planet Rawi. Moebius poked Hikari with his finger, saying, "I told you, do not rush. Dyna will take action." Hikari cast a sidelong glance at the smug Moebius, choosing not to respond. While Dyna's elimination of the aliens is indeed commendable, Hikari longs to personally vanquish such foes. Moreover, Moebius's words reminded him that for threats originating from other timelines, he must develop an invention capable of traversing time and space to pursue them. In truth, Hikari is not inherently bloodthirsty. Rather, the actions of the magma aliens have triggered his psychological scars, leading to this heightened state of agitation. To put it simply, Father of Ultra, meanwhile, gazed curiously at the celestial screen. This was merely a routine rescue operation, and with his knowledge of the celestial screen, he sensed it was far from simple. "Dyna, reveal your full capabilities. Do not disappoint me," he silently urged. "Everyone look. What is Dyna doing?" Taiga's voice carried uncertainty, prompting the other Ultras to cease their discussions and turn their attention to the screen. They were all intrigued to see what event could cause the typically composed Taiga to lose his composure. Upon closer inspection, they were astounded. After swiftly dispatching several aliens, Dyna noticed the fallen Dynas, who lay on the ground, shaken by fear. Dyna sensed her inner yearning, the light that resided within her. Therefore, he knelt down, extending his massive left hand above her. Like starlight, a radiant energy flowed from his palm, enveloping the young Dynas. He shared the miracle of his light with her. An endless stream of light coalesced into a lightsaber, resonating with Dynas' spirit and the light within her. Thus, a dazzling and resplendent beam of 7 colors emerged. In an instant, an Ultraman adorned with purple patterns and a red timer on his left chest was born, the Dyna's Ultraman, empowered by Dyna's light. Father of Ultra? Zafi? Hikari? No wonder Taiga was astonished. Anyone from the Land of Light witnessing this scene would find it hard to believe. It is important to note that the transformation into the Ultraman form that they now possess was achieved only after countless scientists from the Land of Light toiled day and night to invent the plasma spark tower following the sun's extinguishment. This tower, a boundless source of light energy, allowed the entire populace of the Land of Light to evolve into the form of light giants after millennia of effort. And now, Dyna, with a mere wave of his hand, conjured an Ultraman from thin air? What does this say about the people of the Land of Light and the plasma spark tower? This is simply outrageous. Is this the strength of those ranked among the top 5? Is Dyna truly not the very embodiment of the plasma spark tower? I once thought that Dyna absorbing monster energy and harnessing artificial suns was already absurd. But now, I realize there is no limit to the absurdity. He has directly created an Ultraman. It dawned on me that those currently ranked are merely utilizing cheats, and the question is, who possesses the most potent cheat? It appears that Dyna, who carries the plasma spark tower with him, wields the strongest cheat. Given that Dyna's was crafted by Dyna's own hands, should she not call him Father? Father, did you also create me with your bare hands, just like Dyna? Zafi, overhearing the young Ultraman's discussions, frequently glanced at Father of Ultra. His meaning was clear, Captain. We must not let someone as extraordinary as Dyna slip through our fingers. Father of Ultra could no longer contain himself. Dyna Ultraman, do come visit the Land of Light. Allow me to extend my hospitality. In the cosmic prison, Belial was initially pondering how he would confront Dyna should their paths cross. Competing in strength and combat? He believed Dyna's prowess in that area would rival his own. Using light? He felt that Dyna's miraculous method of absorbing enemy attacks to replenish his energy was simply outrageous. Would that black hole created by the Riberium wave pull him in two, tearing him to shreds? Then, Belial witnessed Dyna conjuring an Ultraman with his bare hands. Before he could process this, he saw Father of Ultra's comment. How dare you, a disgraceful being, actively recruit an ordinary Ultraman? You have brought shame upon the Land of Light. Chapter 75. Heroes always appear in times of crisis. Belial seethed with rage. His discontent was not solely due to Father of Ultra's embarrassing conduct, it was also because he had yet to react. And now he found himself outpaced in acquiring a subordinate with such extraordinary abilities. If Dyna were truly to be snatched by him, it would spell disaster for Belial. After all, he believed Dyna's raw strength was already formidable. With the ability to create black holes and assemble a vast army of monsters, what more could he achieve? Moreover, The mere thought of Dyna effortlessly creating an Ultraman like Dyna's led him to conclude that with such powers, he could assemble an army of Ultramen instead of monsters. Does mastering Dyna equate to controlling a plasma spark tower? No, I must secure Dyna. Not even the king of the universe could stop me. Belial harbored an intense obsession with the plasma spark tower, vowing not to overlook any related matter. Belial, Dyna, I, Belial, ruler of the cosmos. Serve me, and you shall hold a place above all others. Zophie, do not tempt him. First, prove your worth by escaping the cosmic prison. Zero, Belial, you fool, cease your nonsense. You were slain by your beloved son, Jed. Leo, when did Dana become your master? What about me? Zero, Dana is my true master. Leo, who are you? We are not familiar. Tartarus, Dana, when you go to the land of light, you are at best an ordinary ultra warrior. However, in our kingdom, we have everything: houses, vehicles, and beautiful women. The little golden figure was also attracted by Dana's hand-rubbing Ultraman technique. Although it cannot fundamentally resolve the issues currently facing the kingdom, it seems at least to alleviate the immediate crisis. Diablo, come to our kingdom, and I promise to impart to you the universe's strongest martial arts, the mighty bull punch, without reservation. The little golden bull thought he was sincerely offering everything. But in reality, he was merely a source of amusement. Gagula, Dana? What about me? Are you not going to address my issues? After all, we have fought side by side. Gagula felt like a clown. No one craved the light more than he did, and he had fought alongside Dana as a comrade. Yet, Dana traveled far and wide to deliver light to the Lavian Emperor, completely disregarding him. What does this mean? Must he call him father for Dana to acknowledge him? Is he dissatisfied with Gagula's rugged demeanor, preferring the youthful charm of the Emperor? Gagula trembled with indignation. Dana is truly ungrateful. Joda, Dana, our Guadi Empire needs talents like you. Empila, Dana, I truly have an empire. Babel, Dana, share some light with me. Then I can better impersonate Astra. Zalab, Dana, me too. I also want to better portray Mebius. Leo, Mebius, Babel, Zalab, you scoundrel. However, after this amusing interlude, the father of Ultra ultimately received no response from Dana. In the Heisei era, Dana stood with his hands on his hips, strutting in front of his three brothers. Utterly shameless yet proud. He appeared quite pleased, although he did not know when he acquired the ability to transform others into Ultraman. He believed it because the sky said he could. Gaia, take note and observe my popularity. Dana had his sights set on Gaia, the punching bag, while the other two were either too intimidating or indifferent. Popularity? It seems you are merely irritating. Gaia angrily muttered, not wanting to see Dana flaunting himself before him. So many invitations and olive branches extended towards me, it truly dazzles the eyes. Dana feigned a headache, secretly observing the expressions of his brothers. The eldest brother, Diga, wore an air of indifference, while the third brother, Gaia, seethed with unrecognized resentment, and the fourth brother, Aguru, maintained his usual aloof demeanor. How unsatisfied they are. Heh. I would say these individuals are too impatient. My video has yet to finish playing. Perhaps it could become even more spectacular. As Dana spoke, the video in the sky resumed. In the cosmos, a golden mechanical dragon tightly coiled around a spaceship, constricting it like a python capturing its prey, attempting to crush the vessel with its immense strength. It was the cosmic dragon Nas. Just then, a burst of light transformed into Dana's form. Nas immediately released the spaceship and lunged at Dana, only to be sliced into pieces by Dana's energy beam. Dana traversed wormholes to arrive at the monster graveyard. He gazed upon the countless, endless monsters. Additionally, he saw the first generation, 7, and others lying on the ground under siege, with the flashing timer already sounding alarms. This scene resembled a hell on earth, yet it did not waver Dana's heart or courage. Dana shouted and charged directly towards Belial at the mountaintop, tackling him to restrain the foe. Capture the leader first. Dana initiated the assault with a sidekick, followed by a sweeping kick and a rapid spinning kick. He caught the combat device that Belial had thrown. Then, Dana and Belial engaged in a turn-based fistfight. Belial laughed upon witnessing this scene. Dana thinks he can compete with me without using his powerful form? He truly underestimates my prowess. However, observing the monster graveyard and the collective roar of the beasts, it seems my time to escape the cosmic prison is near. I can hardly wait to lead the monstrous army to trample the land of light and conquer the universe. Ha ha ha. Cackling, Belial, do not forget who granted you this power. Also, remember not to create Jeed after your escape. The Reblando alien timely reminded him. Upon hearing this, Belial's laughter abruptly ceased. This Reblando alien truly lacks perception, always ruining his joy by bringing up such unpleasant matters. The father of Ultra and others were both astonished and delighted. They were pleased that Dyna had indeed arrived in the universe where the land of light resides, as they could seek his counsel on replenishing energy. Even the hand-rubbing Ultraman ability could be negotiated. However, they were worried and surprised that Belial had escaped. Although Belial had already fled in the previous footage of Jeed, that was not in the universe of the Land of Light, and knowing the conclusion, they were not overly anxious. But now, the footage in the sky abruptly cut off, causing the Ultras to grow concerned. How did Belial escape? How did he acquire the ultimate combat device? Zoffi's eyes were filled with confusion. This sky truly does not provide answers. At least let us have some understanding. Zoffi. Now it is not just about Belial's escape. It is about how he managed to resurrect so many monsters simultaneously. Moreover, why were only I, the first-generation brother, and Mebius present? Where have all the other warriors gone? Seven's face displayed uncertainty. He had some vague speculations, but given the gravity of the situation, he dared not speak lightly. The father of Ultra wore an expression of deep sorrow. It was likely that some ambitious individual had found the combat device and aided Belial in escaping from prison. Furthermore, resurrecting thousands of monsters with such terrifying power could only be achieved by the energy core of the Plasma Spark Tower. Given Belial's hatred for the Land of Light, he would undoubtedly strike as soon as he escaped, seizing the energy core. Our warriors might temporarily lose their powers due to the absence of the Spark Tower's energy. The father of Ultra's extraordinary experience and understanding of Belial led him to a conclusion that was almost certain. Father, are you suggesting that despite our Land of Light being home to so many powerful Ultra warriors, Belial single-handedly infiltrated and took away the energy core, leading to our annihilation? Taro's face was filled with disbelief. He was not questioning his father's judgment, but could not accept it. Even if they, the Ultra brothers, were inept, what about Max? You can grow to enormous sizes, create countless clones, and wield your galaxy sword that spans the universe. And Ace, you are also renowned for your infinite skills. And Commander Hikaru, the scientist who once injured the Ampela aliens with his cosmic swordsmanship. Taro could not comprehend how the Ultra warriors of the Land of Light could be defeated by Belial. No one could answer Taro's questions. The father of Ultra's gaze hardened, and he decisively issued an order. From now on, all members of the Cosmic Security Team shall take turns guarding the Cosmic Prison. It is imperative to strictly prohibit any suspicious individuals from approaching. I cannot believe it. Even so, can Belial truly escape from the Cosmic Prison? Do you think Father Ultraman is merely preventing Belial from escaping? In truth, Father Ultraman is concerned about his dear brother, fearing that his nephew Jed would utterly annihilate him. Although imprisoned in the Cosmic Jail, at least he is still alive. Father Ultraman is truly tormented over his brother Belial. Oh, Father Ultraman, you bring me to tears. The footage continues to play. On Earth, in the city, the ferocious monster Astron launches molten light projectiles, destroying a loader. Just as he prepares to deliver a final blow to the helpless pilot Anna, the small-footed Dyna Ultraman catches his attention. Astron unleashes a barrage of light projectiles at Dyna. However, these explosive projectiles are effortlessly swatted away by Dyna with his bare hands. The monster, startled, immediately turns to flee, digging into the ground with his hands. But Dyna would not allow him to escape. He grabs Astron's tail, drags him out, lifts him into the air, and delivers a powerful spin. Then, with a mighty throw, he sends the monster soaring thousands of meters into the sky, following up with a soul jet beam that instantaneously obliterates him. The scene evokes the sensation of a novice monster colliding with a seasoned veteran. Dyna looks both satisfied and dissatisfied. Good job. Such a monster that dares to flee without honor deserves a harsh punishment. But did you notice that sharp object on top of the monster's head? Big brother, are you referring to the monster's horn? Dyna is pleasantly surprised to hear praise from his elder. Indeed. Next time, make sure to break that first. It will be much more gratifying to slay such a monster. Trust me, you will come to relish that feeling of swift justice. Dyna's face reflects nostalgia, relishing the sensation of severing a horn and the monster's pained cries. In a desolate area on Earth, a colossal armored monster, resembling a gigantic beetle, swings its scythe-like forelimbs, fiercely attacking the defenseless Zero. It is the Hypogean larva. Nearby, the few remaining humans are filled with despair. Is their last hope, Ultraman Zero, about to be sacrificed too? Is Earth doomed to face annihilation? But just then, Dyna, bathed in golden light, appears atop a hillside. With great effort, he presses his hands against the hypogean larva's head, halting its advance towards Zero. Then, with all his might, he pushes the 300-meter beast away. Rescued, Zero immediately joins the fray, and together, they topple the hypogean larva. With surplus strength, Dyna even shares his energy with the exhausted Gauss. The three Ultraman warriors unite against the hypogean larva. Witnessing this scene, Zero feels a surge of excitement. Old man Leo, your plans have been thwarted. Look at how close I am with Master Dyna, fighting side by side. Perhaps I might even learn to absorb energy from him. Hiki. But rest assured, when that time comes, if you call me Master sincerely, I shall impart this ability to you. Leo? Are you suggesting you want to elevate yourself to a higher status, Zero? How absurd. I, the king of combat. Do I need such energy recovery techniques? I do not. After all, I have no skills to expend. What energy does hand-to-hand combat consume? Zero still fails to grasp the essence of fighting, prompting Leo to resolve to teach him further. This is not merely due to Zero's foolish attempts at elevating himself. Zero, let us get to work. On Earth, after the cosmic sphere Sphy emerges with the plasma proliferation reactor, a monster capable of absorbing all energy is born. The plasma fusion beast Sphyjomos. It constructs a wormhole using plasma energy, teleporting Sphyzawals to the city. Two monsters rampage through the urban landscape. Meanwhile, the human form of Decker Ultraman, Daiki, is shaken by Agamotha's words. Lacking conviction and determination, Daiki is unable to transform into Decker Ultraman to protect Earth. Just then, a wormhole opens in the sky. After a dazzling burst of light, he arrives. It is him. It is he. Our cosmic hero, Dyna Ultraman, has made his entrance. Chapter 76. Is Dyna a mortal, a strong man, or merely a fade? The fourth contender is about to emerge. In the land of light, Father Ultraman discerns a common thread in the scenes presented. Aside from Dyna's battles against the Yatagarasu and Rachubas, the other skirmishes seem to occur in alternate dimensions, where other Ultraman warriors exist. This young lad, Dyna, truly possesses an enigmatic quality. Could he traverse time and space? Yet, I wonder if such an ability is innate, acquired, or obtained through some equipment. Father Ultraman ponders, curious if this is a skill they in the land of light might also master, allowing them to spread their ideals of peace and justice across all dimensions. Wherever danger lurks, the Cosmic Patrol shall respond. Such tragedies as those faced by Planet Abur and Planet Ravi shall never repeat. Dyna, in his shining form, faces off against Sphyjomos and Traphiza, confronted by two formidable beasts. Dyna finds himself at a disadvantage, his fists struggling against their multiple limbs. Recognizing the peril, he switches to his powerful form to face them. With a robust physique, incredible strength, and extensive combat experience, he holds his ground even amidst the onslaught of the two monsters, pressing the attack. Meanwhile, Daiki, having slapped himself to regain focus, resolves with newfound determination, having been momentarily distracted. Consequently, the resemblance to Decker Ultraman becomes striking. Decker learns from Dyna and transforms into his strong form to join the fray. Together, the father-son duo drives the two monsters back. Dyna delivers a mighty ultra throw, sending Traphiza skyward in flight. Following this, a soul jet beam renders Sphyjomos immobile. Ultimately, Dyna transfers his light energy to Decker Ultraman. This gesture signifies Dyna's capability to tackle challenges alone, yet he chooses to empower the younger generation. The energy bestowed upon Daiki unexpectedly manifests into two cards representing Dyna and Tiga, a dual legendary shining composite light wave. Decker utilizes the newly acquired card to unleash a devastating beam, vanquishing Sphyjomos completely. Dyna, I have no objections to you giving your light energy to Decker. But why do my brother's cards appear as well? Gaia expresses confusion, wondering how his brother, who constantly admonishes Dyna, has grown so close. And what of the promised trio? While the two of you share a sweet bond, I, Gaia, am left as the fool. Aguru, what about me? Am I just an accident? TCH, what do you understand? My brother previously shared his light with me. The surplus is simply unending. So why shouldn't I share a bit with an outstanding junior? Who are my brother and I to each other? We fight out of love. Dyna beams with pride, for who on earth is unaware that Dyna is Tiga's subordinate? So all those times you came to the rescue, your timer never flickered because of your brother's light? Gaia expresses disbelief. That should be the case, right? Dyna replies. His tone uncertain, yet insists that his brother's light is plentiful and of high quality. However, in Gaia's eyes, that tone appears to be nothing short of boasting. akin to a display of vanity. Was your ability to traverse time and space also a result of the elder brother's light? Jealousy has transformed Gaia beyond recognition. He possesses the Earth Mother, an inexhaustible source of energy. Yet Dyna has his elder brother, and he too has achieved this. He even traverses various timelines, showcasing his prowess while rescuing others in dramatic fashion. He admits to feeling a tinge of jealousy. His gaze towards his elder brother, Dyna, was filled with a silent plea, unmistakably conveying, "We are all brothers, you must not show favoritism." However, that was not the case. I distinctly recall being drawn into the black hole formed by the deceased Sophia's core, after which I inexplicably acquired the ability to traverse time and space. Of course, I do not dismiss the possibility that my elder brother possesses such abilities as well. Dyna, unusually candid in his response, quickly shifted to provoke once more. His implication was clear. While I may no longer be able to teach you, you can always seek out elder brother. He is incredibly powerful. He must be capable. Dyna, unable to withstand Gaia's earnest gaze, shot a resentful glance at Dyna, who seemed unperturbed. "Can't you keep out of trouble?" he thought. "I should have confronted Queen Monera alone and not saved him. Now he's become a nuisance." Just then, the sky began to display lines of text. Dyna, using the shining form, you might stand a chance against him. At this moment, he is merely a mortal. Should Dyna switch to the strong form, you might attempt to flee. In his muscular state, he will leave you questioning your very existence. In the miracle form, you can simply await your demise. He is a self-operating humanoid cheat code. While others are torn apart by black holes, Dyna has even unlocked the ability to traverse time and space. Transversing time and space. Giving his all, the cosmic trickster Dyna will appear by your side in the blink of an eye. This is Dyna, the miracle incarnate. There is nothing he cannot achieve. Such a Dyna can truly be regarded as the shadow of miracles. In the universe, the various monsters were left utterly dumbfounded. They appeared to possess some strength against the shining form. Yet, how can the sky's display refer to Dyna's shining form as that of a mortal? Is this not sheer deception? It is blatantly a trap laid for them. Initially, they had been secretly relieved that they existed in a different timeline from Dyna. No matter how strong Dyna's strong form or how varied his miracle form's abilities, they believed it had no bearing on them. Surely, he cannot traverse time and space to hunt them down, can he? But now, after watching the video and the sky's commentary, the monsters wished to weep. Dyna could withstand a black hole and even grant you the ability to traverse time and space. And he truly uses this ability to wander across universes? Whenever someone faces difficulty or danger, he rushes to their aid. This implies that at any moment, a Dyna Ultraman could materialize beside me and swiftly eliminate me? This trickster is far too cunning. Is there no justice left? No laws to uphold? From now on, the monsters would live in perpetual fear, devoid of any sense of security. This life has become unbearable. In the cosmic prison, Belial watched Dyna's repeated heroics with a sense of dismay. Since Dyna could traverse time and space to assist others, it indicated that he had not been eliminated in the monster graveyard, signifying that Belial's plans had ultimately failed. If only Belial knew he had not even been able to render Dyna powerless, how would he feel? Despite reviving such a vast army of monsters, he still faced defeat. Who, or what, thwarted me? Was it the King of Light? Or perhaps the legendary Ultraman Noah? Belial pondered that he must have seized the energy core of the Spark Tower. Otherwise, he would lack the energy to revive thousands of monsters. Thus, he believed that no one from the Land of Light could obstruct his actions. Damn it, if only Dyna had embraced me instead of throwing me. Belial's tone was filled with resentment. And as for the sky's display, do you think I am intimidated? I long to see Dyna extinguished. I am curious about what would happen. Belial, frustrated by his inability to recruit, turned to hatred. Belial, I advise you to be cautious. The sky's words may not be unfounded. I have an unsettling premonition. The Libranian aliens, somewhat fearful, urge Belial. In the kingdom, Tartarus observed the scene displayed by the sky and shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. No wonder Dyna appeared indifferent to the terms I offered. It turns out he can traverse time and space, and he even has a complete family. That insufferable Dyna, does he look down upon my universe's strongest fist? The bull-breaking fist? How foolish of me to wish to impart my knowledge to him. Once this opportunity is lost, it is gone forever. The little golden bull, Diablo, snorted haughtily, clearly displeased that Dyna did not recognize his worth. Tartarus looked at the foolish Diablo and shook his head again, full of melancholy. Good grief. If I disregard this, how can I expect Dyna to be impressed? It is akin to a Nobel Prize winner bypassing a top-tier research institute while coveting your meager benefits. Isn't that a laughable challenge? Diabolo, your priority should be to uninstall the tomato novels from your phone. With such a bumbling ally, what can we hope to accomplish? Since Dyna fails to recognize my worth, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate him. He must not be allowed to join the land of light and become our obstacle. The little golden sword titan swung his sword, his tone filled with menace. Tartarus was somewhat tempted by this suggestion. He had no doubt about Titan's abilities. If he could eliminate Dyna, it would simplify matters significantly. Yet, he suddenly recalled the sky's additional warning. Do not extinguish Dyna in his universe, or a dreadful calamity shall ensue. He harbored no doubts about the sky's capabilities and believed it would not issue such a warning without reason. What could be so terrifying that it warranted such caution? He decided to tread carefully. Dyna, being a wanderer across various timelines, likely would not remain in the land of light for long. In the land of light. As the sky showcased Dyna's remarkable feats, Captain Zaffi grew increasingly anxious. For in Zaffi's observations, Dyna had intervened numerous times without even a flicker from his timer. A being endowed with extraordinary abilities, coveted by all the Ultras in the land of light, if they were to let him slip away or be abducted by other forces. It would be a monumental loss, although he would eventually arrive in the land of light's universe to confront Belial. Such an event would be best occurring sooner rather than later. After all, who could predict the future? Perhaps, due to the Father of Ultra's orders to bolster the cosmic prison's defenses, Belial would be unable to escape, leaving Dyna with no reason to arrive. Captain Yan's worries were indeed justified. Thus, under this concern, Zaffi frequently cast meaningful glances at the Father of Ultra. Although we cannot master the ability to absorb energy or manipulate black holes at the moment, I believe we could attempt to enter a black hole. What if we, too, gain the ability to traverse time and space like Senior Dyna? That would be a monumental gain. Are you a fool summoned by a monkey? Senior Dyna possesses the resilience to withstand a black hole and create miracles. Do you think your frail physique can manage? What is there to fear? I find his idea quite innovative. After all, we possess life's solidification technology. If it fails once, we can try 100 times, 1,000 times. Succeeding even once would suffice. Indeed, just imagining traversing the universe, saving lives in critical moments, and shining before others fills me with exhilaration. Captain, you must do everything in your power to bring Senior Dyna to us. The Father of Ultra was still contemplating how to assist Dyna. Dyna, absorbing the monstrous rays, conjures black holes and manipulates Ultraman with the ability to traverse time and space at will. While this may seem somewhat ominous, it appears to have no adverse effects on the Ultraman. Rather, they seem to admire and acknowledge his powers. He tirelessly traverses the cosmos, coming to the aid of those in peril, embodying the essence of a timely savior. For the humans, aliens, and Ultra warriors he rescues, his image is impeccable, reflecting the noble virtue of Ultraman's commitment to justice. The only dissenters are the various malevolent monsters who live in constant trepidation, much like the sword of Damocles hanging over them, for Dyna could strike them down at any moment. From this perspective, it is indeed rather grim. However, do the lives of malevolent beasts hold any value? Ultraman Father perceives Dyna as a fundamentally positive figure, deeming any further justification unnecessary. Yet, upon hearing the reckless words of the younger Ultraman, a spark of ire ignites within him. Perhaps he has indulged these little rascals too much. They incessantly seek mischief. Black holes. How absurd. These delusional beings would surely be crushed by the immense gravitational pull. Moreover, is the technology of life stabilization meant to be squandered in such a manner? Furthermore, Dyna possesses the strength to repeatedly succeed in his rescues. With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can traverse the universe to play the hero? Can you contend with Belial or withstand the might of the Hyperidon's larvae? That would be sheer folly. Although I, too, desire Dyna to join the land of light, must I beg? As the commander, do I not warrant a semblance of dignity? Ultraman Father extinguishes any thoughts of further praising Dyna, for he cannot afford to lose face as the supreme leader. Little do they realize the opportunity they are about to forfeit. Do not go. Ultraman Father sternly admonishes the eager young Ultraman, then turns to send a message. Ultraman Father, Dyna, have you considered my proposal? Belial, the Zamza Ampelarian's Tartarus barbarian. Dyna, have you considered my proposal? Button, who can reign in these cosmic rascals? Our innocent monsters must live in fear. Zaffi, Button, your demise is imminent. Await my reckoning. Button, Zaffi, are you planning to curl your hair again? Magmarians, indeed, we are innocent. We were merely manipulated by gibers. Dyna should seek out the true culprits rather than slaying us, the weak. Leo, Magma. You are hardly innocent. Hikari, Magma, I shall hunt you down. Just as the barrage of messages creates a lively atmosphere, the once quiet sky begins to display new text. Top 10 Most Ominous Ultraman, 4th place. Chapter 77. Negotiation Expert Ultraman Gauss. The Path of Persuasion. In the Heisei era, Dyna waits in vain for a transmission from the Land of Light, expecting commendations for his virtues. Instead, he sees Ultraman Father and the others once again inviting him through the screen. Frustration brews within Dyna. He does not particularly care for notions of virtue or image. Based on the video playing, he considers himself to have a fairly positive portrayal. Yet, he is reminded of the numerous misdeeds he has committed. And due to Ultraman Father's refusal to absolve Gaia, he has been repeatedly ridiculed. Now, the tables have turned, and he feels a twinge of embarrassment. Dyna, so many are seeking you. Are you not going to say a word? He recalls his lesson to be courteous, especially to Ultraman Father, the leader of the Ultraman clan. While he may disregard others, he ought to at least respond to him. Dyna, sensing Dyna's discontent, deliberately provokes him to avenge the earlier slight. Dyna, perhaps you are most averse to facing Ultraman Father at this moment. How amusing that he has seemingly forgotten you, while intentionally snubbing you. This revelation only further emphasizes Dyna's grim reputation, as he relentlessly pursues and vanquishes monsters. I dare say, you are far more ruthless than Ace. Gaia gleefully revels in Dyna's predicament, finally seizing his chance for revenge. Dyna scoffs, dismissing the taunts of his comrades. As long as he remains unembarrassed, the discomfort belongs to others. As for Ultraman Father, Dyna resolves that he would rather perish than step foot in the Land of Light. He harbors a grudge against Ultraman Father. At that moment, the motion on the screen captures their attention. The 4th place among the top 10 most ominous Ultramen, Ultraman Gauss, a masterful negotiation expert. Gaia slowly reads the words on the screen, gazing at the smooth, blue Ultra Warrior depicted. Is this Ultraman Gauss someone Dyna has saved before? Indeed. During the battle against the Hyperidon larvae, Gauss seemed to be drained of energy. A guru observes closely and confirms this. Oh, look at you, Dyna. The one you saved is now ranked above you. Dyna playfully jabs at Dyna. Intrigued, Dyna wonders what capabilities Gauss possesses that could surpass his own. A negotiation expert? What does that entail? Could it be that Gauss talks the monsters to death? In his imagination, the blue Gauss rambles incessantly at Rachubas, who subsequently succumbs to madness and self-detonates. If that is the case, Dyna must concede that he is indeed more sinister. Why Rachubas, you ask? It seems reasonable to consider the fusion materials of the 5 emperors, does it not? While Dyna ponders, the video on the screen begins to play. On Earth, the friendly giant bird, Ledolius, lets out a heart-wrenching cry as the multicolored chains around its neck inflict immense pain. As the chaos virus gradually infiltrates Ledolius's being, its original form undergoes a drastic transformation. The once vibrant eyes turn a menacing crimson, bone spurs protrude from its body, and its claws become sharper than ever. Ledolius evolves into a more ferocious and formidable being. Cow's Ledolius. The temperament of Ledolius drastically alters as it begins wreaking havoc upon the city, sparing even its closest ally. Musashi Haruno. Musashi's aircraft is struck by a beam emitted from Ledolius's mouth, the billowing black smoke signaling his peril. If timely intervention is not executed, Musashi's life hangs in the balance. Just as the situation grows dire, a beam of light from the distant cosmos traverses countless light years, precisely striking Musashi's aircraft. A brilliant azure light erupts in the sky, and the figure of the giant emerges before all. Ultraman Gauss, in his moon god form. In the cosmic prison, Belial gazes at the screen, deep in thought. Rebrando, do you think this so-called light virus could amplify my strength several-fold? Upon witnessing the transformation of Ledolius, Belial found himself intrigued and somewhat tempted by the light virus. After all, he already harbored the Rebland virus within him, which had significantly augmented his powers. More parasites meant more strength. As for the accompanying side effects, becoming more ferocious and violent, for Belial, that was precisely what he desired. Alas, Belial, the light virus does not exist in your dimension. Rebland understood Belial's intentions and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, Belial felt no regret whatsoever. The once benevolent monster, now catalyzed by the virus, had turned into a fierce destroyer, posing a formidable challenge for those self-righteous Ultramen. To refrain from killing him while he wreaks havoc upon Earth? That contradicts your sacred duty of protection. Yet, if you choose to slay him, can you truly reconcile with your conscience? Does it align with your benevolent persona? And thus, you would bear the stigma of indiscriminate slaughter, regardless of the choice. It is a dilemma. How fascinating, truly captivating. I wonder how this Ultraman named Gauss will handle it. Belial gleefully reveled in the predicament of the Ultraman, relishing the rare amusement it provided. In the land of light, as Belial anticipated, father of Ultra and the Ultra brothers felt a twinge of anxiety. Was Letolius at fault? Certainly. But could one truly blame him? Not entirely. Cursed be the chaotic virus, transforming the peaceful and gentle Letolius into such a grotesque and savage creature. Seven felt a pang of sorrow, gritting his teeth, for as a keeper of monster capsules, he could not bear to witness such a scene. If we encounter such a situation, we cannot remain passive. Our only recourse is to swiftly eliminate the monster before us, both to prevent greater sacrifice and to grant him a merciful end. Zophi's tone was heavy, clearly indicating the difficulty of making such a decision. Yet, it was unavoidable. The chaotic virus had altered the monster's form at a cellular level, rendering the Ultramen of light powerless against it. Perhaps Ultraman Dyna's miracle type could achieve that? After some contemplation, Taro offered a conjecture, believing that despite Dyna not exhibiting related abilities, his miraculous powers might indeed resolve the current predicament. However, it was evident that Dyna could not reach in time. Ace expressed a hint of regret, clearly believing that Letolius's fate was sealed. The atmosphere in the land of light grew somber, as such an outcome conflicted with their ideals, which was not what they wished to witness. The video on the celestial screen continued to play. Gauss, now merged with Musashi, transformed from his original benevolence into a maternal figure, adopting a reasoning approach in his moon god form. Faced with Letolius's aggressive assaults, Gauss dodged whenever possible, and when evasion was impossible, he struck Letolius's joints with his palms, attempting to avoid harm. Yet, mere defense could not resolve the pressing issue, especially with a 3-minute time constraint. Finally, Gauss initiated a counterattack. However, his most vigorous response merely pushed Letolius back a few steps, failing to topple him. The irritable cow's Letolius grew impatient, eager to vanquish this troublesome foe. Thus, a beam of light erupted from his mouth. Yet, Gauss seemed to have anticipated this. He raised his hands to erect a barrier of light and forcefully deflected Letolius's beam. Counterbarrier. Seizing the opportunity while Letolius was momentarily immobilized, Gauss emitted a penetrating light from his eyes, searching for the precise location of the chaotic virus. With both hands raised to his chest, he concentrated the energy of light, unleashing a multicolored beam into Letolius's body. Moon God extraction. Under the influence of this beam, the chaotic virus, as if meeting its nemesis, dissipated like snow under the sun. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into specks of light, extracted from Letolius's body. Letolius finally reverted to his original, endearing form. Successful reformation. Accompanied by a few cheerful chirps, Letolius soared back to his island home. Witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of the land of light were filled with astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. They could hardly fathom that what they perceived as an insurmountable problem had been so effortlessly resolved by Gauss. Even if they possessed Gauss's moon god extraction ability, they doubted they could replicate his flawless approach without harming the innocent monster in the slightest. After all, their combat styles were far from Gauss's gentle and skillful methods. Their more aggressive fighting techniques would inevitably inflict considerable damage on the monster while restraining its movements. Gauss truly is remarkable. Seven's tone was filled with relief. Indeed, if only all disputes could be resolved in such a gentle manner. Father of Ultra sighed, expressing admiration for Gauss's method of conflict resolution, deeming it far superior to that of others. Ace, Gauss embodies true compassion. You should learn from him. Avoiding the inclination to resort to beheading at every turn, one must also engage in reason. Furthermore, Zophi, perhaps the Cosmic Patrol should adopt Gauss's combat style for training. Who knows? One day we may encounter an opponent like Letolius. Just as Father of Ultra finished speaking, the video continued to unfold on the celestial screen. Against the rampaging ancient beast, Gormdi, Gauss in his moon god form unleashed a full moon wave from his right palm, suppressing the agitated monster, instantly pacifying its fury. In the face of the rampaging robot, Igomas, a friend to children, Gauss absorbed cosmic energy, coalescing it throughout his body. then thrusting his palms forward to release a golden shrinking beam, reducing the giant robot to toy size, allowing him to play with the children once more. Confronting the electric monster, Borgillas, which fed on high energy and sought the power source of the tech plasma drive, Gauss employed high-energy shooting, converting his light energy into a power source and releasing a pure energy beam at Borgillas, providing him with 700 years' worth of high energy, thereby satiating and calming him. Musashi launched the Gauss prism, which, under the sunlight, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Musashi once again fused with Gauss, transforming into the miracle moon god mode amid the flickering golden light. With a heart that yearned for harmony between humans and monsters, Musashi, now gentle to a fault, sought to reform the ultimate form of Chaos Dark, born from the entire light virus, through compassion rather than destruction. Full moon wave. Gauss thrust his right palm forward, releasing a purifying energy wave, aiming to soothe Chaos Dark and bring him to a state of calm. However, Chaos Dark, true to his ultimate existence, struggled and resisted against the soothing full moon wave. He fired red destructive orbs from his palms, attempting to thwart Gauss's futile endeavor. Yet, Musashi's lofty ideals would not allow him to yield to such minor setbacks. Despite the pain and relentless retreat, Gauss maintained an unyielding focus on the full moon wave. Musashi's allies also launched missiles to obstruct Chaos Dark's energy blasts. Beside him, the monstrous beings Ladorius, Mogulton, and Borgils conveyed their sentiments to Chaos Darkness, advocating for an end to the conflict and a harmonious coexistence. Ultimately, through the united efforts of all, Chaos Darkness ceased its movements and became tranquil. Seizing the moment, Gauss unleashed the evolved form of the moon god, the ultimate moon god, emitting a cerulean purifying light that entirely eradicated the anger and hatred of Chaos Darkness. Restoring its original visage, the primordial head of Chaos, an exquisite, golden giant, Gauss had completely transformed the Chaos virus. In the vast cosmos, the various monstrous races witnessed the deeds of Ultraman Gauss, their eyes brimming with tears. They had believed their future was bleak, faced with the treacherous Max, the relentless and deadly Tiga, and the merciless Ace, who brought dread and despair. Gaia was somewhat better off, as long as one did not trespass on his territory. But the time-traveling Dyna, relentlessly pursuing and slaying monsters, instilled a sense of fear and suffering among them. Good heavens! The Ultramen on the list were increasingly ruthless. They had thought all Ultramen were unreasonable and merciless, until they beheld Gauss, who treated monsters with gentleness, evoking a sense of familial warmth within them. Gauss truly embodied reason, refraining from indiscriminately slaying monsters, instead striving to fulfill their needs, leaving them teary-eyed. Oh, how gentle and merciful Gauss is! If only all Ultramen would emulate him. Chapter 78. The Longing of the Ampelarents. The physicist Gauss Ultraman. While some monsters developed a fondness for Gauss's benevolence, others remained indifferent. Gauss's kindness made him seem easily bullied. Perhaps I shall seek some energy from him one day. Since he is so soft-hearted, I shan't hesitate to provoke him. After all, what if I disregard his reasoning? Indeed, Gauss would not resort to violence, and I could mock him. Come and fight me, fool. A gentleman takes advantage of the naive. I find joy in his helpless expression. In the cosmic prison, Belial was at a loss for words. The Ultramen had become increasingly absurd. A virus merging with monsters at the cellular level, and yet a single skill could purify it? Even the amalgamation of the chaotic virus that formed Chaos Darkness could be entirely cleansed by you? Belial and the entity within him, Rioblando, were both anxious. Rioblando feared that Gauss might use the moon god extraction to directly extract his soul from Belial's body. After all, he was somewhat satisfied with Belial as a host, powerful, ambitious, and sharing common foes. Belial was even more concerned that one day, when faced with Gauss, he might unleash a full moon wave combined with the ultimate moon god. He worried that the darkness and evil within him would be obliterated, leaving only repentance and love for the land of light. Then he envisioned himself, weeping and vowing to reform before Ken, begging to return to the land of light, though such a possibility was minuscule. With Chaos Darkness transformed into that gentle and beautiful form, Belial felt the need for caution. Should he truly appear before Ken in that guise? It would be more painful for Belial than death, forcing the existence of darkness to turn towards the light, to brainwash you from the very roots of your thoughts. Such a Gauss is truly sinister. Rioblando, we must devise a plan to eliminate Gauss. His existence is our sworn enemy. Belial's tone was filled with fierce determination. Gauss had ascended to the top of his hit list, his priority nearing that of Ken. Indeed, moreover, until we ascertain a means to deal with him, we must tread carefully around Gauss. His capabilities are formidable. The Rioblando aliens harbored a sense of trepidation. In the Dark Planet, the Dark Emperor Impellerin gazed with incredulity, a joy he had not anticipated flickering in his eyes. Many years ago, the sun of his home planet had extinguished, much like that of the Land of Light. Yet, unlike the Land of Light, his home did not possess the fortune of developing a plasma spark tower to achieve collective evolution. Instead, he could only watch helplessly as his kin perished before him, losing their radiance. Impellerin transformed his past grievances into a formidable dark power, thus birthing a Dark Emperor who loathed light more than any other in the universe. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for all things illuminated, seeking to shroud the cosmos in darkness. Yet, did he not yearn for the light? He was both the universe's most avid hater of light and its most fervent seeker of illumination. The wounds inflicted by the father of Ultra and Hikari, from which golden particles of light emanated, revealed Impellerin's longing. It was a tragic tale of love unfulfilled, leading to destruction, a tale of helplessness. Now, as he beheld the miraculous moon god Gauss purifying even chaos darkness, a being that rivaled him, witnessing its transformation from an abominable wretch to the sacred beauty of the primordial head of chaos, Impellerin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Perhaps I too might have a chance to transform into light. Gauss Ultraman, so gentle and kind, would surely be willing to assist me, right? Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I must attempt it. Impellerin resolved quietly, his mood visibly brightening. The Dark Four Kings exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of confusion. Their emperor typically concealed his emotions. What was amiss today? Had they known the true thoughts swirling within Impellerin's heart, their faith would have surely crumbled. As they prepared for battle, the video above continued to play. On Earth, a monster resembling a firefly, Chaos Bug, wreaked havoc in the mountains, devastating the Firefly village. The Tekrith fighter jets, sent to intercept Chaos Bug, found themselves ensnared by beams emitted from its antennae, losing their energy. The situation was dire. To rescue Tekrith, Musashi transformed into Gauss Ultraman to engage Chaos Bug in combat. Gauss executed a graceful somersault, landing before the monster, extending his hands to create a barrier that intercepted all of Chaos Bug's beams. Tekrith was saved and promptly evacuated the area, while Gauss, seizing the moment, executed a series of agile backward flips to distance himself from the creature. Chaos Bug, irate, sought to eliminate this hindrance. The Firefly monster unleashed a barrage of beams from its antennae, relentlessly assaulting Gauss. However, its attacks were sluggish and easily dodged by Gauss's fluid movements. Following this, as Gauss leaped to evade, he maneuvered to Chaos Bug's rear. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was momentarily disoriented, benevolent Gauss concentrated energy and unleashed the moon god extraction, attempting to mitigate the chaotic virus within Chaos Bug and reform it. However, unexpectedly, the moon god extraction proved ineffective against Chaos Bug, which instead absorbed the energy and transformed it into a beam that it shot back at Gauss. Taken by surprise, Gauss hastily erected a barrier for defense, but the overwhelming energy forced him backward, ultimately striking him directly. With a pained cry, he was sent hurtling away. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Gauss gazed at the approaching cow's bag, his fists clenched tightly around the earth beneath him, a mixture of helplessness and fury coursing through him. When reason fails, why bother with dialogue? He would resort to physics instead. Rising to his full height, Gauss raised his right hand high, letting out a low growl of determination. The dominant hue of his form shifted from blue to a vibrant red, transforming him into Gauss Ultraman's Corona form. Confronted by the menacing beast, Gauss abandoned the intricate fighting style of his moon god form, opting instead for bold, powerful movements that exuded strength and impact. His strikes transformed from open palms to formidable fists, landing heavy blows on the ungrateful cow's bag, forcing it to stagger back. He unleashed a series of spinning kicks and direct strikes without reservation, a stark contrast to the defensive, strategic approach he had previously employed in his moon god form. Chapter 79, Successful Incineration. Gauss Ultraman deceived by Gauss's head. Cow's bag found itself mercilessly battered by Gauss's application of physics. After enduring a relentless barrage of kicks, the beast was hurled into the air by Gauss's immense power, crashing heavily to the ground. As Cow's bag regained its footing, its eyes shifted from red to blue, ready to unleash a final desperate beam of light. With negotiations futile, Gauss showed no leniency. He gathered cosmic energy, radiating an incandescent glow akin to a solar flare. With his hands clasped together, he positioned his left hand downward, his arms forming a powerful configuration, accompanied by a fierce roar. He unleashed a devastating beam of light, the Nebuster Ray. The ferocious onslaught obliterated Chaos Bag, completing the incineration. In the cosmos, the other monsters were left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. Wasn't Gauss supposed to be merciful and kind? How could his moon god form and corona form be so drastically different? Did Gauss suffer from a split personality? One moment, he was gentle and purifying. The next, he transformed into a fiery avenger, incinerating foes without a second thought. Was it so unreasonable that those who disregarded his reasoning would face the consequences of physics? This was terrifying. The monsters who had once taunted Gauss now cowered in fear, shrinking back like quail. They realized the truth. Listening to reason and reducing conflict was preferable. After all, universal peace had always been their aspiration. Yet, in the vast expanse of the universe, there were always those who dared to challenge fate. Chaos Bag was incinerated purely due to its own foolishness. If it were me, I would feign infection to deceive Gauss into purification, and with a touch of skillful acting, I could repeatedly siphon Gauss's energy. How would Gauss respond then? Perhaps he would be left defenseless. I could seize the opportunity to lecture him on physics and incinerate him as well. An eye for an eye, delightful. What a clever little scheme. Brothers, allow me to test it out. Just then, the sky seemed to sense the monster's scheming thoughts and began to play a new video. On Earth, in a desolate wilderness, the toxic beast Chaos Illegal suddenly appeared. Eager to save the monsters, Musashi transformed into Gauss Ultraman. After blocking and dodging Chaos Illegal's attacks, Gauss distanced himself from the beast. He then concentrated energy to use the moon god extraction, attempting to purify Illegal, who had been ravaged by the chaos virus. However, the purification beam failed to yield the desired results and was instead shattered by Illegal's claws. Gauss, taken aback, remained undeterred. After a brief hesitation, he gathered energy once more to unleash the full moon wave, attempting to calm the enraged Illegal and offer redemption. Yet, despite the beam being longer and more powerful than before, even as Gauss neared exhaustion, the situation showed no signs of improvement. To Gauss's astonishment, Illegal's form began to change. In an instant, it morphed into a fearsome creature cloaked in darkness, embodying the sins of its past. Chaos's head, Mebit. Chaos Illegal had merely been a fade for Mebit. This unexpected twist caught Gauss and his allies off guard. Mebit unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent Gauss hurtling hundreds of meters away. Realizing he had been tricked, Gauss, now furious, transformed into his corona form, determined to incinerate Mebit through the application of physics. However, he had overexerted himself in his earlier attempt to save Chaos Illegal, leaving him unable to maintain even his corona form. This was all part of Mebit's cunning scheme. By exploiting Gauss's merciful nature, he aimed to deplete Gauss's energy and ultimately defeat him. Gauss was struck by Mebit's shockwave once more, followed by a barrage of energy beams, leaving him staggering on the brink of collapse. In a final act of desperation, Gauss expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing and momentarily separating Musashi to shield him from harm. After accomplishing his goal, Mebit vanished into a beam of light, leaving the scene. The monster that had previously proposed exploiting Gauss's compassion now smirked with pride, reveling in its cleverness. See, I told you so. Kindness equates to weakness, and weakness leads to failure. We monsters are not mere brutes. We must utilize our wits to exploit the Ultraman's vulnerabilities. Hey, I wonder if we could deceive Ace. Given that the sky has deemed him merciful too, don't even think about it. Ace doesn't care if super beasts feel pain. He might truly dismember you with his ultra decapitation blade. True, it's easier to manipulate the more naive Gauss. In the land of light, Father of Ultra and the Ultra brothers were filled with concern. The chaos virus continued to evolve, even enhancing its intelligence, a truly terrifying adversary. Zofi's tone was grave. How despicable. Mebit of Chaos's head is utterly contemptible. To exploit Gauss's compassion in such a manner. With such formidable power, why not engage in a fair fight? Seven's voice seethed with anger, condemning Mebit's actions. Damn it. I could see right through Chaos Illegal's deceit. If I had my way, I would have delivered an ultra decapitation blade to him. I wonder how well Mebit would fare against that. No doubt such a furious statement could only come from Ace, the director of the meat processing plant. We do not approve. What will you do then? The first generation retorted, chastising Ace for his reckless thoughts of executing Illegal without discernment. If only Gauss had a bit more energy or the ability to absorb enemy beams like Dyna. I believe that if he could switch to his Corona form, the outcome of this battle would remain uncertain. Although the Corona form had only appeared once in the sky, its violent aesthetic and application of physics had captivated the attention of Prince Taro, who possessed the Ultra Bomb skill. Father of Ultra, after overcoming initial anxiety, found solace in the thought of Gauss's previous purification of Chaos's darkness. If he had managed to prevail then, surely he could navigate this crisis as well. So Gauss, without your transformation abilities, how will you turn the tide and overcome this formidable foe? Let us wait and see. The Father of Ultra gazed into the heavens, his eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. In Chapter 80, the eclipse form simultaneously purifies and incinerates. It is indeed a universal ray. Will Gauss succumb to despair as the monsters predict, or will he rise triumphantly as the Father of Ultra believes? The heavens swiftly provided an answer. On Earth, the head of Chaos, Mephisto, rampaged through the city, recklessly unleashing energy blasts that ravaged streets and towns, defeating the valiant human defense forces attempting to thwart him. He unleashed his malice upon the city. Meanwhile, Musashi and his companions discovered Gauss in a forest, but he was now utterly transparent and feeble, drained of energy. They reflected sunlight onto him using mirrors and flashlights, hoping to awaken Ultraman Gauss and thwart Mephisto's tyranny. However, fate dealt a cruel hand as the sun was gradually obscured by the moon, heralding a rare total solar eclipse. Gauss, already weakened, teetered further under the dimming sunlight. Like a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing, misfortune often comes in pairs. Sensing the dire situation, Mephisto altered his strategy and headed straight for Musashi and his friends in the forest. A towering tree crashed down. In a moment of desperation, Musashi could only push Ayano aside. Then came Mephisto's colossal foot descending. If it struck Musashi, now immobile, the once human Gauss would likely have no chance of recovery. Cursed fate. How could it be that they encountered a total solar eclipse at such a critical moment? For beings relying on light, it was a tremendous handicap. 7. Who absorbs sunlight to replenish energy, felt the despair of their predicament most acutely. Danger. Quickly evade. Taro's eyes widened in anguish, utterly frantic, wishing he could be there to shield Musashi from harm. As Musashi's life hung by a thread, in this moment of crisis, his girlfriend Lidoria's descended from the sky, launching a surprise attack that sent Mephisto flying. Yet, as the manifested head of Chaos, Mephisto was no foe for the inexperienced Lidoria's to contend with. He swiftly defeated her with just a few strikes. Moreover, imbued with a penchant for villainy, Mephisto unleashed a light virus upon Lidoria's, intending to corrupt and possess her. Fortunately, Lidoria's had developed an immunity and thwarted Mephisto's scheme. In the sky, the sun was nearly consumed by darkness. Clutching the Gauss crystals, Musashi drew from the courage of his friends, Lidoria's, in the battle against Mephisto, his gentle visage now resolute. Though I cannot grant you light at this moment, the courage of us all will transform into radiance, guiding us toward the dawn. The sun's rays pierced through the moon's veil, illuminating Musashi in a golden glow. With the gentle valor of a true hero, Musashi fused with Gauss once more, and Ultraman Gauss shone brightly across the sky once again. Observing this scene, the Father of Ultra nodded slightly, confirming his expectations. Emerging from the shadows into the light, this unique rebirth was indeed remarkable. Gauss first healed Lidoria's, then, in a roar of fury, transformed once more, igniting his power against the unyielding Mephisto, for there was no need for dialogue. Incineration was sufficient. Yet, the evolved head of Chaos was far from weak. Mephisto's combat prowess was formidable. Gauss, visibly overpowered, found himself at an absolute disadvantage. However, the tenderness, courage, and hope gifted to Musashi by his companions birthed a new light. Wrapped in a cocoon of golden radiance, Gauss's form underwent a tremendous transformation. The symmetrical patterns of red and blue adorned with golden edges symbolizing the solar eclipse embodied the gentleness of the moon and the fierceness of the sun, encapsulating the hope of the eclipse form. If incineration was not an option, he would embrace darkness while imparting reason. The battle cry of Gauss in his eclipse form resonated with greater depth and authority, sounding supremely valiant. As the total solar eclipse concluded, light returned to the world, symbolizing that the ensuing battle would unfurl like clouds parting to reveal the sun. With the enhancements of the eclipse form, Gauss dominated in physical prowess, overwhelming Chaos Mephisto, who was rendered utterly helpless. Once an invincible force, Mephisto now resembled a mere toy, repeatedly smashed to the ground by Gauss. Desperation gripped the subdued Mephist, who unleashed destructive energy blasts from his eyes. However, the attacks that had previously troubled Gauss were met with his swift spinning maneuver, deflecting the blasts with blinding speed. Lightning defense. Unwilling to concede, Mephist persisted, launching an even more ferocious barrage of destructive energy blasts. Gauss remained unperturbed, suspending himself in midair before executing a rapid spin, akin to a windmill, deflecting all incoming blasts once more. Without running out of tricks, Mephist devised a scheme to combine destructive energy blasts with wave projectiles. Gauss promptly summoned a golden barrier, effortlessly repelling the monstrous attacks while redirecting the energy back at Mephist, inflicting severe damage. Gauss capitalized on the opportunity, teleporting to seize Mephist's legs, lifting him high before hurling him hundreds of meters away. Unexpectedly, Mephist landed beside Lidorius. The cunning Chaos Mephist employed his treacherous tactics once more, seizing Lidorius as a shield, attempting to compel Gauss to cease his assault. How despicable! The Ultra brothers could not help but express their indignation. Even the father of Ultra could not restrain his ire. They had anticipated a one-sided battle following Gauss's transformation, only for unforeseen complications to arise. To attack Mephist would mean trampling over Lidorius's fallen body, while inaction would allow Mephist to escape unscathed. It was as if Gauss were placed upon a scorching pyre, ensnaring him in a dilemma. Given Gauss's inherent kindness, he would likely relent in the end, yet that would amount to releasing a tiger back into the wild. But what choices would they make if they were in Gauss's position? Could they truly bring themselves to harm the benevolent creature Lidorius, who had safeguarded them? They found themselves unable to provide a definitive answer. Could Gauss still perform a miracle? Yet, in his eclipse form, Gauss was resolute. Why should he heed the demands of Mephist, who held Lidorius captive? Without hesitation, he crossed his arms to harness energy, unflinchingly directing a ray of light toward Lidorius. The Kismium ray. Did he truly disregard the fate of the benevolent creature Lidorius? No, not at all. The Kismium ray in Gauss's eclipse form possessed both gentleness and strength. It would not harm kind-hearted creatures. Instead, it would heal them while delivering a lethal blow to the inherently malevolent enemy. With a single strike, it eradicated the chaos virus within Lidorius while reducing Mephist to mere fragments. This exemplified Gauss's combat style in eclipse form, where he battled while imparting wisdom. This scene utterly astounded all the spectators beneath the celestial canopy. Chapter 81. Is it too much to request a rating after 3 updates? The Brothers of Light were initially apprehensive about Gauss and were entangled in speculation regarding his next move. However, upon witnessing Gauss harnessing energy for his ultimate attack, they inexplicably felt a moment of relaxation mixed with disappointment. Indeed, even the benevolent Gauss seemed to be pushed to the limit. Was it truly inevitable that he would resort to such drastic measures, even to the extent of annihilating Lidorius? Some Ultramen even turned their heads away, unable to bear the anticipation of the ensuing brutality and heart-wrenching spectacle. How could this be achieved? Ace was somewhat disconcerted. Did the Kismium ray possess an innate ability to distinguish between allies and foes? How was it capable of such discernment? Was it a manifestation of Gauss's subjective intent? Taro, equally astonished, found this beyond his comprehension. In their realm of light, it was understood that light-based abilities were either lethal or restorative. Never could they fathom a technique that encompassed both attributes. Truly a wondrous capability. Perhaps this is the essence of the eclipse form, embodying both gentleness and strength, mused Seven. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, Chaos Mephiles was receiving the punishment he so rightly deserved. Such a treacherous and insidious being had it coming. Zophi's gaze reflected deep contemplation. If only his 87 ray possessed such a capability. As the most potent individual attack among the Ultra Brothers, there would be no need for hesitation or fear of collateral damage to allies and innocents. Moreover, Gauss's Kismium ray would prove invaluable in large-scale battles. Zophi envisioned a scenario where a host of Ultra Warriors clashed with a multitude of monsters. In such a case, if Gauss occupied the high ground, he could unleash the Kismium ray without restraint. It would not harm the kind-hearted Ultra Warriors, but instead heal their wounds and replenish their energy. Conversely, for the malevolent and destructive monsters, it would deliver a fatal blow. In this ebb and flow, battles would become increasingly favorable for the Ultra Warriors. One could say that Gauss encompassed both the healer and the damage dealer. Such a talent was desperately needed by his cosmic patrol. In the cosmic prison, Belial wore an expression of incredulity. Initially, he had been pleased to see Chaos Mephiles employing cunning to dismantle Gauss. Though he did not expect Mephiles to eliminate Gauss entirely, he had hoped for a strategy to contend with him. After all, with Gauss's purification abilities, he had become his primary adversary. However, he never anticipated that the duplicitous Mephiles would falter. Was Mephiles intentionally dragging out the battle with Redolius? Had he truly taken so long? Gauss had been revived. Reblando seethed in frustration. If only Mephiles had fully unleashed his tactics against Gauss. By now, Musashi's gravegrass must be several meters high. Gauss could not possibly resurrect, let alone unlock his formidable eclipse form. No, Belial refuted. As a former Ultra Warrior, he understood these matters with greater clarity. Had Mephiles swiftly dispatched that little bird, the eclipse form or some other even more powerful transformation would have emerged. Reblando recalled the scenes of Ultraman performing miracles in dire straits, and he fell silent, realizing Belial's words held truth. Regardless, Gauss must die. Having witnessed the formidable combat prowess of Gauss's solar corona and eclipse forms, Belial's desire to eliminate Gauss intensified. Such a nuisance must be resolved, lest he find himself in perpetual unrest. What if, one day, the Land of Light re-established contact with Gauss, while he remained ensnared within the cosmic prison? The thought of Gauss arriving at the prison to purify him under Ken's invitation was utterly despairing. He shuddered at the mere notion. In the cosmos, the previously scheming monsters had now become utterly subdued. They simply could not afford to misbehave. Everything they had conceived, Mephiles had already executed. He had even, by chance, taken hostages. Yet, these strategies proved futile against the corrupted Gauss. Ultimately, Chaos Mephiles met his demise under the very ray that could differentiate between friend and foe. Their combat prowess paled in comparison to Mephiles. To venture forth would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. Perhaps they wouldn't even encounter the eclipse, but would be incinerated by the corona instead. Have you ever heard of a ray that can automatically discern between enemies and allies? How utterly unreasonable. I find it exceedingly perilous. What if, in my inherent goodness, I were mistakenly harmed by such a ray? Could I see compensation from Gauss? Do not jest. Do you truly expect compensation after death? And do you truly believe yourself to be inherently good? I trust that the Kazumium ray will not mistakenly harm a virtuous soul, nor will it spare a wicked one. So, do you wish to be enlightened by the blue reasoning, or experience the red physical incineration, or perhaps endure a beating while listening to reason? Thus, is the fist the embodiment of Gauss's philosophy? No need for Master Gauss to persuade me. I shall amend my ways immediately. The fragmented personality of Master Gauss instilled genuine fear in them. Consequently, under Gauss's persuasion or threat, the cosmos gained a multitude of monsters who cherished peace and harbored goodwill. This is how Gauss's philosophy prevailed, thus compelling others to yield without conflict. While some monsters heeded the counsel, many remained indifferent. However, upon witnessing the subsequent spectacle, they were left utterly dumbfounded. On the desolate planet Durand, Musashi piloted his spaceship, patrolling and investigating the cause of the once beautiful planet's desolation. Suddenly, accompanied by violent tremors, the ground began to collapse, and with a piercing shriek, a monster erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky. In Musashi's astonished gaze, the creature spread its wings and rapidly approached him. Scorpius. A light projectile struck the unprepared spaceship like an arrow, causing violent shudders that left Musashi in distress. Yet, what filled him with despair was that in the next instant, the high-speed Scorpius was about to collide with the spaceship, obliterating both him and the craft. Just then, at this critical juncture, a brilliant blue light blasted Scorpius away, sending sand and debris flying. As the light traced a graceful arc across the sky, it began to radiate brilliance. The resplendent glow ultimately transformed into the figure of a giant adorned with silver and purple patterns. Gauss Ultraman in his cosmic solar corona form. At this moment, Gauss was not the integrated version of Ultraman Gauss with Musashi, but rather his true essence. Gauss regarded the monstrous entity before him, positioning his hands in a combat stance and unleashing a deep, commanding battle cry, a harmonious yet fierce roar. Friends familiar with Gauss knew that the louder his battle cry, the graver the situation. The creature Scorpius was likely to face dire consequences. Chapter 82. The unreasonably fierce essence of Gauss. The cowardly Baltan. In the Heisei era, Gaia gazed at the words on the celestial screen and read aloud. The merciful Musashi, what concern is Gauss to me? What does this statement imply? Are the actions of Ultraman not governed by our earthly hosts? Gaia appeared perplexed and bewildered. just as he and Egel, if not for the consciousness of Fujimiya guiding Egel. They would never have engaged in conflict despite both being the light of Earth, created to combat the forces of annihilation. Dyna pondered thoughtfully, having left only his statue behind, entirely relinquishing control to Daigo. If he could battle using his own consciousness, he would certainly not be relegated to ceaselessly monitoring the powerful form. Clearly a sorcerer, yet forcibly transformed into a warrior. Who can he turn to for reason? For the trio of Heisei. They are neither the true body of the Ultra nor mere vessels for the light warriors of the Land of Light, who randomly choose a fortunate soul to inhabit. Given the existence of a human form, they are undoubtedly guided by the consciousness of that human. Dyna might be somewhat unique, as he can be considered the manifestation of light from Asuka, yet he is still led by Asuka's consciousness. Oh? Is it possible that Gauss can engage in battle without merging with Musashi? Dyna gazes in surprise at the emergence of the cosmic coronation Gauss. Moreover, this form, adorned with purple patterns, appears far more majestic and even somewhat ferocious than the ordinary coronation. Thus, is the Gauss beneath the cosmic coronation not benevolent? The gentle Master Gao has indeed influenced Na. Otherwise, Na would have already been clamoring about his rank. This is the charismatic allure of Gauss. The video on the celestial screen continues to play. After issuing a series of loving battle roars, Gauss proactively launches an assault on the monster Skippies. With a sudden charge, Gauss delivers precise punches to Skippies' chest. The tremendous force sends the beast reeling. Gauss spins around, utilizing inertia to swing his right arm, once again repelling the creature. Having suffered the blow, Skippies promptly unleashes a red beam from his mouth, which Gauss narrowly evades, though the special ray reduces the trees behind him to dust. Realizing the terrifying destructive power of Skippies' beam, Gauss grows more cautious of the beast before him. As another shattering red bombardment approaches, Gauss swiftly ascends into the air to evade, executing a flying kick that shatters the sharp blade on Skippies' right shoulder. The action is clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In great agony, Skippy shifts his attack strategy. Forming a scissor shape with a toxic needle, his extensible tail lunges towards Gauss's face. Faced with the onslaught, Gauss simply blocks with his left arm, preventing Skippy's tail from advancing. Then, with a powerful uppercut from his right hand, he cleaves through the armored scissor-like tail of Skippy's. Without hesitation, the swiftly moving Gauss delivers a straight punch to Skippy's. Before the monster can react, a spinning kick strikes his chin, followed by a side kick that knocks the beast to the ground. Precise and ruthless. Severely wounded, Skippy's releases a destructive energy orb from his forehead, preparing for a desperate final stand. But against the true form of Gauss, it is utterly insignificant. With both hands gathering cosmic energy, Gauss unleashes a blue destructive beam in a fist-like stance. The Terminus Ring Beam. With a single strike, it sends Skippy's energy orb back, obliterating it and triggering a cataclysmic explosion. This is the unreasonable mode of Gauss's true form. Realizing Musashi's spaceship cannot escape in time, Gauss instantly shifts to the moon god form, soaring into the sky while rescuing Musashi's spaceship from the range of the terrifying explosion. Witnessing this scene, the monsters are utterly paralyzed. The fluidity of the assault, the precision of the combat, it is as if a deity of death has been reincarnated. Is this truly the same Gauss who has repeatedly rescued monsters? Could it be that the existence of the human form Musashi hindered Master Gao's full potential? Is this the ferocity of Gauss's true form? Right from the start, he assumes the cosmic coronation, clearly indicating his lack of intent to negotiate. Aiming directly to incinerate us monsters? How remarkable. He even transforms into the moon god form to save Musashi. What is this, Gauss? Are you feeling guilty? Have you finally remembered your moon god form? Or are you explicitly conveying that Gauss's tenderness and compassion are reserved for allies, while adversaries receive only a fist of iron and incineration? Master Gao, please refrain from using the cosmic coronation. Return to your moon god form. I am timid. I fear. Musashi, you must ensure to keep a close bond with Master Gao. Being apart from your mentor is truly terrifying. TCH, a bunch of cowards. What is wrong with Gauss's true form? When I provoke him in the moon god form, all I need to do is run before his temper flares. You are powerful, but keep your distance. I fear your blood will splatter on me. Just as the monsters engage in discussion, the celestial screen begins to play a new video. On Earth, Gauss and the new Baltan alien face off in the sky, engaging in dialogue. The moon god form of Gauss attempts to persuade the new Baltan alien to return to its home planet. However, the Baltan alien stubbornly insists on conquering Earth as its new home. The negotiations break down. The little lobster leads the charge. With its claws, it continuously fires destructive beams, all of which Gauss effortlessly evades. The new Baltan alien, realizing its attacks are ineffective, quickly turns to flee towards its spaceship, the Land of Light. It is astonishing how valiant Gauss's true form is. Taro is momentarily taken aback by the battle prowess of Gauss's true form, instinctively glancing at Ace. Gauss's severed horns and tail resemble a scene where he might draw a blade for dismemberment. It reminds him of his brother Ace, who is equally ferocious. It is rather surprising. Gauss, having departed from his human form, is completely transformed. Monsters encountering Gauss's true form are in for a rough time. 7 comments, making a jest. Oh, another Baltan alien? The loyal little lobster seems eager not to miss out on the impending chaos. Haha. Ace, upon seeing the new images on the celestial screen, joins in with 7's jest. Though it claims to stand firm, its legs move faster than anyone else's. This Baltan alien truly is cowardly. Haha. Ace holds a low opinion of those who speak bravely, yet act otherwise. Despite the presence of formidable opponents like the Dark Baltan alien, they remain an exception. Ultimately, the Baltan aliens are relatively weak adversaries. What is there for Gauss to fear? Chapter 83. The Gauss Prize Guessing Game. Life or death depends on luck. No, Ace. The Baltan aliens possess remarkably high intelligence, and their actions are likely deliberate. They may have set a trap waiting for Gauss to fall into. The original Ultraman, an expert on Baltan aliens, displays no sign of relaxation in his gaze. He knows his old adversary well. While their strength may be average, their intellect remains sharp. Indeed. Brother Ace. Moreover, this is merely the new Baltan alien, not an ordinary one. Just like the one I faced with the prefix of darkness. It is likely not so simple. Max concurs with the original S assessment. He will not underestimate the Baltan aliens now. The moon god form of Gauss lacks powerful offensive capabilities. Recklessly pursuing could lead to danger. Jack also expresses concern. Upon seeing 3 experts who have dealt with Baltan aliens speak up, Ace and the other Ultramen promptly set aside their amusement. Their expressions growing tense as they fix their gaze on the celestial screen. They seem to find Gauss's actions somewhat rash, worried about the perilous situation he may face. The celestial video continues to play. The audacious Gauss follows the new Baltan alien, closely pursuing him into the spaceship. In this desolate and chaotic space, the prepared new Baltan alien sees Gauss land, as he predicted. Consequently, the new Baltan alien thrusts his claws into the ground, channeling energy to activate the traps he had previously set. In an instant, a multitude of enormous blades materialized beneath Gauss's feet, glimmering with a menacing chill. Under the command of the new Baltan aliens, countless blades were dispatched towards Gauss, aiming to rend him into mere fragments. Upon witnessing this, Gauss swiftly enveloped his body in energy and executed a rapid spin. The moment the blades made contact, they were all shattered by Gauss. The whirlwind obliterated the forest of knives. Surprised that his meticulously prepared trap was so effortlessly dismantled by Gauss, the new Baltan alien launched another attack with his dual pincers, firing rays at Gauss. However, facing this onslaught, Gauss remained unfazed. He simply extended his right hand, sidestepping while effortlessly splitting the destructive beam in 2. Seeing this, the little lobster unleashed another destructive ray, but Gauss, with unparalleled agility, leaped to evade while counterattacking with a flying kick aimed at the new Baltan alien. In an instant, the roles of offense and defense were reversed. The inhabitants of the Land of Light were astonished, realizing their concerns were unfounded. Although there was a trap, Gauss had dispelled it with remarkable ease. They finally recognized their misjudgment, having assumed that Gauss in his lunar form lacked combat prowess. Unaware that he was still operating at his full capacity, the new Baltan alien dared not underestimate Gauss's flying kick and quickly evaded. Moreover, with the trap rendered ineffective, continuing the battle aboard his ship would be meaningless and could inflict irreversible damage. Having grasped this, the new Baltan alien swiftly descended to the ground, closely pursued by Gauss, who showed no signs of relent. The battlefield transitioned from the spacecraft to the surface of the Earth. The new Baltan alien struck first, but Gauss deftly neutralized each of his attacks, landing a solid kick to the alien's chest, forcing him to retreat. Unyielding, the new Baltan alien charged at Gauss, who leaped behind him, executing a rapid backflip to close the distance, seizing the little lobster's body and flinging him aside with force. Elegant and fluid. In the realm of physical combat, the new Baltan alien found himself at a disadvantage. His right claw morphed into a long blade, his left transformed into a machine gun, and armor enveloped his body. rendering him far more imposing and powerful than before. This was the ultimate Baltan, enhanced to its peak, confidently challenging Gauss anew. He swung his blades repeatedly, yet each strike was either blocked or evaded by Gauss. Frustrated, the ultimate Baltan unleashed a flurry of light blades toward Gauss. The onslaught appeared overwhelming, yet it failed to breach Gauss's defenses as he dismantled the assault with bare hands and feet, finally seizing an opportunity. The ultimate Baltan unleashed a light whip from his left hand, catching Gauss off guard while he was occupied with the light blades, ensnaring him firmly in place. Intense currents coursed through Gauss, causing him considerable distress. However, this marked the first and only effective damage inflicted by the Baltan aliens throughout the battle. Yet, even this moment of triumph was fleeting. Gauss erupted with light energy, instantly breaking free from the light whip, retreating swiftly to a safe distance. Since reasoning had failed, he resolved to take decisive action and initiate his fiery assault. Transcending to his coronal form, Gauss engaged in ultra-high-speed movement, arriving before the Baltan could even turn around, shattering the machine gun in his left hand with a single punch. Undeterred, the Baltan dared to challenge Gauss in physical combat. Oblivious to the fact that he could not even match Gauss in his lunar form, let alone in his coronal state, the Baltan strikes failed to reach Gauss, as he was repeatedly struck by Gauss's powerful counterattacks. Within the realm of Gauss's superspeed movement, the Baltan resembled a novice, unable to even catch a glimpse of Gauss's position. It was as if Gauss was toying with him. Enraged, the Baltan unleashed his signature move, instantly duplicating himself into 6 copies. If one could not defeat Gauss, then 6 would surround him and overwhelm him. Coincidentally, Gauss was also adept at creating duplicates. 6 versions of Gauss materialized, eagerly engaging the Baltan in combat. What followed was a one-sided beating of the Baltan by Gauss. Although this Baltan was significantly stronger than the original, he was utterly powerless against Gauss, unable to even contend with the lunar form, making Gauss's full power seem exaggerated. The first generation had a clear understanding of the little lobster's capabilities. Contemplating how difficult it would be for him to contend with the new Baltan, once again brought down, the Baltan summoned countless sharp spikes from his shoulder armor, unleashing a torrential downpour of needles at Gauss. The rain of pear blossom needles. This was his final resort. Yet, alas, Gauss leaped into the air, executing a rapid somersault like a windmill, deflecting and repelling all of Baltan's flying needles. In desperation, the Baltan flailed his arms, seemingly pleading, "Must you be so merciless, Gauss?" Gauss adopted a formidable stance, gathering all his coronal energy for a devastating attack. The scorching shockwave. Gauss was now fully committed. A torrent of searing flames struck the Baltan, inflicting unimaginable damage. In the cosmos, various monstrous beings trembled in fear, fearing for their very existence. How could the new Baltan, formidable as he was, stand no chance against Gauss's full power? The only effective strike was a sneak attack. Did they really have to engage in a game of chance against Gauss? Guess whether Musashi is present? If one guessed correctly, they might have the opportunity to reason with him, perhaps even survive. But if one guessed wrong and encountered Gauss's true form, it would be disastrous. Might they be swiftly dispatched without explanation? Such mercilessness. Life and death hinged upon mere luck. Was it not? How terrifying for a monster. Chapter 84. Advanced Universal Fusion Material. The arrival of gigantic Endora. In the land of light. What happens next? What unfolded thereafter? Taro observed the sudden halt of the celestial display with dissatisfaction. He had yet to see the conclusion. The new Baltan had exhausted all his means without being able to best Gauss, and now struck by Gauss's ultimate attack, he would likely lose his fighting capability. Unable to stir any waves, Zafy averted his gaze and made a reasonable prediction. As Zafy had surmised, fighting with all his might yielded no results. And coupled with the disappointment of failing to find a new home, the new Baltan succumbed to tears under the dual pressure, ultimately choosing to end his own life. Thus, he was metaphorically brought to tears by Gauss's true form. However, Gauss, understanding his plight and compelled by the Earth Defense Force's assault, felt the need to retaliate. Out of sympathy for the countless little Baltans, Gauss utilized his powers to resurrect the new Baltan. Meanwhile, Father of Ultra furrowed his brow at the chatter of the little Ultraman below. Without the human form, Gauss fought with such fluidity and ferocity, truly fearsome. No wonder the celestial display hailed Gauss as merciful. Musashi was the one to show kindness. Gauss, in his true form, was utterly devoid of reason. Is that so? Why do I perceive Gauss as merciful in many respects? At least he granted the monsters a chance to draw from the blind box. That makes sense. I should seek out such a human form. When he is gone, I shall wield the 8-pointed light will to vanquish the monsters. Does this even make sense? Even Gauss in his true form is merely violent. He merely incinerates monsters. Goodness, you would even dismember them before incineration? The actions of Ace and Gauss embody the essence of extracting the dross while retaining the essence. Learning is strictly forbidden. Father Ultraman has lost count of how many times he has repeated this phrase. Its frequent utterance has diminished its impact. However, as the supreme leader, he must put a stop to such insidious behavior. The presence of both Gauss and Ace is already quite distressing. So let us not invite further chaos from the young Ultraman. Gauss, defamation. The heavenly curtain has merely taken my words out of context to tarnish my reputation. I was the one who revived the new Baltan, was I not? The Iaborians. Do you truly believe anyone would take you seriously? Zoda, are you certain you're not simply eager for another round, wanting to revive him only to strike him down again? Belia, was it not you who rendered him utterly defenseless? Was it not you who unleashed the searing shockwave? Thus, did you not indirectly cause his demise? New Baltan, I testify, I truly took my own life. Moreover, Gauss genuinely saved me, and he did not strike me again. Gauss is indeed a compassionate and noble warrior. Babel, look at what you've turned the little crayfish into. And Gauss, do you still dare claim you are not underhanded? Magma, little crayfish, if Gauss threatens you with his fists, just blink. Despite the testimony of the concerned party, New Baltan, the situation only deepens Gauss's predicament, making it seem as though he could not wash away the stain even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Just then, as the crowd continued to jest at Gauss's expense, the heavenly curtain began to project new footage. Oh, will it continue to showcase Gauss? Or is it time to introduce new Ultraman? Zoffy mused with interest, eager for more surprises from his esteemed Master Gauss. Having already incorporated him into the Galactic Patrol without his consent. Do not inquire. It is simply the power of that esteemed individual, Gauss Ultraman, an advanced universal fusion material. On Earth, confronted by the immensely powerful Bishop Gloric, Gauss Ultraman's future form and Justice Ultraman's crushed form set aside their past grievances and joined forces. Justice, as the herald of cosmic justice, possesses combat prowess equivalent to that of Gauss's future form. The two Ultramen seized the opportunity, unleashing their signature moves, Gauss's heavy strike. Deglamray. The energies of the two beams converged, forming a colossal stream of light that coalesced into a new skill with several times the power of a singular ultimate move. A perfect cross. In an instant, the Bishop Gloric, who had been wreaking havoc on Earth, was obliterated into fragments. Zoffy gasped at the spectacle. Although the heavenly curtain did not depict the combat capability of Bishop Gloric, the mere fact that Gauss had to employ a future form several times that of an eclipse already spoke volumes. Let us not forget, Justice, standing nearby, possesses a power that rivals Gauss's future form. How he yearned to witness their battle. He was also eager to see how Gauss unlocked his future form. 7 added to Zoffy's reflections, subsequently expressing a sense of regret. Am I the only one concerned about what an advanced universal fusion material entails? Taro inquired, pondering if it was akin to his transformation into Super Taro by absorbing his brother's energies. Yet, he felt something was amiss. After all, that was a unilateral absorption of energy, still under his control, and his form remained unchanged, hardly qualifying as fusion, right? Moreover, with Gauss's high-level descriptor, Taro doubted the heavenly curtain would use such terminology lightly. Observing Gauss's poised demeanor, did this imply that after vanquishing Bishop Gloric, there were other foes? More formidable adversaries? Ace's voice quivered slightly. He could not comprehend how. Even after Gauss purified Chaos Darkness, there could still exist enemies that required Gauss to defeat, especially after Gloric, indicating foes far more powerful. Ace dared not dwell further on this and focused intently on the heavenly curtain. Meanwhile, in space, 3 human fighter jets were unleashing a barrage of firepower upon a colossal spaceship with a diameter of several thousand meters. This massive entity resembled a plate, with 6 arms protruding from beneath, and from the hollow space below, cosmic energy crackled and surged, with a luminous object resembling an eye facing Earth. The ultimate resetting machine. Gigantio. The combined attacks from the world's military satellites and cutting-edge fighter jets battered against Gigantio's armor, merely igniting sparks that were completely disregarded. In contrast, the engines of the jets were pushed to their limits, and merely grazing the energy being reset by Gigantio resulted in severe damage. They were left with no choice but to return. Just then, having swiftly defeated Bishop Gloric, Gauss and Justice arrived side by side, standing resolutely before Gigantia. Friends, do you have any good book title recommendations for me?